Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 1734 to Chapter 1820. Wu Xianro was dressed in beautiful clothes. Her soft curly hair stuck to her face, showing the gentleness of a woman. She wore a pair of beautiful high heels that straightened her legs. Compared to Wu Xianro, Ningxu was simply unbearable. Therefore, Wu Xianro glanced at Ningxu's image and said directly, "I also told my father that I don't want to marry a soldier barbarian. But my father didn't listen to me and insisted that I marry him." Ningxu frowned. Why did she keep mentioning the soldier barbarian? This was professional discrimination. Ningxu said, "Then will your father listen to what our commanding officer says? Our commanding officer is only your father's subordinate. You're your father's daughter. If you don't listen to what our commanding officer says, will your father listen to what our commanding officer says?" Was it fun to make things difficult for people like this? Wu Xianro looked at Ningxu. "Who are you? This is between Song-yi and me. Why are you interrupting? I'm commanding officer Song's subordinate. Since you are a subordinate, why did you interrupt when your superior was talking to others? Song-yi, your military management is too lax." Wu Xianro was from a military family. She spoke in a bureaucratic tone and acted like a proper officer. "These are my team members. I know what they're like. However, Miss Wu, I still need you to talk to your father about this matter. Your father probably won't interfere with your lifelong happiness." Song-yi saw that the situation was very stiff and could only speak up. Wu Xianro's eyes scanned back and forth between Ningxu and Song-yi. There was suspicion in her eyes. "Song-yi, are you messing around?" Wu Xianro's expression was a little disdainful. Ningxu was speechless. He finally understood why people wanted to kill Wu Xianro wherever she went. How did she live to this age? This was a skill to attract hatred. No wonder Song-yi kept mobilizing the military and various military helicopters from the sky to save the damsel in distress. Given enough time for Song-yi to appear, the two of them would probably indulge in the feeling of infinite posturing. Maybe their love would continue like this. Song-yi's expression was somewhat ugly. "Miss Wu, please be careful with your words." Just like what little Nine had said, he had no sense of propriety, and his words and actions were insolent. To be able to say such words, it was related to military discipline. Was it really good to say it so casually? Wu Xianro saw that Song-yi was pulling a long face at her, and she suddenly felt uncomfortable. "Are you angry because of what I said? I was right not to marry you." Wu Xianro looked at Ningxu. "It's disgusting to have sex with such a subordinate." Ningxu looked at Wu Xianro expressionlessly. "What evidence do you have to prove that I have a superior and subordinate relationship with Officer Song?" "Miss Wu, you can't talk nonsense." Wu Xianro just said, "Do you dare to say that you don't like your boss?" Ningxu, F***ck, you're so annoying. She finally understood why so many flirtatious B***ches were targeting Wu Xianro. She didn't know how to keep her mouth shut, but she still thought that she was pure and straightforward. "I don't necessarily have to tolerate your straightforwardness." Ningxu looked at Wu Xianro indifferently. "Be careful with your words. You can do it, but you don't allow others to say it. You're so sanctimonious. Isn't it disgusting?" Wu Xianro was already standing on the moral high ground and despising Ningxu. "Ningxu, I'm so hot-tempered." Ningxu looked at Song-yi. "Officer, I'm in a relationship with you now. You can do as you see fit." He was inexplicably accused of a crime. Song-yi kept rubbing his eyebrows and explained repeatedly, "I have no other relationship with Wu Jing. Strictly speaking, you're slandering me." Wu Xianro was very unhappy. This was the husband that her father found for her. Not only did he not help her, but he also spoke up for others and said that she was slandering him. "Scumbag," Wu Xianro immediately said, "I can't marry you. You have sex with your subordinate. I can't marry you. Yes, I'm going to tell my father that you're not a good man." Wu Xianro took her bag and ran out of the ward. Ningxu just grinned. "From tomorrow onwards, I won't come to the hospital. If I see her again, I won't be able to take it," Ningxu said as he left the ward. When he reached the door, he turned around and gloated at Song-yi. "I'm suddenly looking forward to your marriage with Wu Xianro. I'm looking forward to seeing you in such a mess. It seems that what I said before is slowly being fulfilled. Wu Xianro wants her husband to be on her side. Just now, you seem to have said something for me, and it made her very unhappy. Ningxu smiled with a gentle light on his face. Song Yi was already very annoyed, but his subordinate still said that. He couldn't help but say, "You won't have any friends if you gloat like this. I can row the boat of friendship by myself." Ningxu directly left. If she had the time, she would rather train. If she couldn't break up the couple, then she would work hard. As a Special Forces soldier, she had a lot of tasks every day. She had to train various combat skills. Every Special Forces soldier had to be proficient in various weapons of the military and foreign forces, including various firearms, grenades, rifle grenades, small caliber artillery, and anti-tank weapons. She also had to be skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Every Special Forces soldier could adapt to street fighting, night fighting, search and escape. Driving various vehicles was not a problem. She had to be proficient in troubleshooting and using the equipment and weapons on motor vehicles. Parachuting, climbing, crossing minefields, recognizing maps, and long-distance cross-country marching. Reconnaissance and espionage skills, observation, lurking, eavesdropping, capturing prisoners, interrogating prisoners, taking photos, and many other methods to obtain information. When necessary, she also had to use password communication. The requirements of a Special Forces soldier were almost like going to heaven and earth. Every day, she had to go through all the classes once. After that, she had to take time to visit the wounded in the hospital. Ningxu was too lazy to go to the hospital. During the time at the hospital, she could try to train more, repair various vehicles, and check various obstacles in various vehicles. She could climb rocks, eavesdrop, and learn how to use password communication. Ningxu wiped her sweat. So many tasks were scary. After all, she wasn't the one who asked for it. She had to familiarize herself with these skills as soon as possible. Ningxu only had 3 to 4 hours a day to rest. She took advantage of the time when Song Yi was recuperating to familiarize herself with various skills. A qualified Special Forces soldier could find tools no matter what kind of environment they were in. Street fighting, night fighting, search and escape. She could fight in all kinds of environments and analyze the pros and cons. Ningxu sometimes felt dizzy from learning. But when she was tired, she would close her eyes and rest. However, Ningxu was still called by the instructor for questioning. The reason was that she had broken military discipline and had a bad influence on the team. She had messed around with her superior. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, all of them were mentally ill. Gossips and slander spread very quickly. The words "messing around" first came from Wu Xianro. When he was called in for questioning, Ningxu only emphasized that he and Song Yi had an innocent relationship and that there was no improper relationship between a man and a woman. He asked these people to investigate clearly before punishing him. Ningxu thought with his toes that Wu Xianro must have gone back and argued with her father. She said that Song Yi had an improper relationship with her subordinate and that she couldn't marry Song Yi no matter what. And political commissar Wu really liked Song Yi, which was why he investigated her. Since his daughter said that Song Yi's style was promiscuous, then he would investigate whether it was really promiscuous. If the result of the investigation was that Song Yi was innocent and clean, at that time, his daughter would have no reason not to marry Song Yi. In short, as the strongest assistant for Song Yi and Wu Xianro, he must overcome all difficulties and let the two of them be together. Ningxu understood that even if Song Yi wanted to be with Wu Xianro, she wouldn't say that she had an improper relationship with Song Yi and force herself to be with Song Yi. Some pride and beliefs couldn't be blasphemed. Ningxu said calmly, "Officer Song and I have a pure superior-subordinate relationship. There is no improper relationship between a man and a woman. You can investigate other people." After the conversation, Ningxu went back to training. However, Ningxu received a mission. This mission was to plant a bug. The destination was a high-class clubhouse. An official in the clubhouse's private room colluded with forces and was suspected of committing a crime. The purpose of planting a bug was to collect evidence. Planting listening devices was something that the special forces would do in the first place. Ningxu accepted this mission and went to the high-class clubhouse at night, This clubhouse was also a very grey place. Ningshu changed into a waitress's clothes. It was a rabbit girl's dress with silk stockings, rabbit ear muffs on his head, and a fluffy rabbit tail behind his butt. It was a very revealing and enchanting employee's outfit. Even so, Ningshu still had to change into such clothes, let down his hair, and put on heavy makeup. Then, he took a bottle of wine and went to the private room. There were also a few waitresses in rabbit girl's makeup. The foreman walking in front knocked on the door and only entered when the people inside let him in. She opened the door. Inside, there was smoke and fire. The lights were dim and ambiguous. A few men were hugging women and laughing. Ningshu walked in with the wine and placed it on the table. As a result, his boat was slapped. Ningshu immediately squatted down and secretly stuffed the small listening device under the sofa. There was a thick carpet on the floor, so it was hard to tell. Ningshu's face was full of panic, completely showing the look of someone who had been taken advantage of. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. The man in the private room immediately laughed lewdly. "I'm sorry, she hasn't been here long, so she's not familiar with the place yet," the foreman immediately said in fear and trepidation. Ningshu also lowered his head. His body was trembling slightly. He looked extremely scared. "All right, we have serious matters to discuss. Stop messing around," one of the men with a cold face said. Yes, it's up to young Masterly. I'll let you go this time." The man who had slapped Ningshu's but looked as if he was doing him a favor. If Ningshu remembered correctly, this was the official. Outside, on TV, he was always gentle and refined, serving the country and the people. But now, he was like this. People can be so refined. Ningshu walked out of the private room with fear and trepidation. In order to avoid problems and arouse suspicion, Ningshu still worked as a waitress. Of course, she was also taken advantage of by the men who came to the club to have fun. Letting a waitress wear a bunny girl costume was completely to please these rich and powerful men. Being taken advantage of was simply unavoidable. And you had to endure it and even smile cheerfully. Ningshu had been paying attention to whether the guests in the private room had left. If they had left, as a waitress, she should have cleaned up the private room and taken away the listening device. The people in the private room talked for a long time. During that time, they ordered some things in. Ningshu avoided going to the private room. In this clubhouse, Ningshu saw these men hugging a few women in their arms and rubbing their bodies. It was a little painful to the eyes. Men, to be able to treat all these ugly acts as a show and still look helpless. People living in this world had all kinds of helplessness. Only when they were not strong enough would they compromise and submit to all kinds of rules. They could not do whatever they wanted. All the pain and struggle was because they were not strong enough. After these people left the private room, Ningshu went to clean up the private room. She reached into the carpet under the sofa and stuffed the listening device into her pocket. Then, she cleaned the private room. After changing into the bunny girl costume, Ningshu asked the foreman for today's salary. "You made a serious mistake today. Half of your salary will be deducted." The foreman directly took half of it. Ningshu was speechless. She really felt uncomfortable. She had been taken advantage of and her salary had been deducted. "Damn it. You're too evil. I won't work here anymore," Ningshu said angrily. The foreman said in a low voice, "Look at the trouble you caused. If I hadn't settled it for you, you wouldn't know which man you'd be under now. How dare you say I'm evil?" Ningshu felt that she had really screwed up. She said angrily, "I won't come again in the future." Ningshu left in a fit of anger to prevent others from investigating her in the future. Even if others did not notice, Ningshu had to clean up the waitress who disappeared after a day. Ningshu left the clubhouse and went to a van not far from the clubhouse. She opened the door and got in. There was a listening device in the car. Ningshu asked, "What did you hear?" "It's been recorded. We have to hand it over to the higher-ups," the colleague took off the earpiece and answered. Since the mission was completed, they naturally had to go back. After returning to the army, Ningshu took a shower. While drying his wet hair, he flipped through the information book. The phone on the table rang. Ningshu picked up the phone. It was Zhu Yi. What have you been doing recently? Do you know that Song Yi and Wu Xianro are married? Ningxu was stunned for a moment. Finally, he sighed and asked, what's the situation? Wu Jing personally brought her daughter to the hospital to visit the boss. She officially introduced her daughter to Song Yi and asked the boss to get along with her daughter, Zhu Yi said to Ningxu. I think this matter is set in stone. The boss can't refuse the political commissar's request. Miss Wu comes to the hospital every day to take care of the boss. Ningxu looked up at the ceiling speechlessly. How could this kind of fate be destroyed? They would always be together when they should be together. Ningxu asked Zhu Yi, why did you call me? Come and see the joke. I'm really convinced. What kind of joke was there to see? Ningxu flipped through the book, reading 10 lines at a glance while listening to Zhu Yi. What happened? Ningxu asked, are they going to get married? Marriage is very likely, but the hospital is really in a mess now. Do you want to come and see? It must feel so good to serve the boss. Zhu Yi was completely gloating over his misfortune. Ningxu couldn't help but roll his eyes. There were really funny people everywhere. If these two really got married, the team would be disbanded. Let's see if your boss will tolerate you sneaking out to find a woman. I'll go and see. Ningxu dried his hair and tied it up. He put on his military uniform and went to the military hospital to see Song Yi. He wanted to see what had happened. Ningxu stood at the door of the ward with a fruit basket and heard the movement inside. He opened the door and saw Wu Xianro impatiently feeding soup to Song Yi. When Ningxu went in, the scene froze. It was very awkward. Wu Xianro looked at Ningxu in his military uniform and curled her lips. He looked like a tomboy. Song Yi actually had a scandal with such a woman. At this time, Wu Xianro completely forgot that she was the one who said these words. Did Wu Xianro have selective amnesia? Song Yi greeted Ningxu. You're here. Did you fall behind in your training recently? Why didn't you report to me? Ningxu said, I finished my daily weight-bearing exercise. Aren't you recuperating? I don't want to hurt you. Drink. Drink until you die. Wu Xianro took the soup spoon and put it into Song Yi's mouth. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. She shouldn't treat a stranger like this, let alone a soldier who was injured for the country. He didn't know why Wu Xianro had such a sense of superiority. If she didn't want to get married, she should have talked to her father. Why was she so unwilling to take care of Song Yi? Ningxu always felt that Wu Xianro was jealous because Song Yi asked her about the training. Song Yi was forced to stuff a spoon into his mouth and was forced to drink soup again and again. This is the soup made by my housekeeper. You should eat it quickly. Then I'll be free. I've never taken care of anyone like this since I was young, Wu Xianro said indignantly. Song Yi said mysteriously, I'm really honored. Of course, so you should get better quickly so that I don't have to take care of you. You should go and explain it to Dad. Wu Xianro curled her lips and stuffed the spoon into Song Yi's mouth. His teeth clattered against the spoon. Ningxu was speechless. Song Yi, just enjoy it. Could she understand Wu Xianro's arrogance? She couldn't be considered arrogant. At most, she was unruly. Ningxu carried the fruit basket into the ward without a change in his expression. He carried the fruit basket to his second brother's bedside and asked, Are you feeling better? It's still the same. I'm almost done. His second brother said, Transfer me to another ward later. I can't affect their relationship. His second brother was a steady person. He was very qualified in all aspects. There was nothing particularly outstanding about him, but he was the person with the most solid foundation. Ningxu felt that his second brother thought the ward was too noisy. Zhu Yi, on the other hand, looked like he was watching a show. He was eating fruit while watching the show. You're here. Come here. Zhu Yi's face was shining. He waved to Ningxu and pointed to the fruit basket. Give me 2 oranges. Ningxu took 2 oranges and sat on the chair beside Zhu Yi's bed. He asked, I think you want to stay in the hospital and watch the show every day. Zhu Yi whispered, You don't know how interesting it is. It's a mess every day. I guess the boss can't escape from this this description was interesting. However, ordinary boys really couldn't stand this kind of girl. Especially girls with status and background. They were very straightforward, so straightforward that it was unimaginable. A knife could stab your self-esteem into pieces. He directly knelt in front of the witch, but the witch didn't know anything about it. She was so stupid that she didn't realize that she had said something wrong. Ningxu took an orange and peeled it to eat. He looked at Song Yi and Wu Xianro on the other side of the bed. Have you observed what kind of person Wu Xianro is? Ningxu asked Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi touched his chin and thought for a moment. She's a very domineering girl. The boss will definitely be henpecked in the future. Ningxu smiled. You may not be able to meet your online friends in the future. Why? Zhu Yi suddenly exploded when he was concerned about his own interests. This is the only hobby in life. They were all adults. Sometimes, they could be carefree. Moreover, Zhu Yi would never reveal his true identity. Do you think that with Miss Wu's domineering personality, she will allow her husband to go out on missions every day? You may be assigned to other groups. The leaders of other groups will allow you to go out and do this kind of thing, Ningxu said gloatingly. Zhu Yi was speechless. You don't have any love for your team. Zhu Yi looked at Ningxu. What should I do? I don't want to change teams. We've been doing missions together for a few years. We'll definitely be ostracized if we go to other teams. Ningxu spread his hands. There's no other way. We can't break them up. They're true love. You'll be destroyed by the light of true love. Zhu Yi looked at Ningxu and rolled his eyes. Why do I feel like you're using me as a tool? You want me, a man, to interfere and break them up? Ningxu immediately looked at him with disdain. Please, I won't look for you. Even if they don't get married, Song Yi won't be with me. Zhu Yi touched his chin. Not being able to communicate with a beautiful woman is a problem. A big problem. Sooner or later, you won't even have the honor of being a martyr, Ningxu said disdainfully. You won't have any friends like this. Girls should act like girls. Zhu Yi lifted his chin towards Wu Xianro. Pretty girls with a little temper are cuter. Ningxu nodded. Do you think I'm cute when I'm like Wu Xianro during missions? Zhu Yi suddenly looked constipated. Stop fooling around, okay? So you men are really... Ningxu rolled his eyes and looked at Wu Xianro and Song Yi. Some fateful connections were really not so easy to break. Even if they had to risk universal condemnation, they still had to be together. Moreover, it wasn't universal condemnation. Song Yi, the prospective son-in-law, had the full support of his father-in-law. Wu Xingxing probably knew his daughter's personality. It wasn't easy to find a man who would tolerate and love her. Song Yi was a responsible and capable man. He was also clean and didn't have any bad habits. He quickly pulled Song Yi over and stuffed him into his daughter's arms. Father-in-law was a godly assistant. Zhu Yi was no longer in the mood to watch the fun. After all, this was related to his future military career. If the boss got married, there might be a change. Zhu Yi looked at Song Yi and Wu Xianro on the bed next to him. Even if the boss got married, he shouldn't be like that. Let's not talk about this anymore. When can you be discharged? Ningxu changed the topic. I was injured on duty. I need to rest for a while. There shouldn't be any big tasks now, right? Zhu Yi said. Even if there are big tasks, it's not our turn. After all, the boss is still injured. In such a situation, it's not our turn to do any tasks, especially now that we have to solve the boss's life. It's even more impossible to arrange a task for the boss. Ningxu held his chin. She should do something to hinder the development of these two. Maybe it wouldn't be a hindrance. In the end, it might become an assist and deepen their relationship. People had a rebellious mentality. If the outside world was full of obstacles, the two would unite to resist the outside world's difficulties. The more you opposed, the more he wanted to do so. When they were united against the outside world, they wouldn't find each other's shortcomings that were difficult to break in. If there were no objections from the outside world and everything went smoothly without any obstacles, the two would slowly find each other's unbearable shortcomings and seriously consider whether it was suitable for them to be together. This was the legendary situation where there were no external enemies, and then there would be internal strife. Ningxu didn't say what was wrong with Wu Xianro. It would be bad if she caused Song Yi's rebellious mentality. Zhu Yi said to Ningxu, should we do something? Ningxu shook his head. Do anything? You don't have to do anything. The boss is our commanding officer. How can a subordinate intervene in the boss's affairs? Don't cause any trouble and get punished. Don't forget the identity of Miss Wu's father. In front of true love, everyone was a paper tiger and would be destroyed by true love. Don't be cannon fodder. Ningxu ate the orange. Her mouth was dry from all the talking. Even if they were really together, what could he do? Wu Xianro took the thermos and bag and left. Before leaving, she glanced at Ningxu. Her gaze was a little complicated. Wu Xianro believed that the rumors were true. She thought that she had something to do with Song Yi and treated her as an imaginary enemy. Wu Xianro was quite overbearing. She had already subconsciously regarded Song Yi as something unique to her. She felt that Song Yi shouldn't have any entanglements with other women during this period of time even if she planned to marry him. Ningxu and Wu Xianro looked at each other. Ningxu smiled faintly while Wu Xianro curled her lips. She seemed to despise Ningxu. As soon as Wu Xianro left, Ningxu sat beside Song Yi's bed. He looked at Song Yi's face and kept staring at him. Song Yi touched his face. Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? Ningxu nodded. I smell a sour smell of love. Sour smell? Song Yi was a little confused. He raised his hand and sniffed his body. There's no smell. Ningxu said, I mean, boss, you're in love. Your face is full of love. Song Yi's face darkened. Don't talk nonsense. It seems that you're enjoying it. Actually, boss, you can try to date Miss Wu. She's the kind of person who pays attention to feelings. This way, you can report to Political Commissar Wu and Wu Xianro. Wu Xianro will definitely accept it if you change from marriage to dating, Ningxu said to Song Yi. Zhu Yi looked at Ningxu in confusion. Was it really good to let the two of them date? Wasn't she the one who hoped that the two of them wouldn't get together? What was she doing now? Song Yi touched his forehead. That's a good idea. Date first and then get married. Follow the normal procedure. The reason why Miss Wu is so against marrying you is that it's too fast. She hasn't enjoyed some feelings yet. Song Yi apologized to Ningxu. I have to thank you for giving me this idea. Some things are really best understood by women. Ningxu just said, you're welcome. As long as boss is happy. Song Yi looked at Ningxu. You'll find happiness too. Well, this was pretty much a blatant rejection. Ningxu's expression didn't change. He nodded. I will. The atmosphere was a little stiff. Ningxu smiled. If you need any advice or have any trouble with dating, you can find me. Song Yi smiled. I'll have to trouble you then. Song Yi was tempted by Wu Xianro. Dating is not a simple thing. You have to remember special dates. For example, the date of the relationship. The 14th of every month is Valentine's Day. There are all kinds of Valentine's Days, so you have to prepare a unique gift. Ningxu stuffed a piece of orange into his mouth to moisten his throat. Song Yi, are you sure dating is really so troublesome? Song Yi's expression was a little strange. It's not troublesome. It's a kind of pleasure. It's something that males have to do to gain the favor of females. In the animal world, there are duels to compete for females. It's the same principle. Zhu Yi, your description is not beautiful at all, Zhu Yi couldn't help but say. It's fine as long as the nature is the same, Ningxu said with a shrug. Ningxu had also visited the patient. He transferred his second brother's ward. Ningxu asked Zhu Yi if he wanted to transfer to another ward. What was the point of standing there like a big light bulb? Zhu Yi waved his hand. He wanted to stay in this ward. It was too boring to recuperate. It would be a waste not to. Watch a good show. Ningxu let him be. Don't go in front of people who are in love. Who knows when you'll step on a landmine. Ningxu left the military hospital and went back to practice his skills. If a person insisted on walking down a path, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't be stopped. Although Ningxu didn't go to the hospital, Zhu Yi, who loved to watch the fun and gossip, called him every day. He reported Song Yi and Wu Xianrou's situation, saying that the two of them had confirmed their relationship. There was all kinds of chaos, sweetness, and all kinds of problems. Ningxu just listened and didn't make any comments. However, the political commissar has been urging the two of them to get married, Zhu Yi said. The political commissar is very satisfied with boss. He can't wait for the two of them to get married immediately. It's not a business deal. I heard that Wu Xianrou's mother died early, and the political commissar is very busy with work. The political commissar probably knows Wu Xianrou's character, so he's in a hurry to let the two of them get married. Ningxu had always guessed this in his heart. It was said that a daughter was her father's lover in his previous life. How could he bear to let his daughter get married like this? It wasn't easy for Wu Xianrou to find a man who would tolerate her. Song Yi was that good man. Ningxu hung up the phone and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate, using spirit energy to heal the internal injuries in his body. As for the matter between Song Yi and Wu Xianrou, since they weren't married, there was room for negotiation. Occasionally, when other teams needed female special forces soldiers to do missions, Ningxu would do it. In Song Yi's team, most of the people were idle. Their leader was injured, and they seemed to be in a relationship now. They didn't take any missions, and the higher-ups wouldn't give them any missions. Not doing missions meant that they wouldn't get any bonuses. This was also a job. Ningxu still had the chance to go on missions with other teams. Of course, these were all small missions. Her mission was to be an assistant. Running back and forth wasn't as good as doing a big mission. Ningxu didn't care much about the bonus. He just hoped that his resume could be more beautiful. Merits were accumulated bit by bit. It was better than a blank piece of paper. Occasionally, he would take time to visit the patients in the military hospital. Anyway, as soon as Ningxu entered the ward, the atmosphere would become very subtle. After confirming their relationship, Wu Xianrou became more vigilant against Ningxu. She hugged Song Yi's arm to declare her sovereignty. Song Yi didn't say anything. He just looked at Wu Xianrou with tolerance and affection. Wu Xianrou was very cute like this. Ningxu smiled lightly and congratulated Song Yi and Wu Xianrou. Song Yi's injury was almost healed. He could get out of bed and walk. His body was already in good condition, so he was about to be discharged. However, Wu Xianrou asked Song Yi to recuperate in the hospital more. The reason was that once Song Yi was discharged, he would have to do missions again. It was better to recuperate in the hospital more. Anyway, Song Yi didn't have to pay for it. Ningxu just smiled silently at this. Free things were good things, so she wanted to take them for herself. Song Yi didn't have to pay for it. The money was paid for by the taxpayers. However, Song Yi really stayed in the hospital. He probably wanted to have more opportunities to spend time with Wu Xianrou. Ningxu felt very complicated at this moment. He finally understood the client's feelings. It was the same face, but it suddenly became different. There was no sense of integrity. Even if the world was his enemy, he would be satisfied with being with the person he loved. Ningxu only wanted to say, if you have the ability, get out of the hospital. Don't make the whole world your enemy. These resources are provided by the country and the people. If you have the ability, don't use them. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all not provided by humans. If they were so stubborn, they would starve to death. She always thought that once she broke away from the secular world, her righteous and resolute love would ascend to heaven. Previously, he had endured it because he respected Song Yi, his superior. Now, the anger in his heart was surging. What's your name? Song Yi and I are now in a relationship. Please take care of Song Yi in the future, Wu Xianrou said to Ningxu as she held Song Yi's arm. It had been a long time since Ningxu had encountered such a low-level quarrel. Ningxu's heart did not waver in the slightest. For the sake of a man, the two women tore each other apart and pulled the scales in the man's heart to their side as a victory. Ningxu didn't even feel like replying. It was a complete waste of saliva. She didn't care about her image in Song Yi's heart at all. She didn't love or ask for anything. Although Ningxu didn't say anything, Wu Xianrou still felt despised. Wu Xianro felt that this female soldier despised her. Song Yi, is this the soldier you lead? When others talk to her, she doesn't even reply. Wu Xianro pouted. Ningxu said, Miss Wu, as long as you're happy, it's fine. Without Wu Xianro pulling aggro in front of the monsters, Song Yi wouldn't have the chance to appear majestically. Now, he had to pull her aggro and fight this boss. Ningxu said, be careful, or you'll be instantly sent back to the city when your health bar is empty. Ningxu looked at Song Yi. Superior, don't stay in the hospital after you recover. Everyone is waiting for you to come back and take on the mission. Wu Xianro immediately said, do you still have any humanity? He's injured, and you still want him to take on the mission. Song Yi is not a robot. He's a human. He can feel pain and bleed, okay? Ningxu was expressionless. So it was only Song Yi who was suffering. The others weren't suffering. Then who's going to do the mission? Miss Wu, are you going to do it? Ningxu asked coldly. Aren't there other people? I'll tell my father to let Song Yi rest more, Wu Xianro said directly. Wu Xianro said directly, could it be that without Song Yi, the earth would stop spinning? Or could it be that without Song Yi, the country would be destroyed? Wu Xianro was trying to quibble, right? She was trying to change the concept. An individual's power was insignificant. Even if it was a screw, it should stay where a screw should stay. This was a matter of responsibility. Ningxu rubbed his temples. Okay, you're the main character. Whatever you say is right. You're all right. Song Yi was very happy with Wu Xianro's protection of him. He even seemed to be a little touched. Everyone hoped to live the life they wanted. As someone who had been through a storm of bullets, these concerns were very heartwarming, especially from the woman he liked. Ningxu really couldn't help but curse in his heart. The power of love was really great, very great. Second brother and Zhu Yi were discharged from the hospital one after another. Only Song Yi was still lying like a corpse in the military hospital. Moreover, they occupied an entire ward. There were originally 4 beds. It was enough for Song Yi and Wu Xianro to change beds. They slept on one bed a day and changed back and forth. Ningxu really felt a little annoyed. Everyone in the team was waiting for the mission orders. In the end, the captain seemed to have settled down in the hospital. A group of people looked at the other teams. They went back and forth, completing one mission after another. Everyone could only sigh. Second brother, can you go and talk to the boss? Zhu Yi said to his second brother. If there's no mission, then train by yourself. Have you completed your daily training mission? Now Song Yi and Miss Wu are in a relationship. This is related to Song Yi's future. Don't get close to them. Since second brother said so, the others couldn't say anything. They adjusted their state of mind. However, Song Yi's behavior really made his comrades who had been supporting each other and could leave their backs to each other a little disappointed. Zhu Yi said listlessly, the boss is too serious about valuing women over loyalty. I just chatted with a girl on the internet. It made me lose interest. Ningxu's lips twitched. I think your third line should be broken. The whole military hospital knew that Song Yi and Wu Xianro were in a relationship. More people were talking about Song Yi's promotion. On the other hand, Ningxu's group was more miserable. With such a powerful boss, their subordinates were ostracized. Where there were people, there would be discord. Since the last mission, they hadn't done any missions for a while. Ningxu sometimes did some small missions. He didn't do any big missions. On the other hand, the other teams all had their own missions. There were always missions for them to complete, making their team a freeloader. Song Yi flirted with Wu Xianro in the hospital every day, and they suffered in the military compound. The atmosphere was gloomy. They went through all kinds of training to become special forces. In addition to working for the country, it was also for the generous salary. If they did nothing all day, they would be kicked out sooner or later. It was not good to call Song Yi, so Ningxu and the others were like candles. They were occasionally sent out for small missions, and they could do it alone. So they were now in a free-range state. Ningxu felt that if he appeared in front of these two people, it would probably cause some misunderstanding. He could not go up and add color to their love. Reproduction was a biological instinct, and love was something beautified on the basis of reproduction. Ningxu really wanted to give Songyi a big slap on the face. Our team members looked at you two so sweetly. I turned a blind eye to your performance. Ningxu, who was lying under the car repairing the car, heard his phone ring. Ningxu got out from under the car, took off his gloves full of oil, and picked up the phone. It was Songyi. Songyi's voice was very serious. There is an important mission now. Come to the office. Hearing Songyi's serious and steady voice, Ningxu was a little stunned. He felt that Songyi was back. Ningxu changed his clothes as fast as he could and went to the office. Everyone in the team was there. Songyi was wearing a camouflage uniform. He was strong and tall, and his expression was resolute. In the Middle East, there are oil company employees who were kidnapped by terrorists. Some team's mission is to rescue the hostages, and our team's mission is to cooperate with the local government to capture the terrorists' family members and exchange them, Songyi said. This mission is very dangerous. Tell me if you don't want to go. Songyi glanced at his men. This was a very chaotic and very rich place. It was where oil was concentrated. But this place was very chaotic, turbulent, and war-torn. It was a place where terrorists were entrenched. The mission will be accomplished. We promise to complete the mission. Everyone stood up and said in a resounding voice. However, it was so solemn that the blood in their bodies couldn't help but surge to their heads, and goosebumps all over their bodies. Songyi's phone rang. This was a little awkward. Songyi went out of the office to answer the phone. It was supposed to be a mobilization meeting, but it ended so anticlimactically. Isn't speed the most important thing in war? Fight for time. Everyone had a constipated look on their faces. There was no need to mention how helpless they were. Ningxu looked at the watch on his wrist. Should we leave now? The longer we delay, the more dangerous the hostage will be. Second brother looked at the door. It's time to go. We have to wait for boss. Songyi, who had made the call, came in. He looked like he was struggling. Being stared at by his subordinates, he couldn't say a word. Ningxu frowned as he looked at Songyi. Was Songyi going to back out now? Didn't Songyi know how precious time was? Boss, it's time to go. Zhuyi said to Songyi. Songyi said with difficulty, today is Wu Xianrou's birthday. Zhuyi's jaw dropped to the ground. So, we have to catch the families of the terrorists and rescue the hostages. Birthdays happen every year. Why don't you guys go? I won't go. After Songyi said this, he felt like something had collapsed, but he couldn't explain it clearly. Now, not only was Zhuyi's jaw dropped, but the whole team was staring at Songyi in horror. Was he going to reject such an urgent mission just to celebrate a birthday? This was not only related to the lives of the oil company's employees, but also related to the country's reputation. When a country's citizens were in trouble and couldn't get help from the country, what sense of belonging was there? The atmosphere was like a cold current, completely freezing everyone. Songyi, do you know what you're doing? Second brother said to Songyi, as our captain, you didn't take us to do the mission. Time is tight now. It's just a birthday. Come back and make it up to Miss Wu. How could Songyi not know the seriousness of the matter? But Wu Xianrou said that it was their first birthday together. Songyi also explained the mission this time, but Wu Xianrou didn't listen. She didn't listen. She even forced Songyi to make a choice, as if their love would become great. Ningxu raised his wrist and looked at his watch, then looked out of the window. Military helicopters were leaving the military compound one after another. The other teams had already set off. How long would they have to wait? There are priorities. Let's talk about the mission after the mission. Now it's a matter of life and death. I'll explain it to Miss Wu when I come back. Ningxu sighed. No matter what, there's no time to worry about this birthday. Songyi was now in a dilemma. He didn't know how to choose. He felt that two important things had appeared in his life. In the past, it was work. Now, there was a person, and it seemed that he had to choose one of the two. What kind of choice was this? Songyi looked at his subordinates and nodded. Let's do the mission first. Song Yi turned off his phone. It was a burden to carry on the mission. After some reorganization, the group boarded the military helicopter. Song Yi was a little absent-minded. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. He probably felt that he had rejected Wu Xianro. He probably regretted it now. Ningxu wiped the gun in his hand and checked the various equipment on his body. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his life. There were too many terrorists in that place. And their mission was to catch the family members of the criminals. The atmosphere in the cabin was very solemn. If it was in the past, everyone would definitely say something to relax and adjust the atmosphere. But now, everyone's hearts were heavy, and the team was no longer as tacit as before. Song Yi was helpless in this situation, but he also felt that some things were no longer pure. It had become complicated. He felt that no matter what he did, he couldn't do it without hurting anyone. Song Yi tried to say, "After these missions, I'll treat you. Eat whatever you want." "Thank you, boss." "Thank you." A few scattered responses made Song Yi feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Wu Jing. Song Yi reached out and patted Ningxu, who was sitting in front of him. Ningxu turned and asked, "What's wrong? Did I become like this because I'm going to get married?" Song Yi asked Ningxu. "No, it's because you found a girl. You chose this girl, so you're destined to drift away from us." Ningxu said straightforwardly, "If you have to choose a side, you won't feel so uncomfortable being stuck in the middle." If he didn't want to give up anything, he might not get anything in the end. In the plot, Song Yi chose love, and at the same time, he was promoted step by step. He was considered a winner in life. Their friendship was replaced by love. It didn't mean that it was wrong. Comrades need to fight side by side, and love needs time to protect. "So, this is an unsolvable problem," Ningxu said. There was a propeller above his head, so Ningxu had to speak very loudly. Song Yi closed his eyes slightly. "There is another way, which is to give up on Wu Xianro." "You can't do it, so this is unsolvable," Ningxu said. "There is something I don't know if I should say." "Say it," Song Yi said. "Actually, Miss Wu's love for you is overbearing. If you are with Wu Xianro, you have to stay away from us comrades because we will take up your time. Miss Wu wants you to treat her as the center of your world." The relationship between people was on the same net, and they were all connected. Wu Xianro's subconscious almost wanted to cut off all other connections with Song Yi. She had to be absolutely loyal and unswerving. She also had to dote on him. Her mother died when she was young, and her father was busy with work. It wasn't strange that Wu Xianro had such a personality. Song Yi was silent. Ningxu was too lazy to say anything. If some things could be explained clearly, there wouldn't be so many *T problems. The military helicopter landed on the land of the Middle East. There were mountains of wealth and oil under this land. As soon as he got off the plane, Song Yi adjusted his state of mind. It was useless to say anything now. He had to complete the mission well. He had to cooperate with the local government to catch the families of the terrorists. It was a kind of shameless feeling that if you catch me, I will catch you too. Moreover, this mission was very difficult. The families of these people were usually protected, and the power of these terrorists was not to be underestimated. Now, it was time to use all kinds of martial arts. It was easy to kill a person, but it was not easy to catch someone alive. But this was the country's mission, and they had to do it. Everyone lurked, waiting for the opportunity. There were many armed forces around the villa. They had guns in their hands, and they kept patrolling back and forth. Song Yi made a few gestures. Everyone understood and then spread out. They tried to kill people without shooting. Ningxu covered a man's mouth from behind. He slit the man's neck with a dagger, and the man died. Ningxu dragged the corpse into the bushes. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Then, as if they had poked a hornet's nest, the gunshots continued. Ningxu held the pistol and leaned against the wall. Now, they could only force their way into the villa and kidnap the hostages. Ningxu fired a shot at the ceiling using the wire rope. Ningxu grabbed the rope and climbed up the wall like a gecko. Bang bang. Someone below Ningxu opened fire. Ningxu pulled the rope with one hand and shot the people below with the other. With the support of the rope, Ningxu dodged left and right and quickly flashed into the window. There were infrared rays everywhere in the villa. Ningxu took out a special flashlight and twisted his body to avoid the infrared rays. The gunshots became more and more frequent, indicating that the battle between the two sides was very intense. Among them, there were not only people from the country, but also military forces from the local government. Ningxu opened the door. Someone flashed in front of him. Ningxu quickly raised his gun and pointed at the corner. "Who is it? Come out," Ningxu said in a low voice. "It's me," Xianxia said. Ningxu made a no sound. Xianxia stood up against the wall. There was blood on his body. Ningxu, Xianxia, and a few other people began to search the entire villa. Finally, they found several children in a room. The youngest of these children were 1 or 2 years old, and the oldest was 7 or 8 years old. And the older children had guns in their hands, aiming at the people who broke in. These children's faces were cold and fierce. They almost did not hesitate to shoot. Xianxia directly shot the head of the leader of the children. Blood splashed on the ground. Ningxu's expression did not change. Although these children were young, they were already child soldiers. As the family of terrorists, they also killed people. Together, they saw several children tied up. The eyes of these children were like wolf cubs. They couldn't wait to pounce on them and bite them. Zhui didn't pay attention and was bitten on the hand, bleeding. Zhui just frowned, tied up the children, and left the villa as fast as he could. "Quick, there's a bomb in the villa," Xianxia carried a child and said while shooting. He was afraid that someone had entered the room and triggered the infrared rays. The bomb had already started counting down. These wolf cubs were still laughing at Ningxu and the others. The sound of beeping seemed to echo in his ears. Ningxu released his spiritual force and checked the bomb in the villa. He found that it was not a bomb, but a lot of advanced bombs connected together. There was no way to solve it. There was no time to solve it. Everyone sped up. There were still people outside blocking them. It seemed that they wanted to lock them in the room and not blow up with the villa. Ningxu gritted his teeth and shot quickly. Ningxu shot people's vital points, head, eyes, and heart. This was the fastest way to make people lose their ability to move. Ningxu's heart was beating, she was panting like a cow, and sweat was flowing down. Then there was a rumbling sound in her ears. Ningxu felt that she was pushed out of the villa by someone and crawled on the ground. The heat wave and the ruins of the building smashed on her body. Ningxu's brain was almost blank. She quickly released her spiritual force and avoided the debris that was about to fall. Ningxu bit her cheeks and ran away with a baby in her hand. The person who pushed her from behind was dead. She remembered it was Zhui. Zhui was killed by the explosion. Ningxu's tears almost flowed out uncontrollably, and her eyes were so sore that she couldn't open them. "Go!" Xianxia almost roared at Ningxu. In the huge explosion, Ningxu's ears were temporarily deaf. She couldn't hear anything. She only saw Xianxia waving at her. His face was distorted and couldn't be seen clearly in the sky full of dust. Ningxu carried the baby, gritted her teeth, and caught up with Xianxia. They arrived at the designated place to meet. She got on the military helicopter as fast as she could. Fourth brother sacrificed himself. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. Everyone bit their cheeks, and tears still flowed out. This was the fate of soldiers. Zhui died like this. Did Zhui, who died at this time, and Wu Jing, who died at that time, hold the same beliefs? Ningxu covered her heart. She felt that something was blocking her heart. It was so uncomfortable that she wanted to beat her chest and stamp her feet to remove the stone pressing on her heart. It was so heavy that she couldn't bear it. Her tears were like a broken dam. She couldn't tell what she was feeling. She only felt that it was a particularly complicated and inexplicable feeling of trembling. Ningxu's ears were very uncomfortable. They kept buzzing. She had a concussion. Ningxu's body trembled uncontrollably. Ningxu took a deep breath. Her ears were buzzing, and it was very uncomfortable. Ningxu saw Xianxia's mouth open and close, but she couldn't hear what he was saying. Ningxu rubbed her ears, and her other hand was bitten by a child. The child who was biting. Her hand was about 5 or 6 years old. His eyes were full of hatred. He bit Ningxu's hand so hard that blood oozed out of his teeth. Ningxu directly reached out and pressed hard on his ribs. The child was caught off guard by the pain and opened his mouth to cry out. Ningxu looked at her hand. There were deep teeth marks on it. The child was lying on the ground and staring at her fiercely. Not only that, several children were staring at her. This feeling was like being surrounded by wolf pups, austere and cruel. Such a small child could kill people without any psychological burden. There was nothing that terrorists couldn't do. Are you okay? The second brother hurriedly sprayed medicine on Ningxu's wound. Ningxu mobilized her almost negligible spiritual energy to repair her injured ear. At the same time, she released her spiritual energy to see if there were any bombs on these children. It was normal for them to be suicide bombers. They used their own bodies as cover. Ningxu scanned the 5 children back and forth. In the end, she found that 4 children had miniature bombs on them, but 1 child didn't. It was the child who bit Ningxu. It seemed that this child was the most important person. Ningxu touched her ears and felt that she could hear a little. She leaned close to Song Yi's ear and said, "These children may have bombs on them." Song Yi frowned, grabbed a child, and checked him up and down. The child giggled. Out of a keen sense of danger, Song Yi threw the child out of the airport almost without thinking. Before the child landed on the ground, it exploded in midair with a bang. The child was blown apart. Blood sprayed. The people on the military helicopter didn't look very good. One by one, they checked the children for bombs. Ningxu snatched the miniature remote control from the child's hand. "Don't think that I didn't see this child pressing it just now. Give it back to me, you bastard." Being snatched away by Ningxu, the child immediately shouted at him with a twisted face. Ningxu took a piece of tape and wrapped it around the child's mouth. The remaining 3 children also had their mouths covered. Ningxu looked at the remote control that was about the size of a car key. There was only 1 red button on it. Once touched, the children in the cabin might explode. A plane full of people suffered. Song Yi put away the remote control. Maybe this is a good idea. Pressing the button during the exchange of hostages was simply too satisfying. Ningxu sat on a chair and tilted his head to look at the dust below. A comrade who had gone through thick and thin with him had died just like that, accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Ningxu asked Song Yi, "Boss, how much money can we give 4th brother's wife?" A white-haired person sending off his black hair. "I will try my best to fight for the highest compensation." Song Yi wiped his face. His eyes were a little red. This was his subordinate. When something happened, he felt worse than anyone else. Ningxu turned on the water bottle and drank it. His head kept buzzing. Song Yi took out his phone from the cabinet on the plane and prepared to report this incident. However, as soon as he turned on his phone, text messages and phone calls came one after another. One of them was a call from Commissar Wu, saying that Wu Xianro had come here. When Song Yi heard this, he was petrified. Why did Wu Xianro come to such a dangerous place? Not only was Song Yi petrified, but the entire cabin was instantly frozen. Song Yi almost roared and shouted, "I'm doing a mission. Why did Wu Xianro come here?" Commissar Wu didn't care about Song Yi's attitude and said anxiously, "I said that you were doing a mission, and it was a very dangerous mission. That girl said that it was because it was dangerous that she came to see you." The people in the cabin, Song Yi's eyes were red. He fidgeted with his hair and said impatiently, "Why didn't you stop her? What's the use of her coming here? She will only implicate others." Song Yi had just lost a subordinate, and now Wu Xianro was running here. She was a weak woman, but she had to run to such a dangerous place. Song Yi's heart felt like it was being tortured in a pot of oil. Song Yi's words were so rude that it made Commissar Wu feel a little uncomfortable. She was in the wrong, but she did it because she was worried about you. I stopped her. She sneaked away with her passport. Song Yi's face and neck were red. He looked like he was about to explode. Song Yi wiped his face fiercely and said calmly, "I know. Song Yi, I hope you can send my daughter back safely. She is too willful. I will educate her well. Song Yi hung up the phone. He was so angry that he wanted to smash the phone, but he still dialed Wu Xianruo's number. However, the other party's phone was turned off. Her phone was turned off. He didn't know if she was on the plane or kidnapped by someone. How could such a delicate girl not have an accident? Song Yi's mind was in a mess. Ningxu was speechless. He really didn't know what Wu Xianruo was thinking. They were here to do the mission, not to visit the amusement park. Why would they join just because she said so? If they were careless, they would lose the whole game and disrupt the plan. It was very likely that all their efforts would go down the drain. There was also the life of the oil company's employees. Did she really think that with love, she would have countless powers and become a super scion, invulnerable to swords and bullets? Was this kind of thing a joke? What the hell was Wu Xianruo doing? Ningxu coughed and asked Song Yi loudly, "Boss, are you touched?" Song Yi looked at Ningxu with red eyes. Obviously, he didn't understand why Ningxu said that. Ningxu said, "Miss Wu came to see you regardless of her own safety. It's really a romantic love of war." As soon as Ningxu's words came out, the people in the cabin let out an unclear chuckle. Song Yi looked at Ningxu and said, "What time is it now? Why are you still talking to me about this?" "Well," Ningxu said faintly, "I hope that fourth brother's sacrifice can be exchanged for the success of this mission. I told you to stop talking. All of you, stop talking." Song Yi directly got angry at Ningxu and said, "I know what you mean. I don't feel uncomfortable in my heart, I don't feel pain." After getting angry at Ningxu, Song Yi held his head, his body slightly trembling. Ningxu pursed his lips. "Boss, don't worry. After the hostage is handed over, we will accompany you to find Miss Wu." The atmosphere was so stiff that the second brother came out to smooth things over. "Yes, when the mission is completed, we will go find Miss Wu," the others agreed. The atmosphere was not very good anyway. Ningxu apologized, "I was wrong, I apologize." Ningxu felt his back was hot. Zhui had pushed her back before. At the moment of the explosion, he pushed her out. Song Yi wiped his face, "I know what to do. Let's do the mission first." Song Yi almost didn't dare to imagine that a woman would appear in such a dangerous place. This was a place where terrorists were entrenched, all kinds of conflicts, and all kinds of criminal activities were frequent. Wu Xianruo had no ability to protect herself. Her combat ability was -5. In a place like this, even women had to wear a black headscarf when they went out. She had been caught, raped, or injured. Song Yi quickly stopped his imagination. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the ground and chanted the Taoist expiation sutra in her heart. She said to 2333 in her heart, "I want to give some merit to Zhui. With merit, he can reincarnate into a better person." "Can you?" Ningxu asked 2333. 2333 was silent for a moment. "I will try. So many people die in this world every day. It is not easy to find one among so many souls. How much merit do you want to give? I advise you not to give too much. If you give too much, he will be eaten by something. After all, merit is a good thing," 2333 said. Ningxu didn't know how much merit was appropriate, so he asked, "How much merit do you think is appropriate?" "Let's make it 5. It is not eye-catching. Also, your hands are stained with blood. The merit can also reduce some karma," 2333 suggested. "Okay, let's make it 5. Ningxu opened his eyes and looked at his hands. The joints of his hands were full of calluses. Every once in a while, he had to cut off the calluses with nail scissors. His hands were stained with blood. But so what? After a while, Ningxu asked 2333, "Found it?" "Wait a little longer. You try to find a needle in a haystack." "It is not easy for me to locate it," 2333 said angrily. As the helicopter gradually descended, second brother said to Song Yi, "We've arrived. Let's meet up with the other teams first." Song Yi took a deep breath and nodded, but his body was stiff and trembling. Ningxu carried the child off the plane, and other teams came to pick up the children. Song Yi told the commander everything, including the fact that there was a miniature bomb hidden in the child's body. Now, let's wait for the other teams to finish their rescue. If the rescue is successful, we won't need to exchange hostages. If the rescue fails, we'll need to exchange hostages. You guys take the time to rest, Xianxia said to his team members. Xianxia went to one of the tents to rest. Ningxu went to the other tent and lay down on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. She hoped that the rescue would be successful. If not, then they wouldn't have to fight again. Ningxu 2333 asked, "Are you done?" "All right." "Oh," Ningxu replied. Sleeping in the tent wasn't very comfortable. Just as she was in a daze, she felt someone outside the tent and immediately woke up. He opened the zipper of the tent and saw that it was second brother. He asked, "Did you do a mission? The atmosphere is unusual. It seems that the rescue plan was not very successful. They need to exchange hostages and need our team to go out," second brother said. He looked at Ningxu and said with a heavy heart, "The boss's mind is unstable. We have to be more careful. Fourth brother has been sacrificed. I don't want the team to lose any more members." Ningxu nodded. "I know. I will be careful." "How is the boss now?" "His condition is not very good. He is very worried about Miss Wu." "How can Miss Wu come here so carelessly?" Second brother rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Ningxu said lightly, "I guess the ignorant are not afraid. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. They rushed to such a dangerous place to find people." After a while, Xianxia came to inform them to gather. They had to go to the designated location to ambush. They had to ensure the safety of the oil company's employees during the exchange of hostages. They brought all their equipment with them and hid under the hot steam that was dripping with sweat. Sweat dripped down. Both sides were exchanging hostages. At a glance, there were tanks, planes, and other than the soldiers on the surface, there were also hidden snipers and special forces teams. The oil company's employees were detained on one side, and a few children were taken out on the other side. Slowly, batches of employees came over from the other side and boarded the plane under the escort of the guards. They sent the children over, but they were very black-bellied. After sending them over, they directly pressed the button. With a few bangs, the terrorists exploded. This was a signal. Ningxu narrowed his eyes, aimed at the target, and shot at the head. Not only did they have to keep the hostages safe, but they also had to make these terrorists afraid. In order to cause chaos and unrest, these terrorists who were in a fanatical state at all times could really do anything. For a moment, there was a rain of bullets around them. The sound of bullets piercing through flesh and blood exploded into a ball of blood. Ningxu felt the bullets whistling past him. Xianxia led a team of people to chase and command the actions of a team of people. However, Ningxu felt that Xianxia's condition wasn't very good. He was almost shot several times. He bit his cheeks when he killed people, as if he had a deep hatred. When he killed people, he didn't care about anything. He rushed forward like a hothead, which made people tremble in fear. Everyone in the team understood his feelings. He was worried about Wu Xianro, who had run here, and was anxious to find her. Second brother pulled Xianxia. "Boss, don't chase too fiercely. It's enough. Otherwise, the firepower will concentrate on you." Xianxia bit his cheeks and calmed down. Ningxu raised her gun and fired a shot, aiming at the terrorist's head. "Boss, this is a battlefield. You have to abandon all distracting thoughts and lead us," Ningxu shouted to Xianxia as he pulled the bolt and fired. Entering such a battlefield, Ningxu found that his body seemed to be completely out of control. He fired, dodged, and fired. All the hair on his body stood on end. He didn't know if it was because of fear or hot blood, but it made people tremble uncontrollably. Ningxu calmed his heart and followed Xianxia's footsteps. He carried his gun and faced the heat of the desert. Ningxu didn't know how many people he had killed. His mind was full of living, and then killing. "Retreat," Xianxia received an order through his earpiece and said to everyone. Someone in the team was injured and was pulled back by the arm. When they were retreating, Xianxia was the fastest to run. Although they were working for the country and it was glorious, they were the first to run back. The higher-ups would think that they were slacking off. But there should be a location and they would know where they were. But was there really no problem with retreating so quickly? Xianxia went to report the situation. Then, he rushed back and said to his team members, "You guys rest. I'm going to find Wu Xianro." "Wait, boss. Let's go together," second brother said to Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand. "Sixth brother and third brother are injured. You guys stay here and take care of them. This is my private matter. It's not good for you guys to go. I'll go with you," Ningxu said to Xianxia. "We should check the flight information now." Ningxu didn't know why Wu Xianro wanted to come to this place. For a country like this, every time a flight landed safely, it was a kind of luck. There would be a standing ovation to celebrate the new life. This showed how turbulent it was. Even a plane landing safely was something worth celebrating. In their own country, did they need to worry about such things? No. Yes. Boss, don't panic. I'll help you check. Little Joe took out his computer and his fingers danced quickly on the keyboard. Xianxia looked at Little Joe nervously and asked, "Did you find out?" Little Joe nodded and looked at the watch on his wrist. "If we rush to the airport now, we might be able to make it. But if something happens to the plane, we can't guarantee anything." Xianxia checked the fuel level of the Jeep to see if there was anything wrong with the car. He was about to head to the airport. Ningxu asked Little Joe where the airport was and when the flight landed. Then, he arranged his gun and tools and sat in the Jeep. "Go down. You don't need to go. Just wait here," Xianxia said to Ningxu. Ningxu sighed. "Everyone is tired and worried about you. I can only go with you." Xianxia pursed his lips and started the car. The car drove very fast. Ningxu was staggering behind. "Old driver, slow down." He ran all the way to the airport, only to be told that the flight had been delayed. In other places, flight delays were not a big deal. But here, it meant that the plane might have been hijacked. The lives of the people on the plane could be in danger. Furthermore, they were still out of contact. Xianxia's face suddenly became extremely ugly. A fist slammed into the wall. Ningxu could feel the pain just by looking at it. Ningxu blinked. Could it be that he was going to transfer a military helicopter to find Wu Xianro? Ningxu was still thinking in his heart when Xianxia called and asked Old Six, the super pilot, to fly the military helicopter over. Ningxu was speechless. Is it really okay to use it without authorization? On the other side, Old Six hesitated and said, "Boss, the helicopters have all left to send the oil company's employees back to their country." "Are there no more?" Xianxia asked impatiently. "Boss, there are, but the helicopters are taking priority to send the oil company's employees back. Also, I don't have the right to use the helicopters." Old Six scratched his head and said very awkwardly. A soldier's duty was to obey. Although the special forces were relatively more free, it was still not allowed to use them casually. "You use it first. I'll bear the consequences," Xianxia said directly. "Boss, that's not good," Old Six said hesitantly. "It's okay. I'll bear the consequences." 6. Miss Wu's plane was hijacked. Xianxia was anxious and had to explain clearly to Old Six. Old Six wiped his face. "Shouldn't we report this matter? Miss Wu is a citizen of our country, and she's also political commissar Wu's daughter. We definitely have to do our best to rescue her. Wait for a while. When Old Two reports this matter, it won't be your private matter anymore. At that time, we can go through the procedures and get more rescue resources." Xianxia could not be punished and could even take the helicopter away. Right now, Xianxia had no right, and his subordinate, Old Six, had no right either. They could only go through the procedures. Xianxia had no choice but to wait like this. He calmed down and knew that he could not be anxious. Ningxu stood at the side and looked at Xianxia, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth in front of her, making her feel impatient. "Boss, sit down and rest." Ningxu patted the chair next to him. "Things haven't reached the worst point yet. It's just that the plane was delayed. We can't be sure if Miss Wu boarded the plane or not." Xianxia held his phone and kept calling Wu Xianro. His phone did not hurt, and she did not reply to his text messages. Something obviously happened. It must have happened on the plane. Song Yi sighed. Now, Wu Xianro was not only his girlfriend, but also a citizen of the country and the daughter of his superior. If something happened to Wu Xianro, he would not be able to explain it. Song Yi moved his hair back and forth and kept wiping his face. Old Six, have the higher-ups approved it? Song Yi called Old Six and asked. Boss, don't worry. They're verifying Miss Wu's identity, Old Six said helplessly. Hurry up. Time is life. When something happened to someone he cared about, the anxiety and impatience was enough to drive him crazy. Every minute and every second was so unbearable. Song Yi kept sighing, making Ningxu really want to beat him up. Boss, let Old Six take a breather. He can't decide whether the helicopter is approved or not. He will definitely inform you as soon as he has news, Ningxu said calmly. Song Yi was worried. Just thinking about Wu Xianro's danger made Song Yi unable to bear it. Song Yi slumped in the chair and held his forehead with his hand. You're a woman too. Can you understand why Wu Xianro did this? Ningxu said, Wu Xianro is not a soldier after all. She doesn't know much about this. Besides, she went to such a dangerous place for you. This kind of intention is enough. Bull*T. It's useful if you can't do it, but don't drag me down. Can't you prioritize? Don't talk about intention. At this time, staying at home and waiting to go back was the best kind of intention for Song Yi. Ningxu wiped his face. When talking about Wu Xianro, he couldn't help but wipe his face. Some people had the capital to be willful. They could live wantonly. Song Yi sighed tiredly. Maybe you're right. Wu Xianro is not suitable for me. Ningxu just said, there are two sides to everything. Since you accepted Wu Xianro as a person, you have to accept her strengths and also accept her weaknesses. Wu Xianro's personality is like that. She's naive and straightforward. She doesn't see the big picture. She values feelings. If you can tolerate her, you should. If you can't, you should part on good terms. Ningxu's principle was to persuade people to reconcile. Ningxu listed Wu Xianro's advantages. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Song Yi, other than beautiful? Song Yi's legs were shaking as he looked at his phone anxiously. It's fine as long as she's pretty. Being pretty is all that matters, Ningxu said straightforwardly. Song Yi didn't care about what he said and kept dialing. Ningxu contacted Xiaojiao and asked if Wu Xianro was on the missing plane. Xiaojiao replied with one word, yes. Ningxu wiped his face. Wu Xianro was like Detective Conan. No matter where she went, something would happen. But she was still alive and kicking. It was really a helpless thing. Although the helicopter didn't come over, the good news was that the good news was good. But the bad news was that the plane had landed at the airport. But the bad news was that everyone on the plane was being held hostage. The alarms of the entire airport were blaring. It was extremely ear-piercing. Someone told all the passengers to leave the airport as soon as possible and non-combatants to evacuate as soon as possible. The people at the airport were panicking. Although they were a little flustered, the situation was still under control. There were airport employees evacuating the crowd. They were quite organized when they retreated. They probably encountered this kind of thing often. Song Yi desperately rushed towards the airport, and Ningxu hurriedly followed. The plane was surrounded by the police, but the cabin hadn't been opened yet. Obviously, the criminals wanted to use this plane to ask for something from the passengers. Now the plane has been installed with a bomb. Prepare 60 million for us, and we'll let these hostages out. The voice of the criminal came from the plane. 60 million, who was going to pay 60 million? He didn't know how many people were on the plane. Song Yi was so anxious that his eyes were red, but his professionalism made him calm down. It wouldn't do him any good to rush up like this. Who can make the decision? Who can pay? If not, you'll be shot. 1 every 10 minutes. An angry voice came from the cabin. At the same time, the cabin door opened, and a criminal was holding a flight attendant hostage. The flight attendant's neck was surrounded by the criminal's arm, and there was a gun on her head. The flight attendant was so scared that her face was pale. Her clothes were messy, and her cheeks were bruised. It was obvious that she had been beaten. Another possibility was that she had been raped. Song Yi clenched his fists tightly and went around to the side, preparing to go under the plane to the airport gate. Ning Shu observed the current situation and prepared to assist Song Yi at any time. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, the gangster was annoyed and immediately shouted, "No one paid, this person can go to hell." The criminal shot the stewardess in the head and then let go. The stewardess fell out of the plane. Her body was in a strange position, and her body was still twitching. Half of her head was unrecognizable because of the bullet. The criminal's actions frightened the airport staff. Only then did the sirens of the police cars arrive. The robber kidnapped another passenger, and this passenger happened to be Wu Xianro. Wu Xianro's face was pale. Fortunately, her clothes were not as messy as the stewardess. Apparently, she had not suffered. However, under normal circumstances, Wu Xianro would not insult anyone who was insulted. Wu Xianro was shocked. She felt the cold muzzle on her head and her heart turned cold. It was very scary and terrifying. Wu Xianro was so scared that she cried. "Help, save her." Wu Xianro regretted coming to this place. It was her birthday, but Song Yi didn't come. It was their first birthday together. She called her father and said that he was here for a mission. Wu Xianro complained that her father arranged a mission for Song Yi at this time. He knew that it was her birthday, so why did he arrange a mission for Song Yi? Political Commissar Wu was also annoyed. He said that it was an important mission, and all the special forces were dispatched. Song Yi was no exception. When Wu Xianro heard that it was very dangerous this time, she became anxious and said that she wanted to find Song Yi. Political Commissar Wu's heart suddenly jumped, and he immediately scolded her. However, Wu Xianro said that the mission was very dangerous. What if something happened to Song Yi? She had to go and see Song Yi. Although Political Commissar Wu doted on this daughter of his, he was still someone who had been in the government for a long time. He directly locked up his daughter who was causing trouble, but Wu Xianro was able to escape and get on the plane. Wu Xianro would feel uncomfortable if she did not cause trouble. The result of her willfulness was that she was now kidnapped by criminals. Wu Xianro could turn misfortune into a blessing, but other people might not. Like the stewardess, she was raped and her head exploded. When Song Yi saw Wu Xianro being kidnapped, he was anxious, but he had to control himself. "Hurry up and give me the money. If you don't, I will kill her." The gangster waved his gun. Song Yi took advantage of the empty space, turned over, grabbed the ladder lever, and jumped onto the plane. He kicked the gangster. The criminal was kicked into the airport by Song Yi. Wu Xianro held her head and screamed. When she was held by Song Yi, she struggled desperately. Song Yi could only say, "It's me, it's me." Wu Xianro finally calmed down. She looked up at Song Yi, and tears suddenly came down. Seeing that someone came to save her, Wu Xianro could cry without worry. During the period of being kidnapped, Wu Xianro did not even dare to cry. Those criminals were extremely vicious. If anyone dared to cry, make a fuss, or struggle, they would shoot without saying anything. Song Yi, I. Before Wu Xianro could say anything, Song Yi pulled her to avoid the bullets and fought with the criminals who rushed over. Wu Xianro screamed the whole time. It was difficult for two hands to fight against four fists, not to mention that Wu Xianro was holding them back. No matter how good Song Yi's fighting skills were, it was a bit difficult for him to resist. A criminal pointed his gun at Wu Xianro. Obviously, he understood that Song Yi cared about and protected Wu Xianro very much. The criminals did not care about human feelings or true love. Song Yi was stopped by someone and could only watch as the bullet flew towards Wu Xianro. Wu Xianro was like a fool and did not know how to dodge. Just as the bullet was about to hit Wu Xianro, a fierce force pulled her away. The bullet grazed Wu Xianro's arm and hit the glass of the plane with a ding. Wu Xianro was still in shock. Song Yi took a long breath and looked at Ning Shu, who was holding Wu Xianro. Ning Shu took the gun and aimed at the criminals in the airport. He shot and killed all the criminals who were entangled with Song Yi. Wu Xianro was in a state of confusion. She did not react until she was pushed out of the cabin and sprained her ankle. Wu Xianro covered her ankle and burst into tears. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Thank you, Song Yi said to Ningxu while shooting. Ningxu just said, although I don't like Wu Xianro, she is a citizen of our country. I can't let her die in a foreign country. Personal grudges were not worth mentioning in front of the country's reputation. Moreover, Wu Xianro was the daughter of Wu Jingwei. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Wu Xianro should be sent back safely. Zhu Yi didn't push her out to compete with this little girl for a man. Some people's willfulness was based on their capital. Their family doted on them, and after marriage, they would be doted on by their husbands. They didn't need to pay anything for a perfect life. Ningxu dodged the bullets while reloading. Song Yi gestured to her, and Ningxu nodded. She understood what he meant. There was a bomb on the plane. They had to get rid of these people quickly. Ningxu shot a person and jumped out of the cabin. She grabbed Wu Xianro, who was covering her ankle, and ran. She stuffed Wu Xianro into the hands of the police and went back to help Song Yi. She has been handed over to the police. Let's retreat now. There is a bomb on the plane. The police had sent the passengers away, and the passengers in the cabin were fleeing. Ningxu and Song Yi tried to delay the criminals so that the passengers would have a chance to escape. Ningxu and Song Yi kept retreating out of the cabin. With the support of the police, Ningxu and Song Yi were relieved. Song Yi let out a long breath. He looked at Wu Xianro, who was sitting there in a daze, and quickly walked over. Wu Xianro saw Song Yi and threw herself into Song Yi's arms and cried. Ningxu watched silently not far away. Then he contacted Xiao Jiao and Old Six and said that Wu Xianro had been successfully rescued. There was no need to send helicopters and other team members. Xiao Jiao said, got it. After a while, Ningxu walked over and said, we should go. Don't cry. Let's go. Song Yi patted Wu Xianro's back. Wu Xianro smiled at Song Yi with tears in her eyes. Okay, let's go. Wu Xianro's hair was stuck to her face. Song Yi pursed his lips and brushed Wu Xianro's hair away from her face. Ningxu was speechless. Wu Xianro's ankle was swollen and she couldn't walk. Song Yi carried Wu Xianro out of the airport. The three of them got into the jeep. Ningxu tactfully sat in the driver's seat, while Song Yi and Wu Xianro sat in the back. Thank you for saving me, Wu Xianro said to Song Yi. Song Yi's expression was somewhat unfathomable. He grunted and didn't say anything. Wu Xianro frowned. She had come all the way here. She had been hijacked and kidnapped by criminals. Song Yi's attitude was like this. What do you mean? Wu Xianro felt that something was wrong and hammered Song Yi's chest. What are you doing? Song Yi touched his chest and said, one of my subordinates was sacrificed. I'm not feeling well right now, so there's no point. So what if your subordinates are sacrificed? Why are you throwing your face at me? I'm not the one who killed your subordinates. Wu Xianro felt wronged. She was already like this, but Song Yi didn't comfort her. Didn't he promise to pamper and love her? Ningxu drove and looked at the couple through the rearview mirror. So what if they were sacrificed? It was really disappointing that they could say something like that so casually. Wu Xianro probably felt that she had gone a little too far, so she apologized proudly. I'm sorry. Your attitude makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, I'll definitely ask Dad to give more compensation to your subordinates' families. Song Yi thanked her. Thank you. Ningxu, this was originally the compensation that Zhu Yi's family should have received. Why was it Wu Xianro's credit now? Ningxu's face was cold as he met Song Yi's eyes. Song Yi shook his head at Ningxu. Ningxu turned the steering wheel a little too quickly. Wu Xianro staggered and hit her head on the glass. Wu Xianro rubbed her forehead and looked at Ningxu. You did it on purpose, didn't you? The car just turned, Ningxu said. If I did it on purpose, I wouldn't have come with Officer Song to save you. Wu Xianro pouted and didn't say anything. Ningxu said, I have to thank you for applying for Zhu Yi's compensation. Zhu Yi was killed by an explosion. There was no corpse left. If the boss didn't come to save you in time, you might have been killed like Zhu Yi. So, please apply for more compensation for Zhu Yi. Ningxu smiled at Wu Xianro, showing his white teeth. Wu Xianro straightened her chest. Of course, not to mention that he was Song Yi's subordinate. Ningxu just said, "Miss Wu, you are really a reasonable person." Wu Xianro was a little puzzled that he was mocking her. Then she thought that it must be because of the compensation. Wu Xianro grinned and was quite disdainful. She seemed to be mocking Ningxu for being a person who would lower himself for money. Song Yi wiped his face and said to Wu Xianro, "I will talk to him about this. You don't have to worry about it. Don't suffer too much." "Really?" Wu Xianro asked Song Yi. Song Yi nodded. Ningxu focused on driving and arrived at the place where the team was temporarily stationed. Song Yi was going to report what had happened and let Ningxu take care of Wu Xianro for the time being. Ningxu took Wu Xianro to a tent. "This is my tent. Familiarize yourself with it and change your clothes." "I can't wear your clothes." "Can you find other clothes?" Wu Xianro asked Ningxu. Ningxu said expressionlessly, "No. The situation was so urgent that no one would remember to help you carry your luggage." At this time, he had to put up with it. Wu Xianro wanted to say something, but the person in front of her saved her, so she changed into Ningxu's military uniform. Wu Xianro had red lips and white teeth. She was a beautiful female soldier in the camouflage uniform. When she came out of the tent, she attracted a lot of attention. Wu Xianro walked to Ningxu and asked, "Where did Song Yi go?" Xiaojiu, who was beside Ningxu, asked, "Where's the boss?" Xiaojiu looked up from the computer screen blankly. "I don't know." Ningxu and Wu Xianro shook their heads. "I don't know. We're all checking the tools and guns. The boss should be reporting now." "Oh," Wu Xianro replied. Then, she limped to find Song Yi. Xiaojiu looked at Ningxu. "I didn't expect you to really save her. She's really lucky. Don't let her hear this. She won't let you off. Don't forget her father's identity." Ningxu wiped his gun. There was sweat on the gun and it was sticky. It was very uncomfortable and affected the feel of the gun. Xiaojiu said indifferently, "I'm not afraid of her father. Even if I leave the team, I can still live." Ningxu looked at Xiaojiu. "You want to leave the army? It's boring. In the past, I did it because of the boss. Now that the boss has his own life goal, I have to think about my own goal." Xiaojiu's eyes didn't leave the screen. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Ningxu knew he was playing games just by listening to the sound. To be honest, Xiaojiu's hand speed and skills were amazing. He was almost on par with professional players. However, Xiaojiu, who had to do missions at all times, couldn't become a professional player. Ningxu wiped his gun and didn't speak. "Ah!" Suddenly, a woman screamed. It was heart-wrenching. Ningxu heard the voice and knew it was Wu Xianro. Xiaojiu closed the computer. "What the hell?" Second brother said, "Miss Wu's ankle is swollen. Most likely, the boss is setting her bones." Did she have to scream like that to set bones? The appearance of such a delicate beauty in the team made everyone feel awkward. They couldn't let go of anything. After a while, Song Yi helped Wu Xianro into the tent. Fortunately, Song Yi was careful and didn't hug Wu Xianro directly. Wu Xianro jumped on one foot. She was sweating and her face was red. However, her expression didn't look good. She obviously had a problem with Song Yi. Wu Xianro was very unhappy. Her ankle was already like this. As a boyfriend, shouldn't he hug her? When he showed his boyfriend power, Song Yi was so soft and didn't do anything. It was really annoying. Wu Xianro was a perfectionist and a romantic perfectionist. The romantic love in her fantasy must happen in reality. "You can only love me, only look at me, only treat me well, love me, and spoil me. You will never change your mind." The only thing that wouldn't change in the world was that everything was constantly changing. Especially the human heart, which was so complicated. 7 emotions and 6 desires, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. How could it not change? Song Yi sent Wu Xianro to the tent. He came out and said to Ningxu and the others, "We may have another mission. This time, we are going to fight against the terrorists. The people above want to scare them and at the same time, deter the terrorists." Ningxu just said, "Oh." Deterred, no one dared to kidnap or even shoot their citizens abroad. It depends. There should be a surprise attack, Xianxia said. He looked at Ningxu. I have something to ask of you. Ningxu nodded. Go ahead. Most of the people here are men. Please help me take care of Wu Xianro, Xianxia said. If it's too difficult, then forget it. It's not difficult, but we can let her go back to China with those oil workers. What is she doing here? Ningxu asked. She just doesn't want to leave. Xianxia scratched his head in annoyance. I still have to find Fourth's body later. It was not easy to find Zhiyi's body. After all, it was beyond recognition. Moreover, there were so many dead people that it was not easy to recognize them. Ningxu frowned and said, Can't you say something to Wu Xianro? She clearly did something wrong. Xianxia saw that his team members and his subordinates were all staring at him, so he said, I've already made a decision in my heart. Everyone was speechless. Was it so hard to say that he was wrong? It was so boring. The team members were all listless. Ningxu said, I want to find Zhiyi's body. I may not be able to take care of Wu Xianro. The others shook their heads. We are all men. How can we take care of a girl? Xianxia's face was conflicted. He sighed and sighed helplessly. Ningxu only had 2 words for this. Serves you right. Both sides were reluctant to part with each other, so they were sandwiched. Xianxia said something to Wu Xianro. Wu Xianro angrily boarded the helicopter. It seemed that she was going back to China. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and did not speak. Love should be equal. First of all, one should be a human. Looking down on a woman and seeing her as an accessory was not equality. Looking up at a woman seemed to be praising her. This was also not equality. Equality was the right to have an equal conversation, social responsibility and obligation, equal enjoyment of social benefits and a fair competition environment. Although she was a rice worm, she still wanted to be spoiled. Although she was not good, there were good men who loved her. She always hoped for a pie to fall from the sky. Ningxu and Xianxia set out to find Zhiyi's body. When they returned to this place, it was a pile of rubble. The house was in ruins. It was not easy to find Zhiyi's body like this. Fortunately, there were excavators sent by the local government to dig up the remains of the broken wall. Ningxu sat not far away, eating compressed biscuits and drinking water while looking at the dusty villa. In this world, even the law of water could not be used. He really wanted to point his finger and have water to drink. Xianxia sat next to Ningxu, gnawing on the biscuits that did not taste good. He was in a trance. Ningxu was too lazy to care about him. He stuffed the leftover compressed biscuits into his big backpack and patted the biscuit crumbs on his hands. Xianxia saw that Ningxu was not eating anymore, so she put away the biscuits. She took the water bottle and drank a mouthful. Ningxu said, I plan to break up with Wu Xianro. Ningxu was stunned. Why? I just feel that I can't give Wu Xianro what she wants, Xianxia said. Ningxu just smiled. You haven't made up your mind yet. I'm going to say something good about Wu Xianro now. I guarantee that you will change your mind. If I bless you on behalf of the whole team, you will immediately take Wu Xianro's hand and run towards the morning sun, Ningxu said straightforwardly. Xianxia, you will really have no friends like this. Ningxu just rolled his eyes. So, why are you asking me? I won't participate in the matter between you and Wu Xianro. I don't agree, and I have no opinion. Xianxia was silent. You seem to have said that you don't agree. We dug up a body here. Ningxu and Xianxia hurried over to look at the body. From the fragments of his clothes, they could tell that it was Zhu Yi. His leg was broken by the wall, and his hand was covering his head. The skin on his body had been burned beyond recognition by the heat wave of the bomb. It was too tragic, although it was not to the extent that there were no bones left, it was too horrible. It was as if a layer of skin had been peeled off. When Zhu Yi's body was moved out, it was very stiff. Ningxu took out a needle and thread from his backpack. It was a fishing line and a thick needle. He sewed up Zhu Yi's leg that was smashed by the broken wall. If Zhu Yi's family saw this, it would be as uncomfortable as a lung tube being stabbed. Song Yi wiped his face and took off his camouflage uniform to cover Zhu Yi's body. "Fourth brother, I will never forget you." Song Yi took off the military cap on his head. Ningxu sewed up Zhu Yi's body. His heart ached. He hoped that Zhu Yi would be the one being protected in the next life. Zhu Yi was not even 30 years old yet. After sewing up Zhu Yi's body, Ningxu took off his coat and covered Zhu Yi's body. He carried Zhu Yi onto the helicopter and returned to the temporary camp. In addition to Zhu Yi's sacrifice, other Special Forces soldiers and snipers were also sacrificed. Rows of bodies were neatly placed together. The bodies of these martyrs were carried onto the helicopter one by one and transported back to their country. Everyone raised their heads, looked at the helicopter, and saluted. Ningxu felt that something was constantly circling and fermenting in his heart. "My blood will pour on my honor, and I will forge my achievements with my body." Especially when there was a comrade in arms lying on top of them without making a sound. Song Yi kept looking up at the helicopter. After a long time, he lowered his head. Seeing that his team members were looking at him, he said, "I hope that you can live well after every mission." "We also hope that the boss can live well," second brother said. Song Yi sighed faintly. Song Yi used to be a resolute man, but recently, he had sighed countless times. After sending away the remains of a martyr, Ningxu felt a slight headache. Things happened one after another, and Ningxu's body could not take it anymore. His nerves had been in a state of excitement. In short, his condition wasn't very good. Ningxu climbed into the tent and took a nap. He couldn't be listless. In this line of work, he had to be in a state of concentration at all times. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. Sharpening the knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. Ningxu slept for a long time. When the sky was dark, Ningxu woke up abruptly. There were lights around him. "You're awake. Come and eat something." Second brother waved at Ningxu. Ningxu sat down, took out his rice bowl from his bag, and scooped a bowl of fresh soup to drink. "The boss wants to break up with Miss Wu. Do you know about this?" Second brother Ningxu asked. Ningxu nodded. "I know, but don't worry. They won't break up. The boss is just feeling guilty now. Plus, Wu Xianro did such a stupid thing. He'll be fine after a while." Second brother sighed. "I feel that the team doesn't have the same energy as before." Ningxu drank the soup and didn't say anything. What energy would there be if their hearts were broken? A person only had one heart. In the past, Song Yi was alone. Now that he had someone he cared about, it was inevitable that he would be afraid. In addition, Wu Xianro was someone who valued love above all else. She didn't have to worry about food or clothing. Love was everything. Second brother also sighed. As the second in command of the team, this was the last thing he wanted to see. Old Force sacrifice made everyone's hearts tremble. Even if the snipers and Special Forces soldiers saw their comrades die, they would still feel bad, let alone their comrades. After drinking a bowl of hot soup and sweating all over, he felt very comfortable. He said, "When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way." Everyone has a time when they have a mental barrier. Boss is now a mental barrier. When the mental barrier is gone, everything will be fine. Being possessed meant having a pile of sh*t stuffed in his mouth, yet he could still chew it carelessly. In the end, the higher-ups didn't track down the terrorists because they were too scattered. Moreover, the thunderous attack this time had caused this organization to be in a mess. If he really pushed them too far, it was hard to guarantee that these people wouldn't act out of desperation. Everyone boarded the helicopter to return home. Song Yi's expression was very serious, with a murderous look. After returning home, the first thing he did was to find Wu Xianro's father and say that he wasn't suitable for Wu Xianro. He was a precarious person and couldn't take care of Wu Xianro wholeheartedly. He couldn't satisfy Wu Xianro's needs. Therefore, in order not to delay Wu Xianro, he decided to break up with her. Wu Jing naturally couldn't bear to part with his son-in-law. He advised Song Yi that he would go back and teach his daughter a lesson so that Song Yi wouldn't break up so easily. Song Yi pursed his lips tightly and didn't speak. He felt really uncomfortable. He felt like his heart was about to be torn into pieces. No one could satisfy him. Wu Jing was fine, but Wu Xianro didn't accept the breakup. In the heavy rain, she ran downstairs to the dormitory and questioned Song Yi on what basis he should break up with her. You broke up with her just like that. You even said that you would dote on her for the rest of your life. Break up with her now. Ningxu looked at Wu Xianro, who was drenched like a drowned rat upstairs. He clicked his tongue. How romantic. Tearing her heart out in the rain. Wasn't the weather suitable for such words? The reason why Song Yi broke up with her was actually to show his attitude to his teammates. It wasn't that Song Yi didn't feel that people's hearts were scattered. This kind of torment was just a psychological retreat in order to advance. His teammates couldn't stand it anymore and asked Song Yi to be with Wu Xianro. Otherwise, their whole team would become a hindrance to someone's true love. It was raining heavily. The raindrops splashed on the ground, creating a mist. Wu Xianro had been calling Song Yi's name heartbreakingly downstairs, which attracted a large group of onlookers. They were all hooting. Song Yi came out and went downstairs with an umbrella. He walked to Wu Xianro's side. Anyway, the two of them were pulling each other. Anyway, Wu Xianro was very emotional. She turned around and ran away. Ningxu felt that Wu Xianro should enjoy the heartbreak brought about by love. Come on, love. Anyway, there's a lot of foolishness. Song Yi rubbed his eyebrows. Under the gaze of so many people, it was not good to pursue her, but it was also not good to not pursue her. He was in a dilemma. There were constant whistles all around. This kind of scene that only happened in idol dramas was so embarrassing. Come on, pretend. Anyway, there's a lot of time. Well, Song Yi actually didn't pursue her. You might lose your lovely wife. Wu Xianro ran against the wind like a drowned rat. The big raindrops hit her face, and her head hurt a little. Wu Xianro was tired from running. When she stopped, she realized that she was the only one. Song Yi didn't pursue her at all. Damn, Wu Xianro suddenly exploded. He was a scumbag, a pure scumbag. They were done for. A luxury car appeared in front of Wu Xianro, splashing water all over her. Wu Xianro suddenly felt wronged. Why was she so unlucky today? Hey, beauty, what are you doing on the side of the road? The car window rolled down, and a man's face appeared. What does it have to do with you? Wu Xianro walked away. The car continued to drive beside her at a leisurely pace. Can you not follow me? Wu Xianro was annoyed. Your clothes are wet from the rain, and your underwear is showing. Do you want me to take you to change your clothes? Wu Xianro looked down and immediately covered her chest. What are you looking at, you pervert? I'm a person who has tender feelings for women. Come on, I'll take you to change your clothes. The man smiled at Wu Xianro. I promise I won't do anything to you. Wu Xianro got into the car suspiciously. After all, it was very cold in the rain, and Wu Xianro was a little angry now. So, she got into the man's car. The man rubbed his lips with his fingers and looked at Wu Xianro. She was a natural beauty. The man stepped on the accelerator, and the car disappeared in the rain. When Song Yi ran over in a hurry, he couldn't find Wu Xianro at all. Song Yi was anxious and went to Wu Xianro's house to look for her. But Wu Xianro didn't go home. Song Yi rushed back to the dormitory and knocked on little Zhou's door. Help me find out where Wu Xianro is now. Song Yi took off little Nine's headphones. What now? Little Nine was a little unhappy that the game was interrupted. This is Wu Xianro's phone number. Help me hack into the communication network and find out where she is, Song Yi said anxiously. He couldn't get through. Wu Xianro was a girl in this kind of weather. It was easy for something to happen to her. Song Yi rubbed his eyebrows. There were red fingerprints between his eyebrows. Many people gathered in little Nine's room. The whole team came over. Song Yi didn't change his wet clothes. His pants were dripping with water. Little Nine's face was cold. His fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. Ningxu looked at the exhausted Song Yi and was speechless. The current Song Yi didn't have a flash marriage with Song Yi like in the plot. The balance was directly on Wu Xianro's side. But now, the two were boyfriend and girlfriend. They weren't married. Song Yi didn't have that much responsibility for Wu Xianro. Song Yi was now swinging back and forth between his subordinate and Wu Xianro. The buffer time was enough for Song Yi to think about his future with Wu Xianro. Ningxu suddenly understood an evil mother-in-law's skill. If there was a chance to become an evil mother-in-law, she didn't need to use tricks to separate them. Instead, she could unite them. She would agree to her son and daughter-in-law dating, but the premise was that they couldn't get married within 2 years. When she was free, she could sponsor them to go on a trip. After the trip, there would be 5 out of 10 couples. She would complain about her boyfriend and girlfriend after the trip. She would divide a couple from the inside. Ha ha ha, Ningxu's inner villain laughed wildly with his hands on his hips. But on the surface, he was still calm. He said to Song Yi, Miss Wu should have gone somewhere to take shelter from the rain. It's raining so heavily. She can't keep running on the streets. Just thinking about it made Ningxu want to burst out laughing. Song Yi kept holding his phone. Water dripped from his hair onto the phone screen. Song Yi kept wiping it with his hands. Ningxu took out a piece of paper and gave it to him. Song Yi didn't take it and started to make a call. Ningxu silently took the paper to wipe his nose. But the phone still couldn't get through. Song Yi asked Little Nine, "Did you find it?" "Wait a minute. It's a little difficult to use the SIM card to locate the location," Little Nine said. It was not a simple matter to mobilize the communication satellites. Furthermore, it was illegal to hack into such a system. It would be terrible if they were discovered. So Little Nine was taking the risk to do things for Song Yi, but Song Yi kept urging him, which made Little Nine feel very uncomfortable. Finally, he said, "At the Shenhuang Hotel." Song Yi rushed out of the room and went to the restaurant. Second brother patted Little Nine's back. "Boss is too anxious." Little Nine curled her lips, put on her headphones, and continued playing the game. "Why don't we go and take a look?" Ningxu suggested. "Yes, we are the leader's soldiers. Let's go." The others also agreed. If anything happened, they could also help. Ningxu went back to the house to get a raincoat and put it on. The group of people ran towards the hotel. Fortunately, the location was not too far away. For the special forces, it was still manageable. When they arrived at the hotel, Song Yi was talking to the front desk. Ningxu walked over and asked, "Did you ask where Miss Wu's room is?" "Sorry, we've already checked. Miss Wu didn't get a room here at all. There's no record of her staying here." The front desk helplessly explained. Song Yi said anxiously, "She's clearly in this hotel." It was already not easy for Little Nine to locate her at the hotel. If Little Nine had his own satellite, it would be no problem for him to locate anyone. But there were no ifs. Ningxu asked the front desk, "Do you remember that someone brought a girl who was completely wet? She was about 1.67, had snow-white skin, and long hair to get a room?" If Wu Xianro didn't use her ID to get a room, then she was brought here by someone else. Song Yi was really confused. The front desk thought for a moment and said, "There was such a person. President Su brought him here." "Then what about the room number?" "We're from the military. That girl is our superior's daughter." Second brother took out his wallet, which contained his special forces ID. The front desk was a little surprised. He asked the hotel manager, took the key, and led the group to the room. They were staying in the presidential suite. The front desk knocked on the door a few times. Just as he was about to take the key, the door opened. The person who opened the door was a man in a bathrobe. He had an evil face and gave people a very dangerous feeling. But even though they knew it was dangerous, they couldn't help but be attracted. The man raised his eyebrows slightly. "Who are you looking for?" This man was like a poppy, attracting women to him like moths to a flame. Ningxu blinked. Such a strong standard, staying in the presidential suite, and hearing from the front desk that he was a president. Could he be a passerby? Maybe he was a new candidate for the male lead. After all, Song Yi and Wu Xianro weren't married. It could be anyone. Song Yi almost exploded in anger. A man in a bathrobe looked like he had just taken a shower. Wu Xianro came to the hotel with a man. Song Yi pushed President Su aside and entered the room. He shouted, "Wu Xianro, are you inside?" Ningxu and the others also entered the room. The water dripped on the carpet. Wu Xianro heard Song Yi's voice and was a little worried. She quickly put on the bathrobe, tied it up, and walked out of the bathroom. When Wu Xianro came out like this, the air suddenly became quiet. The most frightening thing was that the air suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes swept back and forth between the man and woman in the bathrobe. This kind of situation was too easy to misunderstand. Song Yi's expression didn't change. It's time to go back. Your father should be worried. Everyone sighed. Boss, you have a good temper. Song Yi didn't want to cause any trouble. Firstly, it was because of their identities. Secondly, it was because of Wu Xianro's father. After all, their identities were more sensitive. If there was anything, they could talk about it in private. Even if Song Yi's heart was surging with jealousy and anger, he still held it in. Wu Xianro felt guilty and was eager to explain, but when she saw Song Yi like this, who didn't seem to care at all, she suddenly exploded. She hugged the arm of the man next to her. I want to break up with you. This is my new boyfriend. As a domineering officer, at this time, he should have dragged Wu Xianro home and spanked her. However, Song Yi endured it. Then he asked, is what you said true? When did this start? Ningshu, Wu Xianro puffed out her chest and raised her chin. Just now. We're already boyfriend and girlfriend. Everyone looked at Song Yi in unison. Song Yi's expression was really changing. It was like a color palette. All kinds of colors flashed across his face like neon lights. Ningshu and the others looked at Song Yi sympathetically. It seemed that Song Yi had been dumped. He had been cheated on and the other party was a domineering CEO. Ningshu blinked. Had Song Yi been kicked out of the position of the male lead, there was no flash marriage at the beginning. There had been some changes. Song Yi calmed down. Don't mess around. Your father is still waiting for you at home. Change your clothes and come back with us. I'm already an adult. What does it matter if I'm with my boyfriend? Go back and tell my father that I'm not going back tonight. Wu Xianro hugged CEO Su's arm and deliberately provoked Song Yi. She wanted Song Yi to be jealous, to make Song Yi go crazy, to prove that Song Yi loved her. Wu Xianro's love stopped at the superficial level. The veins on Song Yi's forehead throbbed, but he still endured it. The patience of a Special Forces soldier was perfectly reflected at this moment. Wu Xianro saw that Song Yi was still indifferent and immediately exploded. Song Yi, go back. I have something to say to my boyfriend. Ningshu frowned. This girl was really the most willful person Ningshu had ever seen. Why would such a willful person be protected and loved like this? She should be the illegitimate daughter of the goddess of luck. Ningshu said, Miss Wu, that's enough. Don't provoke people like this. Ningshu looked at the domineering CEO and said, we're the special forces of the country. If we insist on taking you away, you can't beat us. You kidnapped our boss's daughter. CEO Su spread his hands. So what if you're from the special forces? You're still supported by the taxpayers. I'm a big taxpayer. Are you sure you want to do this? Is it really okay to abuse your power like this? CEO Su winked at Ningshu with a hint of teasing. Ningshu was speechless. This person had such a good appetite. He even wanted to seduce her. Wasn't he afraid of being dislocated? Ningshu said, this is my business. Don't involve you. This is my personal behavior. It has nothing to do with the country. Oh, Ningshu replied, then took a step back and didn't say anything. President Su winked at Ningshu. Ningshu rolled his eyes to the back of his head. This CEO must be a playboy. Sleeping with women was like collecting stamps. If you're not looking at the beauty beside you, why are you staring at me? Ningshu politely declined this kind of evil and wild creature. Song Yi looked at Wu Xianro. Are you coming back with me? No. Wu Xianro raised her chin and said. Let's go. Song Yi turned and left. Song Yi walked out of the presidential suite in a raincoat. Not only was Wu Xianro dumbfounded, but even Ningshu and the others were dumbfounded. Should they leave or not? Ningshu decisively left. Seeing this, the other team members also left. Wu Xianro was speechless. President Su shrugged at Wu Xianro. What should we do now? Wu Xianro was so angry that she bit her lips and pulled on President Su's collar. Now that we are boyfriend and girlfriend, let's do what boyfriend and girlfriend should do. President Su pulled Wu Xianro's hand away from his bathrobe and asked, "Are you a female soldier?" Wu Xianro was a little confused. "What do you mean?" "I haven't slept with a female soldier," President Su said. "Shameless, disgusting. How can you sleep with someone like Wu Jing? You're so disgusting." Wu Xianro was furious. President Su spread his hands and said, "It's like eating vegetables. Although it doesn't look good, it doesn't necessarily taste bad. Disgusting, B*TCH. Wu Xianro was really furious. "Don't be angry." President Su lifted Wu Xianro's chin and narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked very seductive. Wu Xianro looked at his face in a daze. She felt the pheromones in her face and her heartbeat couldn't help but beat. Her whole body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. This was a feeling she didn't have when she was with Song Yi. It was dangerous but fascinating. Wu Xianro's throat trembled. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and heard her heart beating like a drum. It seemed to be the feeling and taste of love. Wu Xianro closed her eyes tightly. President Su smiled faintly and kissed Wu Xianro's soft lips. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. Ning Shu and the others caught up with Song Yi, who was running wildly. "Boss, let's go back and take a look." "Yes, that gigolo doesn't look like a good person. If Miss Wu is taken advantage of, how are you going to explain it to Mr. Wu?" Everyone tried to persuade Song Yi not to lose the big picture for the small. The rain was still falling and the raincoat made patter sounds. Song Yi shook his head and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. I'm just a special forces soldier whose life is in danger. I don't have that much time to accompany her." Ning Shu didn't say a word. He couldn't make a conclusion until the last moment. They were a good match. If they broke up so easily, how could it be true love? Love was stronger than gold. Ning Shu wouldn't care about Song Yi anymore. Song Yi could do whatever he wanted. He had done what he should do. "It's raining heavily. Let's go back." Ning Shu took the lead and left. The others were also annoyed. It was very tiring on such a rainy day. They all went back. Ning Shu took a shower and put on dry clothes. He felt a little more comfortable and made some ginger soup. Recently, there was a deputy cadre position. Ning Shu planned to fight for it. He just didn't know if he would be rejected because he was a woman. There were many people eyeing this position. Ning Shu turned on the computer and submitted the application. He still had to fight for what he should fight for. The client had done many missions and had a rich resume. It wasn't easy to be a female special forces soldier. The client wanted to be Song Yi's subordinate forever and missed many opportunities. In the end, the client didn't get anything. Song Yi didn't lead them to move forward in the belief. The client was just an ordinary special forces soldier until his death. He couldn't even give a little more compensation to his family. After the application was completed and submitted, Ning Shu stretched and opened the drawer. There were some medals inside. After every mission, he would either give a little bonus or a medal. He wanted the horse to eat grass, especially when it was a job that involved life and death. He should be able to go up another level. Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the small bed and began to use his meager spirit energy to heal the internal injuries in his body. Otherwise, these hidden injuries would be really *king painful when he was old. This was risking his life for work. The next day, Song Yi called the whole team over and distributed the bonus to everyone. Song Yi didn't take a single cent and gave his share to Zhu Yi's family. Ning Shu took out a stack of money from his envelope and put it on the table. "This is for Zhu Yi." At that time, Zhu Yi had weighed the situation. He couldn't escape, so he gave her the hope of survival. The others also took out a stack of money and put it on the table. "I remember that Zhu Yi has a younger brother. He's studying in university now," second brother said. Zhu Yi joined the army because his family was a little poor. He could get subsidies for joining the army. He had a younger brother and sister. Zhu Yi was under a lot of pressure too. They're the families of martyrs. The local government will definitely give them preferential treatment. Song Yi wiped his face. I might be removed. I'm not happy with Wu Jingwei because of Wu Xianro. That shouldn't be. Boss, we've completed so many important missions that we can't even count them with our fingers. They shouldn't remove you because of this. Are your medals and ours fake? Everyone was discussing. Xiaojiu said directly, you can just explain it to the Wu family. The Wu family can't cover the sky with one hand. Even if they want to remove you, they have to come up with a reason. Ningxu said, if Wu Jingwei really wants to make an issue out of your relationship, he shouldn't be so stupid. This kind of relationship problem was a big deal to a little girl. But to people who lived in this kind of place, it was just a small matter. It didn't hurt at all. If Wu Jingwei really did that, he would be a retard. If they wanted to catch him, it would be political. Anyway, I have to be prepared in advance. I've offended him this time. Song Yi let out a long breath. It was as if a heavy stone had been removed from his body. He felt as if he could stand up straight again. Ningxu just said, Wu Xianro is really willful. Why did she go on such a dangerous mission? And why didn't Wu Jingwei stop his daughter? Doesn't he know the seriousness of the matter? Song Yi's eyes flashed and he nodded. Yeah. Song Yi and his team members were talking in the office. Someone opened the door and told Song Yi that someone was looking for him. Song Yi walked out of the office and saw Wu Xianro. Her white dress was swaying slightly. Wu Xianro had her hands behind her back. When she turned her head, it was a beautiful scene. Song Yi saw Wu Xianro like this. She had something that he yearned for. She was pure and beautiful. There was no smell of blood on her. She was pure and cared for. Song Yi walked over and asked, what's the matter? I'm here to break up with you. We're not suitable for each other, Wu Xianro said, her face slightly red. Song Yi said calmly, didn't they break up last night? I'm here to officially break up with you today. I know I'm willful and I've let you down, but we can't be together anymore. Why? Don't ask why. Anyway, I'm sorry. You can find your happiness, Wu Xianro said with her head lowered. Ningxu strained his ears, trying to hear what they were talking about. To be honest, this was the first time that Ningxu had seen Wu Xianro speak so gently to Song Yi. She didn't expect him to be the most gentle when they were breaking up. This official partner actually wants to break up, Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Did something happen? Ningxu thought about it and released his spiritual power to check Wu Xianro's body. Under the effect of her mental strength, Ningxu could clearly see any abnormalities in Wu Xianro. There were marks on Wu Xianro's tender skin. There were bright red strawberry marks and some bruises. Ningxu was surprised. Did Wu Xianro really have sex with that playboy? She's really open-minded. He's a playboy. However, Wu Xianro should be able to make the playboy repent. Then, people would be addicted to her and wouldn't look at other women anymore. Some people were just different. Ningxu could imagine Wu Xianro and the playboy being together. She fought with the playboy's bed partners every day. Therefore, after confirming that Song Yi didn't love Wu Xianro wholeheartedly, another person appeared. This person could love Wu Xianro. The taste of love. Ningxu's mouth twitched. Wu Xianro was really favored by the heavens. Song Yi could only end up being dumped, and he had to be crowned with the title of a scumbag. Ningxu almost couldn't help but applaud. It was 2F** King awesome. Ningxu was dissatisfied with Song Yi, but because he was his boss, some things weren't easy to say. However, it didn't mean that he didn't hate Song Yi. Song Yi calmed down and said, Wu Xianro, I'll listen to you. Let's break up. Wu Xianro was unhappy again. If the other party kept pestering her, she would definitely be impatient. However, if the other party agreed so straightforwardly, Wu Xianro would feel that Song Yi didn't love her at all. He didn't even try to persuade her to stay. Humans were so contradictory. Then I wish you happiness. Wu Xianro turned and left. Wait a minute. Song Yi stopped Wu Xianro. She turned her head and asked, what's the matter? Please tell your father that you broke up with him because you have a boyfriend. Wu Xianro's face suddenly turned ugly. You mean that I cheated on you first? Song Yi, when I was with you, I never felt like your girlfriend. You didn't accompany me on my birthday and didn't even give me a bouquet of flowers. I went to find you regardless of the danger, but you said that I was willful and ignorant." Wu Xianruo's face was covered in tears. Her voice was full of complaints. Song Yi rubbed the space between his eyebrows. "I'm not worthy of you." Wu Xianruo turned and left. Her back view looked strong and made people's heart ache. Ningxu hadn't seen this type of female lead in a long time. This Wu Xianruo looked like she dared to love and hate. She got rid of her scumbag ex, met the right person, and obtained happiness. In fact, she was a self-centered and love-oriented person. She wanted the kind of love that moved the heavens and the earth. Ningxu chuckled. This incident was still a blow to Song Yi. Ningxu went online and could always see gossip about the playboy President Su. It was said that he had a new female companion, and the female companion was Wu Xianruo. Wu Xianruo was wearing a beautiful gown and holding President Su's arm. It seemed that President Su would definitely be able to give Wu Xianruo an unforgettable love. However, it wasn't that easy for Wu Xianruo to conquer a man who had been with countless women. She would definitely be tortured for a while. Ningxu couldn't be bothered with Wu Xianruo's matters. Wu Xianruo's mind was occupied by the love bug. It seemed that she couldn't live without love. When he had nothing to do, Ningxu would go and do small tasks. He didn't do those dangerous international missions. However, it was better than nothing. Moreover, he had to go on missions with other teams. Song Yi was hurt by love and couldn't get over it for a while. The soldiers under him were either idle or doing missions with others. During this time, something else happened. Wu Xianruo's father was warned. In the end, he was implicated by his daughter, Wu Xianruo. She appeared in so many scenes every day. President Su and her were sweet and sweet. He brought her everywhere he went. Whether it was out of jealousy or other reasons. As President Su's female companion, her background would definitely be pulled out. National institutions were very serious places that represented the image of the country. When Wu Xianruo was mentioned, the first thing people thought of was the military force behind her. The higher-ups didn't want to be mentioned every day. These people risked their lives and didn't want to be mentioned by gossip magazines every day. Wu Xianruo didn't represent the country's military. Those who didn't know would think that the daughters of high-ranking officials were all such people. Wu Jingwei had a headache. He knew that his daughter was stubborn, so he found Song Yi, who was most suitable for her and could tolerate her. But something still happened. Wu Jingwei told his daughter not to interact with President Su, who was a businessman. Besides, a businessman wasn't good enough for Wu Xianruo. Wu Xianruo immediately cried and made a fuss, saying that she and President Su were truly in love. "Dad, you're just a stubborn old man." Wu Jingwei was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Wu Xianruo was the kind of person who didn't care about worldly affairs. Love was everything. The more he objected, the more she wanted to be with President Su. President Su was a businessman. After being warned, he wanted to draw a clear line with Wu Xianruo. But Wu Xianruo didn't. She had given her body to President Su, and she had also fallen in love with him. She couldn't leave him. In short, this sadistic love affair was so deep that it could make one's heart twitch in pain. From a spoiled marriage to a sadistic relationship, this change was a little big. It was as fast as a tornado. Wu Xianruo was walking on the path of a scam. Her father repeatedly told her not to be with President Su, and he was a playboy. How could he compare to Song Yi, who had a bright future? Scholars, farmers, businessmen, how could they compare to people in politics and the army? Wu Jingwei felt that his daughter's head was filled with grass. In addition, someone spread the news that Wu Jingwei's daughter chased after her husband. Song Yi was on a dangerous mission, and she ran over. She ran over recklessly and was hijacked. Then, she was rescued and entangled with a playboy in the business world. At least in the military compound, Song Yi was a soldier who risked his life for the country. He had meritorious deeds on his chest. At least the public opinion was biased towards Song Yi. Song Yi also received pity from many soldiers. Under such circumstances, even Wu Jing was transferred out of the military compound to work in other departments. On one hand, there was something wrong with Wu Jingwei. On the other hand, it was normal for everyone to kick a man who is down. After all, the military compound was such a serious place. How could it appear in a magazine? How could a reporter who knew how to hold a pen be able to spout nonsense? She even said that the entire military force was Wu Xianrou's backer. How could she be so shameless? Ningxu smiled at this. Some people wouldn't turn back unless they hit the wall. Even if they hit the wall, they would break the wall and continue walking, all for the sake of the incomparably great love in their hearts. The strong obsession in his heart was just to be together, to be together. Ningxu's application to be a deputy cadre was approved, and his salary was also increased. This made Ningxu very happy. There were also a few other men who were appointed at the same time. Old second brother was one of them, and when he received the appointment letter, the two of them met and smiled. "Congratulations," said the second brother, Ningxu. Ningxu was also very happy. "I thought I would definitely not pass because I was a woman. This place looks at ability, not gender." "Also, your resume is there," said the second brother. Ningxu nodded and asked, "I've been on missions recently." "How's the boss?" "You still don't know. The boss is in confinement. He will be out after a while. Confinement is just a formality. When the boss comes out, he will definitely be promoted," said the second brother. Ningxu really didn't care much about this matter. Even if Song Yi was no longer Wu Xianrou's official partner, the conditions were there. Ningxu nodded. As long as Song Yi didn't marry Wu Xianrou, her mission would be considered completed. Beautiful things were easily broken. Relationships had to be carefully managed and maintained. They didn't have to feel love through strong feelings, which would eventually turn into a trickle of water. A trickle of water could go on for a long time. It was like a flood that would be weak and tired. Ningxu returned to his room and turned on his computer to look at the gossip news. The gossip magazines were saying that President Su had changed female partners again. They said that he changed female partners like he changed clothes. It was already like this, but Wu Xianrou was still by President Su's side. Ningxu believed that President Su would definitely be moved by Wu Xianrou. After all, Wu Xianrou had the halo of true love. She would definitely obtain true love. Even if he was a playboy, he would eventually become a loyal person. From then on, he would stay by her side and wouldn't be interested in other women. He would have no feelings for them. If it was even more exaggerated, he might not have any physiological reaction to other women. Ningxu felt that Wu Xianrou was poisonous. Ningxu met Song Yi in the cafeteria. Song Yi had just come out of confinement. He felt that Song Yi had lost a lot of weight after not seeing him for a while. Song Yi saw Ningxu and came over with a tray. He sat opposite Ningxu and opened his chopsticks. Ningxu said, "I heard from second brother that you've passed the application for deputy cadre. Congratulations." Ningxu smiled. This was something to be happy about. "Thank you. It's good to see you guys like this. Everyone is moving up." "That's good." Song Yi nodded with a gratified look on his face. "We'll be recruiting some female Special Forces soldiers this year. You might go over to train the new recruits," Song Yi said as he ate. Soldiers couldn't eat as elegantly and slowly as they ate in a Western restaurant. Song Yi ate very quickly. Ningxu nodded. "It seems that I'm a cadre at the right time. You're lucky and you're capable. Besides, you're a soldier under me. You can't be bad." Ningxu smiled. "Don't underestimate yourself." Ningxu was speechless. "I'm not underestimating myself." Ningxu looked at Song Yi. "You've come out? It's inevitable to be sad. But between Wu Xianrou and I, we're not fated." Ningxu peeled the rice and comforted him politely. "You'll meet the right person. We'll see." Song Yi didn't want to talk about this. Ningxu looked at Song Yi. He suspected that Wu Jingwei's transfer out of the department had something to do with Song Yi. It was very awkward to stay in the same military compound. Also, Wu Jingwei was his superior. If he really wanted to make things difficult for him, it would be very easy. Most of the rumors in the military compound came from Shi Yi's side. Since he had already offended him, he might as well offend him completely and get rid of him. Of course, this was also borrowing the east wind. It was borrowing the east wind. If it wasn't for Wu Xianrou, the fire wouldn't have spread to Wu Jingwei. Therefore, Ningxu had reason to suspect Song Yi, although she had added fuel to the fire. For example, Wu Xianrou's background was the entire military. She was the one who spread the news. Don't forget that Song Yi was an iron-blooded soldier who didn't hesitate to kill people. Once he wasn't possessed, his mind was still clear. If he wasn't clear-headed, he would be destroyed on the battlefield. No one was spared from Mary Sue's halo. Women were jealous and men loved. It was really scary. Ningxu glanced at Song Yi from time to time. Song Yi asked, "What's wrong?" "I just didn't expect you to get over it so quickly." Ningxu suspected that Song Yi was enduring the humiliation and waiting until he was strong enough to snatch Wu Xianrou back. Then, it would be captivity play. Even if I can't get your heart, I still want your body. In short, all kinds of hardcore tastes. Ningxu quickly shook his head. Sometimes, he really couldn't control his imagination. What can I do if I can't get over it? Wu Xianrou is already in a relationship with that man. I haven't even kissed her, and Wu Xianrou and he have already hit the home run. Song Yi said lightly. Ningxu, is it appropriate to say this to me? Even so, Ningxu still mocked him in his heart. The cabbage that he loved was eaten by a pig. One could imagine how he felt. However, Ningxu's expression was very sympathetic. Song Yi finished his meal and left with his tray. Ningxu grinned. In fact, this scene was quite sad. It was impossible for Wu Jing and Song Yi to be together. Song Yi knew that Wu Jing liked him, but he rejected her openly and secretly. There were still many things that could be done without love. As expected, Ningxu was sent to train the new soldiers and teach them. They still hadn't found the origin of this world. Ningxu had been paying attention to Wu Xianrou's affairs. Well, it seemed that Wu Xianrou was going to marry President Su. As for the reason, it was because Wu Xianrou was pregnant. The plot had changed beyond recognition. TSK, the wind today was very noisy. Wu Xianrou's father was an official. It was relatively easy for President Su to marry his daughter. Then, the grand wedding began. Ningxu watched the video of the wedding. Of course, there were waves of ex-girlfriends who came to cause trouble. In short, it was a mess. Ningxu looked at Wu Xianrou, who was touching her belly with a blissful expression. Perhaps this was the love and happiness that Wu Xianrou wanted. Ningxu only wanted to facepalm and say, "This is really bad luck." He just didn't know if Wu Xianrou would come back to find Song Yi in the future. Song Yi instantly became the second male lead. Song Yi could be considered a blessing in disguise. After being confined, he was promoted by one rank, but he was transferred to another army. Their team could be considered to be disbanded. If the people's hearts were scattered, then they were scattered. In the end, everything had changed. Ningxu smiled. That was more like it. After returning to reality, all that was left was ashes of exhaustion. Wu Xianrou seemed to be a happy wife of a wealthy family. She liked to take selfies of her big belly and post them on Weibo to show off. She liked to show off in everything she did. She always posted some happy Weibo. Ningxu's teeth almost fell out when she saw this. How empty must he be to frequently search for a sense of existence in the virtual network? Whatever she lacked, she desperately wanted to show it. Could it be that Wu Xianrou and President Su were not happy married? Ningxu flipped through the gossip magazine. Although President Su had restrained himself after getting married, there were still occasional scandals. Wu Xianrou, who was pregnant, must have felt terrible when she saw these scandals. With Wu Xianrou's character, she would definitely go back and question her husband. She would run with her big belly to catch them in the act and question them. "I love you so much, so why don't you love me?" She was simply a resentful woman. After a while, wouldn't she cause trouble? Character determined fate. He didn't know if President Su would be like Song Yi and dote on Wu Xianrou unconditionally. Ningxu felt that President Su was a businessman. Everything he did was about the return on investment. Businessmen valued profits. It would be difficult for him to be like Song Yi and Wu Xianrou. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Wu Xianrou hadn't conquered President Su yet? Logically speaking, it should have been Mr. Lang who became his wife's slave after getting married. Ningxu turned off the computer. Whether Wu Xianrou was happy or not had nothing to do with him. However, seeing that she wasn't living a good life, Ningxu still felt comfortable in his heart. All living things were suffering. Why could she get what she wanted without paying anything? The breakup of love could make Wu Xianro live a life worse than death. She would fall into self-pity and self-blame. Why did the heavens treat her like this? She loved so bitterly. Without love, there was no need to exist. It seemed that Wu Xianro and President Su's marriage wasn't very happy now. Wu Xianro was arrogant and needed someone to coax her. However, President Su was a man who had a woman with just a hook. Did he really have the patience to coax Wu Xianro? Mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu woke up and thought about this mission. There shouldn't be anything left behind. The only regret was that he didn't find the origin of the world. He was speechless. Ningxu said, "Let's go back." After being stunned, Ningxu opened his eyes. He was already in the system space. Ningxu lay on the sofa and opened his status panel to look at his harvest. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker. Points card, 131, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul value, 4 health points, 3 wisdom, 6 luck, 6 charm, 1 spiritual power, 4 martial strength, 5 aptitude, 3 faith, 900 merit, 4 315 soul strength, 25 authorization ticket, none law comprehended, water rule pure heart, none items, calm halo, calming pill, faith halo, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, intermediate martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management. Knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, intermediate embroidery skill. Auras, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend of a lifetime, Miao Miao Miao's blessing. Healer of the dying, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty of the law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, communication between races, by Sanyang's blessing, heart of the brave, Wang Ying's blessing. Completed Wu Jing's wish. She hoped that Song Yi wouldn't marry Wu Xianro. She didn't want her brotherly and respected man to become like this. She also hoped that she could climb up and didn't want to be Song Yi's subordinate anymore. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward, 6 points card, 7 attribute points, 60% soul strength, 4,000 faith, including previous world's accumulation. 5 merit points deducted. Although the harvest was not plentiful, Ningxu was still very gratified because of this. Because this world did not have any mission enforcers chasing after her, her 2,000 merit points were not spent in vain. The missions in this world were not easy to do. If a mission enforcer targeting her appeared, the difficulty of the mission would double. Ningxu did not know what background Hong Yu had. He was afraid that Hong Yu did not have to do it personally, and someone would do it for her. Her current strength was a little weak and needed to be dormant. No matter how dangerous it was, she had to maintain a smile. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief and added the attribute points. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Enforcer. Points card, 131 plus 6, 10 million points per card. Soul, 4 plus 1 life, 3 plus 1 wisdom, 6 plus 1 luck, 6 plus 1 charm, 1 plus 1 mental power, 4 plus 1 martial power, 5 plus 1 aptitude, 3 faith, 9,900 plus 4,000 merit, 4315-5 soul strength, 25 plus 5 authority ticket, none law comprehended, water rule pure heart, none items, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary title, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, intermediate martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, intermediate embroidery skill. Aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend for life, Miao Miao Miao's blessing. Healer of the dying, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty of the law, Chen Ning's blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Communication Between Races, by San Yang's Blessing, Heart of the Brave, Wang Ying's Blessing. Ningxu sat down and began to absorb the pure soul power. 60% of the soul power was not a small amount. After Ningxu finished absorbing, he looked at his soul. He still felt stifled. Why was his soul still so weak? There was no change. Until now, it was not as strong as before. He still hadn't recovered the soul power he had lost when he became a divine beast. However, the lost soul power allowed her to enter the law space and become the law incarnation. Therefore, everything that was lost would return in another way. There were gains and losses. Ningxu calmed his heart, and his soul could slowly grow stronger. After returning from a quest, he wondered how the chat group was doing. Were they still condemning her? Ningxu opened the chat system. It seemed like no one was talking. Usually, this group was quiet, like a dead group. It was scary. Ningxu scrolled through the chat history. It seems like these people aren't talking about the topic of #water law incarnation, tyrannical expulsion law incarnation # anymore. Previously, the crowd was still so turbulent, but now, the matter had passed. He probably felt bored seeing that the person involved hadn't come out yet. If Ningxu and Han Yu were to appear in the group and spit at each other in the group, it would be very lively. There was no need for two of them. If one of them was stirring up trouble in the chat group, it would be enough to excite the spectators. Ningxu closed the chat group and looked at the messages sent to her by the others. Mei Ziqing sent him a message, saying that she was going to do a quest. If possible, help her take care of Xiaohua. She sent Xiaohua to the city lord residence of Water City. Ningxu was speechless. This scammer. Ningxu asked Mei Ziqing's system, "Why do you want me to take care of the man Mei Ziqing found?" Mei Ziqing's system replied, "Mei Ziqing can't bear to lock him in the quiet system space." Ningxu was speechless. Mei Ziqing returned from a quest, placed Xiaohua in the city lord residence of Water City, and went to do another quest. Since it was Mei Ziqing's request, Ningxu naturally had to go and take a look. Moreover, Xiaohua was a human formed by the world's origin under the nourishment of heaven and earth spirit qi. It wasn't easy. Ningxu closed the chat system and prepared to go and take a look at Xiaohua. After all, Xiaohua was the world's origin. Mei Ziqing had spent all her wealth to buy him. He was still very eye-catching. What if he was kidnapped? Go to Water City, Ningxu said. 2333 said, "It's time to collect taxes." You can go and collect taxes. Ningxu's heart exploded with fireworks. She could finally get out of poverty. For Ningxu, getting out of poverty was much more important than getting out of singlehood. She had too many things to do. And these things required money. Ningxu's head was dizzy. She stood in Water City as if she was carsick. Ningxu shook her head. Her soul power was too weak. Every time she was teleported, her soul felt like it was being needed. She felt terrible. Ningxu went to her city lord residence. Floating in the air above the city lord residence, she saw a red-haired man sitting in the garden in a daze. The garden was full of colorful flowers. His long red hair was scattered on the ground. It was as beautiful as a painting. He was motionless like a painting. Ningxu leaped into the air and arrived in front of him. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at Ningxu. At first, he was wary, but he felt that the person in front of him looked familiar, so he didn't attack. Ningxu asked, "What are you doing here?" "Ziqing told me to stay here," Xiaohua said. Fortunately, he could speak. "So you've been here all this time?" Ningxu looked at him. Xiaohua nodded. Ningxu's eyes turned. He had to find something for this young man. Sitting here like a fool was quite distressing. No wonder Mei Ziqing didn't lock him in the system space. Mei Ziqing had no choice. As a mission enforcer, she had to do missions to strengthen herself. Ningxu asked Xiaohua, "Can you read?" Xiaohua shook his head. Ningxu 2333 said, "Now, help me exchange for a book and a literacy card." Instead of sitting there like a fool, he might as well read. For a fool like him, reading was the fastest way to increase his intelligence. "Let's play a game now, he. Ningshu said naively to Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at Ningshu in confusion. 2333 exchanged a lot of books for Ningshu. They were all children's fairy tales and all kinds of short stories. Ningshu took the calligraphy card and began to teach Xiaohua how to read. What surprised Ningshu was that although this guy was naive, his ability to accept things was surprisingly strong. Ningshu let Xiaohua practice on his own. She was going to go out to collect money. Seeing that Ningshu was about to leave, Xiaohua hurriedly asked, "You're leaving?" Other than Mei Ziqing, this was the only person who was kind to him. Xiaohua was confused and helpless. "I have something to do. Watch over him. I'll be back later." Xiaohua made an O sound, looking very cute. Ningshu flew out of the city lord's mansion and checked the situation of Water City as he walked. However, Ningshu found that Xiaohua, the flame essence, was emitting a faint red light and heat, which actually had an effect on the barrier of Water City. Water and fire countered each other. Water could extinguish fire, but fire could also evaporate water. Ningshu pointed his finger and arranged a barrier around the city lord's mansion to block the power of Xiaohua and Water City. Then, he began to reinforce the huge barrier of Water City. Ningshu now cherished Water City as if it was his own eye. This was his money tree. After reinforcing it several times, Ningshu landed on the street and walked into a shop at random. Tax collection. Then, Ningshu received a sum of money and collected it wherever he went. These small shops did not collect much tax, and the biggest taxpayers were places like gambling houses and restaurants. Ningshu looked at his account. It was now close to 100,000 faith power. There were still some taxpayers who had not collected it. Ningshu stood at the entrance of the gambling house and walked in with a smile. The imperial advisor was already waiting for Ningshu and gave Ningshu 200,000 merit points. Ningshu almost fainted from the sheer amount of merit. F*ck, she only got 20,000 merit points for saving a lousy plane. 200,000 merit points. Ningshu's account never had so many merit points. Ningshu's heart was bursting with fireworks and he was bursting with joy. Ningshu's face was very calm and he asked indifferently, "Did you evade taxes?" The imperial advisor, who was wearing a deep robe with wide sleeves, brushed his sleeves and cupped his hands. "I dare not hide anything." Ningshu nodded and turned to leave. Looking at the lively gambling house, it was really a place to make money. Ningshu wanted to do business. However, Ningshu did not know how to do business. Ningshu collected some taxes along the way. Although it was not much, it was still meat. Ningshu stood at the entrance of the auction house. This place should be more profitable than the gambling house. Ningshu wanted to enter the auction house, but he was told that he had to pay 500 merit points to enter. Ningshu was speechless. "I'm here to collect taxes, but you're telling me that you're going to charge an entrance fee." Ningshu looked at the gatekeeper with a smile. "Do you see the water droplets on my head? I'm here to collect taxes." Ningshu felt unfriendly. The auction house was more arrogant than she had imagined. "The city lord has arrived. Please come in, please come in." A woman gracefully walked over. Ningshu looked at her with an indifferent expression. "The gatekeeper doesn't know the city lord, please forgive him." The woman smiled at Ningshu. Ningshu also smiled. Was the symbol between her eyebrows just for show? How could they not know each other, a show of strength? Ningshu felt that the road to taxation today might not be so smooth. "City lord, please." The woman led Ningshu to a luxurious box. "Speaking of which, this is the first time the city lord has come to the auction house." The woman poured tea for Ningshu. "I've been here before," Ningshu said indifferently. The woman smiled, looking very tactful. "It's our fault for not treating you well." Ningshu said directly, "I'm here to collect taxes. What's the use of saying more? Pay up." "Yes." The woman smiled and gave Ningshu 100,000 points of faith. Ningshu saw 100,000 points of faith and almost slammed the table. Was she trying to get rid of a beggar? The auction house only made so little profit. The price of the items was so high that people's hearts were about to explode. What was the point of giving such a tax? Ningshu's face turned ugly. "Your auction house's business is so bad." Why hasn't it closed down yet? The woman smiled, looking very charming. Our auction house has always paid this much. We've always paid this much. Ningxu sneered, that's all you're going to give? City Lord, we've always paid this much. The woman picked up the teacup and said. Ningxu's face was indifferent. In fact, I shouldn't be collecting taxes from the auction house, right? If the city lord is magnanimous, then our auction house would like to thank the city lord for his kindness. The woman didn't seem to understand the meaning behind Ningxu's words and went along with Ningxu's words. Ningxu laughed in his heart. To be so self-righteous, it seemed that the power behind the auction house wasn't small. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Ningxu stood up. No matter how small 100,000 is, it's still meat. Why wouldn't I take it? Today, I can take 100,000, I can take millions. No need to send me off. Ningxu walked out of the auction house and turned to look at the majestic auction house. When the time comes, I'll make you spit it out with interest. I don't want much from you, but I'll swallow what I deserve. Hee, manager, is it really okay to only give 100,000? The woman said to the curtain. A pair of jade white hands parted the curtains, and a man appeared from the curtains. It's fine. It's just a woman who was lucky enough to become the city lord of Water City. I've never heard of such a person before. The man said indifferently. Ningxu went to Shubai's restaurant. Shubai transferred 150,000 faith power to Ningxu. Just look, there were more restaurants than auction houses. This was a complete humiliation, as if they were beggars. Who's behind the auction house? Ningxu drank 2 cups of tea and asked Shubai. Shubai said gently, the strength of someone who can open an auction house can't be underestimated. Did you not pay enough taxes? Ningxu was very unhappy, but he didn't seem to have any other choice. Should he go and complain? He didn't even have the ability to collect taxes. That would be embarrassing. This was a world where the strong were respected. Crying would only make others look down on him. After leaving the restaurant, Ningxu collected some taxes along the way and walked to the door of the consultation room. Haha, shouldn't the silver-haired man pay her taxes? Ningxu walked in. The air was rippling with the elegant fragrance of agarwood. Ningxu sat down on a chair and waited for the silver-haired man to come out. After a while, the silver-haired man opened the curtain and came out of the room. The book in his hand never left his hand. When the silver-haired man saw Ningxu, his expression didn't change. He sat down and asked, "What do you want to consult this time?" Ningxu smiled. "I'm not here to consult. You must have forgotten something." The silver-haired man glanced at Ningxu and fixed his gaze on Ningxu's forehead. "I'm here to collect money this time." The silver-haired man asked. "Ningxu, isn't that obvious?" Ningxu was very happy. In the past, it was the silver-haired man who collected money from her. She really needed money every time she stayed. Now that she could take money from the silver-haired man, she couldn't be happier. Ningxu took a deep breath of the agarwood and felt a cool aura gathering in her soul. It was very comfortable. "If you have the ability, ask for money from me." Ningxu smiled reservedly. "Give me the money." The silver-haired man glanced at the smug Ningxu indifferently. Ningxu blinked. "Give me money. What are you waiting for? Are you trying to go back on your word? Or are you saying that the consultation room has no business and no money?" Ningxu looked at the silver-haired man and was speechless. The silver-haired man thought for a moment and said, "I don't have any taxes, but I can let you consult a question for free. 1 question in exchange for taxes." Ningxu smiled and said, "You must be joking with me." The silver-haired man, "I'm not joking, free questions." Ningxu spat in his mind, 1 question in exchange for taxes, over 10,000 merit and faith to ask a question, keep dreaming. "Thank you, I don't have any questions to ask right now, I don't have any questions to answer right now," Ningxu directly said. "Besides, you already owe me a free question. 3 free questions, 2 have already been used, 1 left. Why use her taxes in exchange for a question? It's not worth it at all." The silver-haired man thought for a bit and said, "How's your world construction going?" "It's okay," Ningxu said half-heartedly. Give me money, give me money." Actually, even if you collect 5 world origins, you still won't be able to construct a world. The silver-haired man said. Why? Xianxia asked a bit anxiously, then realized the silver-haired man's intentions. Sure enough, he's a stingy profiteer. To avoid paying taxes, he's really willing to do anything. But since it's related to his world construction, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. Looking at the silver-haired man's expressionless yet faintly smug expression, he felt like he was going to die. And the silver-haired man didn't even tell him how much taxes there were. Xianxia cursed in his mind. How would he know how much money he spent to ask a question? Xianxia calmed down and asked, "Let's talk about taxes, how much?" "Not much, my consultation room doesn't have any business." The silver-haired man said, "Do you want to ask about the construction of a world?" Xianxia asked in his mind, "Why can't I construct a world after collecting 5 world origins? If you don't say something today, I'm going to smash your shop." "What a profiteer," the silver-haired man calmly said. "There are 3 reasons. Firstly, 5 world origins aren't enough. Secondly, a world can only be considered a world if there are living beings. Thirdly, the living beings can only be balanced if there's life and death, so you need a reincarnation world." Xianxia's face was expressionless. "You told me you only need 5 world origins. I'm going to kill you." The silver-haired man was fearless and didn't care about Xianxia's accusation at all. "Is this question enough for tax?" the silver-haired man asked. Xianxia crossed his legs and rested his hands on his knees. "I'm all ears. In addition to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there is also light and darkness. Therefore, the construction of a world requires 7 world origins." Xianxia thought, this B*TCH is really a half-truth. Previously, she had wasted a free question and received half a message. If you do business like this, your consulting office should close down. She had already collected 3 world origins and was only missing 2. Now, 2 more had appeared. Xianxia felt that it would be very difficult to find a light and dark attribute. Xianxia looked at the silver-haired man unhappily. "What's the second question?" "Can't a plane evolve into a living being on its own?" the silver-haired Xianxia asked. "When the conditions are suitable, creatures will naturally be produced. The important reincarnation world," the silver-haired male said. Xianxia asked, "How do you make a reincarnation world?" The silver-haired man shook his head. "Actually, it's also building a world. In other words, you have to build 2 worlds, and this world should be the place where the soul belongs." Xianxia had a headache and rubbed his forehead. What a mess. He was tired and didn't want to explain. Xianxia wished that he had never come to this place. And even if the silver-haired man was consulting people, he would hide a lot of things and wait for the customer to ask next time. "Profiteer, I hope you go bankrupt soon." Xianxia looked at the silver-haired man. "About building a world, is there anything else you're hiding?" The silver-haired man closed his book. "I've given you all the information I need." Xianxia took a deep breath, his chest was filled with the smell of agarwood. He had to take enough. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" the silver-haired man asked. Xianxia stood up. "No need. I hope that the next time I come to collect taxes, you can still use this method to evade me." "I will." The silver-haired man took his book and went into the inner room. Xianxia walked out of the consulting room and turned back to look at the door. This place was really dark, very dark. They only took in and didn't take out. Even if it was taxes, they had to think of a way to avoid it. Xianxia returned to the city lord's residence to see Little Hua. Little Hua saw Xianxia and put down the book in his hand. Xianxia asked, "I don't understand." Xianxia looked at the book on the table. "These books are too complicated for you. Read these books." Xianxia passed the children's book with pictures and stories to Little Hua. "Read these now. I'm leaving. Stay here in the future. Don't leave the city lord's residence if you have nothing to do. Mei Ziqing will come back to find you after she finishes her mission." Xianxia said. Little Hua nodded. "I understand. Don't leave the city lord's residence if you have nothing to do. You're a fire attribute world origin. You're a treasure, so don't run around." Xianxia told Xiaohua that if they were to fight with someone in Water City, the fire element would affect the enchantment of Water City. Mei Ziqing didn't care and brought Little Hua to Water City. He didn't know when Mei Ziqing would return. Little Hua nodded obediently. I understand. I won't go out. Ningshu looked at his hair that was dragging on the ground. Why didn't you cut your hair? It was as uncomfortable as a mop, and it was easy to hook his hair. Ah, his hair was hooked. Ah, his hair was pressed down. Ah, he tripped over his own hair. How interesting. Little Hua touched his hair. Ziqing said it looked good. Ningshu, Mei Ziqing's unique beauty, Ningshu nodded. As long as you're happy. Ningshu left the city lord's residence and said to 2333, let's go back. She wanted to go back and see how much the taxes were this time. Ningshu returned to the system space and immediately opened her attribute panel. She saw the merit and faith points. Merit, 654000, faith, 111500. When Ningshu saw this number, she was so happy that she wanted to faint. She felt like she had become rich overnight. Ningshu clutched her chest. She felt that her heart was about to explode. Oh my god, this feels so good. A city's taxes. Ningshu couldn't help but feel happy. So much money, so much money, so much money. From now on, she would be rich. Ningshu thought for a moment and asked 2333, oh right, can I buy soul power? Ningshu felt that she should spend money and be free. 2333 said indifferently, no. Soul power is something that is in high demand. Other than the mission reward, everything else has its uses. That's why the market doesn't sell it. Of course, there are still some, but it depends on whether you can find a way to buy it. But I don't know if the soul power is pure or not. Ningshu, an impure soul couldn't be bought. There were too many impurities and it was easy to cause problems. She had been through a lot, and it was easy for her to go berserk. After absorbing impure soul power, she would be affected by the impurities in the soul power. Ningshu sighed. He had money but couldn't spend it. Ningshu lay down on the sofa and clicked on the video to see the situation after the client, Wu Jing, returned. In the video, Wu Jing was still wearing her military uniform. She looked even more valiant. Although Wu Jing wasn't as pretty as Wu Xianro, she was taller. She trained the new recruits with a straight back. She was calm during missions and had the expectations of the country. Ningshu scrolled through the video and looked at Song Yi. Song Yi was still rising up the ranks. He was an outstanding man in the military. However, he was also married. His superior had set them up. This woman was gentle and moving, as gentle as water. The two of them helped each other in their difficult times. Maybe it was because he had experienced Wu Xianro's intense feelings that he chose this kind of woman. Hence, some people just couldn't be together. Without Wu Xianro, Wu Jing still couldn't be together with Song Yi. However, there were other things besides love. Wu Jing didn't force Song Yi. Song Yi didn't like her. Love wasn't born even after a few years. Ningshu smiled. He felt that even without Song Yi, Wu Jing could still find someone she liked. She would always meet someone she could respond to. Moreover, the beauty of life didn't necessarily mean that she didn't have love. If she had it, she would be lucky. If she didn't, it didn't mean that she was incomplete. Sometimes, flowers needed to wait before they could bloom into beautiful flowers. Ningshu scrolled through the video and looked at Wu Xianro's situation. Ningshu wanted to see if Wu Xianro was lucky. To be honest, Wu Xianro made people jealous. However, she wasn't likable. It was as if all the good things in the world should fall on her head. Ningshu looked at the video. In the video, Wu Xianro gave birth to a boy. However, Wu Xianro was always sad. She hugged her baby and cried. Your father doesn't want us anymore. Wu Xianro couldn't live without love. She was a rich man's wife. Her starting point was higher than ordinary people. She ate well, dressed well, and had enough money to do what she wanted to do. Moreover, she occupied the position of wife. This made the flirtatious people outside clench their teeth, but they couldn't do anything. Moreover, his father was a government official. She had such good conditions, yet she was sad and sorrowful for love every day. What the hell, every day, she would wait until midnight for the man to come home. For those who knew, it was because of love. For those who didn't know, they would think that she was a woman from a feudal society. Her mind was filled with chastity, and she couldn't live without a man. Ningxu found it ridiculous. It was really unlucky to be Wu Xianrou's child to have a crazy mother. Ningxu turned off the video. Some people were born for love. Other than love, they lived by love. Ningxu stretched. I think we should walk around. Who knows? We might be able to find the world's origin. Besides, I have plenty of money now. Trading halls, auction houses, and high-end trading places like these should have these things. However, these things are rare and the chances of finding them are not high. 2333 explained. Then let's search one city at a time. There are plenty of them anyway, Ningxu said nonchalantly. In any case, he had plenty of time. Furthermore, the number of world origins had increased from 5 to 7. Damn, Ningxu really wanted to cry. Moreover, the light and darkness attributes were not easy to find. Moreover, he had to find the world of reincarnation. Ningxu didn't want to talk at all. 2333 sent Ningxu to the Time City. Ningxu took the lead and went to the trading hall to ask if there were any world origins. He spent another 300 merit points to enter the auction house. The entrance fee to the Time City's auction house was only 300, but the entrance fee to the Water City was 500. Ever since the Water City's auction house refused to pay Ningxu's taxes, Ningxu's favorability towards the auction house had gone into the negatives. One day, she would kick the auction house out of her Water City. Everything was because she wasn't strong enough to intimidate these people. Ningxu inquired the people in the auction house and asked if there were any world origins. In the end, he was told that there weren't any. Ningxu went to other cities to look and see if he could find any world origins. It would be best if he could use merit points and faith power to solve it. After all, there were so many mission enforcers. If she couldn't find the world origins, others might. In the end, Ningxu found the Earth origin in the trading hall of the City of Gold. Ningxu was overjoyed. The Earth origin was exactly what he needed. The stall owner was also a cunning person. The starting price was 100,000 merit points. Go to hell. The world origins fluctuated between 30,000 and 60,000 merit points. You can have fun if you want 100,000 merit points. When Ningxu heard the price, he knew that she needed it. It didn't mean that he could rip her off. Wait, the price can be negotiated. Give me 50,000. If you can't do it, then forget it. Meiziqing was really generous back then. He gave her the metal origin for 50,000 merit points. The world origins were precious because they were rare. However, they didn't have many practical uses. Other than building a world, they didn't have many other uses. In the end, Ningxu got the Earth origin for 60,000 merit points. After getting the world origins, Ningxu went to other cities to look. Maybe he could find other world origins. With the earth, wood, fire, and metal attributes, if he could find water, he would have all 5 attributes. With the addition of light and darkness, he would have 7 attributes. Ningxu entered the City of Darkness. However, the City of Darkness was very strange. It was pitch black. He couldn't see anything. Ningxu said to 2333, "Let's go. I can't see anything." Without understanding the law of darkness, he couldn't see anything. Moreover, the law of darkness had some other power. It wasn't evil. It was just pure dark power. Ningxu went to other cities. However, he didn't find the world origins. He was lucky to get the Earth origin, and it was exactly what he needed. Ningxu returned to the system space and put the Earth origin into the ultimate martial art. The world origin of the Earth element existed in the form of a lump of mud. Moreover, the mud was soft. It could be molded into any shape. It was like plasticine. It could be molded into all kinds of shapes. The ultimate martial art slowly merged with the Earth origin. The Earth origin was thick. When it merged, it didn't cause as much of a commotion as the metal origin. The Xiaoshuan characters on the surface of the ultimate martial art became thicker. They turned from a bright gold to an earthy yellow. The characters also became more three-dimensional. He had already found 4 world origins. Ning Shu used his spiritual power to enter the ultimate martial art. It was a world of nothingness. It was white and boundless. The distance was covered by gray smoke. There weren't even mountains or rivers. With the earth origin, there should be mountains and rivers. If there was the water origin, there would be rivers. As long as there were mountains and rivers, living beings could be born. Perhaps there were living beings in her world. Ning Shu had been using her spiritual power to check the ultimate martial arts. She didn't know how big this world was. Ning Shu felt that there was still a long way to go to build a world. 7 world origins and the world of reincarnation. World of reincarnation, what the hell, why did she create a world of reincarnation? The silver-haired man really had a trick up his sleeve. She finally had some hope, but in the end, she received another blow. She didn't feel too good. Ning Shu placed the ultimate martial arts on the bookshelf. At least she had money now. It was great to be able to buy world origins with money. She also looked for it in the mission. It was faster than before. Ning Shu felt that the world origins were definitely not a problem, but the world of reincarnation stumped Ning Shu again. Did the world of reincarnation also need a world carrier? Where was she going to find a carrier for this world? Ning Shu felt a little numb. A world without living creatures was not a real world. Just like the silver-haired man said, living creatures had life and death. When they were born, they would be destroyed. Ning Shu sighed and asked 2333 somewhat dispiritedly, "Are there many mission takers who build worlds?" 2333 thought for a moment and said, "There shouldn't be many. Worlds are not that easy to build. Otherwise, you wouldn't be crazy now." Ning Shu was speechless. Am I crazy? No way. She just felt depressed because it really wasn't easy. Is it easy to build a world with one's own strength? So don't underestimate building worlds. There are so many mission takers, but those who have their own worlds have built less than 10% of them. The other 90% are still mediocre mission takers, people whose survival is not guaranteed, so don't cry out. 2333 said lightly. Ning Shu, oh, 2333, he said so much, but she only said one word. It felt like she was just being perfunctory. Ning Shu felt that she shouldn't be greedy. After all, she already had a world carrier and now found 4 world origins. She was already luckier than many people. If she had become a law incarnation earlier and had so much tax, she might have been able to get the world tree from the auction house. The world tree was said to be the top world carrier. 1 leaf could form a world. Regardless of how many leaves there were on a tree, it was a sight to behold. But now, it might have been bought by someone. Sigh, in the end, there was no fate. She had to properly construct her own peerless martial arts. Ning Shu sighed, took a book from the bookshelf, and flipped through it casually. Ning Shu suddenly thought of something. She wondered how Wenxing was doing now. Had he managed to get a plane? She didn't know how her brain was doing. It seemed like the intelligent life form had already awakened. He wondered if Wenxing could control it. She didn't want to lose her AI life. Ning Shu closed the book, opened the chat system, and clicked on Wenxing's avatar. Ning Shu, sweetheart, where's your mission enforcer? Little lowly system, dear, who are you? Ning Shu was speechless. Are you kidding me? Who else could it be? Ning Shu, I'm the person who lent you the mission enforcer's brain. Little lowly system, oh, it's you. I know it's you. I'm joking with you. Ning Shu, how's your mission enforcer now? Little lowly system, not very good. The plane situation has been stagnant. I can only control it from worsening. He can't go up or down now. Ning Shu, I see. I'm just asking. I wish him good luck. Little lowly system was a bit speechless. It asked, dear, what's the matter? Are you here to ask for the return of the brain? We might not be able to return it now. Can we rent it? May we'll give you the rent? Little lowly was a good person. She didn't have to ask for rent, but it sounded nice. Ning Shu, no need. Take it as a good karma between me and Wenxing. It's also a good thing if he has his own world. Little lowly system, thank you dear. You're a good person. But my mission enforcer's name isn't Wenxing. Ningxu was used to calling him Wenxing. Wenxing was the name of the mission enforcer when he did missions. Ningxu, then what's his name? Little lowly system, Weixing Ji Fu, Wei Zhou Jihan, Zhou. So his name was Zhou Han. It seemed that it wasn't easy to have one's own world. Zhou Han should also understand that the mission enforcer needed to control the situation in that world. Otherwise, it would be easy to collapse. But in order to have a world, he could only continue like this. Those who stood at the top of the pyramid were in the minority. This was a test of one's will and luck. If one couldn't persevere, they wouldn't be able to reach the top. Mission enforcers were like ordinary people. The strong controlled their own fate. Layer by layer, they became stronger step by step. Ningxu closed the chat system and put the book on the bookshelf. He looked at the black hole on the wall and sighed silently. He didn't know what this thing wanted to do. Seeing this black hole was really melancholy. Ningxu was frightened at first, then surprised, then impatient, and now numb. Ningxu's heart was really numb. He didn't know if he was going to heaven or what. Ningxu was really too lazy to care about it. He just fused something out and let her see the mission enforcer in advance. Ningxu finally became a super mission enforcer, but he only saw the mission enforcer a few times in advance. Ningxu took an old book and threw it at the black hole. The black hole swallowed the old book, and then there was no more. It was really a black hole. It swallowed everything. Even if he used his spiritual power, it would be swallowed. He couldn't see what was going on inside. Ningxu fell on the sofa. He planned to sleep for a while. When he woke up, he would do the mission. Ningxu felt that the strength of his soul was increasing very slowly. He felt that it couldn't get stronger. Ningxu didn't know if it was because he was anxious or if it was just his imagination. He felt that after the mission, there would be 60% of his soul power. But in fact, it didn't feel much. Was it an illusion? Ningxu rolled his eyes and asked 2333, I always feel that the strengthening of my soul is very slow. What's going on? 2333 just said, it's your illusion. There's only so much soul power. Do you want to become strong in one bite? It's not realistic. It's not that I'm fat in one bite, but it's still so weak. Ningxu shook his head and said casually, did you steal my soul power? 2333 snorted, you think too highly of me. If only I had the ability. What's yours is yours. I only have 10% of my soul power each time. Oh, Ningxu replied casually. Was it really her imagination? Ningxu took a deep breath and thought of the agarwood in the consultation room. He decided to be extravagant and buy some. Ningxu felt that he was a rich pervert now, so he had to improve his standard of living. Every time he went to the consultation room, he couldn't wait to get close to the incense burner and inhale all the incense. Now that he had money, he tried to buy some himself. Ningxu opened the exchange store, browsed the page, and clicked on the incense. There were many kinds of spices, and Ningxu even saw aphrodisiac. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu browsed and saw the incense. The product description said that it could calm the mind, reduce the attack of inner demons, and purify the soul. But it was very expensive, 2,000 faith power for 1 gram. Even though Ningxu was rich now, it still made Ningxu, who was used to being poor, vomit blood. Ningxu's fingers trembled, and he finally bought 2 grams. Ningxu opened the delicate spice jar, and before he lit it, Ningxu smelled a refreshing smell. Ningxu exchanged for an exquisite incense burner. He scooped a few spoonfuls of incense, put it in the burner, and lit it. The fragrant smell filled the entire system space. Ningxu felt that his system space had some style. Ningxu lay on the sofa, smelling the refreshing smell, and fell asleep peacefully. When he woke up, he felt that his soul was floating, and it was very relaxed and comfortable. Ningxu stretched and said to 2333, let's do the mission. 2333 asked, Dear, do you want to do the mission? Dear my ass, you're not a cute little girl, don't call me dear, it's disgusting. Ningxu rolled his eyes, no. Ningxu felt that she had done a lot of system quests. Why did 2333 keep asking her to do the system quests? You haven't done a system mission in a long time since the last one. You're the embodiment of the law, and I'm still a beginner system. I'm embarrassing you. 2333 Ningxu said. It's okay, I'm not afraid of being embarrassed, no one knows your level anyway. Ningxu said directly. 2333, what kind of person is this? Merciless, really merciless to me. Can we help each other and be nice to each other? 2333 said, it takes energy to maintain the entire system space, and you're running around every day, going to Water City, and then to Time City, all these things consume energy, we can't do it. Especially after you became the city lord of Water City, you go back and forth so many times. 2333 said with grievance. Ever since he became the embodiment of the law and the city lord of Water City, his mission enforcers had always been in a state of excitement. It was a pity that he had to teleport back and forth every day. How tiring. Ningxu felt sorry for 2333. So, 2333, so please do some system missions. Ningxu nodded. Alright, let's do the system quest. Then I'll go, I'll go, I have the system, of course, I just got a system mission. Ningxu. What a coincidence, 2333 would only get excited when he was doing a system quest and it was related to his own interests. He would be so enthusiastic as if he was on steroids. Ningxu clicked on the system exchange store and exchanged for some fasting pills and basic medicine. Better safe than sorry. Ningxu said to 2333, go do the mission. He wanted to see what the system was this time. The systems he had seen before were the star system, the beloved concubine system. 2333 teleported Ningxu to another world. Ningxu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the teleportation wasn't that uncomfortable. Could it be that 2333 became gentler? Damn, 2333 was usually too rough. His soul was weak, and it was a high-level world, even a super world, it was uncomfortable to teleport. If 2333 was a little more rough, it would be too much. His soul slowly merged into a body. Ningxu opened his eyes, and what he saw was a ceiling, surrounded by modern-style decorations. It seemed to be a bedroom, it looked good, it was big and wide. Yes, it was a modern world. Ningxu turned over and felt very tired, as if he had stayed up for a few days and nights. His eyes were sore. Ningxu closed his eyes and began to use his unique martial arts. Now that there was little spiritual energy in this world, he could only absorb the power of the sun. Ningxu began to receive the plot. This was the story of the entertainment industry. The client was called Mu Shuyao, a second-tier star. The reason why she was so tired was that she had just finished filming a movie. Mu Shuyao wasn't an ordinary star, the reason was that she had a boyfriend. And this boyfriend was a movie king. Mu Shuyao was the weaker party and was often attacked by the fans of the movie king's boyfriend, saying that she wasn't good enough for him. Mu Shuyao worked hard to make herself outstanding. This story had nothing to do with Mu Shuyao, the only connection was that her movie king boyfriend had been taken by someone else. Xiao Ling was a third-tier actress in her previous life, she got into a car accident and was reborn. Not only was she reborn, but she was also bound to the diva system. This system wanted to cultivate Xiao Ling into a super popular diva. Of course, there were also rewards. Although Xiao Ling's name was very spiritual, her temperament was very gaudy. The system changed Xiao Ling's temperament and the state of her skin. In the entertainment industry, one's looks were the most important. Like other wild systems, it would issue missions for the host to complete. Once completed, there would be rewards. Xiao Ling was reborn to begin with, so she had an advantage. With the help of the system, she would definitely be able to soar. To complete the various requirements of the system, the number of fans she had to reach, the number of dramas and movies she had to film. And the most bizarre thing about this system was that it allowed Xiao Ling to take on the big shots of the entertainment industry. For example, movie kings, singers, genius composers, and top managers. Of course, these people were all very handsome. They were so ugly that they couldn't be accepted. She had to gain the favor of these people and increase their favorability. Most of the people who were able to achieve great things were blessed by luck. The reason why the system gave him a walkthrough was probably because it wanted to snatch the providence from these men. It was just that she had to conquer many of them. When she encountered a suitable one, the system would issue missions. Of course, the system would also give props, such as a script and lyrics, so that Xiao Ling could sing and dance beautifully. This made it easier to conquer and gain the favor of men. With the advantage of being reborn and the help of the system, Xiao Ling became a winner in life and a super diva. Behind every successful woman, there were many men who silently contributed. Ningxu was speechless. This was the most immoral system he had ever seen. As long as it was a successful and handsome man, it would conquer all of them. It was not afraid of stepping on too many boats and capsizing. Moreover, after Xiao Ling conquered a man and received help, she met another man and started the game again. If a man liked a woman, he had to do something for her. Moreover, under the system's nurturing, Xiao Ling was also a very outstanding person. She could sing and dance, write lyrics, and write songs. Writing scripts was not a problem. Xiao Ling seemed to be at ease. Actually, this was the story of a girl starting a harem. Although many men liked Xiao Ling she had never expressed her feelings. When she was wooing a man, she would use all kinds of methods. However, when the man was tempted, she would put on an attitude of we're friends. This was because the system would keep issuing missions. If she confirmed her relationship with a man, how could she be aloof with other men and gain his favor? Xiao Ling gained both fame and fortune and became the queen of the entertainment industry. She was also a talented woman with countless fans. Whatever he did, he would be the center of attention. He was a true winner in life. A long line of outstanding men behind her looked at her eagerly. Xiao Ling only said, "Friends, we're all friends." The client, on the other hand, was more miserable. Her boyfriend was included in the strategy. The best actor's boyfriend was also retarded. He clearly approached her with a purpose and intention, but in the end, he was wooed. Yu Wenluan gradually became attracted to Xiao Ling as he interacted with her. He felt that Xiao Ling had a good temperament and explosive acting skills. She was a good girl. The closer he got to her, the more he realized that this girl was talented and hardworking. When she faced him, she was neither servile nor overbearing. She was also not overbearing to others. She did not flatter or step on the weak like in the entertainment industry. Facing such a junior, he was still willing to guide her. He lost his heart to Xiao Ling's aloof, ambiguous, and distant tricks. Since there was someone in his heart that he liked and admired, he naturally had to bid farewell to his old friend. Hence, Yu Wenluan unilaterally broke up with her. Moreover, he broke up with her on Weibo, saying that their fate was over and that he wished Mu Shuyao happiness. Mu Shuyao was dumbfounded. Even if he wanted to break up, he should have told her in advance. If he announced the breakup directly, a lot of work couldn't be done. Moreover, it had to be said that sometimes, Mu Shuyao could do anything with the title of Best Actor's girlfriend. However, putting these invisible benefits aside, Mu Shuyao really liked Yu Wenluan. He broke up with her without giving her an explanation. The netizens were elated. They were saying that the best actor had finally dumped Mu Shuyao. She finally stopped pestering Best Actor Yu like a dogskin plaster. She had taken a fancy to Best Actor Yu's resources and was trying to climb up the social ladder. In short, everyone kicks a man who is down. Mu Shuyao, who had been ditched by Yudi, had a bad reputation. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Moreover, they were digging up Mu Shuyao's dark history. She posted photos of Mu Shuyao in the mud and mocked her. Mu Shuyao failed in both her love life and her career. She became a notorious person overnight. Someone must have added fuel to the fire behind the scenes for such a terrifying development. Mu Shuyao went to look for Yu Wenluan and saw Xiao Ling beside him. Mu Shuyao's intuition told her that her boyfriend had broken up with her because of this woman. Moreover, no matter what, Xiao Ling's temperament was pure like an immortal's. She gave off a very good feeling. Her skin was also very good. Her skin was sparkling and translucent. Yu Yang was a little impatient with his ex-girlfriend. He was afraid that Mu Shuyao would pester him and cause Xiao Ling to misunderstand. This wasn't the scariest thing. Mu Shuyao's previous TV dramas and advertisements had all been removed. Even if she could film a TV drama, the roles had been taken away from her. She had changed from the female lead to the female lead. Moreover, it was Xiao Ling who had replaced her role. The two of them competed during filming. Mu Shuyao didn't have a proper background. She entered the entertainment industry because of her good looks and figure. She became a model. Later on, she gradually entered the entertainment industry. Her acting skills weren't good, but with Yu Wenluan, the best actor, teaching her slowly, it wasn't bad. However, when she was acting with Xiao Ling, she was completely crushed. Then, when the TV drama was broadcast, all kinds of anti-fans flooded in. They compared Mu Shuyao and Xiao Ling from their toes to their hair. From their looks to their acting skills, from their previous scandals, all kinds of comparisons were made. Mu Shuyao was completely defamed. There were also photos of her being an escort. As a celebrity, she had no choice but to attend dinner parties for the sake of resources. However, compared to the pure and flawless Xiao Ling, Mu Shuyao was simply a slut who could sleep with anyone. There were even topics on the internet that asked Mu Shuyao to get out of the entertainment industry. Wasn't it surprising? Wasn't it exciting? Such public opinion was definitely manipulated by someone. Mu Shuyao didn't even know who she had offended. It was overwhelming. On the other hand, Xiao Ling became popular because of her temperament and appearance. She also became popular because she snatched Mu Shuyao's role. Mu Shuyao didn't understand how she had offended Xiao Ling. She wanted an explanation from her. However, she didn't expect it to be recorded and edited. It had another effect. When it was posted on the internet, it was simply a storm. Mu Shuyao could be said to be struggling. She couldn't get any jobs. Even if she attended events, people would throw eggs at her. One after another, Mu Shuyao was under a lot of pressure. She didn't dare to go out every day. The company saw that Mu Shuyao was no longer valuable, so they gradually shelved her. Mu Shuyao went to look for Yu Wenluan. She wanted Yu Wenluan to help her on account of their past relationship. This wasn't about quitting the entertainment industry. Mu Shuyao's reputation on the internet couldn't be washed clean. Everyone knew that. She was also affected in real life. When Mu Shuyao found the best actor, she saw that Xiao Ling was surrounded by many men. There was a king, a best actor, a manager, and the CEO of an entertainment company. Xiao Ling stood in the middle like a queen surrounded by dragons and phoenixes. It seemed that they still had feelings for her. No matter how stupid Mu Shuyao was, she knew that her experience had something to do with Xiao Ling. Could it be because of Yu Wenluan? But she wasn't with Yu Wenluan. Was there a need to target her like this? Under all this pressure, Mu Shuyao successfully became depressed. She lost a lot of hair every day and was as skinny as a skeleton. If she wanted to go out, she would be photographed by the reporters and then reported on. They said that it was the former best actor's girlfriend's turn to be like this. Her face was ugly and so on. Ever since the birth of the internet had become a carnival for some people. They were so scared in real life that they vented all their dissatisfaction and negative emotions on the internet. All of them turned into righteous keyboard warriors, supervising the morality of the world. There were also rumors that Mu Shuyao lived in a small room and had sex in order to survive. Mu Shuyao wanted to vomit blood when she saw the comments on the internet. As an entertainment celebrity, it was normal for her to be abused. If she wanted to endure the starlight, she had to endure this. This was a circle of fame and fortune. It was impossible to have a private life after taking a lot of money and obtaining fame and fortune. However, the media's abuse of Mu Shuyao was completely fabricated. Mu Shuyao was even more depressed. Depression was a heavy cold in the heart. People with this illness would no longer have the ability to be happy. Then, Mu Shuyao jumped down from the tall building. Mu Shuyao's death was meaningless. The comments on the internet were basically that Mu Shuyao had committed suicide out of shame. They were so happy that it was as if they had punished a bad person. Mu Shuyao's wish was to destroy Xiao Ling and Yu Wenluan's reputation. Ningxu opened his eyes and sat up, rubbing his heavy head. The client hated Yu Wenluan. Speaking of which, the client had such an encounter because of Yu Wenluan. Lust blinded one's mind. Ningxu never knew that love could be obtained like this. Couldn't he tell if the other party loved him or not? Moreover, he had come with such a strong goal to gain favorability, but in the end, he fell in love. Ningxu was speechless. How did Yu Wenluan feel about Mu Shuyao? He broke up just like that. It was a one-sided breakup. Mu Shuyao was caught off guard. In a place like the entertainment industry, love could be a little utilitarian. From Yu Wenluan's actions, he actually treated Mu Shuyao as a subordinate. He dumped her just like that. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. No matter what, he had to get his body well first. The work was intense. He had to get his body well. Taking revenge on this adulterous couple was a small matter. He still had to work on his own career. Actually, the winner takes all. Mu Shuyao was simply defeated like a collapsing mountain. She had no way of retaliating at all. In addition, his public relations was not good enough, and the company did not take him seriously. After cultivating for a while, his body already had some fiery yang energy. He felt warm and comfortable. However, the fiery yang energy had some side effects. He couldn't control his temper. Ningxu got out of bed, took a shower, and looked at his face in the mirror. The client was quite good-looking. Her face shape was typical of Eastern Americans. She had an oval face, cherry lips, a small nose, a small frame, and a good body proportion. Ningxu patted his face. He was quite good-looking. Being good-looking was an advantage. However, whether he lived well or not depended on his ability. The person who commissioned him was someone who didn't have any ability. Ningxu changed his clothes, put on a hat and sunglasses, and prepared to go out. Ningxu, Mantis Shrimp, let's go find our boyfriend. Ningxu walked out of the apartment. This apartment was where the artists under the company stayed. A B-list celebrity like Mu Shuyao could afford a house, but the client was reluctant to do so. The company would take a large portion of the money earned from the advertisements. In fact, the client did not have much money. Yu Wenluan already had his own studio. Ningxu always felt that Yu Wenluan didn't really like the client. Why did they become boyfriend and girlfriend? She didn't know why. Ningxu didn't have a good impression of the best actor Yu Wenluan. He couldn't even tell if it was love or not. He was easily won over by someone and then immediately got rid of the client. He was really afraid that the client would pester him. Ningxu arrived at the set. Yu Wenluan was shooting a movie that his studio had invested in. Yu Wenluan was the best actor and guaranteed the box office. Ningxu got out of the car and went to the set. Ningxu saw Yu Wenluan talking to a woman from afar. This woman was wearing a costume. It was an ancient costume. Yu Wenluan was also wearing a deep robe with wide sleeves. The two of them stood together like an immortal couple. Yu Wenluan held the script in his hand and was explaining it to Xiao Ling-er. Xiao Ling-er looked at Yu Wenluan with her crystal eyes. Xiao Ling-er had a pure temperament and her skin was delicate. She was a complete beauty. Men all had vanity and a desire to conquer. Being looked at by a woman with admiration would definitely make one feel good. Yu Wenluan lowered his head and met Xiao Ling-er's wet eyes. Then, when Xiao Ling-er met Yu Wenluan's gaze, she nervously and shyly avoided it. She looked really cute. Actually, Xiao Ling-er was here to be an extra. At this time, Xiao Ling-er had just been reborn. The mission issued by the system was to woo the best actor Yu Wenluan. In her previous life, Xiao Ling-er had been wandering around the 18th line. Because she didn't have any resources, she was always bullied and taken advantage of by directors and producers. She had been acting as a servant girl who didn't have much of a presence, a brothel prostitute, etc. In this life, she first came to be an extra in a movie that Yu Wenluan invested in. With Xiao Ling-er's appearance and temperament, she was more eye-catching than the main character. Soon, Xiao Ling-er attracted the attention of the best actor Yu Wenluan. Wow, this girl is good. She's an extra, but her acting skills are good. It's a waste to be an extra. Thus, he arranged the role of the fifth female lead for Xiao Ling-er. It was a world of difference from the previous extra who cost dozens of yuan for 3 boxed meals a day. Moreover, she could have a scene with Yu Wenluan. It was simply too awesome. During the intermission, Xiao Ling-er would take the script and sincerely consult Yu Wenluan. At the same time, she wanted to make a good impression. Ningxu stood at the side and silently watched the two of them talk about the script. Just looking at Xiao Ling from afar, she was stunning. Her figure was graceful and flawless. The system wanted to make Xiao Ling a heartthrob, loved by everyone, and bloomed flowers. The two of them held the script and talked for a long time. They talked happily. Xiao Ling smiled until her eyes curved, making people feel very comfortable. Under the system's creation, Xiao Ling's temperament was no longer gaudy. Instead, it was ethereal and pure. It was hard to forget. Yu Wenluan looked at Xiao Ling with amazement and admiration. Not to mention how good Xiao Ling's acting skills were, just her appearance alone was enough to make a living in the entertainment industry. Someone still went to tell Yu Wenluan that Ningxu was here. Yu Wenluan turned his head and saw Ningxu standing there. He frowned. Ningxu waved his hand. Ningxu walked over. Yu Wenluan was wearing a deep robe with wide sleeves, a belt around his waist, a jade crown on his head, and a wig. He was a living example of an ancient emperor, handsome and dignified. Yu Wenluan was like whatever he acted in. He became a movie king at such a young age. Yu Wenluan's appearance was not that of a pretty boy. His temperament was very calm. He was not a little fresh meat, but he was more popular than a little fresh meat. Why are you here? Yu Wenluan asked Ningxu. Ningxu smiled and said, I have a Xianxia TV series about to start filming. I won't be able to see you for a while, so I came to say hello. Yu Wenluan nodded. Work hard. If nothing unexpected happens, this TV series will bring you to the next level. This Xianxia drama made a big turn in Mu Shiyao's acting career. However, that was in her previous life. In this life, Xiao Ling had snatched the role. Xiao Ling's temperament was very suitable for this role, and she became famous overnight. Mu Shiyao was forced to be the second female lead. Mu Shiyao was angry and argued with the director. The director's attitude was very clear. She didn't care if she acted or not. Acting as a bad person would usually implicate the actor and be scolded, especially since the character was quite annoying. It was a femme fatale. For the sake of love. Mu Shiyao was indignant at that time. She couldn't let it go just like that. Even if she was the second female lead, she could still turn the tables. His role had been stolen by someone who came out of nowhere. He couldn't just let it go. In the end, reality was cruel. The annoying character, coupled with the fact that the opponent was someone who had lived for 2 lifetimes and the system's bonus, was simply torturous. She was scolded like a dog and then dumped by her boyfriend. It was simply difficult for her to move forward. Because she was criticized on the internet for her acting skills, Mu Shiyao was in a difficult situation. Her acting career could be interrupted at any time. However, things happened too quickly. Mu Shiyao didn't even have a chance to turn the tables. This was a cruel industry. It was fine even if she was plotted against. After all, people stepped on each other's shoulders to climb up. However, Mu Shiyao didn't think that she had offended Xiao Ling. Why did Xiao Ling treat her like this? She snatched her boyfriend and was even forcing her step by step. Yu Wenluan's attitude towards Ningxu couldn't be said to be much like or love. However, being able to be boyfriend and girlfriend meant that they had some feelings. Otherwise, Yu Wenluan wouldn't have announced that Mu Shiyao was his girlfriend. One had to know that if a male celebrity was no longer single, it was very likely that he would lose some fans. Most of the fans in the entertainment industry were female fans. He didn't love her much, but he liked her a little. To Yu Wenluan, Mu Shiyao was useless. She had to establish a loyal and affectionate persona and wouldn't break up easily. However, once there was a suitable person, he wouldn't hesitate to break up with Mu Shiyao. People in the entertainment industry would set up a persona for themselves. For example, a good wife and mother, a fairy, or a pure and straightforward person. In short, a likable persona would make fans like them more. As long as they maintained this persona on screen, it would be fine. Mu Shiyao was a classic beauty, and her looks were more classic. This time, the Xianxia TV series had made Mu Shiyao a great success. But that role was snatched away by Xiao Ling. Ningxu glanced at Xiao Ling standing beside Yu Wenluan and asked, "Who is this?" "Oh, the actors of this movie are asking me about something they don't understand," Yu Wenluan said. "Hello, Miss Mu. I'm Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling was very respectful to Ningxu. Ningxu nodded and said to Yu Wenluan, "Is she the female lead?" "She's pretty." Ningxu knew that Xiao Ling wasn't the female lead in this drama. She had said that on purpose. It could be said that Xiao Ling's brilliance overshadowed the real female lead. Ningxu glanced at the female lead who was touching up her makeup. She was an A-list celebrity, but she didn't look too good. "It's not the female lead. It's the fifth female lead." Xiao Ling immediately said, "The female lead is Sister Zhang." Ningxu put down a bag of fruit. "I brought some fruit for you. You film every day. Eat more fruit to cool down." There was a lot of fruit in this bag. It was enough for Yu Wenluan to eat for a while, and he could also share it with others. Even if he wanted to deal with him, Ningxu wouldn't fall out with him directly. That would be giving the other party something to use against him. Yu Wenluan's expression changed. "Thank you." Ningxu just smiled. Xiao Ling said with a smile, "Senior Yu and Miss Mu are really in love." Although Xiao Ling was smiling, her heart was hazy. In her previous life, she was a third-rate artist who struggled. She wasn't even a star. Mu Shuyao, on the other hand, had become popular because of a Xianxia drama. In the end, she even married the best actor and her life went smoothly. It seemed that she and Yu Wenluan were lucky, but she didn't have a backer or a chance to act. She couldn't become popular. In her previous life, Xiao Ling was very jealous of Mu Shuyao. In this life, she wanted to take everything from Mu Shuyao, her opportunity, and her man. Sometimes, jealousy was so gratuitous. She couldn't get what she wanted even if she tried her best, but Mu Shuyao easily got what she wanted. It made people very jealous. Task issued, obtain the female lead role of a Xianxia drama. The system's voice sounded in Xiao Ling's mind. Xiao Ling's heart skipped a beat. Since the system issued a task, she had to take the role of Mu Shuyao. And this role would make the actor popular. Although Mu Shuyao was a classic beauty, she wasn't bad either. Moreover, her temperament had changed drastically. Maybe it could make her popular. Moreover, Xiao Ling didn't like Mu Shuyao in her heart. They would definitely meet. She wanted to make a good impression on Yu Wenluan, which was to steal Mu Shuyao's man. Their positions were on opposite sides. Go back and prepare well. Perform well. I'm going to start work. Yu Wenluan chased Ningxu away. Ningxu smiled and said, "It's okay. I happen to be free today. I want to stay here and watch you film. You won't chase me away, right? I want to watch your acting. It's my first time being the lead. I feel a little guilty." Ningxu ignored Xiao Ling and said to Yu Wenluan. Yu Wenluan frowned. "Up to you. Just watch." Ningxu smiled, his whole face shining brightly. "Thank you." With Ningxu here, Yu Wenluan couldn't talk to Xiao Ling about the script. Xiao Ling felt uncomfortable. How could she make a good impression with Mu Shuyao here? Yu Wenluan was Mu Shuyao's boyfriend now. She didn't want to be involved in a scandal of stealing someone else's boyfriend. She couldn't be a mistress. She wanted Yu Wenluan to have a good impression of her without causing any scandals. She wanted Yu Wenluan to admire her and like her. Actually, she was just a prostitute. Now, Yu Wenluan had a good impression of her. Ningxu sat on a chair and watched Xiao Ling and Yu Wenluan work. Ningxu took out his phone and took a photo from time to time. Especially when Xiao Ling and Yu Wenluan were in the same frame. Although they were filming, he still felt an inexplicable ambiguous feeling between Xiao Ling and Yu Wenluan. Her beautiful appearance was like a fragrant flower, attracting bees. If Xiao Ling wasn't outstanding, Yu Wenluan would have noticed her. If she wasn't outstanding, how could she make a good impression? This kind of system that chose a female host made the host a peerless beauty in the world. Since ancient times, heroes had a weakness for beauties. In essence, Ningxu felt that men couldn't control their reproductive instincts. If a woman had a good appearance, her genes wouldn't be bad. The children she gave birth to might combine the advantages of both sides. Just like how a female animal had a strong body and a strong male animal. Sigh, this world looked at faces in despair. Ningxu sat on the chair and carefully watched Yu Wenluan act. When he had scenes with Xiao Ling-er's eyes were filled with affection. As a concubine in the harem, it was normal for her to like the emperor. During filming, Xiao Ling-er seemed to want to pass on all her admiration to Yu Wenluan. If one didn't know, they would just think that Xiao Ling-er's acting skills were amazing. Ningxu took out his phone and found a subtle angle to secretly take a picture. Yu Wenluan's heart started to beat wildly when he was looked at by a woman who seemed to be very sincere. Especially when this woman was very beautiful and affectionate. Any man might not be able to stand it. Xiao Ling-er's heart was blooming with joy. She heard the system tell her that Yu Wenluan's affection for her was now 40 and would reach 50 soon. She already had a good impression of him. At the same time, the system issued another mission. Expose the real identity of the movie king's girlfriend and let him help you get a role. It meant to embarrass the movie king's girlfriend. Xiao Ling-er's next mission was to embarrass Mu Shuyao and ruin her image in the movie king's heart. With a comparison, Yu Wenluan's heart naturally favored her. Although Yu Wenluan didn't say that he liked her, the affection wasn't fake. Moreover, Mu Shuyao was a hypocritical person. She usually pretended to be like a lady from an ancient family. She was also a vengeful and arrogant person. She was afraid that her man would run away, so she immediately came to visit. She said that she was visiting, but she was actually monitoring. Mu Shuyao's achievements today and her ability to become the female lead of a TV series were all because of the resources provided by Yu Wenluan. Xiao Ling-er relied on her acting skills from her previous life and her ethereal temperament to give people the feeling that her acting skills were natural. She was born to act and passed the first scene. Yu Wenluan couldn't help but praise her. "You're really not bad." Xiao Ling-er immediately smiled. "Thank you, I will continue to work hard. But I'm still not as good as Miss Mu. She's the female lead now, and I'm just an extra." Xiao Ling-er said with some disappointment. Then, she became excited. "But I will work hard. My goal is to become a movie queen. I will act in many movies and create many characters." Xiao Ling-er was brimming with vitality. Because she was young, her face was full of collagen and had a pearl-like luster, causing people to be dazzled. Beautiful, beautiful, and pure. Yu Wenluan's gaze on Xiao Ling-er grew softer and softer. Xiao Ling-er had just entered the entertainment industry, so she didn't have the impetuosity and materialism of the entertainment industry. During the filming period, the more Wenluan admired Xiao Ling-er, the more he admired her. As long as you don't distract yourself, you will definitely become the best actress. You are an acting genius, you have the talent, you will definitely succeed. Yu Wenluan said gently. In fact, Xiao Ling-er's talent was honed in her previous life. In addition, with the help of the system, the outside world said that Xiao Ling-er was born for acting. Xiao Ling-er smiled like a flower. She seemed to be bursting with joy because of Yu Wenluan's praise. Yu Wenluan looked at Xiao Ling-er with a hint of affection in his eyes. Xiao Ling-er looked at Ningxu and walked over. She asked in a low voice, "Miss Mu, can I have some of your water?" Ningxu was looking down at his phone. He looked up at Xiao Ling-er and said casually, "There is water in the bag over there. Take it yourself." Xiao Ling-er immediately said, "Thank you, Miss Mu. You are so nice." Yu Wenluan walked over and Xiao Ling-er handed him a bottle of water. "Master, please have some water," Xiao Ling-er said mischievously. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Ling-er. Xiao Ling-er immediately waved her hand, as if she was afraid that Ningxu would misunderstand. "Don't misunderstand. The movie king guided me in acting and called me master because he wanted to thank me." When Xiao Ling-er waved her hand, the water in the bottle splashed out and was about to splash Ningxu. Ningxu turned around and moved his finger slightly. The water splashed on the ground and some splashed directly on Xiao Ling-er. Although the restrictions of the plane were great, she was still the embodiment of the law of water. What was he thinking by splashing water on her? "Are you okay?" Ningxu asked Xiao Ling-er. Life was like a show. It all depended on acting skills. If you want to pretend to be friendly and innocent, I can also pretend to be magnanimous and friendly. Xiao Ling-er's hands were full of water and her costume was wet. "Are you okay?" Yu Wenluan hurriedly asked Xiao Ling-er. "Do you want hot water? Otherwise, it will be hot." "Don't worry. Shuyao is not such a stingy person. She won't misunderstand. Yu Wenluan looked at Xiao Ling. Ningxu was speechless. I am a stingy person. I don't need you to flatter me. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to say anything. Get angry. You are stingy. Now, Yu Wenluan was biased towards Xiao Ling. Ningxu took out a piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Xiao Ling. I didn't misunderstand. Wenluan can give you pointers on water. Xiao Ling's face was a bit ugly. She said reluctantly, thank you, Miss Mu. You are really a magnanimous person. It's not that I'm magnanimous, but I have confidence in Wenluan. He is the kind of person who is dedicated and responsible. If he says that he will guide you, then he will. I am a die-hard fan of Best Actor Yu. Ningxu smiled and said disgusting words. However, it did make Yu Wenluan feel uncomfortable and guilty. He had a good impression of Xiao Ling in his heart. Your film is about to start. Go back and prepare. Yu Wenluan asked Ningxu to go back. Ningxu nodded and said with a smile, then I'll go back. Remember to eat the food I brought. You don't look too good. Remember to eat more fruit. Then, Yu Wenluan's expression turned even uglier. Ningxu carried her bag and left. She turned around and saw Yu Wenluan wiping the water off Xiao Ling's hands with a tissue. Ningxu used her bag to block her phone and took a picture. Then, she drove home slowly. Ningxu returned to the apartment and turned on the computer. She thought about the script that the Heavenly Queen system had given Xiao Ling. This script was a popular one in other worlds. Ningxu didn't plan to write it. Instead, she made an outline of the script, created a site account, and sent it to the email of a famous screenwriter. This kind of thing needed to be written by a professional. When the time came, a professional would be better than someone like Xiao Ling, who had done a job and then written the lyrics. When the time came, the plagiarism incident would be enough to ruin Xiao Ling's reputation. Xiao Ling's script was given directly by the system, and Xiao Ling didn't know how to write a script. But what was puzzling was that no one doubted that Xiao Ling could write a script. Writing a script wasn't an easy job. He seriously suspected that the system had the ability to lower IQ. Otherwise, he wouldn't have trusted Xiao Ling so unconditionally. The email showed that it had been sent. Ningxu stretched. Then, he wrote some lyrics. These songs were very popular in other worlds, and they were very popular. They were all used by Xiao Ling to flirt with men. The king of singers was a handsome music addict. Xiao Ling used these legendary songs to successfully close the gap between her and the superstars and successfully won over some people. Take note, some people. Ningxu knocked his head and tried to recall the songs. Then he slowly tapped on the keyboard. Ding dong. She received an email. The famous scriptwriter had replied and asked Ningxu what she meant by sending him the outline. Ningxu only said that he was selling the outline and creativity. The screenwriter directly said to Ningxu that if he wanted to sell it, he would settle it all at once. In the future, the script would have nothing to do with Ningxu, and he couldn't mention the script. Ningxu nodded in agreement. They reached an agreement. Ningxu gave the screenwriter a Red Cross bank account number and asked him to transfer the money directly to the charity. Ningxu said repeatedly, hoping that the screenwriter could write it and put it on the screen. After talking to the scriptwriter, Ningxu sent the song to the manager of the adorable Heavenly King. This king was a music addict and didn't care much about relationships. He only cared about music in his life. Xiao Ling relied on music to win over the king. Not only was there a king of singers, but there were also composers and lyricists. These songs were all songs from other worlds that had been polished by time. They were classic songs. Ningxu rubbed his neck, stood up, poured a glass of water, and drank slowly. After drinking a mouthful of water, Ningxu took out a yoga mat and began to exercise his body. This mission was difficult and easy at the same time. Apart from her rebirth and the system, Xiao Ling was still a third-rate celebrity. Therefore, he wanted to take away Xiao Ling's halo and destroy her advantage. Then, the system would see that Xiao Ling was no longer worth nurturing and would naturally leave Xiao Ling. When that happens, 2333 will devour this wild system. Ningshu twisted his body and grunted. The laptop on the coffee table made a ding-dong sound. An email had arrived. Ningshu struggled to open his legs and took a look at the computer. It was a message from the manager of the adorable masked king. His tone was rather arrogant. He directly asked how much the lyrics cost and how much it was. She was indeed the heavenly king's manager, so domineering. Ningshu replied, "Yes, I can sell these songs." However, Ningshu did not have any objections to the other party buying out all the rights to his signature. He directly said that it would be fine as long as he paid for it. The manager was very generous and gave him more than 100,000 yuan. Ningshu did not have any objections. He gave him an account number of Hope Primary School and asked him to send the money over. Ningshu did not want to take the money. If he took it, there would be traces. Ningshu did not want to get into any trouble. The other party agreed and even said that if he had any lyrics that he wanted to sell, he could come to them. Ningshu nodded. The other party was a swift and decisive person. He directly transferred the money and even took a screenshot of it for Ningshu to see. He transferred 200,000 yuan and sent it under the masked king's name. After all, doing charity was a good thing. Ningshu replied with a message saying that he saw it. Well, it blocked Xiao Ling'er's path. Ningshu took out his phone and opened the photos he took earlier. He opened the photo of Yu Wenluan holding Xiao Ling'er's hand and wiping the water for her. Ningshu thought about it and decided to post a post. The title was #shocking. The movie king is behaving ambiguously with an unknown actress on the set. Who is this woman? #Ningshu pasted the photo on the wall. Because of the angle, the photo looked really ambiguous. Xiao Ling'er raised her head and looked at Yu Wenluan affectionately. Yu Wenluan held Xiao Ling'er's hand. Why does it look like there's something going on? Moreover, there were staff members walking by. It was obvious that they were not filming. Yu Wenluan's popularity was very high. This post was quickly noticed by people and created a huge number of comments. Most of them were Yu Wenluan's female fans. They were all trying to find out who this woman was. At this time, Xiao Ling'er had just entered the entertainment industry. She was still a rookie. Everyone tried to find out who she was, but they could not find anything. Ningshu changed his IP and account number. Then, he posted another post. He said that the previous post was just a publicity stunt. If he wanted people to pay attention, he had to create some hype. When it came to ripping, there had to be different voices. Yu Wenluan should thank her. After all, she had increased the attention and popularity of his movie. Every time a TV drama or movie wanted to attract people's attention, there would be some scandals about the actors. Anyway, it was exposed in advance. If Xiao Ling'er and Yu Wenluan really did anything ambiguous, Yu Wenluan would only protect Xiao Ling'er when he had a girlfriend. Yu Wenluan's steady and responsible image might collapse. No matter how many people did not like Mu Shuyao, the real girlfriend of Yu Wenluan, she was still Yu Wenluan's girlfriend. Now that he was flirting with another woman, no matter what the rumors were, Mu Shuyao was the victim. Yu Wenluan's studio replied quickly. They were very good at public relations. Soon, they explained the photo on Weibo. They explained that Yu Wenluan's actions were only because the other party had splashed water on her hand and he helped wipe it. Moreover, they had to severely punish those who slandered him. In an instant, Yu Wenluan's fans comforted him and praised Yu Wenluan for being a warm man. However, there were also different voices because his actions were too ambiguous. Then, some people gloated and ran to Ningshu's Weibo, saying that Ningshu had been dumped. Ningshu was speechless. Ningshu browsed through his Weibo page and saw all kinds of comments. It had nothing to do with her. Ningshu did not respond. Ningshu put down his computer and twisted his body to train his flexibility. After sweating all over, Ningshu took a shower and started to cultivate. If he had some strength, he could dodge eggs quickly. The entertainment industry was about fame and power. It was also a circle of right and wrong. It was an ecological chain. Celebrities were naturally high and mighty. However, some paparazzi and magazines relied on digging up scandals to satisfy the public's gossip about celebrities. In short, the media and celebrities were inseparable. The internal strife was definitely much harsher than in other circles. They had to endure both fame and benefits. It was just mutual deception. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. Originally, it was a big dye vat. No one could walk out of the mud without being stained. Walking on the beach without getting their shoes wet. Everyone stepped on each other and faced a lot of temptations. It was just a matter of whether they could control themselves. Actually, Ningshu didn't like to do tasks in the entertainment industry. Since he enjoyed fame and fortune, he had to bear the pain of fame and fortune. Everything in the world was fair. Holding a lot of money, saying how hard it was. Staying up late, how hard it was. She was hospitalized today, blah, blah. All living things were suffering. Shouldn't they pay the price? The client's injustice was that she didn't have a direct conflict with Xiao Ling-er, but Xiao Ling-er stepped on her and kept slandering her. The client was frozen. She was photographed leaving the house and was compared to the popular Xiao Ling-er. The terrifying public opinion made Mu Shuyao commit suicide. She died before she even lived half of her life. Ningshu sat cross-legged on the carpet and looked at the computer. Actually, he was quite puzzled as to why Xiao Ling-er was so relentless against the client. It was fine if she had taken over the client's boyfriend, but why was she so cruel to the client? She was simply courting death. Ningshu was browsing Weibo when his phone rang. It was Yu Wenluan. Ningshu picked up the phone and said, "Hello? Why are you free to call me? Aren't you busy? You saw the news online, right?" Yu Wenluan's voice was low, obviously unhappy. "Oh, you mean that picture? I don't care about it at all. Besides, I was there at the time and knew what happened. I don't care about it at all. You don't have to care about it either. Focus on filming. Don't let these gossips and out-of-context things affect your mood." Ningshu's tone was light and very considerate. "I'm also an actress, okay? I've been to many different worlds. Everyone acted together. It was just a matter of who acted more sincerely." Ningshu said a bunch of considerate and forbearing words. Yu Wenluan was silent for a while on the other end of the phone. In the end, he said, "I got it," and hung up. Ningshu looked at his phone. Mu Shuyao was the weaker party in this relationship. Yu Wenluan's fans always felt that Mu Shuyao, who was just a pretty face, wasn't worthy of Yu Wenluan. Even Mu Shuyao herself had a weak mentality and always subconsciously tried to please Yu Wenluan. The more he fawned, the more humble he was. The more humble he was, the less the other party cared about him. It wasn't until Mu Shuyao gradually became popular that the situation slowly changed. Therefore, the best relationship was to be evenly matched. Anyway, Ningshu wouldn't break up with Yu Wenluan. No matter what, he had to destroy Yu Wenluan's image. No matter what, he had to stand on the side of reason. After finishing his work, Ningshu began to pack his luggage, preparing to go to the filming site. Speaking of which, this was her first time acting, so it shouldn't be a problem. Ningshu decided to find the client's book. These books were all about the basics of acting. Mu Shuyao wasn't from a proper class, so she hadn't received any systematic acting training. Although he had Yu Wenluan's guidance, he was still not very powerful. Ningshu flipped through the book, reading page by page. In the evening, his manager, Sister Zhao, came over and asked, "Have you packed your things? You have to go early for the opening ceremony." "It's never wrong to go early." Ningshu nodded. "Got it. I'll leave early tomorrow morning." She didn't have the right to act like a big shot. Mu Shuyao was afraid that her actions would cause Yu Wenluan to break up with her. Yu Wenluan was the kind of person who did things in a down-to-earth manner and didn't cause any scandals. He gave the fans the impression that he was down-to-earth and reliable. In 2 words, he had a reliable character. Mu Shuyao got closer to Yu Wenluan. However, even so, Mu Shuyao was still a pretty face among Yu Wenluan's fans. Sister Zhao reminded Ningshu, "It wasn't easy to get the role this time. Don't mess it up. I'll go with you early tomorrow morning." Ningshu replied, "I got it. Sister Zhao, you can go ahead." No matter what, the manager also hoped that the celebrities under her would become popular. Sister Zhao had other artistes under her, and they were so busy every day that they left after half an hour. Ningshu sent Sister Zhao to the door. Sister Zhao thought for a moment and said to Ningshu, "Your boyfriend is Yu Wenluan. If you can ask him for a role, do it. Don't end up with nothing." She was just that realistic. Ningshu nodded. "Sister Zhao, I know what to do." After Sister Zhao left, Ningshu closed the door and went back to reading. When he had nothing to do, he would scroll through Weibo. This was where all kinds of gossip gathered. If there was any news, he would be the first to know. Ningshu wanted to see if Xiao Ling would appear on the internet and take the opportunity to make her presence known. If she really did, it would basically prove that she had relied on Yu Wenluan to get to the top. If Xiao Ling had any brains, she wouldn't be jumping up and down at this time. Xiao Ling still wanted to woo other men. If her reputation was ruined, how could she woo him? Men didn't like women who were full of schemes. They liked women who were pure and flawless. What a beautiful white lotus. Xiao Ling wanted to make a scene and explain the cause and effect on the internet, but she was stopped by the system. The system gave Xiao Ling the title of a talented woman. She relied on her ability to attract many suitors and let men admire and love her. Now that she had no achievements and was jumping around, it was suspicious. Xiao Ling endured it with great difficulty. In fact, Xiao Ling's heart was still very restless. In her previous life, she was an artist who didn't have much fame until her death. This time, because of Yu Wenluan, many people were paying attention to her. Xiao Ling couldn't control herself. But the system said no, so Xiao Ling could only endure and give up the opportunity to show her face. She was going to become a super queen with tens of millions of fans. She couldn't lose the big picture for small things. Xiao Ling apologized to Yu Wenluan guiltily. "It's all because of me that you got involved in such a scandal." Xiao Ling looked uneasy. Her beautiful little face was full of hesitation and fear. It was as if she was afraid of bringing trouble to Yu Wenluan. Her helpless and pitiful look made Yu Wenluan's heart soften. "It's okay. In this circle, who hasn't been used before? There are all kinds of scandals. Thanks to you, our movie has attracted another wave of attention. There are two sides to everything. Don't feel too guilty," Yu Wenluan said indifferently. "Really?" Xiao Ling looked at Yu Wenluan and patted her chest playfully. "You really scared me to death. If I brought trouble to you because of me, I would feel guilty. You still have one more scene to finish, right? Have you thought about where to go next?" Yu Wenluan changed the topic. Xiao Ling was a little confused. "I don't know. Your image is very suitable for Shuya's fantasy drama. You can try it." Yu Wenluan felt that this girl was talented and should be promoted. When Yu Wenluan offered to help Xiao Ling get a role, Xiao Ling immediately agreed. Xiao Ling wanted to steal a role from Mu Shuyao, but it would be better if Yu Wenluan recommended her. Xiao Ling blinked her bright eyes and asked in confusion, "What role should I get?" "Just go. A TV series needs a lot of actors. Go find the director." Yu Wenluan wasn't angry when he saw Xiao Ling's confused look. Xiao Ling made a no sound. Although her mouth said that she understood, her face was still confused and confused. Yu Wenluan thought about it. "How about this? I'll call the director. You go and audition. If there's a suitable role, you can play it." Xiao Ling was overjoyed. At least Yu Wenluan had called the director. No matter what, the director would take his words seriously. With this relationship, she could definitely change the director's mind during the audition. With her acting skills and temperament, she would be more suitable for the female lead. If there was a chance, she would do it, especially if someone created it for her. Xiao Ling hesitated again and asked, "Won't this be too troublesome?" "Forget it. Don't call. Miss Mu is also on the set. It won't be good if there's a misunderstanding." Yu Wenluan took out his phone and made a call. "It's just a call. If you don't succeed in the audition, it's up to you." Xiao Ling nodded heavily and smiled brightly as she watched Yu Wenluan make the call. "When we're done here, you can go over," Yu Wenluan said to Xiao Ling after hanging up. Xiao Ling immediately said, "You've helped me so much. I don't know how to thank you. You're an acting genius. Don't think too much. Focus on acting, Yuan Luan said gently to Xiao Ling-er. Xiao Ling-er nodded heavily. I won't let you down. Xiao Ling-er was very emotional. Her small face was red as she unconsciously grabbed Yuan Luan's hand. Thank you. I must become the best actress. Yuan Luan's heart skipped a beat when Xiao Ling-er grabbed his hand. Her hand was warm and soft, and her skin was smooth. Yuan Luan didn't know whether it was static electricity or something, but he felt his hand go numb. Xiao Ling-er realized that she had grabbed Yuan Luan's hand and quickly let go. Sorry, I was too excited. Thank you. Yuan Luan rubbed his fingers together. He was a little nostalgic for the soft touch and warmth. Xiao Ling-er's heart was blooming with joy. Although she didn't embarrass Mu Shuyao, the role was already a done deal. Moreover, the system had notified her that Yuan Luan's favorability towards her had increased again. It was simply awesome. Yuan Luan probably liked her now. Xiao Ling-er said, Senior, I'd like to treat you to a meal when I'm done shooting. Thank you for taking care of me. Yuan Luan had a good impression of Xiao Ling-er. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse such an invitation. In fact, he was looking forward to it. Yuan Luan even felt that he might have found his true love. As for Mu Shuyao, Yuan Luan could only say that he liked her a little. Mu Shuyao was Yuan Luan's type. But now, there was a girl who had surpassed the master. Yuan Luan felt that the current one was even better. The original one could be thrown away and replaced. Okay, when you're done shooting, you can treat me to a meal. Forget it, I'll treat you. You just entered the entertainment industry and don't have much money, Yuan Luan said considerately. Xiao Ling-er nodded obediently. Okay, when I earn enough money, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal. Xiao Ling-er was very happy. In her previous life, he was Mu Shuyao's man. Now, he had a good impression of her. When this strategy was successful, she would gain a foothold in the entertainment industry step by step. Then, she would consider other things. She would definitely become a super diva. Ningxu didn't know that the two of them were progressing so quickly. He boarded the plane to the filming location. Because it was a Xianxia drama, the filming location was a 5A scenic spot. Ningxu arrived at the hotel booked by the crew. Sister Zhao instructed Ningxu and hurried back. Ningxu took out the script and practiced yoga while memorizing the script. While memorizing, he also took out a pen to write. Being an actor was a job. At the very least, he couldn't cause trouble for the client. In order to prevent any accidents, Ningxu even memorized the second female lead's lines. She might become the second female lead like in the plot. Besides studying the character of the female lead, Ningxu was also studying the character of the second female lead. Other than being a vicious and merciless beauty, he had to find something deeper. Besides memorizing the lines, Ningxu also browsed the gossip on the internet. After staying in the hotel for a few days, Ningxu received a call from Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao sounded very angry. Shuyao, your role has been replaced. I talked to the director and said that the second female lead role will be given to you. Ningxu calmly flipped through the script. I see. This is too much. Let's not act, Sister Zhao said angrily. I'm coming over now. I'll accompany you to talk to the director. Ningxu nodded. Sister Zhao, you don't have to go back and forth. We'll act. Changing from the first female lead to the second female lead isn't just a matter of salary. It's also a matter of exposure. This is your first time as the first female lead and it was taken away just like that. Good things are really hard to come by. Sister Zhao sounded exhausted. Do you want to give Yuan Luan a call? No matter what, you have to tell him about this. Ningxu only said, Sister Zhao, don't worry. It's fine. You can act as the first female lead or the second female lead. Why not? I'm so angry. I heard that this person who replaced you came from some corner. I've never heard of her before. Sister Zhao still wanted Ningxu to inform Yuan Luan. She hoped to use Yuan Luan's power to put pressure on the production crew. Fortune and misfortune can be together. The second female lead can also become popular. Let's wait and see. As for this person who replaced me, maybe she has some background, Ningxu said vaguely. I'm going to find out what kind of background she has. If you really want to act, then act. Sister Zhao hung up the phone. Ningxu propped up her chin and tapped her fingers on the table, making tapping sounds. The roll that was already in his hands was snatched away. How frustrating. Changing orders from day to night really made people feel uncomfortable. So be it. In the plot, Mu Shuyao was well known because of this role, even though it was a bad one. Ningxu's lips twitched. Yu Wenluan must have pulled strings for Xiao Ling to become the first female lead. Yu Wenluan really knew how to be a person. They hadn't even broken up yet, but he couldn't wait to dig a hole for his girlfriend. He was drunk. Yu Wenluan had a good impression of Xiao Ling, but he didn't like his girlfriend. In order to get Xiao Ling's favor, he didn't want to humiliate his girlfriend. People like Yu Wenluan were ruthless. Ningxu smiled and started to memorize the script. He was memorizing the second female lead's lines. It was better to be prepared in advance than to memorize it on set. He had to be prepared. Ningxu didn't call Yu Wenluan. So what if he called him? It wouldn't change the outcome at all. Besides, Yu Wenluan's heart was already biased. It was useless to say more. Xiao Ling, on the other hand, was so excited that she called Yu Wenluan and told him that she had actually become the female lead. This would make Miss Mu unhappy. Yu Wenluan was also a little surprised, but he still persuaded her. The role was decided by the director. It has nothing to do with you. Don't feel burdened. Just act well. Hearing you say that, I feel more at ease. Otherwise, I don't know how to face Miss Mu. Xiao Ling said in fear, will she blame me? It's okay. Everything is decided by the director. Xiao Ling grinned silently. She was about to become famous. Mu Shuyao had become famous because of this role. Now, she was about to play this role. This was an opportunity that she didn't have in her previous life. During the opening ceremony, Ningxu and Xiao Ling met. Both of them were wearing stage costumes. Xiao Ling's light blue dress, coupled with her temperament, made her look like an immortal. Xiao Ling was very suitable for this role. Ningxu was wearing a red dress. His lips were red and there was a red mole between his eyebrows. He looked enchanting and fierce. This role didn't match Mu Shuyao's temperament and she couldn't control this role. That was why she was tortured so badly. Ningxu looked at Xiao Ling indifferently. I didn't expect you to be the one replacing me. Xiao Ling said in fear, I don't know why I was chosen as the female lead. I never thought of stealing your role. Ningxu stretched out her hand. Her fingernails were long. Ningxu patted Xiao Ling's shoulder, causing Xiao Ling's heart to tremble. It's okay. I'm looking forward to acting with you. Wenluan said that you're a genius at acting, Ningxu said gently. Xiao Ling felt a little depressed and forced a smile. It's good that you don't blame me. Why would I? Ningxu smiled. His blood-red lips contrasted with his snow-white teeth. It was a soul-stirring scene. Xiao Ling looked at Ningxu in a daze. After a few procedures, they offered incense and bowed. After the ceremony, they had a meal and got to know each other. Xiao Ling's crystal-like, translucent, and fragile temperament reduced a lot of hostility. Those who knew the situation looked at Ningxu sympathetically. Because Yu's introduced Us when Ningxu went to the toilet, she could still hear the crew gossiping that Xiao Ling was best actor Yu's new favorite and that Mu Shuyao was about to fall out of favor. Ningxu, it seemed to be the truth. After the gossipers left, Ningxu came out of the toilet cubicle. He turned on the tap, washed his hands, dried them, and took out his phone. He leaned against the sink and read the gossip. For the sake of ratings, the TV series released some gossip to make the TV series popular. Ningxu revealed to a verified account on Weibo that the production team had changed the female lead. The original female lead was Yu Wenluan's girlfriend, Mu Shuyao. Later, Yu Wenluan snatched the female lead from his girlfriend. Ningxu's story was very melodramatic and twisted. The love triangle story was very melodramatic. In short, it was a melodramatic story of how Yu Wenluan treated his old girlfriend and new girlfriend. He would definitely drag Yu Wenluan in. Ningxu sent it, and the verified account exposed it on Weibo. Ningshu said this because he didn't expect to get the female lead back. Besides, Ningshu didn't think it was a big deal to be the second female lead. By doing this, he wanted to destroy Yu Wenluan's mature and steady image that he didn't create any scandals. Ningshu put away his phone and went out of the toilet. He met Xiao Ling at the door. Xiao Ling greeted Mu Shuyao. Mu Shuyao nodded and walked away. After dinner, everyone went back to the hotel to rest. Ningshu returned to his room and read the gossip while doing yoga and twisting his body. The verified account's Weibo page was full of Yu Wenluan's fans. They were all talking about Yu Wenluan. Yu Wenluan wasn't such a playboy. He had Yu Wenluan. How could he be two-timing? Although the fans didn't like Mu Shuyao, they felt that Mu Shuyao wasn't worthy of Yu Wenluan. However, it was impossible for Yu Wenluan to cheat on her. It must be a woman who came out of nowhere to hug his thigh. In short, many people were digging up Xiao Ling background. Xiao Ling was speechless when she saw the gossip online. Although it seemed to be true, Yu Wenluan had indeed called to introduce her. The news was mixed with truth and falsehood. Yu Wenluan now had special feelings for Xiao Ling. In short, Xiao Ling would have to wear the label of a mistress for a while. Xiao Ling had stolen someone else's role. This was irrefutable. There was truth in lies. Only the truth and falsehood could make people believe it. The next day, the crew started filming. Ningshu's second female lead was all kinds of evil, while the main lead was true, kind, and beautiful. Ningshu had already memorized the lines by heart. Xiao Ling had just received the script and was anxiously memorizing it scene by scene. When Ningshu and Xiao Ling were acting together, Ningshu was calm and composed, while Xiao Ling was a little panicked. She either forgot her lines or was in a bad state. Ningshu was a femme fatale with a very strong aura. She had to be strong. Wasn't it easy to be strong? Ningshu lifted Xiao Ling's chin and threatened her to leave the male lead. Otherwise, I'll kill you. I'll make you miserable. Then, Xiao Ling stuttered and forgot her lines. Bad takes, she kept doing bad takes. The director was impatient and scolded Xiao Ling. It was normal for actors to be scolded by directors. In her previous life, Xiao Ling was often scolded by directors. Logically speaking, it was normal and tolerable. But in this life, Xiao Ling was walking the path of a genius. If Yu Wenluan heard about her frequent bad takes, his impression of her would probably plummet. Therefore, Xiao Ling was anxious, very anxious. The more anxious she was, the more chaotic she became. She made many bad takes. In the end, the director smashed his hat and explained the scene to Xiao Ling during the intermission. Ningshu sat and rested. A makeup artist came over to touch up Ningshu's makeup and bright red lipstick. Ningshu took a mirror and looked at herself in the mirror. His face was still the same. Under the contrast of this makeup, he didn't have the ethereal feeling. Instead, he gave off a reckless and evil feeling. Ningshu frowned at the mirror. This role was not bad. The person who asked for it couldn't suppress the aura of this role. Instead, it was neither fish nor fowl, so he was scolded. Mu Shuyao was suitable for a harmless female lead role. Her temperament was suitable. Ningshu pursed his bright red lips. Was she too evil? Ningshu smiled slightly and rested his chin on his hand as he watched the director explain the scene to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling felt Ningshu's gaze and felt even more unnatural. She was so uncomfortable that she broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Ling understood that she was completely suppressed by the other party's aura. She thought that the other party was just a vase who relied on Yu Wenluan. She didn't expect her to be so capable. Especially when she didn't have stage fright at all. Her casual appearance gave people a lot of pressure. Xiao Ling was anxious. Originally, the second female lead's character wasn't very likable. However, under the other party's acting, she felt like she had come alive. She became much more three-dimensional. If this continued, the glory of the first female lead would be suppressed by the second female lead. Xiao Ling used all her acting skills from her previous life and all the strength in her body. Xiao Ling had no choice but to ask the system for help. Can you help me? Otherwise, I'll be reduced to a supporting role. I don't know who exposed Yu Wenluan's introduction to the crew, so the internet has a bad impression of me. If I'm suppressed by Mu Shuyao again, it'll be difficult for me to survive. Xiao Ling'er was anxious. The system thought for a moment and said, I'll give you 50% more acting skills. However, the condition is that you have to conquer Yu Wenluan as soon as possible. Yu Wenluan's filming is done. The next task is to let Yu Wenluan visit the set and make Mu Shuyao jealous. The system gave her some benefits and gave her another task. Xiao Ling'er was a smart person. She called Yu Wenluan and said that she had encountered a problem with her acting. With the increase in acting skills, Xiao Ling'er could now act with Ningxu. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. It was indeed different. With a cheat. The two of them acted to their heart's content. Xiao Ling'er almost used all her strength to resist the other party's pressure and aura. Yu Wenluan received a call from Xiao Ling'er and rushed to the set to visit. As for the reason, of course, he was here to see his girlfriend. In fact, he was here for Xiao Ling'er. However, he needed a name. Yu Wenluan was overjoyed. At least when Xiao Ling'er called him, Yu Wenluan was happy. Ah, why are you here? Ningxu pretended to be pleasantly surprised. He knew that Yu Wenluan had come to see Xiao Ling'er. Let me take a look at you. Your style is not bad. Yu Wenluan casually praised, his eyes searching for Xiao Ling'er's figure. Ningxu could see that Yu Wenluan was absent-minded. When he saw Xiao Ling'er, his eyes lit up. Xiao Ling'er sneered in her heart. Yu Wenluan had come because she had called him over. Did she think that he was here to see her? She really thought too highly of herself. She was so pitiful. His surprised look filled Xiao Ling'er's heart with pity. Xiao Ling'er walked over and called Yu Wenluan master. Then she said, Miss Mu is amazing. Ningxu smiled. This Miss Xiao is even more amazing. Master, there are some things that I don't understand. I'm very confused. Can I ask you for advice? Master, come over here. I'll pour you some tea. Xiao Ling'er called Yu Wenluan away, completely ignoring Ningxu, his real girlfriend. However, Xiao Ling'er turned around and said to Ningxu with a smile, Miss Mu, you don't mind, right? I want to ask you some questions. Ningxu flicked his sleeve slightly, and the wide sleeves drew a beautiful arc in the air. Since you call Wenluan master, then you should call me master's wife, Ningxu said indifferently. If you want to disgust me, I'll disgust you too. Xiao Ling'er's face twitched. This person was really, Ningxu smiled. Go ahead. I'm not a stingy person. Besides, I've always believed in Wenluan. Xiao Ling'er held her breath in her heart. She didn't know what to do and felt very unhappy. She was clearly trying to make the other party jealous and do something irrational to make Yu Wenluan hate her. However, the other party was so magnanimous, just like an ancient legal wife. He was so graceful and magnanimous. Or did he really think that Yu Wenluan loved her and trusted her so much? However, Yu Wenluan's favorability towards her was 60, which had reached the level of liking her. This meant that Yu Wenluan didn't like Mu Shuyao. To think that Mu Shuyao thought that her boyfriend liked her. How sad. Xiao Ling'er and Yu Wenluan were talking while Ningxu was playing with his phone. When he was free, he would take a selfie and post it on Weibo. Then, he secretly took a few photos of Xiao Ling'er and Yu Wenluan. Many of the crew members found it strange. He left his real girlfriend aside and hung out with Xiao Ling'er. Many people looked at Ningxu with pity in their eyes. It was the kind of pity one would have for a concubine who had been banished to the cold palace. Ningxu was speechless. What does it have to do with me? Master, does your girlfriend really like you? Isn't she jealous when she sees me with you? Xiao Ling'er said mischievously. She blinked and her eyelashes fluttered. She was incomparably mischievous. When Yu Wenluan saw Xiao Ling'er like this, his heart itched. He really wanted to cover her eyes with his hand and feel her eyelashes brush against his palm. She's not the kind of person to throw a tantrum and be jealous. She's sensible. Yu Wenluan was moved. Xiao Ling'er pouted. Even sensible people will worry about gains and losses when they encounter love. They will also be anxious and jealous. She's so calm. She doesn't look like someone who has fallen in love at all. I like her because she's sensible. Yu Wenluan frowned. Are you saying that she doesn't like me? Yu Wenluan felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe. I don't know why she's with you if she doesn't like you. Xiao Ling'er shrugged and said playfully. Why? Wasn't it because he was the best actor? Mu Shuyao was just coveting his resources. Yu Wenluan had a good impression of Xiao Ling'er to begin with. He was brooding over Xiao Ling'er's seemingly unintentional words. A hint formed in his heart. Mu Shuyao had become his girlfriend because Mu Shuyao coveted his resources. She wanted to benefit from him. Let's not talk about her. What obstacles do you have? Yu Wenluan didn't want to talk about Mu Shuyao. He felt like he had been deceived. Mu Shuyao didn't love him. Just like what the fans said, she was just hugging his thigh. Men could take it for granted that they didn't love women, but they couldn't tolerate their woman not loving them. Now, Yu Wenluan felt a little wronged and betrayed. Yu Wenluan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Xiao Ling'er asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Wenluan met Xiao Ling'er's worried gaze. Her watery eyes were filled with admiration, concern, and an indescribable feeling. This feeling made Yu Wenluan's heart beat wildly. After being deceived by his girlfriend and being mentally weak, meeting such a girl made him feel like he had fallen in love. Xiao Ling'er didn't know what had happened to make Yu Wenluan's impression of her rise. Xiao Ling'er was overjoyed. She didn't make Mu Shuyao jealous. Instead, she made Yu Wenluan fall in love with her. Xiao Ling'er took a deep breath. As long as she fell in love with him, things would be easy in the future. I'll be practicing with Mu Shuyao later. You can watch from the side and see if I have any shortcomings, Xiao Ling'er said to Yu Wenluan. Yu Wenluan nodded. At this time, he would try his best to satisfy Xiao Ling'er's needs. He tried his best to help because he wanted the other party to reciprocate his feelings. The director called Xiao Ling'er and Ning Shu over to start the filming. This was a fighting scene and they needed to hang on wires. It was a very painful thing to hang on wires. The staff tied the wires to Ning Shu and Xiao Ling'er. Ning Shu and Xiao Ling'er held prop swords in their hands. Ning Shu pursed his bright red lips slightly and brushed his hair. His aura slowly changed. What was this fake plan? Ning Shu didn't know how many times he had fought with him for real. Moreover, he had to fight beautifully. A martial arts director guided Ning Shu and Xiao Ling'er on how to fight. Yu Wenluan sat at the side and sized up Ning Shu and Xiao Ling'er, observing their acting. In terms of fighting scenes, Mu Shuyao was as beautiful as a dancer, but her eyes were especially fierce and murderous, mixed with disgust and disdain. Her hair was flying in the air, and when she was floating in the air, her red clothes were like fire. Setting aside the issue of the character design, just this scene alone was very stunning. Yu Wenluan was a little surprised. Mu Shuyao had always been gentle. When did her acting become so explosive? It was so ostentatious. When the swords collided and the two women looked at each other, Yu Wenluan was really surprised. Xiao Ling'er was very unfamiliar with fighting. Although her acting skills were good, she was indeed suppressed by the other party in terms of aura. Yu Wenluan frowned. It seemed that even if Mu Shuyao wasn't the female lead, she would still be popular. This TV series might create two pearls, the female lead and the second lead. Yu Wenluan silently glanced at the male lead who didn't have much of a presence. Two women fighting over a man, but they didn't act out what was worth fighting for? It was like sitting on wax. Yes, very good, very good. The director was very satisfied and shouted through the loudspeaker. The two people who were suspended in midair were also slowly put down, and the pressure on their bodies was removed. Ning Shu rubbed his ribs. It was really uncomfortable being hung up. Xiao Ling'er was delicate and weak. When she came down from the wire, her face was pale. Yu Wenluan almost couldn't control himself and hurriedly went to help Xiao Ling'er. Ning Shu placed his hand on Yu Wenluan's hand and said to him with a smile, "Hanging on the wire is tough. Thank you for helping me. You're so considerate." Yu Wenluan didn't look too happy, but he couldn't fling Mu Shuyao's hand away in front of so many people. After all, Mu Shuyao was still his girlfriend. She had to maintain her image in front of so many people. She couldn't afford to ruin her image. Ning Shu held Yu Wenluan's hand like an empress dowager, as if treating Yu Wenluan as a eunuch. Yu Wenluan turned around to look at Xiao Ling'er. Xiao Ling-er's expression was a little dazed and her face was pale. The pitiful look of being abandoned made Yu Wenluan's heart ache. Ningxu glanced at Yu Wenluan's expression from the corner of his eye and clicked his tongue in his heart. She was obviously here to woo you. She was ambiguous and played all kinds of psychological tactics. Who would take the other seriously when it comes to playing games? From the beginning to the end, Xiao Ling-er had never said that she liked him. This was the brilliance of Xiao Ling-er. She could still woo others without confirming their relationship. Any relationship could be explained by being friends. F*ck, idiot, Ningxu held Yu Wenluan's hand and sat down. He took a bottle of water and drank it. Yu Wenluan immediately walked over to Xiao Ling-er. Xiao Ling-er had the side effects of hanging on the wire and hadn't recovered for a long time. Her face was pale and it made one's heart ache. Ningxu touched his face and felt fearless. Was he too strong or was Xiao Ling-er too weak? Ningxu bit the straw and watched the interaction between the two. A stylist combed Ningxu's hair and fixed the hair accessories. After the stylist left, Ningxu found a big influencer on Weibo to expose that best actor Yu Wenluan had come to the set, but he ignored his real girlfriend the whole time and was with Xiao Ling-er. Of course, the exposure was on her side. Of course, it also vaguely said that she was already yesterday's flower and that it was only a matter of time before they broke up. In any case, she portrayed herself as a second-rate star who had been dumped by the best actor, a bitter star who had been robbed of her love. Even if they had to break up in the end, she would let Yu Wenluan and Xiao Ling-er get involved. After a break, the director let them start work again. Yu Wenluan saw that Xiao Ling-er wasn't feeling well and didn't look good. He couldn't help but say to the director, "Can you rest for a while?" Yu Wenluan was a best actor after all. He had some face in the entertainment industry. Although the director was unhappy that Yu Wenluan interfered in the production team's matters, he still had to give him some face. However, he didn't shoot Xiao Ling-er, but other scenes. Of course, that included Ningxu. So, Ningxu received another wave of sympathetic eyes. Her real boyfriend didn't care about her and went to care about other women. He didn't say a word for her and asked her to rest. Ningxu was very sensible and put on a bitter face. She pursed her lips tightly, trying to hold back her anger. People sympathized with the weak. Ningxu and Yu Wenluan were legitimate, but Xiao Ling-er was the one who interfered in other people's relationships. The people in the production team looked at Xiao Ling-er and Yu Wenluan with a subtle look. However, the entertainment industry had always been complicated and utilitarian. There were too many things like putting on a show. Although Ningxu didn't look good, she was in a different state when filming. She could even perform better than usual. For this kind of villain role, Ningxu was handy. It seemed that she had always played this kind of villain role. She laughed with her hands on her hips. While filming here, the two of them were resting, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Xiao Ling-er had never been protected in the entertainment industry in her previous life. In this life, she had someone protecting her like this. She felt warm in her heart. She was satisfied. Her vanity was satisfied. There was a man protecting her like this. Xiao Ling-er was faintly moved, but it was only for a moment because she knew that she still had to conquer other men. This time, Yu Wenluan was successfully conquered. It gave Xiao Ling-er a lot of confidence. She could even conquer a best actor, a king, a composer, a lyricist, and a supergroup. She was like a fish in water in the entertainment industry. Her goal was to conquer the Prince Charming of the entertainment industry. Our slogan is, seduction, seduction, seduction. With the system, Xiao Ling-er was full of confidence. After conquering the Prince Charming of the entertainment industry, she would become a best actress, and win an Oscar. She would reach the peak of life and become the goddess of the entertainment industry. Just thinking about it made Xiao Ling-er's blood boil. Her mind was full of beautiful blueprints. Ningxu was indifferent to the matter between Xiao Ling-er and Yu Wenluan. Even if the two of them were together now, Ningxu would only watch indifferently. Because he didn't love her, he didn't feel anything. Boyfriend and girlfriend were just an identity. They couldn't ask the other party to take responsibility. If they had a change of heart, they had a change of heart. However, she also reminded Ningxu to keep an eye on her boyfriend so that he wouldn't be seduced by someone else. Ningshu just smiled and said that it was impossible. Then, others said that she was silly. Silly, ha ha ha. Ningshu laughed with his hands on his hips. Yu Wenluan stayed on set for a long time because he wanted to visit his girlfriend. Ningshu rolled his eyes. Why was he using her as a shield again? This was too much of a bully. Yu Wenluan stayed on set for a month. During this month, Yu Wenluan looked at Xiao Ling with tenderness in his eyes. However, Xiao Ling's attitude towards Yu Wenluan wasn't as warm as before. She kept calling Yu Wenluan master because she wanted to position their relationship as master and disciple. Xiao Ling was so distant because Yu Wenluan had completely fallen in love with her. When Ningshu was free, he would take some ambiguous photos. Ningshu couldn't figure out why Yu Wenluan fell in love with Xiao Ling so easily. Could it be that he lacked love? Ningshu also felt that he lacked love. He grew up in the hospital and stayed there for so many years. He really lacked love. Why couldn't he fall in love with someone so easily? Could it be that he was emotionally deficient? He felt that it was too childish. He should be respectful. Even though Yu Wenluan obviously had a problem, Ningshu still held it in and didn't say anything. The crew shook their heads. Yu Wenluan was busy with his movie and had to leave. When he left, he asked Xiao Ling to take good care of him. He also asked Ningshu to work hard. It was just a casual sentence. Ningshu suddenly shouted, Wenluan, do you not like me anymore? Are you going to break up with me? The internet is saying that you like Xiao Ling. Is that true? Ningshu's howl gave Yu Wenluan a fright and attracted everyone's gazes. Yu Wenluan grabbed Ningshu's wrist. What are you doing? Keep your voice down. Don't make a scene in public. Don't you know what you're doing? Ningshu covered his face. I can't take it anymore. I watched you treat Xiao Ling so well. I really can't take it anymore. Enough, stop messing around, do you understand? Yu Wenluan was very impatient and said in a low voice, look at the situation. The people around them were pointing at them and whispering. Ningshu continued to pester endlessly. I've been trying my best to hold it in, but I really can't hold it in anymore. Are you going to break up with me and be with Xiao Ling? Enough. Yu Wenluan was very concerned about his reputation. With Ningshu's commotion, the slight guilt in Yu Wenluan's heart dissipated. Ningshu only said, I just want an explanation. Even if you want to be with Xiao Ling I have nothing to say. But why are you so good to Xiao Ling in front of me and ignoring me? Xiao Ling saw the commotion and hurried over. She said to Ningshu, Miss Mu, stop messing around. There are so many people here and it's not good for your reputation. I promise that I have nothing to do with your boyfriend. Even if there is, it's a master-disciple relationship. Stop messing around and making things difficult for master. Xiao Ling was very righteous. In contrast, Ningshu didn't know right from wrong and didn't know the big picture. Ningshu was fearless. After all, she didn't need to curry favor with Yu Wenluan. If she didn't make a scene, she would really think that she could tolerate it. When things were unfair, people would cry out. Ningshu's appearance gave people the impression that she couldn't bear it any longer. She looked like she had reached her limit. Even if she made a scene, she was on the right side. Ningshu said to Xiao Ling you are also an ungrateful person. Wenluan has taken care of you and helped you everywhere because he likes you. If you don't like Wenluan and can't respond to his feelings, then don't provoke him. Don't use the excuse of being a master-disciple relationship. There is a man who likes you. Can't you feel it? Do you want to use him and send him away in the name of friends? Ningshu said very straightforwardly, making Xiao Ling's face turn red. Enough. When are you going to stop messing around? When did I like Xiao Ling? Don't talk nonsense. I think your brain is not clear. Yu Wenluan scolded in a low voice with a threatening look in his eyes. Ningshu didn't care about Yu Wenluan's threat at all. She wasn't afraid of breaking up. Anyway, they were going to break up. Miss Mu, you really misunderstood. Xiao Ling's eyes were a little red. If you break up because of me, I really am. Yu Wenluan put down his work and came to the set for a month. He watched over you every day and even gave you my role as the female lead. This is just a normal friend. If this isn't love, then tell me. Yu Wenluan left me aside and didn't ask about me. Xiao Ling don't pretend to be obedient after you've taken advantage of me. She wanted to poke the window paper and tear off the cover. You want to play ambiguous, I have to expose it. Damn, this feeling is so King good. Xiao Ling didn't expect Ning Shu to talk nonsense like this. She couldn't help but say, Miss Mu, do you have to make everyone embarrassed like this? I'm the one who's embarrassed. I know Wenluan likes you, but you played him. First, you took the role that originally belonged to me from him. Then, you watched over you. Ning Shu covered her face. She really couldn't shed any tears. She could only cover her face like this. Yu Wenluan's face was very ugly. First, it was because Ning Shu exposed his thoughts so rashly. Second, it was because Xiao Ling denied his feelings. Yu Wenluan couldn't stand the gazes of the people around him. He turned and left. Xiao Ling was bitter because she heard the system tell her that the favorability suddenly dropped by 10 points. If it wasn't full, then it would be as deep as the sea. How could it drop? The system said directly, people's moods change. At this time, you shouldn't show up. You probably denied Yu Wenluan's feelings in front of everyone and made him unhappy. Xiao Ling had a splitting headache. Was she going to have to stick to Yu Wenluan in the future? Should she give Yu Wenluan some benefits? But the problem was that Mu Shuyao, this idiot, made things clear, which made her very passive. Moreover, if this matter spread out, it would be very bad for her reputation. How could she woo other men? To think that she still thought that Mu Shuyao was a noble lady in ancient times, a graceful and magnanimous wife. Such a sudden move made Yu Wenluan's favorable impression of her drop. Xiao Ling was really embarrassed. If it was so ambiguous, it would be fine if it wasn't exposed. If it was exposed, how could she face Yu Wenluan? Xiao Ling looked at Ning Shu, who was covering his face, and was angry. This woman must be doing it on purpose. She did it on purpose. Now, Yu Wenluan's impression of her had dropped. It would be difficult to get it back now. Moreover, the window paper was broken. It would be awkward if she tried to get it back. Ning Shu raised her head. If you really like Yu Wenluan, and Yu Wenluan likes you, then you should be together. Don't be friends, master and disciple. I can tell that he likes you, and you like him too. Otherwise, why would you be stuck together? I can fulfill your wishes. Xiao Ling was furious. Who the hell wants your wishes? Xiao Ling who had been reborn, wanted to be a winner in life. Otherwise, she would be sorry for her rebirth and the system that she was bound to. How could she be bound to a man? If she couldn't win over other men and complete the system's missions, then everything she had now would be gone. She would be like in her previous life, a small actress who couldn't make it big. She would be bullied by the director for a small role, and any staff member on the set could bully her. Now that she had a good starting point, she couldn't go back to her previous life. She could only bite the bullet and move forward. Xiao Ling was also very lucky to have such an opportunity. She didn't need to be taken advantage of by the director and assistant director, be fancied by the movie king, and now become the female lead of a movie. She had to rely on this role to become popular. She couldn't go back to the past. Xiao Ling really didn't want to argue with Ning Shu anymore. What embarrassing things would he say later? Ning Shu wiped the non-existent tears on his face with his fingers. The stylist came over to touch up Ning Shu's makeup. You too. The stylist couldn't help but say, you're too straightforward. Sigh. Ning Shu sighed. I don't want to see Yu Wenluan being treated like that. At least for now, I'm still his girlfriend. The stylist took out his phone and opened the video. Look, I've recorded the conversation between the two of you. I'll send it to you. Sisterly, why are you so gossipy? Ning Shu couldn't help but say. Ning Shu got along well with the crew. He wasn't overbearing and was calm. He didn't complain and could even chat with the crew. I'm only giving it to you because I think you're a fool. Actually, this kind of gossip can also earn some money if you sell it to the magazines. Don't spread it around, said Sisterly, I won't talk too much. You don't have to pass it to me. If you want to sell it to the paparazzi, that's fine too. I don't care anyway. After all, after this mess, Yu Wenluan and I will definitely break up. The stylist, sisterly, curled her lips. You're so easy to bully. If it were anyone else, they would have given that Xiao Ling 2 big slaps. But a graceful woman is the most charming. You're better than Xiao Ling. Vixens are good at using their skin to confuse people. Us women see things differently from men. Women gnash their teeth in disdain, but men like them. Ningxu laughed. We don't care about men or women. After a while, we'll be done with filming. We can have a good rest. Yes. Ningxu's character had been killed by the male lead. He had gritted his teeth and killed him. As for Ningxu, the video between Xiao Ling and Yu Wenluan had been uploaded to the internet. There were several videos uploaded from different angles. It seemed that there was more than one person who had taken the video. Ningxu felt that this was a publicity stunt. A drama's first and second female lead had a scandal with the film king. Naturally, the drama's popularity came. Xiao Ling couldn't help but scratch her head. These videos were a stain on her reputation. In the future, when others talked about her, this stain would be mentioned. It was really annoying. Moreover, the system had already notified her that his affection for her had dropped by 5 points. Yu Wenluan was the kind of person who didn't like scandals. Now, he was dissatisfied with her and Mu Shuyao. Mu Shuyao was really harming others without benefiting herself. Did this brainless idiot really think that she could threaten a man like this? She would only push a man further and further away. To get a man's heart, the inferior method was to be obedient. The intermediate method was to keep a distance. The superior method was to get what one wanted. She had to think of a way to get Yu Wenluan's affection back. She had to make Yu Wenluan happy. She really didn't know why Mu Shuyao was so lucky in her previous life. Wasn't it all because of Yu Wenluan? In this life, she wasn't so lucky. After removing the mask, she was just an incompetent woman. Today was Ningxu's last scene. She was stabbed in the chest by the male lead. It should be the most explosive acting. She was in pain and resentment, and she was still cursing people until she died. It was really rare to see such a thoroughly evil character. This character was used to set off the female lead. Ningxu felt that she was very suitable to play this kind of villain. She could scare the male lead into a daze in minutes. There was actually such a vicious woman in the world. Then, the director shouted cut. Ningxu immediately jumped up, wiped her tears, and pulled out the sword on her body. I'm going to get my lunchbox. Without the second female lead to promote the development of the plot, there wasn't much to go on. It was just the male and female lead happily together. Without Ningxu's scenes, she stayed in the restaurant every day and put on a face mask when she had nothing to do. After being exposed to the wind and sun for a period of time, she put on heavy makeup every day. Her skin was a little weak. Her face was still very important. Otherwise, if the camera zoomed in and saw her face full of thick pores, she would be ridiculed. She had to protect her face well. In the end, when the whole crew finished filming, everyone had a meal together. Ningxu looked around the table and asked, "Why isn't Xiao Ling here?" She left as soon as she finished filming. I don't know where she went. Sisterly sneered. Didn't you finish filming a long time ago? Why are you still here? I don't have any other work. I'm just waiting for everyone to have a meal together, said Ningxu. You're so considerate. But someone probably went to look for her. Sisterly shook her head. Ningxu just smiled, but there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. While Ningxu was eating the banquet, Xiao Ling really went to look for Yu Wenluan. Yu Wenluan was a little cold to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling was speechless, but she knew that men needed to be coaxed. She had no choice. She could only endure it. Xiao Ling said helplessly to Yu Wenluan, I'm sorry. I know you're angry. I'm not angry. Yu Wenluan said coldly. He was angry. Under the system's notification, Xiao Ling knew that her favorability had dropped again. Seriously. Favorability was easy to increase. But when it dropped, it was like an elevator with a broken cable. Did she have to go back and forth? But if she really did it, it would be engraved with a man's mark and she would become a man's possession. Xiao Ling wanted a man who couldn't get what he wanted spiritually. There was no physical entanglement. This way, she wouldn't belong to a man alone. Xiao Ling didn't want to be known as a loose woman. If it affected her reputation, she wouldn't be able to get other men. She was afraid that they would run away when they saw her. Xiao Ling took out a script and said, "Master, this is the script I wrote. Take a look." Xiao Ling could only take out the script given by the system. As for the feelings, she could only be vague. Using talent to attract men. Yu Wenluan was a little surprised. "You know how to write scripts?" "I looked up the format of the script online and then came up with a story." "What do you think of this script?" Xiao Ling said. The script was very thick. "It's a TV series. It's not easy." "You still write scripts when you're filming?" Writing a script was very tiring. When there was no inspiration, it was like scratching your head. Xiao Ling was annoyed. She took it out too quickly. "I wrote this before I entered the entertainment industry. At that time, I was a big fan of yours, so I wrote the male lead based on your image." Yu Wenluan flipped through the script and looked at it slowly. The more he looked, the more amazed he was. "This show will definitely be popular." "Love and Blue, that's a good name," Yu Wenluan said. The image of the male lead was indeed suitable for him. Xiao Ling smiled and said, "I don't know if it will be popular or not, but Master, you are very suitable for the role." "Master, don't be angry with me. You're new to the entertainment industry. There are some things that you don't have to participate in. You are a genius, so act well. Now it seems that you are a genius at writing scripts. Be steady and you will definitely succeed," Yu Wenluan said. "Yes, I must listen to you. I shouldn't have said anything to Miss Mu." Xiao Ling looked guilty, but she was happy. His affection for her had gone up. "What do you plan to do with this script?" Yu Wenluan asked. "This is my gift to you. You have always taken care of me." "I can't bear your care forever," Xiao Ling said obediently. Yu Wenluan couldn't help but say, "Why are you so silly? Do you know how much the script is worth? You're giving it to me like this? If Master feels bad, then give me a small role. I want to learn from you." Xiao Ling said playfully. Yu Wenluan thought about it. "How about this? My studio intends to invest in this show. I will be the male lead and you will be the second female lead." Xiao Ling's heart leaped with joy. If this was the case, she would be able to take another step forward. Back then, when she saw the script, she cried. Definitely a big fire. Although the favorable impression points had returned, it hadn't reached 100 yet. Only when she acted with Yu Wenluan as the male and female lead could she get her favorability back. After this one was done, it was time for the next one. Ningxu took the plane back. His manager, Sister Zhao, came to the airport to pick up Ningxu. "I saw the news and gossip online. You shouldn't have made such a fuss. Even if Yu Wenluan really has a change of heart and wants to break up with you, you shouldn't have made such a fuss. If you break up peacefully, you can still get some benefits." Sister Zhao couldn't help but say. You brushed away Yu Wenluan's face, and Yu Wenluan was embarrassed. "Why did you have to act in a moment of pleasure, and in the end, you won't be able to get anything out of it? He might even get angry out of humiliation and suppress you." Sister Zhao chattered to Ningxu as she drove. Ningxu supported his forehead with his hand and looked out of the window. He said calmly, "Yu Wenluan can't cover the sky with one hand in the entertainment industry. He can't cover the sky with one hand, but he still has more weight than you in the entertainment industry. If he really wants to suppress you, others will give him some face." Sister Zhao couldn't help but say. Ningxu didn't say a word. "Then have a good rest. The drama has finished filming. If there are any promotional activities, you have to cooperate. Also, there will be some harmless scandals. When the time comes, don't panic," Sister Zhao said. Ningxu nodded. The internet has already made a fuss. Yu Wenluan has been dragged in for consumption. The popularity is already very high. Sister Zhao sighed. "Haven't you seen through the matter of changing the female lead? That's the female lead. You can change it just like that. In the entertainment industry, you have to grab hold of it. Ningxu said calmly, "Okay, Sister Zhao, I'll listen to you." Ningxu couldn't stand Sister Zhao's nagging anymore. He could only agree. Back at the apartment, Sister Zhao was considerate of Ningxu's breakup. She let Ningxu have a good rest and wait for the drama to start airing. Sister Zhao was very nervous. The second female lead was really. This role was really hard to explain. Ningxu listened to the arrangement obediently. After Sister Zhao left, Ningxu went out and bought some bones to stew at home. As he stewed, he wore tight yoga clothes and twisted his body to do yoga. It was very leisurely. Then, he started to gossip. The comments on the internet were mixed. Of course, Yu Wenluan's fans would run to her Weibo page every day to scold her. Anyway, some irrational fans would find excuses for their idols no matter what they did. Xiao Ling also didn't open a Weibo account. She probably knew that if she did, she would definitely be scolded. If she wanted to open a Weibo account, she would have to wait until she had works and fans. Ningxu was indifferent to the scolding. He raised his phone and posted a selfie. Then, he said a lot of chicken soup for the soul. Of course, with Ningxu's identity as Yu Wenluan's girlfriend, there were still many people who paid attention. When Ningxu posted on Weibo, there were people who left comments. Some people said that Ningxu was pretending to be serious. Some people said that Ningxu was ruining Yu Wenluan's reputation. Ningxu looked at her phone and rolled her eyes seductively. There were a lot of trolls and ghostwriters on the internet. Ningxu followed the scriptwriter who had received the script. This scriptwriter said on Weibo that a new drama had been released. Now, he was recruiting actors and would announce the name of the drama. Ningxu looked at Yu Wenluan's Weibo. Yu Wenluan said that his next plan was to film a drama and he hoped that everyone would support him. Ningxu's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Xiao Ling to take out the script so early. This drama would definitely be a hit once it was filmed. It would sweep through several countries. Yu Wenluan's warm personality was even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. It would create huge profits for Yu Wenluan. It was a pity that the two companies were going to collide. Both sides were preparing for this drama. When the time came, there would be a wrangle. Ningxu's mouth twitched. Xiao Ling was an outsider. Compared to a professional, who should he believe? Ningxu sat calmly on the fishing platform. Moreover, there were good and bad public opinions. For such a thing to happen, it depended on who had the ability to get the script. And if it attracted attention, the popularity of the drama would rise. This wasn't Xiao Ling's thing to begin with. Songs, dramas, and movies. Xiao Ling took them out and put Xiao Ling's name on them. Then, Xiao Ling became a talented woman and an all-round super queen. A person's energy was limited. It wasn't easy for a person to be proficient and outstanding in a certain industry. But someone like Xiao Ling was simply a monster. Everything she took out was popular. Her scripts were popular, her songs were popular. Some people spent their entire lives accumulating knowledge before writing songs that were passed down for generations to come. All the glory in the entertainment industry was snatched away by Xiao Ling. Yes, and the people around her were all dragons and phoenixes in the entertainment industry. There were fans who liked and respected her. This was popularity, luck, and the hearts of the people. Since ancient times, those who had the hearts of the people had the world. Moreover, she had conquered many men and seized a lot of luck. Xiao Ling's glory was boundless, and the system seized the heavenly Tao's luck. It was mutually beneficial. Ningxu stretched lazily and drank the soup. It was really very comfortable. The production team let Ningxu attend the press conference and publicity event. At the publicity event, Ningxu and Xiao Ling bumped into each other. Ningxu and Xiao Ling were the parties involved in the scandal. Seeing them on stage like this made the reporters very excited. One was a new love, the other was an old love. Sparks flew everywhere. The reporters kept talking about Yu Wenluan. Xiao Ling regretted coming to this publicity event. But if she didn't come, they would say that she was a big shot. It wasn't easy to get a good impression of Yu Wenluan. If she said something wrong this time, she would make Yu Wenluan unhappy again. King B** starred. When he had deep feelings for her, he would kneel down and *CK her, controlling his mood. Xiao Ling avoided the reporter's questions again and again. Then, the reporters aimed their fire at Ning Shu and asked if Ning Shu was going to break up with Yuanluan. Ning Shu held the microphone and thought for a moment before saying, "We all have our own pain that we don't want to share with others, so we can only choose to hide it. We choose to bear it alone, cry alone, and be sad alone. Then, we will slowly transform and gradually forget it. It will become a memory and we will no longer ask about it. But in the end, it is only a person's feeling." Ning Shu's words basically meant that her fate with Yuanluan was over. Ning Shu touched his cheeks and felt that his teeth were sore. Then, the reporters asked if it was because of some people that she and Yuanluan had problems. Ning Shu's expression dimmed. "No, it's between me and Yuanluan. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Ning Shu said that he was fine, but his face clearly said, "I'm in trouble, I'm in big trouble, I'm out of love, I'm in pain, blah blah blah." Xiao Ling if you don't know how to talk, can you not talk? It seemed like he was explaining, but it was vague. He must have done it on purpose. Xiao Ling didn't say anything. She sat through the publicity meeting as if she was sitting on pins and needles. After getting off the stage, Xiao Ling grabbed Ning Shu. "Why did you say that? Are you saying that I ruined your relationship?" Ning Shu shook his head. "When did I say that you ruined my relationship with Yuanluan? Are you really related to Yuanluan?" Xiao Ling wanted to roll her eyes. She turned around and left. In any case, she was going to go against this woman. If she didn't go against her, then so be it. She and Mu Shuyao had been going against each other ever since she had tried to woo Yuanluan. Ning Shu looked at Xiao Ling's back view and smiled faintly. The Xianxia drama started airing. Because of the relationship between the first and second female leads and the best actor, this drama was very popular. The ratings were actually not bad. Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the sofa, turned on the TV, and watched it. At least he could contribute to the ratings. Ning Shu hugged a pillow and watched the TV. Seeing that he had appeared, he was really stunned. He had flaming red lips and was dressed in red. He was wantonly and looked very evil. Ning Shu touched his face. The client's face was still good-looking. Ning Shu felt that he could still hold on. This role was alright. Ning Shu took out his phone and scrolled through Weibo. Because the production team and investors had bought hotspots on Weibo, there were still many people discussing it. Ning Shu wanted to see the audience's and netizens' comments about him. The drama had only aired 2 episodes and the audience hadn't gotten into character yet. At most, they were discussing his makeup and style. There was also a love triangle. It was a love triangle between Ning Shu, Xiao Ling and Yuanluan. The first and second female leads were very good-looking. In addition, it was filmed in the beautiful 5A scenic area. The style was very beautiful. Ning Shu's makeup was very impactful. One could feel his domineering aura through the screen. Moreover, when Ning Shu was fighting, he also released his pressure. She was a martial artist, so her aura was very strong. It was also in line with the temperament of a femme fatale. With the broadcast of the drama became popular. At the same time, Ning Shu and Xiao Ling were also popular. Ning Shu, this femme fatale, made people love and hate him. Some liked him, and some hated him. Of course, there were also people who liked and hated Xiao Ling's character. These were 2 completely different characters, representing 2 different kinds of people. It was probably because Ning Shu's aura was too aggressive. Many people rushed to Ning Shu's Weibo, saying that Ning Shu had turned them gay. Of course, Ning Shu's character wasn't likable in the first place. The character design was completely to set off the female lead. His viciousness made people gnash their teeth. If he relied on his aura and acting skills, he wouldn't be as bad as in the plot. However, although such a distinct character was vicious, his looks and aura were special. Any picture taken would be a beautiful picture. His eyes were moving, and his eyebrows weren't the graceful eyebrows of a woman. Instead, the ends of his eyebrows were raised. It was abnormally charming. When he turned around and smiled, there was a kind of beauty that transcended gender. His drawings were everywhere, and his popularity was actually higher than Xiao Ling's. Xiao Ling opened a Weibo account. Xiao Ling relied on this drama to make people familiar with her. Xiao Ling said on Weibo that she was about to star in a drama. Xiao Ling's speed was simply flying. She had just finished acting in a drama, and now she was the female lead of another drama. However, she received the same treatment as Mu Shuyao. Many people scolded Xiao Ling for being a mistress. Yu Wenluan's fans said, F***ck, another woman came to hug my thigh. Ningxu smiled slightly. Fortunately, he was popular. Ningxu took out his phone, took a selfie, and posted it on Weibo. As a celebrity, he had to maintain his popularity and manage his own fans. After removing his heavy makeup, Ningxu's temperament was much softer. Ningxu was popular. His manager, Sister Zhao, also paid attention to Ningxu and fought for some jobs for Ningxu. Moreover, they were endorsements for big-name products. Ningxu accepted all of them. If he had a job and earned more money, he would be able to buy a house. Ningxu carefully inspected the products that he wanted to endorse and checked the netizens' comments on the internet. There was also a cell phone that Ningxu wanted to endorse. However, the condition was that Ningxu had to keep using this phone. The endorsement fee was very reasonable. Ningxu didn't have any objections. It was the same as using any phone. Moreover, he didn't have to spend money to buy this phone. Ningxu accepted it. Moreover, this phone was from a big-name brand. After that, Ningxu was busy with the announcements. For a moment, it was very popular. There were also scripts that were found for Ningxu. Ningxu screened them one by one. However, during this period, something neither big nor small happened. Yu Wenluan unilaterally announced on Weibo that they had broken up. Ningxu was considered a relatively popular female celebrity now. Coupled with the love triangle incident during this period of time, her popularity did not go down. Yu Wenluan announced their breakup on Weibo. To be honest, Ningxu had been busy recently. He was busy catching up with jobs and earning money to buy a house. With a house, no matter what happened, she would have a place to go. Apart from the time they met on set, the two of them had never met before. They had never contacted each other or made an appointment to meet. Now that Yu Wenluan announced their breakup on Weibo, Ningxu was not surprised at all. Moreover, she had been waiting for Yu Wenluan to break up with her. Hanging on to Yu Wenluan's girlfriend would only bring benefits and no harm. The one who was anxious was Yu Wenluan. He didn't want her to use his name to gain benefits. Moreover, there was someone she liked in her heart, so they would definitely break up. Yu Wenluan posted on Weibo that they had broken up. His fans immediately clapped and cheered, saying that their best actor had finally gotten rid of this face. I won't let you hug my thigh anymore. At this point in time, in the hearts of Yu Wenluan's fans, Ningxu had always been a pretty face. Even if he was a little popular now, they all thought that it was because of their best actor. In any case, whatever the fans did to their idols was right. Ningxu posted on Weibo, I wish you all the best. I wish you happiness. He was very, very gracious. When Yu Wenluan saw Ningxu's post on Weibo, he couldn't help but feel suffocated. Actually, Yu Wenluan wanted to test Ningxu's intentions by posting this on Weibo. Yu Wenluan was very dissatisfied with Ningxu for making such a scene on the set. He thought that Ningxu would come to apologize, but until now, he had not heard a single word of apology. Secondly, he wanted to stand up for Xiao Ling. Both Xiao Ling and his ex-girlfriend had gained attention because of this TV series. However, Mu Shuyao obviously had more jobs than Xiao Ling. She was on the cover of magazines, attending various events, and endorsing advertisements. Yu Wenluan felt that it was because this woman had the title of his girlfriend that she had so many jobs. Thirdly, Yu Wenluan was very unhappy in his heart. He felt that this guy relied on himself to become popular, and didn't even have the basic means to deal with him. It seemed that Xiao Ling was right. This woman had taken a fancy to his resources and fame in the entertainment industry. Burning the bridge after crossing the river and getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. How could such a person become popular? The heavens must be blind. The more Yu Wenluan thought about it, the angrier he got. Hence, many comments appeared on Ningxu's Weibo. To sum it up, it was nothing more than kicking people out once they became popular. She was so ungrateful that she dumped him after relying on a man to get to the top. Ningxu looked at the comments of the internet water army and rolled her eyes. She seemed to be the one who was dumped. Was he blind or something? Ningxu posted on Weibo, I was dumped by someone. She insists that I dumped her. Be reasonable. Ningxu posted on Weibo and then continued with his work. No one can stop me from earning money. Then, she read the scripts that Sister Zhao brought over one by one. What made Ningxu even more surprised was that she actually received a notice from the director of Autumn in My Heart, asking her to go for an audition. Ningxu was speechless. Should he go or not? This was the script that Ningxu had sold to a famous screenwriter. If she really went to the audition, it would mean that she would have to face Yu Wenluan again. Of course, he would go. Ningxu went for the audition. She wanted to be the female lead, but in the end, she couldn't cure her cancer and car accident. Since it was the female lead, she would go. Previously, she had no choice but to be the second female lead. If she didn't act, she wouldn't have a chance to show her face and the current situation wouldn't have happened. This female lead was a relatively weak character. Ningxu had to restrain her aura. Especially when she died of cancer in the end. Ningxu wore plain clothes and no makeup to the audition. The outline was written from her memory. She was still very clear about the female lead's character. Pure and lovely. Ningxu's outfit was very suitable for the character. Ningxu's previous character was a vicious woman. Now, she had become a weak person with a brother complex. Ningxu didn't dare to believe that this character had changed so much. After the audition, Ningxu got the female lead. If Qiao Ling hadn't come to fight for it, she would have been the female lead. The male lead was an actor with clear and gentle eyebrows. He was very polite to Ningxu. After the role was decided, the final makeup photo was taken. Ningxu leaned on the actor with a slightly melancholic expression. The final makeup photo was uploaded to the internet and it started to be promoted in all aspects. At the same time, Yu Wenluan's studio also started to announce it. Then, something awkward happened. The two companies wore the same clothes. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary copy. The character settings were the same, the plot was the same, and the introduction was the same. This was completely plagiarism. It depended on who was plagiarizing who. The people who were watching the show were extremely excited because the male and female leads were Yu Wenluan and Xiao Ling. The female lead on the other side was Yu Wenluan's ex-girlfriend. Now that they were clashing again, it was really messy. These three people were responsible for the entertainment gossip during this period of time. Both sides were stunned. On Ningxu's side, the scriptwriter first thought of the bastard who sold her the outline. Not only did he sell the outline to her, but he also sold it to others. Xiao Ling was even more stunned. F***ck, how could someone write this script? She remembered that no one wrote it in her previous life. Why did it suddenly appear? Xiao Ling panicked and explained to Yu Wenluan, how could someone plagiarize me? What's going on? Yu Wenluan frowned. He felt that this matter wasn't so simple. Who else saw your script? Yu Wenluan asked, think about it carefully. This concerns the reputation of our studio. If the other party sues us, or if we sue the other party, we have to show enough evidence. Think about it carefully. Who else has read your script? Yu Wenluan asked very carefully. He wanted to find a way to turn the tables and take back the ownership of this script. The more Yu Wenluan asked Xiao Ling the more flustered Xiao Ling was. Her heart was beating very fast. Why did this happen? I didn't show it to anyone, Xiao Ling said with a stutter. Yu Wenluan scrolled through the news on the internet. They've already taken action. The other party has posted the original draft and the outline. Yu Wenluan frowned and said, we have to show the original draft records that are earlier than the other party. Didn't you say that you started writing a long time ago? If we show the original draft, we can prove that the other party plagiarized. Xiao Ling was speechless. How could she have an earlier original draft record? Xiao Ling was so anxious that her face was sweating. Think of a way, think of a way. Could it be that she had to directly say that this thing was given to her by the system? She didn't want to be sent to the dissection table for research. Xiao Ling couldn't help but say, I used to write it in a book. Now, the book can't be found at all. This script really started a long time ago. I'll go back and see if I can find the original draft. How could there be an original draft? Xiao Ling had never thought that such a situation would happen. I should be able to find my original script. Xiao Ling's back was covered in sweat. Things were getting serious. I'm afraid it's too late. The other party is forcing us, Yu Wenluan said. Suddenly, his phone rang. Yu Wenluan went to the balcony to answer the call. Xiao Ling fell onto the sofa. She was so scared that she wanted to die. What should she do now? What should she do? Xiao Ling looked at Yu Wenluan on the balcony. Yu Wenluan was talking on the phone. She didn't know what he was talking about, but he didn't look good. From time to time, he would rub his eyebrows and pinch the bridge of his nose. Xiao Ling's hands on her legs clenched into fists. Yes, calm down. There must be a way. Xiao Ling thought of the system in her mind and asked, is there another system in this world? Otherwise, why would this script appear? I'm responsible for providing the thing. As for the same thing appearing, that's not my responsibility. The system pushed the responsibility away. Xiao Ling's heart was in a mess. You provided the script for me. Now it's the same as the other parties. Isn't this your responsibility? This script is from another world. Maybe there's a problem in this world. So, you have to take responsibility. Take responsibility, Xiao Ling said angrily. It's useless to blame me now. Now, you have to think of a way to solve this. If you can't even solve this kind of thing, how can you survive in the entertainment industry? The system went silent. This made Xiao Ling very worried. The most important thing was that Yu Wenluan's affection for her dropped again. F***ck, it dropped again. If she didn't settle this properly and let Yu Wenluan's studio suffer losses, Yu Wenluan's affection for her would definitely drop. At that time, Yu Wenluan would still be deeply in love with her. If he suffered losses to his reputation and money, would Yu Wenluan still treat her well and still like her? Xiao Ling looked at Yu Wenluan on the balcony. Her legs were shaking. She had to think of a way. Yu Wenluan kept rubbing his eyebrows. His face was very ugly. The other party had already sent a lawyer's letter. It looked like they were going to go to court. Even if he lost the person, he couldn't lose face. Plus, who knew what would happen? So be it. Yu Wenluan hung up the phone and thought for a while before calling his ex-girlfriend. His ex-girlfriend was the female lead. Ningxu looked at her phone. TSK, Yu Wenluan actually took the initiative to call her. Ningxu answered the call. Before he could say anything, the other party said, Mu Shuyao, what's going on? Ningxu rolled his eyes. How would I know what's going on? Your script is the same as mine. You're asking me what's going on, and I should be the one asking you what's going on. Our script is written by Madame Chen Xiang, who specializes in romantic love stories. Who wrote your script? I'll investigate this matter thoroughly, but don't accuse us of plagiarism. This script was written by Xiao Ling a long time ago, Yu Wenluan couldn't help but say. Ningxu said, oh, so it was written by Xiao Ling. She's really talented. She can even write a script. What is the meaning of this? Don't target Xiao Ling for no reason, Yu Wenluan said in a low voice. Ningxu, I'm so scared. I'm protected by the core values of socialism. This has nothing to do with me. Why are you looking for me? My new drama has been delayed. With Xiao Ling's standard, she can still write a script. You can ask her which university she graduated from and what scripts she has written before. These things require some foundation, Ningxu said directly. Some things only needed Ningxu to do a little research to find out. One moment she wrote a script, the next moment she wrote lyrics and composed music. Did she really think that she was a genius? If she was a genius, she wouldn't be lost in the crowd. She relied on a system to become a genius. To forge iron, she had to be strong and treat these external forces as her own strength. This kind of illusory feeling was like a castle in the air. It seemed very impressive, but in fact, it had no foundation at all. A little change was like a sand castle meeting water, and it would be washed away. Moreover, Xiao Linger's focus was on acting. What script? Writing songs and composing music were just means to win over men. Some things, if one thought about it more, would have many loopholes. Yu Wenluan was silent for a moment. Then, he asked, "What's the situation on your side?" "I don't know what's the situation." "Why are you asking me?" "Don't think of getting any information from me." Ningshu was on the phone while browsing the web. The scriptwriter, Xianxia, directly listed her original script, the time she wrote it, and all kinds of changes were saved. There was also a lawyer's letter saying that he wanted to go to court. Xianxia's heart was weak. She could only make the first move to gain the upper hand and test the other party's reaction. There was no movement from Yu Wenluan's side at all. Yu Wenluan's fans were very anxious. They rushed to Weibo and asked Yu Wenluan to show the evidence. Yu Wenluan had no choice but to call Ningshu and get some insider information. Ningshu's heartlessness made Yu Wenluan's heart stifled. He was indeed a heartless person. Now that he didn't need him, he kicked him away. "Oh, I have something to do. I'm hanging up." Ningshu hung up. Now that he had something to do, he would look for him. It wasn't a one-sided breakup, right? Could it be that Yu Wenluan wanted to give her a chance to curry favor with him? Ningshu pursed his lips. "Why should I curry favor with you? You really think you're the boss?" Ningshu supported Xianxia's Weibo post. Anyway, this matter was very lively on the internet. There were all kinds of guesses and all kinds of insults. It was like a carnival. Yu Wenluan was hung up on without hesitation. Ever since he became the movie king, Yu Wenluan had never been treated like this. Especially when this person was his ex-girlfriend. It was obvious that she was kicking him when he was down and kicking him to the curb. Yu Wenluan felt that he was being used more and more. Pa. Yu Wenluan lost control of his emotions and smashed his phone on the ground. The screen of the phone cracked into a spider web. It was a terrible sight. The phone battery was even thrown out. "Phone, it's my fault." Xiao Linger was shocked when she saw Yu Wenluan so angry. In her heart, Yu Wenluan was a steady person. Xiao Linger had a bad feeling in her heart. Why did this happen? Yu Wenluan calmed himself down. Then, he went into the house and said to Xiao Linger, "The other party wants to go to court. What's important now is to collect evidence and pull the winning side to our side. Go back and look for the manuscript." Xiao Linger, what manuscript? Did he want her to write one by hand? Then I'll look for it. Xiao Linger didn't dare to face Yu Wenluan now. It was a little scary. Moreover, his favorability had dropped again. "Are you kidding me?" Yu Wenluan looked at Xiao Linger and asked, "Tell me honestly. Did you really write this script?" Yu Wenluan was actually a little suspicious. The other party was a very famous screenwriter, and Xiao Linger was a novice. Anyone would believe that she was a professional. Although Yu Wenluan had a good impression of Xiao Linger, he still had to ask about such a big matter, even though he knew that it might make her angry. However, this was related to the reputation of the studio and his reputation. It wasn't easy for him to become a film emperor. He didn't climb up step by step. It was related to his future. If he lost the lawsuit, he would lose money. It wasn't a small loss. He had to ask about it clearly. When Xiao Linger heard the other party's words, she felt uneasy and unhappy. Her small face was full of anger from being wronged. She couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Are you doubting me? I wrote this script word by word in the book. Although I may not be able to find the book now, the script was written by me. They plagiarized my work." Xiao Linger felt very wronged. She heard the system prompt that her favorability with Yu Wenluan had decreased again. Now, it was only 70. The favorability that she had worked so hard to get back had now fallen again. How could a man's heart change so quickly? Xiao Linger cursed in her heart. When she gave him the script, he was so happy. Now that something had happened, he only knew to let her solve it. Xiao Linger's eyes were filled with tears. She couldn't bear to see it. It has already happened. What we need to do now is take the initiative. As long as you tell me that this script was written by you, I will find a way to make the ownership of this script fall into our hands. Xiao Linger's heart was a little weak, but she still said firmly, this script was written by me. I don't know why someone plagiarized my work. As long as you're the one who wrote it, we'll be fair and square. Go back and look for evidence. I'll take care of the rest. I won't let you suffer. Yu Wenluan was like a man, protecting Xiao Ling-er. Xiao Ling-er looked at him with admiration, but her heart was burning. She was riding a tiger now and didn't know what to say. Should she tell Yu Wenluan that she didn't write the script? Wouldn't that be telling him that she was a plagiarist? But if she didn't say it, she couldn't find any evidence. So, she was in a hurry to go back and write a manuscript. This system was simply a scam. She hid after getting into trouble and didn't think of a way to help her. If she was really accused of plagiarism, how was she going to survive in this industry? This matter was a stain on her record. When people saw her and talked about her, the topic would be plagiarism. Xiao Ling-er was filled with regret. If she had known that someone had written this script, she wouldn't have taken it out so quickly to please Yu Wenluan. It was all because of the time when Yu Wenluan's ex-girlfriend made a big scene on the set when they were filming a Xianxia drama. She didn't know when to back down and spoke rudely, making her very embarrassed. Yu Wenluan's favorability towards him started to drop. In order to increase his favorability towards him, he took out this script. If it had been just a little bit later, maybe this wouldn't have happened. It could have been completely avoided. Or was it because he was too anxious and couldn't keep his cool? After this matter was resolved, he would have to think twice before doing anything in the future. If she wanted to be famous, she needed a strategy for men as well. However, she had to protect herself first. Xiao Ling-er's mind was filled with thoughts. Since her rebirth, she hadn't encountered any difficulties. She went directly to Yu Wenluan's set and successfully attracted his attention with her beautiful appearance. Then, she relied on the acting skills that she had honed in her previous life to make Yu Wenluan feel that she was an acting genius. After that, with Yu Wenluan's recommendation, she successfully snatched the female lead role from Yu Wenluan's ex-girlfriend and became famous. It was very smooth. Compared to her previous life where she could only play a small role, her starting point was different. It was very high. Everything was smooth sailing. Now that the plagiarism incident happened, Xiao Ling-er's heart was very anxious. She didn't know what responsibility she would have to bear. Apart from the system, Xiao Ling-er was just a mediocre third-rate celebrity in her previous life. The system provided help, but it didn't give Xiao Ling-er the corresponding vision. After leaving the system, when something happened, Xiao Ling-er was at a loss. She couldn't even think of a way to solve it. She was afraid that her target would find out that she had plagiarized and his favorability would drop to negative numbers. Then, her previous efforts would be wasted. She had too many worries, making it difficult for Xiao Ling-er to get off the tiger. Xiao Ling-er asked Yu Wenluan tentatively, "What will happen if I'm convicted of plagiarism?" Yu Wenluan heard a trace of something wrong from Xiao Ling-er's words. He quickly asked, "You didn't really plagiarize, right?" Xiao Ling-er immediately waved her hand and said, "How could I plagiarize? I just want to ask, if I'm wrongly convicted, what kind of consequences will you bear? If we're really convicted of plagiarism, the other party will ask for compensation. Even if it's just to hype up, the other party might ask for a lot of compensation and will ask for a public apology." Yu Wenluan had a headache. They would lose millions for no reason, and they would ask for an apology. A public apology, this was the most unacceptable thing for Yu Wenluan. A person lived by his face, a tree lived by its skin. Especially those who were in the entertainment industry, they would simply peel off their skin and throw it on the ground and step on it. Then, his image in the hearts of his fans would collapse. The beautiful image that he had established, the flawless moral character, would collapse. His movie's box office still needed the contribution and promotion of his fans. It was related to his own future, so Yu Wenluan couldn't help but be anxious. A script actually costs so much money? Tens of millions? Xiao Ling-er's face turned pale. She had never seen so much money in her life. Maybe she could earn so much money in the future, but she didn't have it now. Was she going to bear a huge debt from now on? The more Xiao Ling-er thought about it, the more pitiful she became. It made people's hearts ache. So you have to go back and find any evidence. This is related to our reputation. You don't want others to talk about you and me as plagiarists in the future. Yu Wenluan waved his hand and told Xiao Ling to hurry back and find evidence. He didn't want to see Xiao Ling now. No matter what, this script was given by Xiao Ling. The trouble was caused by Xiao Ling. Although he had a good impression of her in his heart, compared to his career, Xiao Ling was obviously inferior. Moreover, Yu Wenluan didn't love Xiao Ling to the extent that he didn't love her. The entertainment industry was a very realistic place. Yu Wenluan also relied on his own efforts to set up his own studio. Xiao Ling damn, the favorable impression points dropped again. It dropped by 10 points in one go. Now, there were only 60 points of favorable impression points left. It was just an ordinary like. Xiao Ling didn't expect her favorability to drop so quickly. When she was farming favorability, it was increasing bit by bit. It wasn't easy. Since the plagiarism incident, her favorability had dropped by more than 30 points. Xiao Ling cursed in her heart. Looking at the impatient and conflicted Yu Wenluan, Xiao Ling's heart turned cold. I will definitely find evidence. Xiao Ling seemed to be comforting Yu Wenluan and also seemed to be giving herself courage. When Xiao Ling walked to the door, Yu Wenluan stopped her and asked again, "Did you really write the script? Tell me a little about it so that I can be mentally prepared and make arrangements." Xiao Ling met Yu Wenluan's eyes. His eyes were sharp, with inquiry and doubt, piercing deeply into Xiao Ling's heart. Xiao Ling's heart was beating like a drum. Should she admit it or not? If she admitted it, her favorability would definitely plummet and his mission would fail. In Yu Wenluan's heart, she was a person with a flawed moral character. She was a thief. How could she increase her favorability in the future? But if she didn't admit it, what would she do if it led to greater losses? "You don't believe me?" Xiao Ling said sadly. She tried to make her eyes meet Yu Wenluan's eyes and not let her eyes drift away. She teared up and felt wronged. Am I such a person in your heart? Someone who plagiarizes other people's works? My main job is an actress. If I want to become a movie queen, I want to create many roles. This script was really written in my free time. It's not that I don't believe you, but this matter is very serious. As long as you say you didn't plagiarize, I will believe you. Yu Wenluan saw how pitiful she was. She had just entered the entertainment industry and encountered such a thing. It made his heart ache. Xiao Ling took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "I didn't plagiarize. Please believe me." In the end, Xiao Ling didn't tell the truth and chose to face it head-on. "Then I believe you." Xiao Ling's mouth was so bitter that her tongue was numb. She turned around and walked out of Yu Wenluan's studio. Xiao Ling stood on the side of the road and said to the system in her mind, "I don't care. You have to take responsibility for this. The script you gave me clashed with someone else's. Now that something like this has happened, shouldn't you take some responsibility? If you don't help me solve this problem, I won't do the quest anymore. I won't go after men either." Xiao Ling said to the system, half threatening and half pleading. She had a mysterious trust in the system in her mind. She always felt that the system was omnipotent and could solve any problem. "You are the most hopeless host I have ever seen. Can't you think of a way yourself? I provided you with tools, but you can't make good use of them. Why do you need me to help you with everything?" The system in Xiao Ling's mind said coldly. "It's not like I can't find a solution. Can you turn back time and return to the time when I gave you Wenluan the script? Don't give him this script and change the script?" Xiao Ling asked expectantly. "No." The system rejected him directly. Xiao Ling's heart was broken. The reason why she chose to fight to the death in front of Yu Wenluan was that the system was her last hope. She felt that the system could help her. But now that she was rejected mercilessly, Xiao Ling's heart was in a mess. "If you don't help me, I will kill myself," Xiao Ling threatened. "Sure. I have many hosts to choose from. If not you, there are others." Xiao Ling was speechless. The heavens really want me to die. Hearing the system say that it wanted to get rid of her, Xiao Ling was even more afraid. She couldn't live without the system. Without the system, she would return to the past. Her snow-white skin, her outstanding temperament, and her acting skills would all disappear. Think of a way, think of a way. I must think of a way to get through this crisis. While Xiao Ling was thinking of a way to get through this crisis, the internet had already exploded. The direction of the public opinion was on the side of the screenwriter, Xianxia. Xianxia had written many works and was very famous in the screenwriting industry. On the other hand, the other party didn't have a single work. She relied on a Xianxia drama to walk into the eyes of the people. She was clearly an actress, but she also wrote a script. She stole someone else's role, and the script could also be plagiarized. Especially when Xiao Ling caused so much trouble for Yu Wenluan's fans went completely crazy. They rushed to Weibo and scolded Xiao Ling. They said that Xiao Ling was a vixen and a jinx. The outside world and fans put a lot of pressure on Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling was now busy copying scripts and creating evidence. However, Xiao Ling's mental fortitude was quite strong. She actually said on Weibo, "The innocent knows that they are innocent, and the muddy knows that they are muddy. There will be a day when the truth will be revealed, blah blah blah." Ningxu saw Xiao Ling's Weibo and pursed his lips. There will be a day when the truth will be revealed. If she didn't take out solid evidence, what was the use of saying these words? It looked like she was trying to cover it up, and it wasn't convincing at all. This script wasn't written by her. It was fine if she didn't say it. Once she said it, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The editors and fans were torn apart. Xianxia was a very famous person in the scriptwriter circle. Many people supported her and cheered for her, telling Xiao Ling to leave the scriptwriter circle. The plagiarism lawsuit would still be going on for a while. This script was invested in by the entertainment company, and the capital wasn't small. Once it went to court, it should be clear soon. During this period, Ningxu was busy with her own work. When the lawsuit was decided, she could start acting. Ningxu didn't think that this side would lose. Firstly, it was because of the scriptwriter. Secondly, it was because of the entertainment company's strength. The investor's strength was stronger than Yu Wenluan's. Yu Wenluan received the court summons and the court date was set. Yu Wenluan felt that his head was about to explode. Whether he won or lost, he had offended some people in the industry. He called Xiao Ling and asked her if she had found the evidence. He asked her to come over and meet the lawyer to talk about the details. Xiao Ling grabbed her hair in frustration. Her face was pale. She had stayed up late to copy, and now she had a terrible headache. She was also reminded that her favorability had dropped. Now, it was only 50. Another 10 points of favorability were gone. Xiao Ling didn't dare to imagine. If they really lost the lawsuit, would Yu Wenluan's favorability for her become zero? What kind of man was this? He said that he liked her, but when he encountered trouble, his favorability would only drop. Xiao Ling was a little smart. She knew that a newly copied script would be suspected. She found the place where the antique was faked and asked someone to make it old. Then, she took it and went to look for Yu Wenluan. Yu Wenluan flipped through the slightly yellowed notebook. The notes were scattered. He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. With this, we should be able to win. With this vintage notebook, Yu Wenluan also gave him face and increased his favorability by a few points. However, Xiao Ling didn't feel happy at all. She only felt that Yu Wenluan was very realistic. He didn't love her at all and had never done anything for her. When her favorability towards him was full, she would definitely kick this man away. Xiao Ling took the notebook and wanted to go home to rest. She couldn't take it anymore after staying up all night. During the court session, many reporters were attracted. Ningxu also went to see the situation in court. Yu Wenluan sat in the defendant's seat, and Xiao Ling sat next to him. Ningxu looked at the two sides and found that Yu Wenluan and Xiao Ling were very calm. They weren't worried about the lawsuit at all. Ningxu was a little puzzled. Could it be that these two had some tricks up their sleeves? Or were they just bluffing? The reporters kept clicking on the shutter, and there was a clicking sound. This was big news. After the court session, both sides made a simple introduction. Then, the lawyers on both sides began to argue fiercely. This lawsuit was too important. The loser would be labeled as a plagiarist. It was almost a complete loss. There was no way for them to survive in this industry. Both sides had to do their best to fight for their reputation and capital. Xianxia's lawyer asked sharp questions. Moreover, he asked questions about the script. For example, what was the name of the second female lead's adoptive mother? What was the name of the second female lead's father? What was the name of the female lead's mother? What was the character of the second female lead's brother? What was the female lead's character? What was the content of the 20th episode of the script? Xiao Ling was speechless. She was copying in a hurry. How could she pay attention to such details? Xiao Ling was a little hesitant. Seeing Xiao Ling like this, Yu Wenluan immediately said, "This is not fair. Why are you only asking us these questions?" The scriptwriter, Xianxia, directly gave the answer. Yu Wenluan felt that something was wrong. He whispered in Xiao Ling's ear, "What's the matter? Can't you answer?" Xiao Ling was extremely anxious. "I wrote this script a long time ago. I don't remember the specific content. The other party is cheating." Yu Wenluan frowned and said, "This is not fair. Your questions were memorized in advance." Xianxia said, "You can ask whatever you want. I don't have any objections. You should memorize the script in advance. This method cannot be used for the trial." Xianxia's lawyer said, "Miss Qiao isn't familiar with her own work at all. As the creator of the script, she should know the script better than anyone else. Yet, she's accusing us of memorizing the script. That's very suspicious." In any case, as soon as the court started, Xiao Ling was given a show of strength, and Xiao Ling couldn't resist at all. Xiao Ling regretted it in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would have memorized the script. Xiao Ling roughly scanned the script and had an idea in her heart. In any case, it was a beautiful and tragic love story. He wasn't clear about some of the details, so his aura was suppressed by the other party. Unfavorable start. Ningxu watched the battle in silence. As long as she didn't testify in court and prove that she was the one who sold the script to Xianxia had a high chance of winning. Of course, Ningxu wasn't stupid enough to testify against Xianxia. "We have evidence to prove that this script was written by Miss Qiao. We can't remember the details because it's been too long." Yu Wenluan's lawyer took out an old notebook. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "There was a manuscript? This is Miss Qiao's manuscript. If you don't believe it, you can check the notes," the lawyer said. At this time, they could only bring out solid evidence. It would be disadvantageous for them if they talked too much. Xiao Ling and the others took out the evidence. Xianxia also took out the time record of the script on her computer, as well as the records of repeated revisions, the first draft, and the revised draft. Obviously, Xianxia had sufficient evidence. Xianxia was the screenwriter. In order to avoid disputes, she would preserve the evidence to prevent such things from happening. She was very experienced in doing things. The evidence provided by Xiao Ling seemed a little weak. "This kind of old-fashioned technique is too easy. Give me some time, and we can find someone to create this kind of old-fashioned feeling," Xianxia's lawyer said directly. Xiao Ling's expression changed drastically when she heard that. Seeing Yu Wenluan looking at her suspiciously, she immediately calmed down and refuted, "How funny. How can this kind of thing be faked? This kind of thing can be faked with medicine. If you put the book in water and then test it, there will definitely be a result. What can't be faked these days?" the lawyer said unhurriedly. Xiao Ling's hands and feet were weak, and she was seeing stars. How could this be? How did these people know that she had faked it? "No, this is my thing. The whole book is what I worked hard to write. It can't be thrown into the water. This is my thing. You have no right to dispose of it." I object, I object." Xiao Ling stood up in a panic and retorted repeatedly. She looked a little frightened and her face was extremely pale. Ningxu sat in the gallery, touching his chin with his fingers and looking at Xiao Ling. This notebook should be fake. What was more surprising was that Xianxia's lawyer knew about it. Ningxu couldn't help but suspect that someone was monitoring Xiao Ling. This was the power of capital. Xianxia had capital behind her. If it was just a fight between two scriptwriters, it wouldn't have mattered. But now that the actors had been recruited and the investment was in place, the longer the delay, the more money would be burned. The shining silver would evaporate. This was actually a fight between the entertainment company and Yu Wenluan's studio. Xiang's lawyer ignored Xiao Ling-er's objection. This is not a big deal at all. You just need to dip a cotton swab in water on the page. Otherwise, you can just give a page. This completely blocked Xiao Ling-er's way. Yu Wenluan pulled Xiao Ling-er to sit down. What's going on? Even if Yu Wenluan was a pig, when he saw Xiao Ling-er's intense action, he knew that something was wrong. The judge allowed the notebook to be examined, and Xiao Ling-er's face became paler. What's going on? I don't want to hear the truth from other people. Yu Wenluan's face was very ugly. He had asked Xiao Ling-er repeatedly before, and Xiao Ling-er assured him that this script was written by her. Now, the tables had turned. They plagiarized. Xiao Ling-er was shameless, but he was shameless. This is really written by me. I didn't plagiarize. This script was given to her by the system. How could it be counted as plagiarism? It didn't count. But no one believed it. Don't let anyone know of its existence unless you want to die. The system said coldly in her mind. What if you want to be studied? No matter how stupid Xiao Ling-er was, she wouldn't tell the system in her mind. If people knew about the system in her mind, they would definitely cut her head open. Even if no one believed her, she would be treated as a lunatic. How could she survive in the entertainment industry? Moreover, the system was what she relied on. Xiao Ling-er realized that the system only knew how to ask her to do the work. It only knew how to issue tasks and let her complete them. When something happened, it was like a turtle hiding in its shell. She had no way and no courage to leave the system. Yu Wenluan looked at Xiao Ling-er's changing expression and asked in a low voice, "Tell me the truth." At this point, shouldn't you tell me the truth? I really didn't mean to plagiarize. Really, Xiao Ling-er said. I swear, I'm telling the truth. I didn't plagiarize. At this point, you still want to lie to me. Do you know the consequences of losing the case? Will you pay the compensation? Xiao Ling-er's face became paler. The system even reminded her in her heart that the favorability had dropped by 30. Now, the favorability was only at 20. A favorable impression of 20 points was equivalent to an ordinary friend. Wasn't it dropping too quickly? How heartless. Xiao Ling-er's heart was numb. She had obviously raised the favorability so high, but it dropped so fast. Did that mean that everything she did before was for nothing? Enough. Don't remind me of the favorability. What's the use of talking to me about it? Xiao Ling-er raged at the system. Can't you help me? We are both glory and loss. Waiting for the test results was painful. Sorry, we don't provide such a service, the system said coldly. Then what's the use of having you? Xiao Ling-er roared in her heart. If you didn't ask me to conquer men, I wouldn't have fallen into such an awkward situation. Without me, do you think you would have been reborn? The system said emotionlessly. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Who wanted to die, especially to be reborn? Why was it so difficult to be reborn? Was her life supposed to be like this? On what basis? The test results came out. There was indeed a potion on the page. The judge asked Xiao Ling to explain the reason. I lost my book, so I wanted to make a book like this. But this doesn't mean that I plagiarized. Xiao Ling-er refused to admit it. Yu Wenluan's face was so dark that it couldn't get any darker. Now, the result was very obvious. Even if Xiao Ling-er had many reasons and was just short of swearing to the heavens that she didn't plagiarize, the result was still the plaintiff's victory. The plaintiff requested the defendant to publicly apologize in front of the media and claim 10 million in economic losses. As soon as the trial ended, Yu Wenluan stood up, turned around and left. The pressure on his body was very low. The media kept snapping photos of the two parties. Yu Wenluan squeezed through the crowd and left the court, completely ignoring Xiao Ling-er, who was surrounded by reporters. Xiao Ling-er was surrounded by reporters, who asked her all kinds of sharp questions. They asked her why she didn't act properly and insisted on plagiarizing the script. In the eyes of most people, he was King retarded. Xiao Ling-er wanted to chase after Wenluan, but she was surrounded by reporters. She couldn't explain the situation at all. Her favorability had also dropped to 10. Not giving him a negative number was already giving him face. Ning Shu stood at the entrance of the court, Seeing Yu Wenluan come out with a dark expression, he smiled and greeted him. Where's Xiao Linger? How could he abandon her so ungracefully? You're here to gloat, aren't you? Yu Wenluan directly bypassed Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook his head. I'm not here to gloat. I just think that you have bad taste. Yu Wenluan was speechless. Wasn't he gloating over their misfortune? What do you want to say? Yu Wenluan looked at Ning Shu. Nothing. I just saw that you lost the case, so I came to persuade you. Oh right, your studio seems to have been sued for 10 million. Are you paying for it or Xiao Linger? Ning Shu said with a gentle expression. Those who didn't know better would think that they were talking about some happy topic. Yu Wenluan's face darkened even more. This has nothing to do with you. Ning Shu shrugged. As long as you're happy. Seeing the reporters swarming over, Yu Wenluan opened the car door and drove away. Ning Shu appeared on camera again. The reporters asked Ning Shu for his opinion on the lawsuit. Ning Shu just said that it was right. The internet was in an uproar. Hashtag Xiao Linger plagiarism hashtag was already the #1 trending topic on Weibo. Xiao Linger fabricated evidence and refused to admit it. She was very thick-skinned. Yu Wenluan's fans blamed Xiao Linger for causing their idol to lose 10 million. They all wanted Xiao Linger to pay for it herself. She wanted to plagiarize and made Yu Wenluan take the blame. Of course, there were also people who said that Yu Wenluan was the mastermind behind the fabrication of evidence. There were all kinds of discussions on the internet. However, it could be seen that someone was stirring things up. Who knew if it was true or false, but Xiao Linger's reputation was ruined. The case was over. Ning Shu had to report to the set. It was time to start work. The work went on unhurriedly. During the break, Ning Shu took out his phone and browsed through the gossip. Yu Wenluan apologized on Weibo. He said that he didn't know that the script was plagiarized. He sincerely apologized and the other party still refused to admit it. Anyway, in short, he was deceived. Xiao Linger was the one at fault. He directly threw the blame to Xiao Linger. Then, he apologized and said that he had set a wrong example for society. He donated 200,000 yuan to Hope Primary School and donated all the books that he usually read. He used this method to change his image. Yu Wenluan's current actions were indeed the right thing to do. However, it was quite cold. He used 200,000 yuan to exchange for 10 million yuan. Then, this 10 million yuan compensation claim was placed on Xiao Linger. It couldn't be better. According to Xiao Linger's current reputation, the right thing to do was to stay away from her. Just like when Mu Shuyao got into trouble, Yu Wenluan did the same. After all, Yu Wenluan didn't love Mu Shuyao or Xiao Linger. He only cared about his own future. Now that something happened to Xiao Linger, Yu Wenluan immediately threw the blame to her. It was useless even if true love was invincible. Ning Shu pursed his lips. When it came to benefits, she turned her back on him. He wondered how Xiao Linger felt now. After a while, she didn't get anything. Instead, she was in debt. The 10 million yuan compensation claim was enough to give Xiao Linger a headache. Xiao Linger had just entered the entertainment industry and didn't have that much savings. Now that Yu Wenluan put 10 million yuan on her, Xiao Linger must be under a lot of pressure. When Xiao Linger saw Yu Wenluan's post on Weibo, she was furious. Did Yu Wenluan like to unilaterally make decisions on Weibo? He didn't tell her at all. In the past, she used to laugh at Mu Yunyao for being dumped on Weibo. Now that it was her turn, he didn't even give her a heads up before deciding everything. This feeling was unbearable, but now, Xiao Linger had no one to help her except Yu Wenluan. Not to mention 10 million, if she had known, she wouldn't have given the script to Yu Wenluan for free. Xiao Linger's heart was cold. She could tell what kind of person Yu Wenluan was from his attitude toward his ex-girlfriend. But she felt that she was different. With the existence of the system, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state like Mu Shuyao. Xiao Linger was unwilling. She had done so much for Yu Wenluan and had always been trying to curry favor with him. But now, he didn't recognize her. Xiao Linger felt that she had put in a lot of effort but didn't get anything. She couldn't help but feel unwilling and ran to Yu Wenluan's studio. But Yu Wenluan avoided her and didn't pick up her calls. In any case, he wanted to completely cut off contact with her. Xiao Ling was furious. The court wanted her to pay compensation, but she didn't have the money. Xiao Ling stayed in Yu Wenluan's studio and considered herself to be his girlfriend. The more Yu Wenluan was afraid of getting involved with her, the more she wanted to get involved with him. She even said that Yu Wenluan was the one who ordered the fake notebook. Anyway, she had already discussed with the system that she wouldn't pursue this man in the future. She would start over. The system would change her appearance and identity. The price was that she had to listen to the system in the future and complete the missions well. But she had to solve this matter. If she didn't pay the money, the court would urge her. If they couldn't find her, they would definitely investigate. It was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be found out. So, she had to clean up her tail. Xiao Ling was here to ask for 10 million. Yu Wenluan tried every means to get rid of Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling's nonsense made Yu Wenluan hesitate. He was trying his best to repair his image. He clearly felt that there weren't as many fans as before, and they weren't as active as before. Yu Wenluan had to see her. Stop talking nonsense. When did I ask you to fake it? I only found out in court that you plagiarized. Now that Xiao Ling had a way out, she didn't mind falling out with Yu Wenluan. I was forced by you. I can't even see you. If I didn't say that, you wouldn't see me. Wenluan, can you pay the 10 million for me? Xiao Ling went straight to the point. Yu Wenluan stared at her, dumbfounded. Why should I give you 10 million? Yu Wenluan acted as if he didn't know Xiao Ling. This pure and outstanding woman was now like a mean and greedy woman, asking for money. Was this still the Xiao Ling he knew? He could even see another face from one face. Then I'll tell everyone that you were the one who asked me to plagiarize. You were the one who wanted to promote me, but now you want me to take the blame. Since they had already fallen out with each other, they might as well say whatever was on their mind. Even if they didn't, they could still make something up. Xiao Ling felt very happy. In the past, she had always been the one to please Yu Wenluan, afraid that his favorability would drop if he got angry. Now that the system didn't allow her to conquer Yu Wenluan, who the hell would tolerate it? In the end, Xiao Ling found that she didn't get anything from Yu Wenluan. 10 million wasn't too much, right? Yu Wenluan sneered. Do you think that even if you say it out loud, others will believe you? Whether they believe it or not, there's no smoke without fire. Moreover, you've always been promoting me. You even snatched the role of your ex-girlfriend for me. This matter doesn't make a difference, Xiao Ling said fearlessly. Yu Wenluan was a hypocritical man. He would agree. 10 million is enough to buy your reputation, right? Yu Wenluan didn't expect that he had misjudged her. In the past, she was a pure gardenia flower after the rain. He didn't expect her to be a man-eating flower. She pretended to be pure and flawless and deceived him. You can't threaten me. Your threat is not worth mentioning to me at all. And I can end your acting career. The two of them had shed all pretenses of cordiality. There was nothing much to say. Moreover, Yu Wenluan's feelings for Xiao Ling were no longer love, but deep hatred. Compared to such a woman, Yu Wenluan found that his ex-girlfriend was simply a good person. At least, she wasn't like Xiao Ling when they broke up. She actually asked for 10 million. His funds were basically invested in the movie. Now, the money hadn't arrived yet. Instead, the box office was affected because of this incident. How could Xiao Ling have the nerve to ask for 10 million from him? The two of them argued for benefits. Xiao Ling didn't look good, and Yu Wenluan didn't look good either. The two sides were in a stalemate. Xiao Ling saw that Yu Wenluan wasn't willing to pay and asked, "What do you want for you to pay?" "I promise that as long as you pay, I will disappear in front of you." "Do you think your threat is useful to me? Even if you sell yourself, you're not worth 10 million. Yu Wenluan's words were a little vicious. Xiao Ling had been in the entertainment industry for so long in her previous life. Although she was a small-time actress until her death, she could still hear some things. This guy actually coveted her body. Let me tell you, I won't sell my body. Xiao Ling covered her chest. Instead, the two plump lumps in front of her squeezed out a deep ravine, coupled with her outstanding temperament and pure face. Even though Yu Wenluan hated Xiao Ling now, he still had a reaction. I can give you money, Yu Wenluan said calmly, but he crossed his legs to hide some changes. Xiao Ling looked at him with some doubts. Why was he suddenly so kind to give her money? However, she felt that Yu Wenluan was looking at her with eyes full of affection. She couldn't help but curl her lips, and a plan came up in her heart. Xiao Ling felt a little sad. In her previous life, she was bullied by others and by the director just for a role. In this life, she had to walk the same path for 10 million. However, in the future, when she changed her face, she wouldn't have any interaction with Yu Wenluan. 10 million was worth it. The air was filled with ambiguous factors. Yu Wenluan stood up from the sofa and pressed Xiao Ling against the wall. Looking down at Xiao Ling's panicked little face, he couldn't help but bully her, making her cry and shout under his body. Yu Wenluan's face was red and his breathing was rapid. He seemed to have eaten something to liven things up. He felt that the blood in his body was boiling and restless. Yu Wenluan carried Xiao Ling horizontally and went to the inner bedroom of the office. He threw her on the bed and pressed her down. It was a charming and ambiguous romantic scene, a lingering battle. After a fierce battle, Yu Wenluan felt as if his body had been hollowed out. It was incomparably fierce and satisfying. Moreover, it lasted for a long time. Xiao Ling put on her clothes and stood by the bed looking at Yu Wenluan. You should give me the money now. Yu Wenluan suddenly felt as if he had eaten a big head green fly. Xiao Ling had completely overturned his previous impression of her. She could get out of bed and ask him for money without any burden. How could he do such a thing to this woman? He couldn't control himself at that time. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word? Xiao Ling looked at him warily. I gave you my pure body. Yu Wenluan couldn't describe what he was feeling in his heart. He was a little attached to Xiao Ling's body, but he also felt a little disgusted. This feeling was like money that fell into a latrine pit. It was disgusting to pick it up, but it felt like a loss if he didn't pick it up. Yu Wenluan wrote a check for Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling took it and looked at it. There was only 1 million on the check. What do you mean? Xiao Ling exploded in anger. Not 10 million, but 1 million. Yu Wenluan was really too treacherous. For a woman like you, 1 million is already a lot. Yu Wenluan said directly. He was disgusted and wanted to disgust Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling was so angry that she wanted to die. He was simply a scum, a slut. What was there to talk about love? He dumped her whenever he encountered a problem. Xiao Ling felt uncomfortable. Why couldn't she get love? Why was there no man who was dead set on her? In order to get 10 million, Xiao Ling was also quite desperate. 1 million per time, then 10 times. Xiao Ling asked the system why it didn't give her money directly. She needed money, 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 money. The system just said that it didn't provide such a service and there was no such service. If it provided money, wouldn't these hosts do nothing and just lie down and let him take the money? How could this be possible? Xiao Ling and Yu Wenluan formed a tacit understanding. 1 million per time. Xiao Ling endured the humiliation and finally got 10 million and handed the money to the court. Change my face now. I don't want to wear this face. After cleaning up her tail, Xiao Ling couldn't wait to change her face. She didn't want to have anything to do with Yu Wenluan. It might be a little painful when you transform. Bear with it, the system said coldly. Then, Xiao Ling felt a heart-wrenching pain. All the bones in her body seemed to have been broken, especially her face. It was as if someone had taken a hammer and hammered her face repeatedly. Her cheekbones were shattered, and her skull was also shattered. Xiao Ling clutched her head and pulled at her hair. She felt as if she had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. It was painful. Xiao Ling's eyes were bloodshot as she lay on the ground, twitching. How could this be called a little pain? This was extremely painful, okay? His bones were shattered inch by inch. This kind of pain was simply unbearable. If she could do it all over again, her life wouldn't be so miserable. If she could do it all over again, she would definitely act cautiously. When she had enough power, she would definitely take revenge on Yu Wenluan and Mu Shuyao. The more Xiao Ling resented Wenluan, the more Wenluan didn't love her and humiliated her. Unable to bear the pain, Xiao Ling fainted. However, the unconscious Xiao Ling-er's body was still twitching, slowly changing. When Xiao Ling-er woke up, her body was in pain. You have successfully changed your face. The system notified Xiao Ling-er. Xiao Ling-er climbed up from the ground and went to the washroom. She looked at the mirror and saw a completely unfamiliar face. Her features were exquisite and her temperament was noble. In the past, she had the temperament of an immortal, but now, she was graceful and luxurious like a peony flower. They were two completely different people. Now, even if Xiao Ling-er stood in front of her parents, they wouldn't be able to recognize her. Even Yu Wenluan, who was in love with Xiao Ling-er, wouldn't be able to recognize her. His every move was elegant and graceful. Xiao Ling-er touched her face and muttered, "I like this face very much. I like it very much." In the past, her temperament was very similar to Mu Shuyao's. Now, she was unique. Xiao Ling-er took a shower and sized up her body. She had curves and a pair of slender and straight legs. She was very beautiful. The system was too amazing. Her entire body had undergone plastic surgery, and it was all natural. There were no traces of plastic surgery at all. If there were more of such systems, who knew how many beauties would be created, this face-changing game was really interesting. Could she change her face in the future? Just thinking about it made her excited. Plastic surgery was addictive. Changing faces was also addictive. The premise was that one could endure the pain of changing faces. In the future, if something happened that couldn't be solved, she could change her identity and start over. It was equivalent to being reborn many times. There were countless possibilities in life. Please don't think too highly of yourself. Until now, you still don't have any fans and you haven't successfully captured a man. At most, you slept with a man. It's not love at all. I didn't risk my life for you. I didn't give up my faith and interests for you. The system was incomparably cold. This is your last chance. If you still can't do it, then I can only leave you. No, please don't. I will definitely work hard. Xiao Ling-er was so scared that she repeatedly promised that she would work hard in the future and complete the mission given by the system. Although the system threatened her, it couldn't stop Xiao Ling-er's good mood. Xiao Ling-er turned on her computer and took out a USB drive. Then, she used her original Weibo account to post an X-rated video. The content of the video was the scene of Yu Wenluan raping Xiao Ling-er. The two of them were doing a deal. Occasionally, when they were playing to their heart's content, they would play a little role. With this rape game, Xiao Ling-er took the initiative to suggest it. Yu Wenluan also cooperated. Then, the video was created. Xiao Ling-er said on Weibo that she was Yu Wenluan and raped her. She also threatened her not to tell the truth. Also, Yu Wenluan was behind the plagiarism incident. In order to prevent Yu Wenluan from reuniting with his ex-girlfriend Mu Shuyao in the future, Xiao Ling-er also said that Yu Wenluan had helped her get the female lead role in a Xianxia drama. She was a puppet in Yu Wenluan's hands. She listened to Yu Wenluan for everything. She was young and had just entered the entertainment industry. She was ignorant and did some bad things under Yu Wenluan's misguidance. In the end, she said that the entertainment industry was too dark. She would quit the entertainment industry and asked everyone to let her go. Xiao Ling-er's X-rated video immediately went viral. Moreover, it was indeed Xiao Ling-er in the video. Yu Wenluan occasionally showed his face. The scene was clear and it was very explicit. It immediately caused a heated discussion among the netizens. After doing all this, Xiao Ling-er was very satisfied. Anyway, the woman in the video was no longer her. She didn't have to worry at all. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, it was more like watching someone else's passionate scene. When Ning Shu saw the video that went viral on the internet, she was stunned. Xiao Ling-er must have lost her mind. Otherwise, why would she do such a sad and crazy thing? She dragged Yu Wenluan down, but she blocked her own path. How could Xiao Ling-er survive in the entertainment industry in the future? Even if she quit the entertainment industry and lived a normal life, it would still affect her. Could it be that Xiao Ling-er was bewitched to do such a thing? She posted a video of her private life on the internet for thousands of keyboard warriors to watch. Could it be that Yu Wenluan really raped her and she was so angry that she took revenge in this way? However, this indirectly benefited her. After all, the mission requirement was to destroy Yu Wenluan's reputation. Now, the two of them fell out for some reason. This was really a love-hate relationship, however, Ningxu felt that something was wrong. If Xiao Ling wanted to survive in the entertainment industry, even if she didn't want to, the system would ask her to have a lot of fans. She would be the queen of the entertainment industry with countless protectors around her. Having fans meant that she had faith and luck. No matter how stupid Xiao Ling was, she wouldn't do something like cutting off her own path of retreat. She didn't want to pursue the Prince Charming anymore. People in the entertainment industry were several levels better looking than ordinary people. They deserved to be called the Prince Charming. Could it be that the system had already left Xiao Ling? Even if it did, it wouldn't do such a crazy thing, right? Ningxu was still very happy to be able to destroy Yu Wenluan's reputation. However, Xiao Ling's actions made her confused. It was too illogical. Moreover, Xiao Ling was in the entertainment industry in her previous life. Didn't she know the consequences? As for what Xiao Ling said on Weibo, she was young and ignorant. These words were simply nonsense. No matter how much Ningxu hated someone, she wouldn't use such a method. Those keyboard warriors on the internet attacked women. Anyway, it was the woman's fault that such things happened. Ningxu asked 2333, have you left the system? No, come on. *W***, 2333 replied. Ningxu, anyway, she would take it one step at a time. Now that she was filming a TV series, Xiao Ling would definitely make a move. Even if she didn't want to make a move, the system would force her to. Ningxu suspected that Xiao Ling had gone for plastic surgery. That was why she had risked everything to do such a thing. But even if she had gone for plastic surgery, what could be dug out would definitely be dug out. As long as it had been done, there would be traces. Ningxu rubbed his chin as he pondered. She should also be considered Xiao Ling's enemy. Xiao Ling had already taken revenge on Yu Wenluan, so she would definitely take revenge on her. When the time came, they would definitely meet. Before that, she only needed to do her job well. When the time came, he would deal with whatever came his way. However, this didn't prevent Ningxu from gloating over Yu Wenluan's misfortune. He had been tricked several times by a girl he thought was pure and flawless. He wondered what Yu Wenluan was feeling right now. Anyway, it wouldn't get better. Although the pornographic video was officially deleted by Weibo, the impact of this incident was huge. It wasn't just a moral issue. If this kind of thing between a man and a woman was mutually in love, others would at most gossip. But rape wasn't just a moral issue, it was also illegal. Ningxu could completely imagine Yu Wenluan scratching his head and scratching his ears. On Weibo, a large number of Yu Wenluan's fans left and became anti-fans. Yu Wenluan's image had always been very good, and many female fans liked him. Moreover, 80% of his entertainment fans were female financial fans. Most of his fans were women. One could imagine how great Yu Wenluan's loss was. Yu Wenluan's Weibo was very lively. Everyone came to scold him. There were also some die-hard fans who asked Yu Wenluan to come out and explain, or find more reasons to absolve Yu Wenluan. For example, the man in the video wasn't their idol, and this clip was from a movie. In short, they found all kinds of reasons, but these comments were quickly drowned out by a large wave of anti-fans. They said that Yu Wenluan was a hypocrite. He used to pretend to be a gentleman, but behind his back, he was a thief and a prostitute. Yu Wenluan was a morally corrupt person. He should be arrested for the crime of rape. In short, there were all kinds of demons dancing around, taking over all the entertainment headlines. There were also people who rushed to Ningxu's Weibo, saying that it was lucky that Ningxu broke up with Yu Wenluan first. There were also some who wanted the world to be in chaos and wanted to cause a riot. They asked Ningxu if Yu Wenluan had also raped her before and didn't expose Yu Wenluan's evil deeds in order to save face. Ningxu, what the hell, what does it have to do with me? They had already broken up, but they were still tied together. Something happened, and they came to ask her how she felt. What a joke. Ningxu didn't answer these questions with ulterior motives. It was obvious that they wanted to burn her. This kind of heat couldn't be taken advantage of. Ningxu posted a selfie on the set and didn't say a word about Yu Wenluan's ex-boyfriend. Ningxu thought about it and called Yu Wenluan to ask him what had happened. However, the phone couldn't get through. Yu Wenluan was almost half crippled. Ningxu wanted to know about Xiaoling. Because the impact of this matter was too great, even the police had filed a case and launched an investigation. Yu Wenluan was a best actor and a public figure. He occupied a lot of society's resources. As a public figure, he had the responsibility to establish a good image and guide society's good atmosphere. A best actor seemed to have raped a woman. Even if it was to appease the agitated netizens, it had to be investigated. In any case, when Yu Wenluan was mentioned in the future, he would be called a rapist. Once the label was attached to him, it was very difficult to tear it off. Just like Ningxu now, many people still called her a vase. Even though she had already proven herself with a work, there were still people with ulterior motives who called her a vase. So what if she was a vase? She didn't cause trouble and just stood there pleasing to the eye. Yu Wenluan might be labeled a rapist for the rest of his life. Ningxu analyzed it and felt that no matter how bad Yu Wenluan was, he wouldn't rape Xiaoling. This should be Xiaoling's trick. Just like in the plot, Xiaoling had recorded it and used public opinion to deal with Mu Shuyao. It attracted an unprecedented wave of attention. Now, everyone on the internet knew Xiaoling's name. Xiaoling's tricks really couldn't be underestimated. In the future, he had to be careful when facing Xiaoling. He might be framed. The internet was full of people who followed the crowd. It was a serious case of following the crowd. Ningxu called several times but couldn't get through. It seemed that Yu Wenluan was very busy. Perhaps he deliberately didn't pick up the phone. At this time, Yu Wenluan's phone should be exploding with calls from the reporters. Moreover, Yu Wenluan had already closed the comment function on Weibo so that the surging netizens couldn't leave comments on his Weibo. However, this also hurt Yu Wenluan's fans. These fans were basically Yu Wenluan's last line of defense. No matter what happened to Yu Wenluan, they would support him. However, the words that fans and idols said to defend themselves didn't sound so nice. It was clearly Xiaoling who seduced Yu Wenluan. I don't care, it was Xiaoling who seduced my idol. Xiaoling was scheming and shameless. She deliberately recorded the video and then posted it on the internet to deliberately ruin the best actor's reputation. Although he had told the truth, it was still the same saying, flies don't bite seamless eggs. The movie King's moral character was low. As the saying goes, a fan is better than 10 haters. Especially brainless fans, they would shout, no matter what happens to you, we will always love you, blah, blah. Yu Wenluan turned off the comments section on Weibo, which made some fans feel very uncomfortable. Now, how could Yu Wenluan care about the feelings of fans he didn't know? He was already in a desperate situation. The media called him every day and blocked the entrance of his studio. Now, his studio was forced to close down. Not only that, he was also called to the police station to investigate the rape case. Yu Wenluan admitted to having sex with Xiaoling at the police station, but he felt that there was no rape and that they had sex more than once. However, the police couldn't find any trace of Xiaoling at all, nor could they contact her. It was as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. Without the parties involved, this matter was left unsettled. Although they couldn't file a case, there was no legal way to make Yu Wenluan drunk, so Yu Wenluan didn't have to take legal responsibility. He was fined a little, but for Yu Wenluan, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages because he didn't rape Xiaoling at all. Xiaoling had never appeared, and he had no way to clarify the truth. The title of rapist might have followed him forever. This was too much of a scam. Yu Wenluan didn't expect Xiaoling to be so ruthless. She had long schemed against him, but he couldn't hold back. He even gave Xiaoling 1 million each time. Not only did he suffer a double loss, he also lost his reputation and career. He had really been careless. It was all because Xiaoling looked too pure and flawless. He had also underestimated women too much. To be able to exchange her body for money, she seemed to be an experienced woman in the entertainment industry who was good at using her body. However, he was still a little infatuated with Xiaoling's body. Now, he had become the male lead of the popular F-disc. He had always been the main character, but he didn't want to be such a main character. The movie that had been shot some time ago had also suffered a setback. Now, it had been taken down from the cinema. Yu Wenluan kept trying to contact Xiao Ling-er, but there was no response. Xiao Ling-er had really disappeared. Yu Wenluan was furious. This woman was a scourge. Nothing good ever happened to her. First, he broke up with his girlfriend. Then, there was the plagiarism incident. Now, there was the rape incident. His career was almost in shambles, and there was almost no chance for him to make a comeback. Who would watch a movie made by a rapist? This woman must have a grudge against him in her previous life. Yu Wenluan was under a lot of pressure during this period of time. He did not leave his house and waited for the public opinion to cool down. Yu Wenluan didn't say anything to the outside world, but the police posted the results of their investigation online, saying that they couldn't find Xiao Ling-er. Yu Wenluan said that they were in a relationship and there was no rape. Since the person involved, Xiao Ling-er, didn't appear, this matter was settled with a fine. Yu Wenluan was speechless. Movie King's fans, didn't this indirectly mean that Yu Wenluan and Xiao Ling-er had a relationship? Although it was clarified, it did not improve Yu Wenluan's image at all. The police officer gave Yu Wenluan a stab. Ningxu was about to pee from laughter. Were these uncles really not doing it on purpose? They invited Yu Wenluan for tea and gave such a conclusion. At least during this period of time, Yu Wenluan's career was at a low point. When the limelight passed, he might be able to make a comeback behind the scenes. And Xiao Ling-er, whom Yu Wenluan had been searching for, had changed her face and become an original singer. She posted videos of herself singing on the internet, and these songs were all her original works. Xiao Ling-er was no longer acting. She was walking the path of music. With a good voice and the songs given by the system, Xiao Ling-er gained a lot of attention. This caused Xiao Ling-er's video to gain some attention. In addition, Xiao Ling-er was now extremely beautiful and very eye-catching. Moreover, Xiao Ling-er was no longer called Xiao Ling-er. Since she had changed her face, she had to change her name too. Otherwise, people would recognize her immediately. It wasn't that Xiao Ling-er didn't pay attention to this. Seeing Yu Wenluan being scolded and called a rapist, Xiao Ling-er was very happy. What Prince Charming? He was just a lecherous and selfish man. She had done so many things for him, but in the end, he still abandoned her. If it was beneficial to him, he would have a favorable impression of her if she was obedient to him. If she made him unhappy, his favorable impression of her would drop. Xiao Ling-er felt that in order to woo Yu Wenluan, she had abandoned her dignity to please him, to make him happy, but she didn't get anything. Starting over, Xiao Ling-er had a new plan. She would no longer appear in front of those men rashly. First, she had to make herself very good. Then, those men would take the initiative to surround her like bees seeing flowers. She was really tired of pleasing a man like this, but in the end, she didn't get anything. Xiao Ling-er hated Yu Wenluan in her heart. Only then could he do such a thing. Seeing Yu Wenluan's anxious appearance, Xiao Ling-er was very happy. After accumulating a certain amount of popularity on the internet, Xiao Ling-er began to participate in talent shows. With the help of the system, the songs she took out every time were very stunning. Moreover, they were original works. They were beautiful and talented. The internet's evaluation of her was that she was a talented woman. She had also accumulated some fans. Ningxu's movie was completed. This movie would definitely be popular. Ningxu wasn't worried at all. Now, he was more worried about which corner Xiao Ling-er was hiding in. After such a long time, she hadn't appeared even once. Could it be that Xiao Ling-er didn't want to enter the entertainment industry, but the system hadn't left Xiao Ling-er yet? Xiao Ling-er didn't have the right to refuse. Ningxu was a little impatient. He spent 5 merit points and used the GPS system to locate Xiao Ling-er. Where was she? She didn't appear like this. Xiao Ling-er was in the dark while she was in the light. This feeling was really not good. He had to know what was going on. The GPS system started to locate her. What surprised Ningxu was that the location was in a TV station. Xiao Ling-er appeared in a TV station. Ningxu went to the address. Now that Xiao Ling-er's reputation was so bad, why would a TV station invite her to do a show? /BK Ningxu arrived at the TV station and followed the GPS to the venue of the talent show. He sat in the audience and looked around for Xiao Ling'er's figure. Some contestants were jumping and singing on the stage. Anyway, the GPS indicated that Xiao Ling'er was here. But Ningxu couldn't find her. He scanned everyone in the audience with his mental power, but he couldn't find Xiao Ling'er. If she wasn't an audience member, then Xiao Ling'er was a contestant. Xiao Ling'er didn't get eggs thrown at her when she participated in the talent show, and the entertainment gossip didn't report it either. Xiao Ling'er was very popular now. But the GPS shouldn't be wrong, and it cost her 5 merit points. The performance on the stage continued. Xiao Ling'er also walked on the stage. She was exceptionally beautiful. Her singing was very stunning. Her voice was clear and melodious. And when she sang, she was full of emotions. Ningxu received a system notification that the person on the stage was Xiao Ling'er. Ningxu saw a completely different person from Xiao Ling'er. Her face was different, and her temperament was different. They were clearly two different people. Ningxu was so shocked that his jaw fell to the ground. Was this really Xiao Ling'er? Could it be that there was something wrong with the GPS? It was completely different. The GPS locates the soul. It has nothing to do with the appearance. The soul is unique. No matter how the appearance changes, the soul is still the same, 233 explained. Ningxu was speechless. In fact, Xiao Ling'er's soul had always been the same. The appearance could be changed, but the soul couldn't. F***ck, this system has such a function. It was simply an unkillable cockroach. No wonder Xiao Ling'er could release the video so unscrupulously. Because there was no Xiao Ling'er in the world. She could even drag Yuan Luan down. Ningxu, who had been killed, was convinced, after killing one person, another one would appear. There was no end to it. How could he play this? He thought it was a simple system mission, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Changing the host's appearance is not an easy task. It requires the system's energy. Even if the system is doing this for its own benefit and energy, it can't keep changing the host's appearance and identity. These changes require the system's own energy. The system will not waste its time and energy on an incompetent person who can't bring it any benefits. 2333 was afraid that Ningxu would back out, so he tried to encourage Ningxu. Ningxu wouldn't give up halfway. No matter how many times Xiao Ling'er could change her appearance and identity, he could force Xiao Ling'er to change her identity. At that time, the system would naturally abandon her and leave her if it couldn't get any benefits from her. All of Xiao Ling'er's things came from the system. Without the system, there would be no halo. On the stage, Xiao Ling'er was still singing. Her voice was mellow and melodious, especially pleasant to listen to. Coupled with some new songs and singing, the audience below the stage was very enthusiastic. Right now, Xiao Ling'er's popularity wasn't weak. If things went smoothly, Xiao Ling'er would enter the music industry, compose new songs, and release records. Then, she would start to woo people in the music industry, the male god of lyrics and music, the heavenly king, and the king of singers. If she was good at acting, she would sing. If she was good at singing, she would act. When she was almost done with the people in the music industry, it would be time to enter the entertainment industry and woo men. God. Actor. Ningxu instantly understood this trick. Xiao Ling'er was still singing affectionately on the stage. Ningxu bent over and left. Now that she knew Xiao Ling'er's identity, it was her turn to be in the dark. The current Xiao Ling'er was no longer called Xiao Ling'er, but Li Kellen. In order to avoid misunderstandings and arouse people's imagination, she even changed her surname. She had really changed very thoroughly. She wondered if Xiao Ling'er's parents knew that their daughter had changed a lot. The original name was abandoned, the original appearance was abandoned. What else belonged to Xiao Ling'er? After leaving the TV station, Ningxu went to the supermarket to buy some things. Fresh vegetables, ready to go home and cook. He had been eating greasy boxed meals on set, so his stomach was a little uncomfortable. Ningxu stewed soup while turning on the computer. Xiao Ling'er said that she was a talented composer, but these things were really not original. They were given by the system. Xiao Ling'er did not have the ability to write lyrics or compose music, just like she had the ability to write scripts. With the title of a talented composer, Xiao Ling had no choice but to keep asking the system for things. Ningxu carefully recalled the songs that Xiao Ling had written in the plot, whether it was sung by herself or written for others. Ningxu wrote them all down. In order to avoid clashing with the songs that Xiao Ling had already sung, Ningxu also dug out Xiao Ling's previous singing videos and songs that she sang in the show. He wrote all the songs that had not appeared yet and then sold them to the Heavenly King's manager. These songs were the heavyweight classics that would appear later. The system would not give them to Xiao Ling so early. However, Ningxu benefited from it. He packed them all up and gave them away. This time, the account that Ningxu gave was the account of the Save Endangered Animals Foundation. The other party was quite straightforward and directly bought the rights to the songs. Who are you? Heavenly King Gu wants to meet you. The manager sent an email and Ningxu asked. Obviously, Ningxu often sold songs and attracted Heavenly King Gu's attention. Ningxu did not intend to get involved with Heavenly King Gu. She did not have the ability to write lyrics and songs on the spot. Therefore, she did not want to get close to him at all. Ningxu declined the manager's invitation. The other party obviously wanted to recruit her. Without a diamond, one would not take on a porcelain job. It was better to act in her own show. Well, there did not seem to be any risk. Even if the other party wanted to check, they could not find out. The money did not go through her hands, and the IP address was virtual. The other party was very regretful about Ningxu's rejection. Ningxu also kindly reminded them to apply for the intellectual property rights of the songs. Ningxu really could not figure out why Xiao Ling had to walk the path of a talented woman. She clearly did not have the confidence and ability to rely on the system to become a talented woman. It was too easy to be exposed. Could it be that she had not learned her lesson from the plagiarism incident? Therefore, to capture a man, she had to rely on her talent and ability to attract a man, not just a beautiful face. Looks could not conquer the world. She put the computer on the coffee table and went to the kitchen to see how the soup was going. At this time, the doorbell suddenly rang. She took off her apron and looked at the person outside through the peephole. Damn, it was Yu Wenluan. Why did Yu Wenluan come to her apartment? Yu Wenluan was wearing a hat and sunglasses. He looked like he was fully armed. It was obvious that he was avoiding the reporters. Ningxu did not open the door. Yu Wenluan, who was outside the door, rang the doorbell again. Ningxu was indifferent. She did not intend to open the door at all. It was definitely not a good thing to come here. Maybe he wanted to lead the trouble to her. Yu Wenluan was now a high-risk group. If she was involved with him, tomorrow's headlines might be that Yu Wenluan went to his ex-girlfriend's apartment alone to meet her. Ningxu didn't want to be involved with this kind of negative news at all. Sometimes, celebrities would do anything for hype. But if they wanted to be clean, so be it. They didn't need this kind of negative attention. Ningxu didn't open the door. Yu Wenluan stood at the door for a long time. During this time, he pressed the doorbell twice, but Ningxu didn't open the door. Yu Wenluan probably knew that Ningxu didn't want to see him, so he took out his phone and called Ningxu. Then, he realized that he had been blocked. Yu Wenluan was speechless. She was really pushing the wall down. Yu Wenluan pounded on the door with his fist and said loudly, "Mu Shuyao, I know you're inside. Open the door, I have something to tell you." Ningxu, I'm not at home. Ningxu felt that she didn't have anything to say to Yu Wenluan. Hadn't they already broken up? Ningxu was a little afraid that Yu Wenluan was here to borrow money. Ningxu only had one word: get lost. Ningxu's goal now was to save money to buy a house and leave the company's assigned apartment. It wasn't safe to live in the company's apartment. Even Yu Wenluan, her ex-boyfriend, came looking for her. Yu Wenluan stood at the door for a few minutes. There was no movement in the house. He pressed the doorbell again and knocked on the door. "Mu Shuyao, I really have something to tell you. Open the door, open the door." Yu Wenluan knew that Ningxu was in the house. "Ningxu, I'm not listening, you bastard." Ningxu sized up Yu Wenluan through the peephole. After not seeing him for a while, Yu Wenluan had lost a lot of weight. His eyes were sunken, and he didn't look as elegant as before. Career was a man's greatest charm. Moreover, Yu Wenluan's hair was faintly white. It wasn't a lie that his hair turned white overnight. Xiao Ling really tricked Yu Wenluan badly. Yu Wenluan stood at the door for a while, then put on his hat and sunglasses and left. After Yu Wenluan left, Ningxu took out his phone and called Yu Wenluan. "Why are you looking for me?" Ningxu asked directly. Yu Wenluan was speechless. Even if she didn't want to open the door, she should have waited until he was far away before calling him. She didn't even try to hide it, he was also drunk. Yu Wenluan said, "Do you know what Xiao Linger did to me? Xiao Linger is a very vengeful person. Now that she has taken revenge on me, she will definitely take revenge on you in the future." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "That's what you wanted to tell me?" He specially came to her apartment to tell her this. Yu Wenluan must have eaten his fill. He hadn't even solved his own problems, yet he still had the mood to care about her, his ex-girlfriend. "She caused me so much trouble, so she will definitely look for you. If she appears in the future, you must remember to inform me." Yu Wenluan's voice was filled with hatred. "Okay, but I don't have any conflicts with her, so she definitely won't come looking for me," Ningxu said as he stirred the soup in the pot. "Heh, just you wait," Yu Wenluan said maliciously. TSK, the current Yu Wenluan was really full of darkness. He was probably going to be published, and Xiao Linger wouldn't appear to tell the truth for him. However, Yu Wenluan was also blinded by lust. 1 million at a time, and there was still money, 1 million for a down payment, and a big house would be easily obtained. So, you should be careful. You are better than her. You are very good, Yu Wenluan said in a low voice. "Thank you for the compliment. I have always felt that way." After being cheated, he remembered the good of his ex-girlfriend. "Even if you turned over a new leaf, I don't want you anymore." If he wasn't cheated, would Yu Wenluan turn back? He wouldn't. Just like in the plot, he chased after Xiao Linger without looking back. Therefore, Ningxu's heart was not touched at all, even if he was now in the name of caring about her. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, "I don't think Xiao Linger will appear again. Since she released the video and framed you like this, she has already thought of a way out. Maybe she has already undergone plastic surgery and changed her identity." "I think so, but where can I find her in a sea of people?" Yu Wenluan said through gritted teeth. "I think Xiao Linger will still be in the entertainment industry. You should pay more attention to the rising stars in the entertainment industry or the outstanding newcomers. No matter how a person changes, their style of doing things will not change." Ningxu intentionally or unintentionally reminded Yu Wenluan that it would be best if they fought. This kind of love and hate drama was too exciting. Yu Wenluan would definitely not let Xiao Linger go. It was basically impossible for Yu Wenluan to return to the past. Even if it wasn't rape, Yu Wenluan and Xiao Linger had a transactional relationship. After hearing Ningxu's words, Yu Wenluan was silent for a moment and said, "I know you still have me in your heart." Ningxu was speechless. "I'm just reminding you out of humanitarianism. Don't think too much. There's nothing between us," Ningxu said very straightforwardly. Why didn't he realize that Yu Wenluan felt so good about himself in the past? Yu Wenluan was speechless. He was so straightforward that it was unbearable. However, he was the one who said that they would break up. Even if he wanted to turn back now, he couldn't. In the past, he felt that Mu Shuyao, a vase, wasn't worthy of him. In addition, his fans called Mu Shuyao a vase every day. He had never defended his girlfriend in front of his fans. Subconsciously, he also felt that he wasn't worthy of her. Now that such a thing had happened and there was no one by his side, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Now, he was not worthy of Mu Shuyao. He was a little embarrassed by Ningxu's straightforward words. More than that, he hated Xiao Linger for destroying his life and career. "Do you have some gossip about Xiao Linger's whereabouts?" Yu Wenluan asked. Ningxu shook his head. "I don't know." "If you don't know, how would I know? Anyway, it's never wrong to pay more attention to the entertainment industry." "Oh." Yu Wenluan didn't know what to say, so he hung up. Ningxu scooped a bowl of soup and drank it slowly. It tasted really good. In the future, if he had the means, he would try the delicacies of every world. It would be a waste not to make use of this opportunity. He would strive to become a senior foodie and try all the delicacies of every world. This goal was also very good. Yu Wenluan's career was dispirited now. Even if he wanted to work, he didn't have a job. His previous endorsements had all been withdrawn, and the movies he had invested in didn't even earn back his capital. The losses were self-evident. The most important thing was the loss of his reputation. If his reputation was ruined, it would be difficult for him to develop. Moreover, even if he left the entertainment industry, with his current status, he wouldn't be able to mingle in other circles. Besides, in terms of earning money, how could it be faster than the entertainment industry? The box office of a movie was calculated in hundreds of millions. Once they opened, they would eat for 3 years. Yu Wenluan directly closed his studio and tirelessly searched for Xiao Ling-er's whereabouts. Other than the unreachable phone number, Yu Wenluan realized that he knew nothing about Xiao Ling-er. He didn't know her family situation or where her home was. Yu Wenluan found Xiao Ling-er's hometown and found her parents. He asked them where Xiao Ling-er was now. Xiao Ling-er was considered a drifter in Beijing and her family wasn't very well off. When Yu Wenluan went to find her, he was told by her parents that she didn't go home. It seemed that her parents didn't know what she had done. Yu Wenluan pretended to be an admirer of Xiao Ling-er and asked her parents for her current phone number. Xiao Ling-er's parents hesitated for a moment before giving him the phone number. Yu Wenluan took the phone number to the mobile company to find out who had this number, but the person he found was Li Kellen. Who was Li Kellen? How could Xiao Ling-er's parents have Xiao Ling-er's phone number? After finding Li Kellen, Yu Wenluan searched for information about her. Then, he found music videos and information about Li Kellen's talent show. This person didn't look like Xiao Ling-er at all. There was no similarity. How could she be Xiao Ling-er? She must have had plastic surgery to change her identity. This B***TCH even changed her surname. Yu Wenluan decided to alert the enemy and meet this Li Kellen. After signing up for the TV station and looking at Li Kellen on stage, Yu Wenluan had the same reaction as Ning Shu. Could plastic surgery make her look like this? She was a completely different person. Listening to Li Kellen's songs, Yu Wenluan had a feeling that this woman would become popular. Her style was changeable. In one performance, she would sing a mellow and melodious love song. In the next performance, she would sing a very lively song that could blow up the scene. Moreover, these songs were all self-composed by her. At the mention of self-composed songs, Yu Wenluan thought of the plagiarism incident. Yu Wenluan took a bouquet of flowers and went backstage to give it to Xiao Ling-er. Xiao Ling-er was touching up her makeup in front of the mirror when a bouquet of flowers appeared in front of her. Xiao Ling-er was stunned at first. Then, she looked at the person in the mirror and her expression changed. She almost couldn't help but stand up. Then, she calmed her mind, took the bouquet, and thanked him politely. "Thank you for the flowers, sir." Xiao Ling-er looked at Yu Wenluan with a strange expression. If it wasn't for this woman's previous gaffe, Yu Wenluan would have thought that he might have found the wrong person. "Xiao Ling-er, we meet again," Yu Wenluan said in a low voice. Xiao Ling-er's body stiffened. Her eyes were confused and innocent. "Sir, who are you talking about? You've got the wrong person." Yu Wenluan said fiercely, "Xiao Ling-er, even if you turn into ashes, I'll still recognize you. Even if you change your face, you can't change the frivolity and viciousness in your bones." Xiao Ling-er frowned and returned the flowers to Yu Wenluan. "Sir, if you're here to give me flowers, I welcome you. Thank you for liking my song. But you came to find trouble with me for no reason and mistook me for someone else. You're really too much. Please leave. This is the backstage." "Xiao Ling-er, how long can you keep up this act?" "I went to look for your parents." Yu Wenluan looked at Xiao Ling-er's pale face and felt a little happy. "Sir, I'm not Xiao Ling-er at all. How many times do you want me to say it?" Xiao Ling-er pretended to be offended and took out her ID card from her bag. Look, see if I'm the person you're talking about." Yu Wenluan took the ID card and looked at it suspiciously. The name on the card was Li Kellen, and the photo was of her. Did he really get it wrong? Yu Wenluan looked at the ID card and Xiao Ling-er back and forth. This ID card really confused Yu Wenluan. Yu Wenluan took out his phone and took a picture of the ID card. Xiao Ling-er quickly snatched her ID card. What do you mean by this? Why are you taking a picture of my ID card? Are you trying to do something bad with my ID card? I want to find out your identity. I firmly believe that you are someone I know. Yu Wenluan said directly. He was not confused by Xiao Ling-er's beauty at all. He had already suffered a loss this time. This time, he would not repeat the same mistake. Are you crazy? You've got the wrong person. You still want to take a picture of my ID card? Even the police don't have this right. Xiao Ling-er was a little flustered. She didn't expect that Yu Wenluan would find her based on a phone number. Her parents were really stupid teammates. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have contacted them. Moreover, they weren't ordinary stupid teammates. How could they give her phone number to a strange man? Now, Yu Wenluan had eaten her heart. If Yu Wenluan confirmed that she was Xiao Ling-er, she would die a very rhythmic death. You mistook me for the person you're looking for based on a wrong phone number. I have reason to suspect that you're trying to intimidate me. Xiao Ling-er's face was serious. When she was angry, she was very imposing. It's not impossible to call the police. Let the police check if your ID card is real. Do you think you can fool the world with a fake ID card? Yu Wenluan was fearless. He had nothing to lose now. His career had been ruined by this woman. This woman still wanted to be free and unfettered. Dream on, Xiao Ling-er sneered. Then call the police to check my ID card and see if it's fake. Humph. Xiao Ling-er wasn't afraid at all. This ID card was given to her by the system. It was someone else's name. There were no loopholes in her identity. Even if the police wanted to check, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Yu Wenluan looked at Xiao Ling-er's fearless expression and couldn't help but suspect that he had found the wrong target. However, his intuition told him that the woman in front of him was not wrong. From the way the woman pretended not to know him when she saw his abnormality, it was all an act, but don't forget, he was the best actor. Whether it was real or fake, whether there were traces of acting, he could feel it. And this woman was a little afraid of him. She didn't do anything wrong, nor did she do anything to let him down. Why was she afraid of him? You're Xiao Ling-er. No matter how hard you try to hide it, I can still recognize you. Yu Wenluan kept smiling at Xiao Ling-er, revealing his white teeth. Yu Wenluan's smile didn't have any warmth. It was cold and lifeless. This made Xiao Ling-er have a bad premonition. This man couldn't be blaming her, right? If he really did, she would definitely call the police. She was no longer Xiao Ling-er. He had no reason to falsely accuse her. Presumably, the best actor had plagiarized, raped, and then persecuted and threatened a female artist. Wouldn't this be a very interesting thing? BK she was no longer Xiao Ling-er. She already had a brand new identity. Yu Wenluan told the public that she was Xiao Ling-er, but no one believed him. Instead, they thought he was crazy. Therefore, she didn't need to be afraid at all. Yu Wenluan recognized her and told the world that she was Xiao Ling-er. But others wouldn't believe it at all. Her face was completely different, and her identity was different. Therefore, she had the upper hand in this matter. Xiao Ling-er didn't panic like before. She had completely calmed down now. She looked at Yu Wenluan with contempt. She even looked forward to it. Yu Wenluan said everywhere that he was clever. Others would only think he was crazy. She could even say that Yu Wenluan saw her and wanted to rape her, but she didn't allow it. Then, she told everyone that she was Xiao Ling-er. She used this opportunity to attract some attention, and her popularity faded again. Xiao Ling-er was fearless. She wasn't afraid of Yu Wenluan's revenge. Now that Yuan was ruined, her reputation in the entertainment industry was rotten. Go and call the police. Let the police judge this matter. Maybe tomorrow's entertainment headlines will be rapist harassing original talent. Xiao Ling-er looked at Yu Wenluan provocatively. She even looked forward to Yu Wenluan doing this. She wasn't too popular now, so she needed to borrow some people's east wind. Yu Wenluan rushed over at this time to be her stepping stone. He was just a stinky man. What did he think he could do to her? Yu Wenluan looked at the arrogant and shameless Xiao Ling-er in shock. How could there be such a shameless woman in the world? At this time, she wasn't afraid of being caught at all. Instead, she wanted to use this opportunity to become popular. She was full of confidence and wasn't afraid at all. Why did he feel that this woman was pure, kind, and flawless, but Yu Wenluan was even better? How did Xiao Ling become like this? Her face had completely changed. Even her identity had changed. Looking at Xiao Ling's appearance, this identity card should be the same. How did she do it? If she had this kind of power and background, why would she still be in the entertainment industry? She wouldn't have slept with him for 10 million yuan. If she was someone with a background, she wouldn't have given him her virginity for money. Xiao Ling's family background wasn't good, so how did she change into another person and change her identity? Yu Wenluan really couldn't figure it out. He felt that Xiao Ling's identity was riddled with mysteries. He needed to go back and investigate this Xiao Ling. The more Wenluan thought about it, the more he felt that Xiao Ling had a big secret. Maybe he could uncover it. Rashly coming to the police and telling the truth to the media would only increase Xiao Ling's exposure and help him. In this world, Xiao Ling was not the only intelligent person. Yu Wenluan had suffered a loss at Xiao Ling's hands. Naturally, he learned from his mistakes. I will make you kneel and beg for mercy one day. But now is not the time. You're on your own now. Yu Wenluan said and turned to leave. At this time, there was no point in tangling with Xiao Ling. He wanted to check her identity card and the secret behind Xiao Ling's face-changing face. When the time came, he would make Xiao Ling suffer a fate worse than death. Seeing Xiao Ling again, Yu Wenluan's heart was full of hatred. Xiao Ling didn't feel guilty about what he had done. She didn't even feel afraid. This was a complete provocation and insult to him. She didn't put him in her eyes at all. This deeply hurt Yu Wenluan's heart. He was Xiao Ling's stepping stone. He had imagined Xiao Ling's frightened face when he recognized her, but it didn't happen. Instead, he was angered to death by this woman's shamelessness. Moreover, he really couldn't do anything to Xiao Ling. Yu Wenluan was completely defeated. Please come and correct me after your investigation. I'm not Xiao Ling. If you're sick, go see a doctor. The brain is a good thing. Xiao Ling sat on the chair with her slender legs crossed and mocked Yu Wenluan. Yu Wenluan endured and said in a gentlemanly manner, I will. Please wait and see. I'll wait. Xiao Ling slightly moved. She was dignified and elegant, like a graceful and luxurious peony flower. Also, my name is Li Kellen, not Xiao Ling. Yu Wenluan snorted and turned to leave. Then, he went to verify the ID information in the phone. In the end, he found that the ID was real. Moreover, the photo on the ID was also real. It seemed to have nothing to do with Xiao Ling. It seemed to be a misunderstanding caused by a wrong phone number. But he was sure that it was Xiao Ling. How did Xiao Ling do it? Before the matter was clear, Yu Wenluan wouldn't say it out loud. Moreover, no one believed him. Yu Wenluan called Xianxia and told him to be careful of a woman named Li Kellen. Xianxia was a little surprised that Yu Wenluan found Xiao Ling so early. But why did he call to tell her? She was busy now. She was busy with the promotion of the TV series and earning money. Xiao Ling didn't need to do much. She would give herself away. It was like plagiarism. She had already given many classic songs to superstars. If plagiarism was exposed, Xiao Ling would definitely be in trouble. Not only did she sell the lyrics to superstars, but she also sold them to famous lyricists. Professional things should be done by professionals. Moreover, if something happened, most people would believe in professionals. They wouldn't believe a novice who had no reputation and no talent. Mu Shuyao, be careful. This woman's shamelessness is unimaginable, Yu Wenluan said to Xianxia on the phone. Xianxia put his phone aside and turned on his computer to read the gossip and information. He didn't listen to Yu Wenluan seriously. As for Yu Wenluan's actions, Xianxia only thought that he wanted to find an ally or that he felt a little guilty. He thought of his girlfriend when he was in trouble. Maybe he wanted to reconcile. Xianxia completely ignored him. In the plot, Yu Wenluan also ignored the client and followed Xiao Ling obediently, escorting Xiao Ling Because of some reason, the two of them became enemies. Now, he was trying to get back his ex-girlfriend. Well, a good horse wouldn't eat the old grass. Who would wait for you in the same place? If she waited for you with no regrets, others would die. Yu Wenluan felt that his ex-girlfriend was still reluctant to part with him. She really thought of him as a golden goose. Oh, it's none of my business. Please don't call me again in the future. After saying that, she hung up the phone and blocked Yu Wenluan. BK Ningxu didn't have a good feeling about Yu Wenluan. A beauty ran over and dumped his ex-girlfriend. Now that the woman had tricked him, he came to find his ex-girlfriend. Did he have a firm stance and courage? He felt that his ex-girlfriend might share his trials and tribulations with him, even if he did something wrong. She wanted loyalty, but she didn't have loyalty. She wanted character, but she didn't have a career. Now that her looks had declined, what did you want her for? What did you want? Did she look so cheap? There were many men in the world. Yu Wenluan was hung up on. When he called again, he couldn't get through. Yu Wenluan was so angry that he almost smashed the phone. These women were all realistic. Now that he was down and out, these women looked at him like a plague. Ningxu knew that Yu Wenluan would be angry, but so what? Anyway, she was the victim from the beginning to the end. It was Yu Wenluan who cheated on her and unilaterally broke up with her. It was Yu Wenluan who fooled around with other women and was even rumored to have been raped. Anyway, she was right in this matter. The fault wasn't her, but Yu Wenluan. With reason and evidence, no one could attack her. Even if Yu Wenluan wanted to attack her, his own character and morals couldn't stand. He would only be treated as a joke. It felt good to like this kind of person who did bad things and still acted sanctimonious. She did bad things, but no one found out that she did bad things. It felt good. Yu Wenluan thought about how to expose Qiao Ling-er's true colors all day long. He even looked everywhere for evidence of Qiao Ling-er's plastic surgery, but there was nothing. Seeing that Qiao Ling-er's fans were increasing and that she was shining on the stage, Yu Wenluan hated her so much. Especially now that many record companies had found Qiao Ling-er, wanting to turn her into a musical talent and prepare to release an album. Yu Wenluan was anxious to death. She had clearly harmed him, but she was still rising step by step. His enemy was getting better and better, and he might not be able to recover. Yu Wenluan's heart burned with a raging flame. He couldn't wait to die together with Qiao Ling-er. No matter how much Yu Wenluan hated her, Qiao Ling-er still walked her own music path and signed with a record company. Then, the company asked Qiao Ling-er to write her own songs and create an album. Since he was creating his own album, Qiao Ling-er chose the best and most beautiful songs. He filtered through all the songs given to him by the system and handed in the lyrics. Qiao Ling-er was a little afraid that the company would take his results for themselves and give these songs to other singers. She said that the songs in these albums couldn't be left out. In the future, she would write some other songs. According to the system, these songs were very popular in other worlds and had been sung for a long time. He had to strive for instant popularity. Once he established his position in the music industry, he would be able to interact with those heavenly kings in the music industry and slowly gain their favor. To be honest, the songs that Qiao Ling-er submitted were very mixed. There were refreshing songs, lively and catchy songs, and lively square dance songs. The music planner's intention was not to make such a mess. Some songs had to be shaved off. Then, Qiao Ling-er was unhappy. She felt that the company was coveting her songs. The people from the record company, was this a hodgepodge? These songs were all very good. At that time, it was so messy that it didn't have its own style. The people from the record company directly said that if you weren't willing to produce an album, then forget it. Only then did Qiao Ling-er unwillingly remove some songs. These songs that were removed were snatched away by other singers. Qiao Ling-er was furious. These songs would be popular in the future. How could these people benefit so easily? Qiao Ling-er argued with the company. The company gave her some money as a token. Who cared about this little money? However, she was at a disadvantage now. When she became famous and opened her own music studio, she wouldn't have to look at these people's faces anymore. Qiao Ling-er recorded every day and prepared her own album. She wanted to make it perfect. However, something still happened. Qiao Ling-er took out so many songs, and the songs that were removed were given to other singers to sing. One of the singers was exposed for plagiarism. It was because he sang a song on a program and it happened to clash with this song. This singer also had a cute face. My song was written by the company and he was in charge of singing it. Now, there was plagiarism. This singer felt terrible. Then, he went to the company and asked why he sang a plagiarized song. This song was actually prepared by the Heavenly King for his album. He was already preparing to sing it. Now, it was suddenly sung by another person. This song was definitely going to be scrapped. The two parties negotiated and found the record company to ask for an explanation. This song was signed by their side. It was registered a few months ago. Why did it suddenly leak out now? They were asking the record company for compensation and even asked to check the record company's songs. Other than this, were there other plagiarized songs? It was exactly the same. The lyrics were exactly the same. Even the tune was exactly the same. If this wasn't plagiarism, what was? These songs were very important to them. They were songs that they had put a lot of effort into. Now that it was suddenly sung by someone else, the beauty of their ancestors had been stolen. This loss was self-evident. Moreover, this song was very popular. It became popular all of a sudden, and it made the singer popular as well. Even if they took back this song, the first singer was still the same. The person who sang the second song was a cover of someone else's song. This made them very angry. The record company also had a cute face. This was a song written by a talented woman. How did it become plagiarism? However, the other party's song was already registered a few months ago. Moreover, when they checked, a few songs in Xiao Ling Er's album were also the same. Xiao Ling Er's recording was originally going well, but she was forced to stop. This album might not be released. Not only would it not be released, but it might also cause a lawsuit. They recruited a newcomer into the company and in the end, it caused such a problem. She was simply a jinx. The record company couldn't get Xiao Ling Er to come forward and give an explanation. Moreover, the other party's compensation might also be paid by Xiao Ling Er. Xiao Ling Er was even more cute. How did she plagiarize again? Her things were clearly given to her by the system. The system already said that it was something from another world. But why did it appear? Could it be that there were people from another world in this world? Why didn't they appear? What made Xiao Ling Er even more depressed was that the people who seemed to have collided this time seemed to be the Heavenly King that she wanted to woo and the gold medal lyricist. Now that she was labeled as a plagiarist, how was she going to make these people like her? Not to mention making a good impression, they might even hate her to the core. I didn't plagiarize these songs. I really wrote these songs. Xiao Ling Er explained to the company's higher-ups. But the company's higher-ups didn't listen. /BK The higher-ups of the record company didn't listen to Xiao Ling Er's explanation at all because the evidence was conclusive. Her song had already been registered a few months earlier than theirs. At that time, Xiao Ling Er hadn't even participated in a talent show yet. There was no advantage in time. The other party had already created it. Furthermore, who was the other party? He was a gold medal lyricist and a king of singers in the music industry. People like them were very influential. They no longer cared about money. Instead, they cared about reputation and success. Now that someone had copied his work, he would definitely jump up in a hurry. Therefore, Xiao Ling Er's record company stopped Xiao Ling Er's album. Xiao Ling Er's album was aborted. The company also asked Xiao Ling Er to give an explanation. Their record company would not take the blame, and these songs were indeed written by Xiao Ling Er herself. If the other party wanted any compensation, the company would not be responsible for a single cent. Moreover, the company would also suffer a loss. Therefore, Xiao Ling Er was responsible for this matter alone. Xiao Ling Er had a familiar sense of déjà vu. It was just like when he was wrongly accused of plagiarizing the script. At first, he was abandoned by Yu Wenluan, and now, he was abandoned by the record company. Who was it? Who was it that wanted to harm her? Why, or was there someone else in this world who had a system like her? But why was there no abnormality at all? It was like a venomous snake spying on her. This feeling made Xiao Ling Er's scalp tingle. What was more frightening was the compensation. She had no money to pay for it. She felt that the whole world was against her. She could not succeed in whatever she wanted to do. Why, also, why did the things the system gave him always collide with other people? Was the system trying to harm her? Xiao Ling doubted herself, doubted society, doubted the system, doubted everything. The successive blows made Xiao Ling lose confidence. Why couldn't she succeed in whatever she wanted to do? After going through hellish pain, changing her identity and changing her face, she still ended up in such a situation. The first time was a coincidence, but the second time couldn't be a coincidence. Someone must be messing with her. Who was harming her behind her back? Was it Yu Wenluan? Could it be someone else? Could it be Yu Wenluan's ex-girlfriend? After all, she was the one who caused them to break up. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Xiao Ling mind, but the most important thing now was to get through this hurdle. But this time, it was going to be difficult. It was not a one-time scenario, but a one-time scenario and Yu Wenluan. But who should she turn to? Should she turn to the system? System, you're actually here to harm me, right? Otherwise, why is it that every time you give me the same thing? Tell me, what should I do? Xiao Ling had no choice but to negotiate with the system. He could only rely on the system now. Moreover, she could not afford the compensation. More importantly, her reputation was ruined again. Did she have to change her face again? Even if his face changed, there was still one person who would chase after him, and that was Yu Wenluan. Jonah regretted that she had gone too far back then, but it was useless to regret now. She had to solve the current problem first. I'm only responsible for providing you with things, but if there's a problem with the things, it's within my scope. Also, you're really too stupid, the system said without any sincerity. It had already given so much energy to this woman, but what did she get in return, without tens of millions of fans providing faith, strength, and luck, and without seducing a man and seizing his luck, there was nothing. This woman still had the nerve to blame him and blame him. She was simply a piece of trash. The system was very angry. It had sacrificed a lot and gained a lot. It had wasted some energy to change this woman's identity and face. In the end, this woman was useless. Solve it yourself. If you can't solve it, then. The system omitted the words. Xiao Ling also knew the threat, but she really couldn't think of a way. Money, 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 it was all money. Things that could be solved with money were small matters, but without money, it was a big matter. Moreover, she could no longer survive in the music industry. If she used the name Li Kellen, she would not be able to survive in the music industry because she would be called a plagiarist. It was just like how she could not survive in the entertainment industry if she used the name Xiao Ling. What should she do? The entertainment industry this year was really interesting. Waves of good shows came one after another. The talented girl Li Kellen's plagiarism caused a huge sensation on the internet. At the beginning, Li Kellen was praised by so many people, but now, she was so black. It was painful to fall from a high position, moreover, it was a plagiarism of a superstar's song. She was directly drowned by the superstar's fans. A mouthful of saliva from the superstar's fans could drown Xiao Ling. These fans all shouted for Xiao Ling to get out of the music industry and not tarnish music. When Xiao Ling saw these comments, she was so stifled that she wanted to die. The record company was pressuring her step by step, but there was something even more stifling. Yu Wenluan, that B*TCH, actually said that she was Xiao Ling. Yu Wenluan said that Xiao Ling had a record of plagiarism and was a habitual plagiarist. In order to compensate for the 10 million compensation, she actually seduced him and filmed the so-called rape video. Yu Wenluan took out evidence that the name Li Kellen was someone else's and that she was an orphan. Yu Wenluan actually found out that the orphan had died long ago. Xiao Ling tried her best to argue that she was not Xiao Ling. She was Li Kellen, an orphan since young. It was because Yu Wenluan wanted to harass her and do something bad to her. After being sternly rejected by her, Yu Wenluan flew into a rage out of humiliation and poured dirty water on her. Xiao Ling was now in a pinch. She didn't know what to do. Whether it was Xiao Ling's identity or Li Kellen's identity, it was not good for her. These two names were a pit. Xiao Ling really wanted to change her face and become another person. This way, no one would be able to find her again. Yu Wenluan was so excited. Seeing Qiao Ling-er's final struggle, he took out evidence and found Li Kellan's orphanage. The director said that Li Kellan had died long ago. It was just that her identity was not revoked. Yu Wenluan directly asked Li Kellan questions. What was the name of the previous director? What were the buildings in the orphanage? What were the characteristics? Living in the orphanage, Qiao Ling-er should be familiar with the environment of the orphanage. Qiao Ling-er looked around and didn't directly answer these questions. She only said that it had been too long and she had forgotten. Moreover, Yu Wenluan was targeting her just because she didn't listen to him. The internet was surging with emotions. More people were gossiping about Qiao Ling-er. How did she suddenly become another person? Where did she get plastic surgery? Qiao Ling-er said that she didn't have plastic surgery. She went to a professional plastic surgery hospital to verify whether she had plastic surgery. She tried her best to prove that she was Li Kellan and not Qiao Ling-er. Thank you little cuties who have been subscribing and voting. Thank you for your support. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to continue writing. /BK What Qiao Ling-er did was useless. Even if she proved that she wasn't Qiao Ling-er, what was the point? No one believed Qiao Ling-er's identification results. Qiao Ling-er was now so black that she couldn't be washed clean. Even if she explained and proved that she wasn't Qiao Ling-er, Li Kellan's identity was still full of debt and she was labeled as a plagiarist. Ningxu watched as Luo fought with each other. Not only did Yu Wenluan hit Qiao Ling-er when she was down, he even covered her with a manhole cover. He wanted to make sure that Qiao Ling-er would never see the light of day again. It was obvious how much he hated Qiao Ling-er. Aha, they were husband and wife for a night, 100 days of grace. Yu Wenluan liked her on the premise that it didn't harm his interests. If his interests were harmed, it would be the same for everyone. Not just Mu Shuyao, but also Qiao Ling-er. In ancient times, men relied on hunting and killing to make a living. They were trained through blood and slaughter. This violence was hidden in their bones. Men's blood came from this. No matter how elegant a man was, violence was hidden in his bones. Whether it was physical violence or mental violence, it was engraved in his genes. Under the stimulation of a certain environment, it would awaken like an evil dragon. Yu Wenluan, under the blow to his career and Qiao Ling-er's deceit, wanted to kill Qiao Ling-er. Qiao Ling-er pursued these men under the system's instructions. The system called these men Prince Charming and even asked its host to pursue them and steal their luck. The client had been cheated because of such a man and because she was this man's girlfriend. Ningxu knew that Qiao Ling-er would fail, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. None of her things were her own. They were all given to her by the system. These songs would clash sooner or later. Ningxu didn't do anything. He just exposed these songs in advance and gave them to influential people in advance. Did Qiao Ling-er have no way to fight back? If Qiao Ling-er's things were written by herself, how could this happen? She blindly relied on the system's things. If Ningxu didn't appear in this world, Qiao Ling-er would have shone brightly. Actually, it wasn't a big deal for Qiao Ling-er to pursue these men and steal their luck. These men couldn't control themselves and went for it. They deserved it. Did they think that they were so charming? But innocent people should not be harmed. Not only did I steal your man, but I also want your reputation to be ruined so that you can no longer survive in the entertainment industry. This is too much of a bully, a murder caused by a man. Ningxu was a little unhappy. She had filmed a TV series some time ago and it had already become popular. In the end, it was suppressed by this matter. This kind of gossip was still the most eye-catching. However, Ningxu was still very happy, because she now had the money to buy a house, and she could buy a bigger house. No matter what happened, she would have a place to go. She didn't want to live in the apartment assigned to her by the company. Maybe one day, Yu Wenluan would run over in the name of caring about her, but she didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. At least in this world, she definitely wouldn't have any relationship or progress with Yu Wenluan. This kind of man should be left to Qiao Ling-er. Perhaps they might hate each other so much now, but in the future, they might love and hate each other. Who knows, it might even become an epic love story. Some people could turn something rotten into a god, turn hatred into love, and have happy endings. He raped her, tortured her, possessed her, imprisoned her, and finally loved her. As long as everyone gave a little love, the world would become a beautiful tomorrow. A world filled with love, oh my, just thinking about it made Ningxu's blood boil. As expected, after experiencing too many melodramatic worlds, Ningxu couldn't control her imagination anymore. Of course, the premise was that Xiao had to be so beautiful. No matter how unbearable it would be beautiful if it was a flower after a storm. Ugly ghost, who would be in the mood to play with you? Ningxu felt that the system should be leaving Xiao soon, right? If it changed faces again, not to mention the audience, they wouldn't be able to take it. Probably even the system wouldn't be able to take it. Right now, Xiao path to becoming a heavenly queen wasn't smooth. She didn't have many loyal fans, and she didn't have any outstanding performance. Instead, she was accused of plagiarism twice. The system would probably give up on this host soon. The system had really suffered a huge loss. If it couldn't get any benefits, it would definitely change its candidate. Moreover, it would probably leave this world. Because things from other worlds frequently appeared in this world, the system would definitely be suspicious. It wouldn't seek development in this world, and might even run to a world with less entertainment. At that time, the host created would be even more stunning. Therefore, she must stop the system. The system had already decided to leave Xiao and Xiao had no choice but to ask the system for help. She even blamed it, think of a way. I'm already at my wit's end. Why don't I change my face again? Even though the system had always been noble and cold, it couldn't help but be speechless when it heard Xiao words. Did she really think that she didn't need energy to transform? It spent so much energy and resources on this woman, but in the end, it didn't get any benefits. A waste of time, a waste of energy, and she was even angry. It was a losing deal. Seeing that you're such a waste, I'll just recycle your soul. Say something, give me an idea. It's all because you gave me the wrong thing. Why is there a collision? Can't you check it first? Xiao still didn't know that the system was planning to swallow her soul. She was actually still bargaining with the system. The system didn't say anything. It still didn't say anything. Xiao thought that the system in her mind was dead. It didn't reply to her at all. Xiao immediately panicked. She felt like she was being abandoned. The system was her one and only. If the system abandoned her, she really had no other choice. The compensation was too high. She couldn't afford it. Say something. I'm already in this state. Can't you take out some money? You can even change your ID and hack into the police system. Why can't you hack into the bank system and get me some money? This is the last time I'm begging you. In the future, I will obediently complete missions and fulfill your requests. Xiao begged. The system still didn't say anything. It still didn't say anything. Xiao was about to break down. She pulled her hair. Why was it like this? That bitch Yu Wenluan chased after her and now she was in debt. Was she being forced to die? BK Xiao couldn't bear to die. She was someone who didn't cherish life. After being reborn, the longer she lived, the more afraid she was of death. But the current situation could only be solved by death. There was no way out. Why don't you help me change my face? I'll sneak out of the country and develop there. You should have foreign works, right? The more Xiao thought about it, the more she felt that it was a good idea. She could start over. After being bullied in this country, she could come back when she was rich. Foreign songs, foreign TV series, foreign movies, this was a huge market. Out of this country, there was a vast sky outside. Xiao suddenly understood. Why did she have to fight to the death in this country? As long as she took a step out, the sky would no longer be the same. She had finally found a solution. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. When she returned, she would definitely kill Yu Wenluan to avenge this time. Sure enough, there was always a way out. Xiao said, this time, make my face look more like a European. My facial features are deep and three-dimensional, with a bit of Eastern beauty. In short, make me a mixed blood. System, why did this woman think that he would help her change her face? A face change required a lot of energy. He didn't want to waste this energy now. This woman was just mud that couldn't support a wall. He didn't want to support her anymore. Did she really think that his energy came from the wind? When I'm overseas, I'll do my best. I'll do my best to capture men. There are many male idols in foreign countries. Moreover, they are all tall and mighty male idols with deep facial features. They have big weapons and good looks. The system was silent. It was a little tempted. It had spent so much energy on this woman and had lost so much. It was like gambling. It wanted to win back what it had lost. It always felt that it could make a comeback. But now, it had to stop the loss immediately. It couldn't bear to lose what it had lost before. It was not reconciled, the system was in a dilemma. Xiao Ling was a little scared. She wanted to dig out her heart to prove her determination. She could only rely on the system now. In the future, if you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to go forward, I won't go back. I'll listen to everything you say. When we go abroad, we will have better development. It's not like our country. It's a society of human relationships. Without resources, we can't go far. Xiao Ling analyzed to the system. Also, I suspect that there are people in the country who have the same system as me. So, what we need to do now is to temporarily hide and develop. Only then can we deal with them. Hearing Xiao Ling's words, the system suddenly thought of something and made up its mind. It wanted to leave this woman. Other than the fact that she was useless, more importantly, there seemed to be other invaders in this world. It would be rather troublesome if they were to oppose each other. Besides, if the host he chose didn't have the ability, he could just choose another world and not this world. Xiao Ling never thought that she would shoot herself in the foot. Even her soul might be devoured by the system. There was nothing to hesitate about. He wanted to break away from this woman who couldn't do anything right. Ningxu spent 5 merit points and located Xiao Ling's location. It was a community. Ningxu was sitting in a coffee shop outside the community. There was a red dot on the positioning system, which meant that Xiao Ling had been staying at home. However, Ningxu noticed that the red dot was getting dimmer and dimmer. It went from bright red to dark red. Moreover, the red dot was getting smaller and smaller. The red dot represented the soul. Now, Xiao Ling's soul was dimming. What did this mean? Is the system going to leave Xiao Ling? And it's going to devour Xiao Ling's soul? It seemed that the system was ruthless. Not only did it control the host and turn them into a slave, but it also exploited the last value of the puppet host. Ningxu had seen a system that asked the host to sacrifice the soul of their loved ones. 2333 said, it should be. The soul is a good thing. It has the power of the soul and the origin of the soul. Then what do we do now? Do we watch the system devour Xiao Ling's soul? Ningxu frowned. What else can we do? Save her? Let's wait. After the system devours the soul and leaves the host's body, I can directly invade, 2333 said directly. You also want the power of the soul and the origin of the soul? Ningxu stirred his coffee and took a sip of the bitter coffee. Everything the system devours becomes yours. Ningxu felt that 2333 must have devoured a lot of good things. Forget it. Absorbing such a mixed power of the soul and the origin of the soul will only bring me harm and no benefits. It's simply lowering my style, 2333 said with some disdain. Ningxu pouted. That smug look on his face. He always urged him to do the system's missions. Now, he even looked down on him. You want to save her? 2333 asked. I don't think she needs saving. Save her. Why not? If I can save her, I'll save her. Ningxu stirred his coffee. The coffee emitted white smoke. 2333, why should I save her? It's a waste of time and energy. It's also troublesome. 2333 didn't want to save her. Even if the power of the soul and the origin of the soul were mixed, it was still better than nothing. What's the point of her dying? Besides, Yu Wenluan still hasn't vented his anger. If Xiao Ling dies like this, he might burn me down. Yu Wenluan is a bit crazy right now. What if he wants to get back together with me? Letting the two of them get together is giving them a chance to torture their relationship. They should thank me, Ningxu said unhurriedly. If she died, everything would be over. If the system left Xiao Ling would return to her original state. She would return to her original state. This was the most torturous thing. After working so hard for so long, in the end, it was like drawing water with a bamboo basket. The psychological difference was unbearable. 2333. It's so scary. Ningxu, F***ck off. Can you save her? Ningxu asked 2333. Yes, but the magnetic field of the two systems might hurt the host. After all, I invaded her brain and caused brain damage. She might become a fool or a lunatic, 2333 said. He didn't want to waste the effort. When the other party absorbed the soul, she would naturally leave the body. That way, it would be easier for him to deal with her. Ningxu said indifferently, the soul of a fool or a lunatic will be devoured eventually. It's useful to keep Xiao Ling alive. Okay, 2333 said unhappily. Ningxu drank his coffee, paid the bill, and went downstairs to Xiao Ling's place. /BK Ningxu raised his head and looked at the house. Xiao Ling should be living on the 8th floor. He said to 2333, let's do it. Don't wait anymore. She's going to die. Do you think she has that little bit of soul power and soul origin? I'm doing this for your own good. I'm afraid you can't resist the temptation and devour it, 2333. You're underestimating my willpower. Do I look like the kind of person who would care about a little bit of soul power and soul origin? I don't want to drink clean water. I want to drink dirty water. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Only this kind of wild system would be so desperate. I'm a system with standards, integrity, and taste, okay? Xianxia frowned. That's right. Untreated soul power and soul origin carried a lot of negative emotions. It was like untreated sewage. He wouldn't drink such things unless he had no other choice. He hadn't fallen to the point of drinking such things yet. Ningxu twitched the corner of his mouth. It was rare for him to talk nonsense with 2333. Anyway, 2333 was right. Ningxu released his power of the will. He could just see the situation in the house. Xiao Ling was lying on the ground and twitching. She was holding her head. The veins on her forehead were exposed and her face was distorted. Xiao Ling's body was very uncomfortable. Something was tearing her body apart. Although she was in pain, Cleverly's face had a half-smile, half-cry expression. Xiao Ling had experienced such pain before. She thought the system was helping her change her face, but she didn't expect the system to devour her soul. She was still fantasizing about the beautiful future of changing her face. She would stand on the podium and be watched by thousands of people. There would be protectors and passionate fans around her. Those who mocked her and hurt her in the past would get their retribution. Xiao Ling hypnotized herself and used this method to resist the pain. However, Xiao Ling felt more and more pain. She felt like she was going to die. Her body was getting colder and colder. Her spirit was getting worse and worse. Was she going to die from the pain? Xiao Ling didn't want to give up. She still had so many things to do. She still wanted to become a diva and a movie queen. She wanted to have a luxurious and successful life. She wanted to be admired by men. Xiao Ling held her head and curled up. Even her pupils began to dilate. What's wrong? Why hasn't she changed her face? Is it not done yet? I don't feel good. Can you hurry up? I feel like I'm going to die. Xiao Ling struggled and weakly asked the system in her mind. Moreover, her mind was emitting a kacha sound. This feeling was as unbearable as fingernails scratching a blackboard. Xiao Ling held her head. Her body twitched and her eyes rolled back. She looked like she was having an epileptic seizure. Ningxu frowned. If this continues, Xiao Ling might really die. They became cannon fodder in the battle between the two systems. However, at this time, all they could do was wait for the system battle to end. Ningxu and Xiao Ling couldn't interfere. If they were lucky, they'd survive. If they were unlucky, they'd die. All pies that fall from the sky are poisonous. Ordinary people had to be careful when a great opportunity suddenly fell from the sky. Give me 500 merit points. He has absorbed a lot of souls. Now he is attacking me with these mixed souls that are filled with hatred. 2333's voice rang in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu was speechless. F*ck, according to this system probably found a lot of hosts and devoured their souls. Then you deduct 500. If this system couldn't be solved, 2333 would become a wild mission enforcer. She would stay in this place for the rest of her life, so she had to give as many merit points as she wanted. Besides, she was now a rich person. 2333 saw Ningxu giving him 500 merit points so readily. If he had known, he would have asked for more. With merit points, he wouldn't be afraid of the attacks of these resentful souls. Ningxu sat on the flower bed, waiting for the battle to end. He felt that this system should be one of the stronger ones 2333 had encountered. It could actually change people's faces and devour a lot of souls. This meant that it had been to a lot of worlds. If 2333 could take down this system, he should be able to hold on for a while. He should be able to level up. The weather was a little hot. Ningxu took off his hat and fanned himself. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. A lot of time had passed. Ningxu released his spiritual power and looked at the situation inside. Xiao Ling was lying on the ground unconscious, but she should still be alive because her heart was still beating. Ningxu felt that Xiao Ling wasn't someone who would die so easily. While waiting, Ningxu saw a person wearing sunglasses and a hat. He looked around and entered the building where Xiao Ling was. Ningxu was a little surprised. Why did Yu Wenluan come here? Xiao Ling couldn't see him now. Moreover, Yu Wenluan had found where Xiao Ling lived. He was really diligent. Ningxu felt that Yu Wenluan was a pervert now. He was staring at Xiao Ling so Ningxu wanted to keep Xiao Ling alive. Now, Yu Wenluan didn't know where to vent his anger. They were hurting each other. If Xiao Ling died, Yu Wenluan wouldn't have a place to vent his anger and would vent it on her. There was only 1,000 days of being a thief. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. However, not long after, Yu Wenluan went downstairs and left. Yu Wenluan couldn't do anything to Xiao Ling now. Xiao Ling was lying on the ground unconscious. She didn't know what was happening outside, so it was impossible for her to open the door for him. After Yu Wenluan left, Ningxu came out of the low bushes in the flower bed and fanned himself with his hat. It was too damn hot. How's the battle now? Is it okay? Ningxu asked. No, let's not force it. Let's retreat first. We can't retreat now. If we retreat, we will definitely be devoured by the other party. I'm struggling to hold on. 2333 said, give me another 500 merit points. The souls absorbed by this system are really beyond my imagination. I feel like I'm in purgatory now. Ningxu was speechless. Then deduct it. He didn't get any merit points from completing a mission. Instead, he lost 1,000 merit points. It was so powerful. No wonder it could change a person's appearance and temperament and increase the host's attributes. It was a natural method of changing one's face without any side effects. He kept changing his identity and face. It was like he was using cheats. He kept on restarting and could be reborn countless times. In a limited life, he could live an infinite life. He wondered if a man could become a woman and a woman could become a man. Would it be possible to perfectly change one's personality? /BK If this system could change the identity of men and women, that would be really awesome. It probably couldn't change the genes of men and women. At most, it could change the face and figure. But this was also very awesome. Okay, role-playing was so fun that it felt like flying. This system should have lived for a long, long time. Who knew how many faces and people it had harmed? Ningxu waited and waited. After a sauna, 2333 finally returned triumphantly. He said to Ningxu, I'm going to hibernate. The damage is a little big. Ningxu, going to sleep again. Logically speaking, 2333 was also a soul. Why would he sleep for no reason? Could it be to absorb the energy of the wild system? Go to sleep. Ningxu released his spirit to see if Xiao Ling was still alive. The current Xiao Ling had become the Xiao Ling of the past. She was no longer as ethereal as before, pure and flawless, nor was she as luxurious as a peony. This was the image of Xiao Ling of the previous life, gaudy and not outstanding. Xiao Ling's current appearance was actually not very likable. She had no temperament or outstanding features. Although her face could be considered beautiful, there was no feeling. Ningxu didn't care what Xiao Ling had become. He just needed to make sure that Xiao Ling was still alive. Looking at the pounding heart in his chest, Ningxu smiled slightly. As for what she would look like when she woke up, Ningxu didn't care. After leaving the neighborhood, Ningxu quickly went to the coffee shop and asked for a cold drink. It was really hot. When he went back, he quickly put on a mask. He relied on his face to make a living. He had to protect his face well. When Xiao Ling woke up, she looked at the ceiling in a daze. She seemed to have slept for a long time. It felt like a lifetime had passed. She seemed to have thought of something. She quickly got up and rushed to the bathroom. This look almost scared Xiao Ling's soul out of her body. She touched her face in horror. Didn't he say that she could change her face? Why did she become the same as before? Xiao Ling touched her face back and forth. She really couldn't believe that she had become the her of the previous life. She had become an 18th-rate actress who would never be famous in the previous life. She could only play small roles for the rest of her life. She couldn't bear to look back on the past. She didn't want to become like this. She had already said that she would change to another person. Why did she still have this face? Xiao Ling hated this face. She felt that it was all because of this face that she would be an unremarkable 18th-rate actress without any status in the entertainment industry. System, what's going on? How did you turn me back into what I was before? I don't want to be like before. I want to be a new person, a new person. Xiao Ling wailed hysterically. She threw the things on the sink all over the place. Bottles and jars fell to the ground. Some of the glass bottles even broke. However, the system in Xiao Ling's mind didn't reply. Xiao Ling kept calling out to the system, but the system didn't respond. Xiao Ling's face was pale and filled with fear. She thought of a terrifying thing. The system might have abandoned her and she would become the same person from her previous life. The system was what Xiao Ling relied on. It was all her hope. But now that the system was gone, all her hopes were dashed. She couldn't become a winner in life. She couldn't conquer men. She couldn't become a movie queen with millions of fans. She had been beaten back to her original state. Xiao Ling was terrified. She didn't know what to do. She was used to the system giving her missions, used to the system giving her ideas, used to the system doing whatever the system told her to do. Unknowingly, Xiao Ling had been cultivated into a slave by the system. Now that she was a slave without a master, she didn't know what to do. Then what was the point of her rebirth? The system didn't have any humanity and abandoned her. She worked so hard for the mission because the system gave her something wrong. Now, she was burdened with a huge debt and her reputation was ruined. Xiao Ling was at a loss now. She didn't know how to live. Her heart was empty. She didn't have a place to go. Xiao Ling locked herself in the house. She was disheveled and couldn't recover from the setback. After a period of time, Ningxu secretly came to take a look. He discovered that Xiao Ling was moving freely. There were no signs of her being a fool or a lunatic. He couldn't help but praise her. Xiao Ling was really lucky. However, she was skinny and her face was yellow. She didn't look good at all. However, she should be satisfied. She didn't become a fool or a lunatic. Her brain didn't explode. However, Xiao Ling's situation wasn't very good. Her current appearance was different from her current appearance. She changed her face so quickly. Interesting, Xiao Ling didn't have the system anymore. Ningxu didn't care about her at all. He was busy with his career every day. Some time ago, the TV series he filmed became very popular. There were several commercials waiting for her to film. Ningxu didn't care about Xiao Ling but some people were constantly paying attention to her. Ningshu met Yu Wenluan again. He was wandering around downstairs. Deep hatred couldn't be compared to this. A starving camel was bigger than a horse. No matter how unbearable Yu Wenluan was, he was still someone with savings. He directly found Xiao Ling-er's landlord and rented the house at double the price. In other words, Xiao Ling-er was now in Yu Wenluan's territory. She was like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Ningshu just watched silently. Men changed their hearts very quickly. In his previous life, he protected Xiao Ling-er and thought about her in every way. In this life, he wanted to cut Xiao Ling-er into pieces. Everyone had a bottom line. The more Xiao Ling-er trampled on Wenluan's bottom line, the more Yu Wenluan hated her. They hurt each other. Ningshu only paid attention to Xiao Ling-er occasionally. The rest of the time, he was busy with his work. But not long after, a big thing happened. Yu Wenluan died. The back of his head hit something sharp and he died. He was carried out of the neighborhood. Yu Wenluan's death caused a sensation. After all, he was a movie king. Especially when so many things happened recently. He hadn't faded out of sight yet. Now that he suddenly died, it immediately attracted attention. The entertainment newspapers and the internet said that Yu Wenluan was killed by Li Kellen. Yu Wenluan's body was carried out of Li Kellen's rented house. Now, Li Kellen was immediately taken into custody. The details of the matter still needed to be investigated. Most people thought that this was a vendetta. Some time ago, Yu Wenluan accused Li Kellen of being Xiao Ling-er. The two of them had a grudge. Because Xiao Ling-er released the rape video, Yu Wenluan's career was ruined. For almost a year, there was news about Yu Wenluan. Now, he was dead, and his death was quite eye-catching. When Ningshu saw this news, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Most of them were inclined to believe that Xiao Ling-er killed Yu Wenluan. Ningshu, who used to be a lawyer, keenly felt that Xiao Ling-er wanted to kill two birds with one stone. She killed the person who tortured her and avoided a huge debt in prison. /BK If that was the case, then Xiao Ling-er was even more ruthless than she had imagined. Or she accidentally killed Yu Wenluan. No matter what, Xiao Ling-er had gotten rid of Yu Wenluan because she was in jail. Even if the court confiscated all her personal assets, she had nothing. How could the court confiscate it? Moreover, her family's situation wasn't very good. Now that Yu Wenluan was dead and the commission was found, there was nothing to worry about. To be honest, Ningshu was a little afraid that Yu Wenluan would pester her and she would have to spend some effort. It was a nightmare to meet such a lunatic. If she could not make a move, she would not make a move. For public figures like the commission, once any scandal was exposed, it would be a disaster. As long as there were traces left behind, Ningshu wasn't willing to take action. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine. There wouldn't be so many people paying attention. The online world was connected to the real world. Everyone knew about it and it also had influence in the real world. Public opinion was a very scary thing. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand the pressure of being condemned verbally and in writing. Ningshu paid attention to the progress of Yu Wenluan's death. After a few days of investigation, the police concluded that it was a homicide. It was Xiao Ling-er, or it could be said that Li Kellen had planned to kill Yu Wenluan. Xiao Ling-er confessed to the crime. The motive for the murder was that Yu Wenluan had abused and tortured her, and even raped her. The onlookers, Ningshu believed that Yu Wenluan would definitely do such a thing. He hated a woman to the bone, then abused her body and tortured her mind. Since you said that I raped you, then I really raped you. You said that I wanted to do something to you, then I really wanted to do something to you. You framed me, now I've done everything to you. Xiao Ling-er was very proactive in her confession. She had the feeling that she would be lenient if she confessed and would be in jail for a long time. It was as if she wasn't afraid of going to jail at all. The online comments didn't matter to her. She might have to squat in jail for the rest of her life. If she used the rest of her life in exchange for tens of millions of debts, wouldn't she have profited? Although Xiao Ling-er was fearless, her parents were the ones who forced her to think. They had raised such a daughter who plagiarized, did indescribable things with others, casually posted it online, had plastic surgery, changed her identity, changed her name, and now, she was in jail for murder. They could not lift their heads in front of their neighbors. In his previous life, he had killed his father and taken away his wife. That was why his daughter had fallen into such a pit in this life. The old couple went to the prison to see Xiao Ling-er. Xiao Ling-er's face was sallow and she was as thin as a stick. When he saw his parents, he didn't know how to face them. If it weren't for the accident, she would have been filial to her parents, given them a big house to live in, given them the best, and become a child that they could be proud of. But now, the system had abandoned her. Yu Wenluan took the key and opened her rented apartment. From then on, she began to live a life of darkness. Yu Wenluan hurt her and humiliated her. How could he not know his body? Sometimes, he would even tie her up and take a thin needle to stab her hidden shameful places, where it hurt. She couldn't take it anymore. She had to kill this man. The system was really lame. How could such a man be called a boy? It even asked her to try and woo him, but in the end, he turned out to be a pervert. Xiao Ling-er and Yu Wenluan were both trampling on each other's bottom line and dignity. Then, it developed to the point where one could only live and the other could not live. All the darkness in her heart was drawn out. Yu Wenluan hated Xiao Ling-er because she slandered him and ruined his career. Xiao Ling-er hated Yu Wenluan because he tortured and humiliated her. She couldn't take it anymore. When he tortured her, his ferocious and terrifying expression was especially scary. Xiao Ling-er made up her mind to kill Yu Wenluan because Yu Wenluan said that she had some secret and wanted to send her to the research institute. Yu Wenluan said that he had been paying attention to Li Kellen after the plagiarism incident. He didn't see her go for plastic surgery, but in the end, she changed her appearance. Therefore, Yu Wenluan felt that there was something in Xiao Ling-er's body. It wasn't a supernatural event, but something beyond human imagination or unknown to humans. He had to dig it out. When he was free, he would strangle her and make her talk. What was the secret? Xiao Ling-er was almost at the gates of hell. If he wasn't strangling her, he would push her into the water. When she was about to suffocate, he would pull her out. Xiao Ling-er gritted her teeth and refused to say. Although it was already the most difficult time, if she was really sent to the research institute, her fate would be even more terrifying. She might not even be able to keep her life and become a test subject on the operating table. Why did you do such a thing? Facing her parents' accusations, Xiao Ling-er didn't know what to say. Of course, it was to live a better life. She wanted to become a popular star, the object of envy, and a woman admired by men. She wanted to be a winner in life, but it didn't happen in her 2 lifetimes. Her struggle seemed worthless and full of irony. Couldn't she succeed? Couldn't she become a winner in life? Why? Was it because she didn't have a good family and money? Xiao Ling-er felt that fate was unfair to her. She had been reborn once. Why did it still treat her like this? Why didn't it give her a chance to be reborn? I want to live a good life. I want to succeed, but I failed. That's all, Xiao Ling-er said to her parents. Her clever parents looked at her with their mouths agape. You did so many wrong things and it's just a failure? Xiao Ling-er was silent. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. It was because she failed. The history books were written by the victors. If she stood on the resplendent stage now, things would be different. It was time to visit the prison. Xiao Ling-er was taken away by the prison guard. Xiao Ling-er's thin body trembled slightly. Life in prison wasn't good. They were all locked up here, and they were all vicious criminals who liked to bully newcomers. Xiao Ling-er felt that she was already ruthless. But under these people's joint bullying, she couldn't fight back. She still lived a life of being ordered around and bullied. And she had to stay in prison for the rest of her life. Because she killed someone on purpose, she was sentenced to life imprisonment. Even if she had to stay in prison for the rest of her life, she had to kill Yu Wenluan. Life in prison was much better than being tortured by Yu Wenluan. At least she could endure it. But at night, she would hide in her bed and cry, complaining that fate was unfair. Some people had smooth sailing and lived comfortably. For example, Yu Wenluan's ex-girlfriend, Mu Shuyao. After leaving Yu Wenluan, this scumbag, she developed even better. /BK Xiao Ling-er looked at the TV in the prison cafeteria. It was playing Ning Shu's commercial. She was beautiful, elegant, and confident. Xiao Ling couldn't even remember what Mu Shuyao was like in the past. She only remembered that she was Yu Wenluan's girlfriend and didn't have much of a presence. The most she remembered was that she married Yu Wenluan in her previous life and became a winner in life because of him. At that time, she was envious of Mu Shuyao. Since her rebirth, things had been going smoothly. She stole Mu Shuyao's boyfriend and role. She was about to succeed, but the plagiarism incident suddenly broke her advantage. Now, Mu Shuyao's life should be her life. Standing under the spotlight, fans would crowd her wherever she went. She was a winner in life. Xiao Ling felt as if ants were gnawing at her heart. She had already tasted this feeling of jealousy. Some people could succeed, but she couldn't succeed no matter how hard she tried. The heavens were so cruel. Why? Xiao Ling looked at the TV reluctantly. The other female prisoners laughed at her, saying that Xiao Ling was still daydreaming and thought that she was a celebrity. Ningxu wanted to meet Xiao Ling but she thought about it and decided not to. She was a public figure now. What was the point of visiting a prison? Besides, she couldn't do such a thing. She couldn't let people know that she was playing tricks behind her back. Since Xiao Ling wanted to hate, she should hate Yu Wenluan. Xiao Ling's cockroach-like spirit surprised Ningxu. If she used it in the right way, it would be successful. Women could also be scheming, ambitious, and scheming. Endure and you can always be reborn. However, it was still the same saying. Don't trample on innocent people. Maybe the person who was trampled on will give up everything to change their fate. Ningxu bought a house for herself. The company also allowed her to move out of the apartment. Now, Ningxu was a celebrity who earned money for the company. Some requirements were not requirements at all. Without Yu Wenluan, Ningxu ate and slept well every day. She worked happily every day. When she had nothing to do, she stayed at home to gossip, read books, cook food, manage fans, act, and shoot commercials. She didn't have the energy to do things like creating scandals. Ningxu had reduced the number of advertisements he had to shoot. He had to cultivate his character and cultivate himself to become a good actor. He had to hone his acting skills. It was impossible to stay in a scandal forever. He had to be safe and steady, and he would not always be pushed to the edge of the storm. If he didn't overconsume himself, he might even become an artist when he was old. With enough money, it wasn't a bad idea to start pursuing spiritual pursuits. Of course, this was Ningxu's plan. Now that the client had been found, it was up to the client to decide how to live. Quest complete. Do you wish to leave the quest world? 2333's voice rang in Ningxu's mind. Aren't you asleep? Why did you wake up so quickly? Ningxu asked, puzzled. Previously, he said that he was a corpse, but now he was exploding again. I'm awake. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu reviewed his experience and quest in this world. He felt that there was nothing he had missed. Yu Wenluan and Xiao Ling didn't have a good ending, and their situation was better than before. As long as Mu Shuyao didn't cause trouble, this great situation could be maintained. Let's go back. Wait, I still have soup in the pot. Let me drink it first. Ningxu thought of the soup he had simmered for several hours. He didn't want to leave just like that. Ningxu went to the kitchen and scooped out a bowl of soup. He drank it in small mouthfuls. It tasted really good. After drinking the soup, he washed the dishes and checked if the gas was turned off. Then he said to 2333, we can go now. Ningxu's head was dizzy. He returned to the system space and rubbed his forehead. He felt that his soul was in pain. He felt that 2333 was particularly rough when he pulled her back. He was so gentle when she first entered the quest world. 2333 was like this 2333. Be gentler next time. Don't be like this all the time. Ningxu took a deep breath. The system space rippled with the smell of agarwood. When he smelled it, he felt that the pain in his soul was a little better. Ningxu took out a jar of agarwood and put some agarwood in the incense burner. He lit it and closed the lid. Wisps of smoke rose from the burner. The smell was mesmerizing, and the discomfort in his soul was alleviated a lot. Ningxu opened his status panel and looked at his harvest. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Rank, Super Quest Enforcer. Points card, 137, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul value, 5 health points, 4 wisdom, 7 luck, 7 charm, 2 spirit, 5 strength, 6 aptitude, 3 faith, 1115000 merit, 654000 soul strength, 30 authorization ticket, none law comprehended, water rule pure heart, none items, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, level close combat technique, minor achievement in peerless martial arts, level poison technique, beginner business management knowledge. Beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, level embroidery skill aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, lifelong best friend, Miao Miao Miao's blessing. Healer of the dying, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty of the law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, communication between races, by San Yang's blessing, heart of the brave, Wang Ying's blessing. Completed the client's wish, destroy Yu Wenluan and Xiao Ling Er's reputation. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward, 10 points card, 8 attribute points, 80% soul strength, 10280 faith, including previous world's accumulation. Spent 1,000 merit points, 60,000 merit points to purchase the world's origin, 4,000 merit points to purchase the Agarwood, and 300 merit points to enter the auction house. When Ningxu saw the merit points and faith points he spent, he almost fell off the sofa. Damn, she had already squandered so much merit points and faith points, she felt that she had suddenly become rich and squandered as much as she could. Unknowingly, she had spent a lot of money. Damn it, Ningxu let out an earth-shattering laugh. 233, however, the harvest of soul strength this time surprised Ningxu. He actually gave her 80% of his soul strength. In other words, she monopolized 80% of the soul strength the client gave, 233 took 10%, and the person in front of her took 10%. This was the only thing worth being happy about, /BK. What Ningxu lacked now was the power of the soul. He needed to strengthen his soul. Otherwise, every time he teleported, it would hurt his soul and tear it apart, which was very uncomfortable. She could give less points, but it didn't matter. More power of the soul was good, which meant that the person who entrusted her this time was still very satisfied with her mission. It could slightly alleviate the pain in her heart. Ningxu distributed the attribute points. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker. Points card, 137 plus 10, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul, 5 plus 1 life, 4 plus 1 wisdom, 7 plus 1 luck, 7 plus 1 charm, 2 plus 1 spirit, 5 plus 1 martial strength, 6 plus qualifications, 3 plus faith, 1115000 plus 10280-4000 merit, 654,000 to 60,000-1000-300 soul strength, 30 plus 5 authority ticket, none law comprehended, water rule pure heart, none items, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, level close combat technique, minor achievement in peerless martial arts, level poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, level embroidery skill aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend of a lifetime, Miao Miao Miao's blessing. Life-saving hand, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty in law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, by San Yang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to absorb 80% of the power of the soul. Ningxu was looking forward to it. Her soul should be strengthened a little. After absorbing for a while, Ningxu opened his eyes and looked down at his soul. He touched it and felt that it was a lot thicker. Finally, it was stronger. Every time he transmigrated, he felt pain in his soul, and 2333 was a rough person who didn't know how to be gentle. He was in a good mood. 2333. Although I don't really want to say it, I have to tell you some unfortunate news. Ningxu said carelessly, are you going to die? Other than that, Ningxu did not think that any news could be unfortunate. It's not that I'm dying. It's that Xiao Ling died in a gunfight in prison and was chosen as a mission enforcer, 2333 said. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. It was just a raised eyebrow. He didn't even feel the slightest bit surprised. Oh, 2333 looked at Ningxu strangely and asked, don't you have any thoughts? Aren't you afraid that he will come after you for revenge? Ningxu said expressionlessly, then he has to have the ability to take revenge on me. Although she has the chance to become a mission enforcer, if she wants to take revenge on me, she has to see her own strength first. I'm not afraid. Xiao Ling is also a determined person. She's a decisive person, but the path of a mission enforcer is not easy. She has to have the ability to take revenge on me. Ningxu said indifferently. She had the strength now and the confidence to face a rookie mission enforcer. If she didn't even have the confidence and was trembling in fear, then what was she doing? She didn't even know if she would die halfway. She would be afraid and tremble in fear. Don't be ridiculous. Even if Xiao Ling grew up, Ningxu felt that she might have reached another level. She didn't even know where she went. Ningxu still had this bit of confidence. She had the support of a city's tax behind her to buy the resources she needed. She built the world and controlled her own destiny. She had so many things to do. Why would she care about someone whose strength could only be regarded as an ant? Height determines vision. 2333, that seems to be the case. You used to care a lot. That was before. I was weak and couldn't help but be afraid. Now that I have a little strength, I know what I'm doing. Naturally, I'm not afraid, Ningxu said faintly while lying on the sofa. Prison was really a good place. If you didn't save her when the system swallowed her soul, this wouldn't have happened now. Although ants don't need to be careful, it's still necessary to be vigilant. I know, but it's not that easy for her to reach the sky in one step. Strategically despising the opponent, tactically valuing the opponent. However, Xiao Ling was a lucky person. She was bound to the system after her rebirth. After changing her face, she became a mission enforcer. However, her luck would run out one day. Her enemies were not only this woman, but also others. When there were too many debts, she wouldn't worry about it. They all came to take revenge on her. Ningxu wasn't afraid. She also wanted to abandon the auction house in Water City. The auction house must have a powerful background. Since Ningxu wanted to do it, why would she be afraid of Xiao Ling? Ningxu opened the chat system and saw that it was a message from Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing said that she was outside the city lord's mansion. Because Ningxu had set up a barrier around the city lord's mansion, she couldn't enter. Ningxu said screw it and closed the chat system. Ningxu thought for a moment and said to 233, have you absorbed all the energy from the system? He said he was going to sleep. Why wasn't he sleeping now? I'm awake. I'm a little tired. I'll take a nap and rest for a while. How long do you think I'll sleep for? 233 said. I remember you once slept for a long time, didn't you? Ningxu raised her eyebrows and asked. She really didn't understand 233. What was he thinking? Sometimes, she couldn't explain 233's behavior. In order to avoid disturbances, I've been sleeping. 233 said. Ningxu's mouth twitched. She said with some displeasure, so you were just lying when you said you were sleeping. You can't say that. But in order to avoid disturbances, I've chosen to prohibit external disturbances. 233 explained. Ningxu, you really know how to play. Let's go to Water City. Ningxu felt dizzy as she stood on the blue stone of the City of Water. She then headed straight for the City Lord residence. There was a person standing at the entrance of the City Lord residence. When Mei Ziqing saw Ningxu, he hurried over. Ningxu pointed his finger and broke the barrier around the City Lord's mansion. Then, he walked in. Mei Ziqing followed Ningxu to the study. She saw the red-haired Xiaohua reading a book. Xiaohua's red hair was scattered to the ground. He was seriously flipping through the book. BK Ningxu and Mei Ziqing stood outside the window, looking at Xiaohua. Xiaohua seemed to be immersed in his book and did not notice that someone was looking at him. Mei Ziqing suddenly sighed. Ningxu looked at her. Why are you so sad? I just feel like I've let him down. He should have his own life. It's not good to lock him up here every day. Mei Ziqing walked towards the garden. I can't throw him away, and I can't bear to do that. I feel like I'm raising a child, but it's a heavy responsibility. I can't bear it. Mei Ziqing sighed. Although Xiaohua was big, his mind was very simple. If he developed into a naughty child in the future, it would be difficult to deal with him. He was a human now, not an ordinary lifeless world origin. If he was a flame, Mei Ziqing would have sold him without any psychological burden. Ningxu felt that Mei Ziqing's current state was like that of a single mother. She did not care about Xiaohua, but was afraid that Xiaohua would be hurt in the future. Then just raise him. You don't have to bear any burden. He doesn't need you to take care of him. When he wants to leave, he will naturally leave. Ningxu could only say so. When the bird could spread its wings and fly, the bird would naturally leave immediately and fly to the vast world. But you and I both have to do missions. We have time to teach him, but we don't have time to accompany him. Mei Ziqing said helplessly. Ningxu immediately said, this has nothing to do with me. He's not my child. This is your responsibility. You bought him, so you have to take responsibility for him. Mei Ziqing, I want to put him in a certain world. It's useless for him to stay in a mission enforcer's world. He can't find his place. Mei Ziqing looked at Ningxu. What do you think? This feeling of a single mother was even stronger. Why don't you ask him what he thinks? Ningxu asked. Why are you so conflicted? Why did you buy him back then? Mei Ziqing looked at Ningxu from the corner of his eyes. You didn't see that scene at the time, so it's easy for you to say that. If you were there at the time, you would have bought it too. But now it's a little difficult. Ningxu said directly, I didn't see it, so I don't care at all. Waha. His pitiful look makes my heart ache. Mei Ziqing sighed. If he had fallen into the hands of others, he would probably be dead. I'm under a lot of pressure now. I want to keep him as a pet, but he appeared in human form. I can't be at ease and treat him as a pet. Besides, even a pet needs company. I don't have the time to accompany him. Mei Ziqing looked at Ningxu. Ningxu was also at a loss. It's no use looking at me. Mei Ziqing, who cares? If you have time, you can accompany him. If you don't, you can't do anything about it. Instead of talking to me about this, you might as well call him over and have a chat. Ningxu shouted into the house. Xiaohua, come out quickly. Your mother is here. Mei Ziqing's face trembled. Don't randomly assign seniority. When did I become his mother? With a creak, the door opened. Xiaohua came out of the house, his long hair trailing behind him. When he saw Mei Ziqing, his eyes lit up. Xiaohua had a smile on his face. This smile was a little dazzling. Mei Ziqing also smiled and waved at Xiaohua. Ningxu looked at Xiaohua's hair trailing on the ground. It was covered in dust and fallen leaves. It was so dirty. Ziqing. Xiaohua called out to Mei Ziqing. The two words were really tactful, as if this name was swaying between his lips. It made one's heart flutter. How do you feel here? Mei Ziqing asked Xiaohua. Are you used to it? Xiaohua glanced at Ningxu and said, I'm very good. This auntie even taught me how to read and read. Xiaohua, do you have anything you want to do or anywhere you want to go? I'll take you there. Mei Ziqing asked. Xiaohua thought very carefully and then said, I don't have anywhere I want to go. I want to read here now. Okay, then read, Mei Ziqing said with a smile. Xiaohua kept tugging at the corner of Mei Ziqing's clothes, but only a little. He looked so pitiful. It's my treat. Let's eat at the restaurant. Ningxu said. Eating was the best way to strengthen relationships. Okay, you're rich now. Let's eat rich and beat up rich people. Mei Ziqing said with a smile. The three of them left the city lord residence and went to the restaurant. They found a seat in the hall and passed the menu to Xiaohua. Do you understand the words on the menu? If you do, order for yourself. You have to thank her. Mei Ziqing said to the young man. Thank you, Auntie. Ningxu thanked Xiaohua. Ningxu's face twitched. Being called Auntie felt a little complicated. Haha, I feel like we're raising a child now. Mei Ziqing said. I'm not raising a child. You're raising one. Ningxu said directly. Xiaohua took the menu and ordered some dishes with very colorful pictures. It seemed like children liked colorful things. When the waiter served the dishes, he gave Ningxu an extra dish. The waiter said it was from the boss. Ningxu raised her head and looked at Shubai, who was upstairs, as she thanked her. Shubai only nodded slightly, appearing to be reserved. Let's eat. I still have something to do later. This time, he was here to find out the background of the auction house. Last time, he had to collect taxes and didn't have time to go to the auction house. This time, he had to find out. He also wanted to see if he could find the world's origin or some treasure. What's the matter? Maybe I can help? Mei Ziqing looked at Ningxu and asked. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to find out the background of the auction house. He knew what he was doing. Auction house? I heard that they have a military background. I also heard it from other missions. As for whether it's true, I don't know. For a business like this, they would definitely find a backer. Maybe it's a smoke bomb they deliberately released. There's no such thing. Mei Ziqing said. Ningxu frowned. Since they had a military background, this was a little difficult. So she couldn't touch the auction house for the time being. Ningxu stabbed the food with a fork and ate slowly. She thought to herself that she should stay at the auction house for a while. She had to have enough capital to go against the auction house. She could directly expel the people at the auction house, but what about the follow-up? There was already a Hong Yu eyeing her law imprint every day. She had to endure it for the time being. The entrance fee of Water City's auction house is higher than other cities. Other cities only charge 300, but they charge 500. Ningxu frowned. The key was that they wanted to cheat her of her taxes. Mei Ziqing didn't care much about 300 or 500 merit points. Instead, she said, Water City has a lot of good things stored up, so the entrance fee will definitely be expensive. Other cities have good things too. It's just a matter of conscience. The people at the auction wouldn't have a conscience, because they didn't have one. Actually, if they charged an extra 200 merit points per person, there would be thousands or even tens of thousands of people entering the auction. Ningxu was very jealous. If she paid the tax, she would be happy that these shops were doing well. But now that she wasn't paying the tax, Ningxu was very upset. Because she deserved it, but she didn't get it. Xiaohua was eating as he listened to Ningxu and Mei Ziqing's conversation. He didn't understand. For the first time, Xiaohua realized that he was different from these two. There was a difference, and it was a difference between heaven and earth. Would Ziqing abandon him? Xiaohua was very worried, very worried. After eating, Ningxu and Mei Ziqing wandered around. They either went to the trading area or walked to the entrance of the auction. Ningxu looked at the majestic auction. Are we going in? Mei Ziqing asked. Not going in, Ningxu said indifferently. Then let's go. Mei Ziqing pulled Ningxu. Ningxu looked at the entrance of the auction silently. When the gatekeeper saw Ningxu, he immediately welcomed him. He cupped his hands and asked, City Lord, do you want to go in? Ningxu smiled. I'm not going in. I'm just going to watch from the outside. I'll keep watching. Gatekeeper, then do you want to tell the manager that you don't need to pay the entrance fee to go in? Ningxu asked. Ningxu shook his head. No need to go through so much trouble. Don't mind me. Go and receive the other guests. The gatekeeper hesitated for a moment before leaving. Mei Ziqing glanced at Ningxu. You're like a resentful wife. I didn't get what I deserved, so I'm a resentful wife. I don't want more. These people won't give me what I deserve. Ningxu said faintly. Ningxu found a place to sit down and stared at the entrance of the auction house. Mei Ziqing also sat beside Ningxu. Seeing that both of them had sat down, Xiaohua also sat down. Ningxu propped up his chin and stared at him. The gatekeeper had no choice but to ask for instructions from the steward. The manager directly said that Ningxu could do whatever he wanted. Only those with no ability and no confidence would do such a disgraceful thing. The charming woman beside the steward frowned and said, "Why don't we invite the city lord in?" "It must be because the city lord is not as good as the current steward because of the tax issue last time. After all, we are still Water City." The man shook his head. "She doesn't dare to do it." Mei Ziqing asked Ningxu, "What's the point of doing this?" Ningxu propped up his chin and smiled. "Of course it's meaningful. I was locked out of the auction house and wasn't even allowed to enter," Ningxu said. Mei Ziqing thought for a moment and said, "Oh, so you're looking for a reason to act?" "Of course. How much merit did the auction house take from you?" "You're like a dog skin plaster." A lot. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache." Ningxu clutched his chest, his heart throbbing with pain. "Mei Ziqing, then do you want to go against it now? You've just become the city lord of Water City, so your foundation isn't too stable." Mei Ziqing took out a drink, bit on the straw, and gulped it down. After drinking a few mouthfuls, he gave it to Xiaohua. "What if the other party really has a military background?" Ningxu spread his hands. "There's no way, but I have to do it. Even if it's punishment, I have to show my attitude. Otherwise, those people will learn from me and rebel in my territory. I can't stand it, so I set up an auction house." Ningxu grimaced. Even if she couldn't uproot the auction house, she had to make it feel bad. "Up to you. After all, I'm not the city lord," Mei Ziqing said very straightforwardly. Ningxu rolled his eyes. There was no love for colleagues. As Ningxu and Mei Ziqing spoke, the doors of the auction house closed. Clearly, the auction had begun. Ningxu waited outside. When the auction ended and the other mission enforcers left, she would deal with the auction house. Ningxu looked at Mei Ziqing and Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes. They were drinking their drinks one mouthful at a time. So what if they took an extra cup? Why did they have to kiss and drink? Shameless and impatient, they were leading the children astray. "Mei Ziqing, I think it's better to let Xiaohua shave his hair. It's ugly dragging on the ground. It's dirty and hard to wash. Isn't it good to leave a clean man's hair?" Every time he saw Xiaohua's hair, Ningxu felt very uncomfortable. It was as if his heart was being scratched. He couldn't wait to cut it off. Mei Ziqing was speechless. "I think it's pretty good. It's like mopping the floor." "What's so good about it?" "Big nephew, listen to auntie. If you shave your hair, you'll be many times more handsome than you are now. Fresh and handsome, full of manliness." Ningxu was bored waiting at the auction house and casually found a topic to talk about. Xiaohua touched his hair and said to Mei Ziqing, "I want to shave my hair." Mei Ziqing glanced at Ningxu. "Then cut it." "Oh, there's a ball of fire here. A fire with consciousness and life." A handsome boy with neat black hair suddenly appeared and stretched out his hand to rub Xiaohua's head. Mei Ziqing immediately pulled Xiaohua behind her, but the boy was still tugging on Xiaohua's hair. Mei Ziqing thought angrily to herself, "Cut his hair. I must cut Xiaohua's hair." Ningxu also stood up and looked at the handsome boy who looked like a university student. "Pan Chen, why are you here?" Ningxu looked around and did not see the school doctor. Pan Chen was a stone that killed people without karma. During a mission, he was taken away by the school doctor. Now, he had appeared again, and this guy liked to devour people's souls. Walking in the mission enforcer world, seeing a mission enforcer in a spirit state was like seeing a chicken leg. This guy must have taken a fancy to Xiaohua. Pan Chen said, "I don't mean any harm. I'm just here to say hello. I think this flame essence has just gained consciousness not long ago. Why don't I bring it to roam the various worlds?" Mei Ziqing and Ningxu's mouths twitched at the same time. Xiaohua was crushed by Pan Chen in terms of intelligence and ability. Roaming the various worlds? He probably just wanted to swallow Xiaohua. "Where's your master?" Ningxu asked. The school doctor letting this soul-eating guy into the mission enforcer world was like letting a wolf into a sheep pen. Pan Chan's face trembled. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. I just want to play with my new friend. You're all women. Men should interact more with men. Are you guys trying to raise him into a sissy? Pan Chan played with Xiaohua's hair. Ningxu was speechless. She said she should cut his hair. Mei Ziqing's expression was ugly. I'll raise him into whatever I want. Come to think of it, he and I are considered the same type of monster. We are the same kind, said Pan Chen. Ningxu smiled. So? So he should follow me, and I'll teach him some things, Pan Chen said. One must be up to no good. Anyway, this guy didn't have any good intentions. Moreover, this guy had no sense of right or wrong and was extremely willful. If he really handed Xiaohua over to this guy, he would be swallowed in no time. Ningxu sneered and flicked his finger, sending Pan Chen out of Water City. When he was sent out, he grabbed Xiaohua's hair tightly and dragged him away. Mei Ziqing grabbed Xiaohua tightly, and Xiaohua grimaced in pain. Ningxu pointed his finger and formed a water knife, cutting off the hair. Pan Chen was pushed out of the city of water by Ningxu and disappeared without a trace. Mei Ziqing let out a long sigh, looking very depressed. There will be more of such things in the future. Ningxu wasn't as pessimistic as Mei Ziqing. Xiaohua is the source of a world. He's a flame essence and the essence of heaven and earth. Find him a cultivation secret manual and he'll be able to protect himself. Xiaohua was confused. He didn't know why that person wanted to snatch him. Then I'll go back and see if there are any secret manuals to cultivate. Ningxu thought for a while. It seemed that his peerless martial arts could absorb the power of the fire sun. It was a more suitable secret manual for Xiaohua. However, there were many attribute secret manuals in the system store. They were all cultivation secret manuals for various attributes. While this happened, the auction had already ended. The gatekeeper opened the door and saw Ningxu and the other two standing not far from the auction house. He stared at the door. The gatekeeper, it didn't feel good to be stared at like a wolf cub. Ningxu smiled and watched silently. When most of the mission enforcers in the auction house had left. With a point of her finger, Ningxu enveloped the entire auction house with a barrier. It made it impossible for outsiders to enter, and the people inside couldn't come out. Moreover, Ningxu also connected this barrier to the Great Barrier of the entire Water City. If someone wanted to break the barrier, then they would have to destroy the barrier of the entire city. This was equivalent to destroying the entire city. At the same time, Ningxu strengthened the enchantment and the enchantment of the entire Water City. Then, Ningxu flicked his sleeves and left. Mei Ziqing raised his eyebrows. You're going overboard. What's so great about it? I've only just become the embodiment of the law of water, so I'm still not too familiar with controlling the law. Before I master the law, I'll have to trouble them to wait for a while, Ningxu said with a pained expression. I keep feeling that my Water City isn't up to standard. Mei Ziqing, don't leave Xiaohua in the Water City either. Maybe that stone will be found. Ningxu said, I'll leave first. By the way, if you have time, help me pay more attention to the auction house after your mission ends. That's not a problem. Goodbye, Auntie, Mei Ziqing said to Xiaohua. Goodbye, Auntie. Ningxu, nephew, don't be so mean. Ningxu's figure disappeared. Ningxu returned to the system space and lay down on the sofa. Then, he said to 2333, during this time, if anyone comes to find me, tell them that I'm not here and that I'm doing a mission. Especially if someone comes to find me regarding the auction house, tell them that I'm doing a mission. I'm not here now, 2333, oh, okay. You're so sinister. Ningxu, how am I sinister? It's true that I'm not familiar with the laws yet. Also, when people come looking for you, be polite and apologize more. Then tell them that we're really useless and ask them to wait. Wait until I'm familiar with the laws. I don't know when I'll be familiar with it, understand? 2333, understood. Have fun in the enchantment. If you want to break the enchantment of the auction house, then you have to break the enchantment of the entire Water City. Let's see who dares to do it. Ningxu hammered his chest, feeling a little better. You're in my territory, yet you're trying to take advantage of me. Don't be such a bully. I don't want your taxes now, so I'm going to lock you in a cage. I won't be able to do business. Ningxu felt that she didn't want more than 10% of the tax. She was strictly following the rules. But now that you want to cause trouble, I'll cause trouble too. Let's see who can win. Without the tax from the auction house, she still had the tax from the other shops. Let's spend it together. The auction house would definitely lose more than her. Ningxu smiled, smelling the fragrance of the agarwood. 2333, I think you've become bad, 2333 said. Ningxu rolled her eyes. I'm just not strong enough. If I'm strong enough, I'll directly move the auction house out of Water City. This time, I'm going to test it and lure the snake out of its hole. I want to see what kind of background the auction house has. After such a thing happened, they would definitely come looking for her. Ningxu felt refreshed, but the people in the auction house were cursing in their hearts. What's going on? She actually sealed the auction house. It's even worse than putting a seal on the door. Manager, I told you not to make things too tense back then, the charming woman said to the manager who was pacing back and forth. The man's face was unhappy. What's the use of telling me back then? Now that she's sealed the auction house, she really doesn't know what she's doing. Does she know what she's doing? Are you going to look for young master? Young master should be out looking for opportunities. I definitely can't contact him. The charming woman frowned. Do you want me to talk to the city lord? After all, we're all women. Some things are easier to talk about. The man thought about it and nodded. You go talk to her first. The charming woman contacted 2333 through the system and asked about Ningxu's situation. She said that if he was free, she should invite Ningxu to Water City and treat Ningxu to a meal. Someone's looking for you. Do you want to go back? 2333 asked Ningxu. Ningxu looked at his book and said without raising his head, don't bother. I've enthusiastically rejected them. Now that they're all small fries, there's no need to bother. Just say that I'm on a mission. If any random person could invite her, then wouldn't she be too cheap? Instead, the other party would look down on her. Would they really think that she was a puppy who would run over after throwing a bone? 2333. Okay, 2333 rejected the other party. You've been rejecting them? I said, I'll lock them up for a while. It's only been a while. Don't bother. Ningxu was extremely calm. If you have the ability, then call the person behind this. This is actually not a matter of money. If you don't give me face, why should I give you face? Interpersonal relationships are mutual. You're good, I'm good, everyone's good. She said that she's already on a mission and isn't here. That should be an excuse. The charming woman said to the manager. The manager frowned. That's a little too much. The charming woman had no choice. They were in Water City now. Bullying a newly appointed city lord, but the other party was petty. However, if it was anyone else, they would be angry. Manager, it seems that our auction house will be closed for a period of time. This barrier will be covered in a layer of dust. We can't get out. It's obvious that she's targeting us. She'll only set up the barrier when there are no guests in the auction house. It was obvious that she was using her position to take revenge. Isn't it just a barrier? It's not like she's the only one who can set it up. The manager's expression was not worried, but he did not panic either. It was as though he was not afraid of such a change. Why don't we look for young master? I'm not capable enough. He doesn't even care about me. The charming woman said with some worry. It was so tiring to have such a boss. In the end, it's all because of the tax. Why don't we just give the tax to that city lord? In the end, it's all because of money. Things that can be solved with money are small. Being locked up like this, we'll lose all our money. The charming woman felt that doing business should be more harmonious. Harmony made money. After all, they were the ones who would suffer losses. The other party wouldn't lose anything by doing this. It was their side that would suffer losses. The man waved his hand. It's not that simple. The auction house has been in Water City for so long, and this is the first time something like this has happened. This city lord is really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. She didn't investigate anything before making a move. If she wants to seal it, then so be it. I'll make her open the barrier obediently. The man said faintly. Our auction house can still afford to lose such a small amount of money. When the time comes, we'll get her to compensate. The charming woman's head was about to explode. There was clearly room for negotiation, but she had to maintain her face. Meeting a pig boss made her feel uncomfortable. It was too sullen. She wanted to find a part-time job, but in the end, she didn't know how long she would be locked up. When the other shops in Water City saw this situation, they had some thoughts in their hearts, but they restrained themselves a little. Shubai leaned against the window with a round fan in her hand. She gently fanned herself as she looked in the direction of the auction house. The sky above the auction house was shrouded in ripples under the sunlight. The ripples sparkled like tiny diamonds. However, this barrier was extremely tough. Shubai fanned herself and couldn't hold it in anymore. In any case, it wasn't a bad idea to show off his strength. Otherwise, others would think that the city lord was a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. It was good to move a little. Ningshu finished reading a book and put it back on the shelf. He then said to 2333, let's go to the other cities and look for the world origin. Ningshu was currently in a good mood. She could run around everywhere, but the people in the auction house could not. Just thinking about it made her happy. You won't be able to do business. Ningshu wandered around several cities and even went to a few cities with supreme laws. The pressure in these cities was very heavy. When he entered, he felt very uncomfortable. After circling around for a while, he quickly left. After going through several cities, he still couldn't find the world origin. Was the world origin so rare, or was it secretly hidden by others, and there were very few circulating on the market? Ningshu wandered around and still couldn't find it, so he returned to the system space. Forget it, I'd better go do the quest. Ningshu opened the system shop's exchange system and exchanged for some fasting pills and the like. 2333 said, someone sent you a message. From the auction house? Ningshu asked faintly. No, it's a message from the other shops in the City of Water. 2333 said. Ningshu said indifferently, don't worry about it. These people are probably trying to find out what I mean and what I want to do. In the future, if it's nothing important, they'll say that I'm doing a quest. I think it's time to see the client first. This black hole has nothing to do with it. I'm in the system space and I'm not swallowed, right? Ningshu looked at the black hole on the wall expressionlessly. 2333 hesitated for a moment. Why don't you wait a little longer? You haven't seen the client for a long time anyway. It's not going to be so short. Ningshu was speechless. These words were really unpleasant to hear. What do you mean by I haven't seen the client for a long time anyway? It felt full of sarcasm. Okay, then I'll wait a little longer. Let's see how long I can wait. Go do the quest. Ningshu said in advance. Be a little gentler. Every time it's uncomfortable, it affects my mood to do the quest. Doing the quest in a good state could get twice the result with half the effort. I'm gentle every time. The reason why it's uncomfortable is because your soul is too weak. It has nothing to do with me. 2333 said directly. Of course not. Ningshu exchanged for the fasting pills and closed the shop. 2333 teleported Ningshu to the world. Ningshu felt a little better, but he felt that the teleportation took a little longer. It didn't matter if it was a little slower, the main thing was that it was more comfortable. Sure enough, 2333 used to be simple and crude. It was also because it was too straightforward. It always felt that it was because its soul was too weak. After a while, Ningshu felt that he had fused into a body. When he fused into the body, he felt a huge repulsive force. Ningshu also felt that this body had a very strong lingering spirit. Repelling it. Ningshu fought with this lingering spirit and slowly fused into the body. Once he fused into the body, Ningshu spat out a mouthful of blood. Ningshu opened his eyes, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked around. This was an elegant and unique room. She was now sitting on the bed, smoke coming from the incense burner. Ningxu rubbed his forehead, feeling that his body was not very comfortable. It felt like he couldn't control his body as he wished. It had been a long time since he had this feeling. Ningxu felt that this body should have power. This world should have a complete power system. Ningxu closed his eyes and began to accept the plot. This was a cultivation world. Learning and cultivating, seeking the truth and obtaining great power. There were many sects, countless techniques, and countless killings. The cultivation world was incomparably cruel. Cultivators fought with the heavens, stealing the heavens and earth to replenish themselves. They fought with people, stealing resources, killing people, and stealing treasures. Although they pursued the Tao, they were not like gods who had no desires. They were like ordinary people, greedy, jealous, and lustful. In short, it was a very cruel world. The person who entrusted her was called Xianxia, an elder of Purple Sand Island. She was a nascent soul cultivator, but only in the early stage. However, it was not bad. She could be considered a spirit refinement cultivator. If she improved further, she would enter the spirit refinement realm. Purple Sand Island was on an island. There was something called purple sand in the seawater. It was a good material for refining weapons. When refining weapons, adding some purple sand could improve the weapon's performance. If possible, Xianxia could achieve the immortal Tao. However, when the Purple Sand Island was recruiting disciples, they had recruited a very powerful female disciple. This female disciple was called Xianxia. Most people cultivated immortality, but Xianxia cultivated the divine Tao. If ordinary people fought with the heavenly Tao, then Xianxia was fighting with the great Tao. Cultivation was divided into the immortal Tao, the divine Tao, the demon Tao, the devil Tao, the ghost Tao, the devil Tao, and other spiritual objects of heaven and earth. There were 3,000 great Taos. Xianxia cultivated the divine Tao, which was more powerful than ordinary people. Although it was difficult to increase her level, she could challenge people of a higher level. Xianxia did not care about golden core or nascent soul cultivators. Although the divine Tao that he cultivated looked like a weak chicken, his ability could not be underestimated. To be able to recruit such a genius to Purple Sand Island, it was Purple Sand Island's fortune. However, geniuses had their pride. Xianxia was an amazing person who had endless treasures. Xianxia was like a white swan mixed into a flock of chickens, a crane standing out from the flock. Moreover, Xianxia was a person of few words. If there was a disagreement, she would beat people down. However, this did not stop Xianxia from being outstanding. I like it when you dislike me but still have to build a new society with me. Others were ordinary players, but Xianxia was a rich player. Xianxia inherited an ancient divine Tao sect. All the sect's resources were Xianxia's. When Xianxia entered Purple Sand Island, she was taken in as the only disciple of Purple Sand Island's top expert, Qi. As for the person who entrusted her, he had a slight relationship with this expert. Cultivation was lonely. Sometimes, it was not bad to find someone with similar interests to cultivate with and pursue the great Tao. Xianxia was interested in Qi. She wanted to become Tao companions with Qi. Yes, in every Xianxia story, there was a canon Fodder martial ant, and it was a female martial ant. But this was a love story between master and disciple. No, Xianxia was a very proud person. However, Xianxia was a straightforward person. What kind of feeling was that? The world was big, and I was the biggest. I could break the heavens, and I wasn't afraid of anything. I lived a carefree life. Xianxia liked to discuss cultivation experiences with Qi so that they could improve their cultivation. Then, Qi, this disciple, said, "You're a thief and she's a prostitute. You're so pretentious and pretentious. Who doesn't know what you're thinking?" Xianxia was embarrassed to have her thoughts exposed so abruptly. Qi, this disciple, was originally unruly and had offended many people on Purple Sand Island. However, her ability was too awesome, and no one could do anything to her. She had always treated others as though they were nothing. Logically speaking, every time Xianxia saw Xianxia, she should greet Xianxia as a junior. However, Xianxia never bowed. Instead, it was Xianxia who greeted her first. After all, she was the disciple of her sweetheart. The other party always looked down on people. Jiang vaguely told Qiqing to teach her disciple how to conduct herself. After all, it wasn't good to offend too many people. People couldn't exist independently. However, this master was also a straightforward person. After Jiang left, he immediately called his disciple in. He said, "Disciple, you should be more humble and be more tactful. Although you're a little powerful, you shouldn't cause unnecessary trouble." Yushan wasn't stupid. Of course, she knew that Jiang was the one who complained. She rushed to Jiang mountain and challenged her. "You're so weak, yet you want me to respect you? I don't bow to you because you're not worthy. Your ability is not worthy." Jiang was so embarrassed that she wanted to explode. If she fought, people would say that an elder was bullying a junior. If she didn't fight, she would be chased to the mountain. If she didn't fight, how could she establish herself on Purple Sand Island in the future? After all, she was an elder. Seeing Jiang dilly-dallying, Yushan was very impatient. She took out her divine weapon and started fighting. Jiang had no choice but to fight. Then, Jiang was beaten up in various ways. Moreover, the other party had many divine weapons. Jiang was beaten to the ground and vomited blood. Yushan defeated a nascent soul cultivator with her foundation establishment cultivation level. Moreover, there was a golden core cultivator in between. Yushan looked at Jiang condescendingly. "I didn't argue with you because you're weak. You even took advantage of me. The strong are respected. Now, you still have the nerve to ask me to call you Uncle Master and bow to you." She didn't know her place. Jiang vomited blood and stood up. She saw that the surrounding people were looking at her with complicated expressions. In order not to destroy her Tao heart, Jiang suppressed the negative emotions in her heart and said to Yushan, "You're powerful. I'm not as good as you. Therefore, don't complain to Master." Jiang closed her eyes. "I won't." Yushan left this time. She didn't care about how Jiang or the others felt. She was powerful enough to support her arrogance and recklessness. Then, Jiang became the joke of the entire Purple Sand Island. She was defeated by a Foundation Establishment disciple. What a joke. More importantly, she wanted to dual cultivate with an expert. However, her disciple came to humiliate her. Qiqing could only shake his head helplessly at his disciple. He told Yushan to be more stable. Many ants could kill an elephant. If she offended too many people, she might fall into someone's trap. People's hearts were sinister. Yushan didn't care at all. She used force to overcome skill. All schemes were useless in the face of force. Although Yushan was arrogant, she had the backing of an ancient divine Tao sect. She defeated everyone in an instant. If she was an ordinary person, this would be called arrogance. However, if she was powerful, she would automatically beautify it. This could be called true temperament. Jiang set Yushan as her target. After cultivating for a while, she felt that she was stronger and challenged Yushan. This had become Jiang inner demon. Every time she challenged Yushan, her heart would shatter. She also had to endure Yushuan's contempt and humiliation. However, she was helpless because she couldn't defeat Yushan. This caused her inner demon to become stronger and stronger. Then, she went crazy and died. Ningxu was speechless. What was going on with this story? If one was weak, they wouldn't even be able to obtain basic dignity. What did people work hard for? It was to become stronger. It was to obtain certain things, such as dignity, strength, or respect. The world was cruel, but the client was burned to death by her inner demons. Her mind was burned, and she died. She failed again and again. The feeling of failure and humiliation was enough to destroy a person. Moreover, Jiang felt that she should have a good relationship with expert. They could talk about Tao and exchange cultivation experiences. They should have known each other well. In the end, she realized that it was her own wishful thinking. She was just a joke in the eyes of others. She was an ugly fool who did not know her own limits. She was a disgusting clown who jumped up and down. Xianxia had mixed feelings. She was just a pawn in Eoxuan's path of pretentiousness. Actually, Xianxia did not have any deep grudges with Eoxian. It was just that she had said too much in front of Eoxuan's master. She just felt that Eoxian was not very sociable. She needed to cultivate the ways of the world. Moreover, a master was like a father. There was nothing wrong with teaching her. Xianxia was an elder of Purple Sand Island. She was of the same generation as expert Qi-Ching. There was nothing wrong with saying that. The problem was that Eoxian pretended to be weak. She was very powerful. Her act of flaunting her seniority was a slap in the face. Xianxia's Dao heart was destroyed. She could not recover from this setback. Some people had a strong foundation. Some people could only rely on hard work. No matter how hard they worked, they could not reach 1/10 of others. Especially when she was tied to such a person, it was simply the misfortune of her life. Once there was a problem with one's Dao heart, it would be a disaster for the cultivator. Xianxia had no other wishes. She just wanted to mend her Dao heart. As for expert, she had no chance. She did not want to develop with expert. Expert would not protect his disciple. Why would he protect an outsider like her? When misfortune arises, there is a saying. Ningxu's heart swelled. He spat out another mouthful of black blood. Ningxu took out a jade bottle from the drawer of the coffee table and poured out an elixir pill. When the pill entered his throat, it turned into a cool and refreshing feeling. Then, this cool and refreshing feeling stopped at his heart, and that painful and swollen feeling finally dissipated a little. She came at a bad time. Xianxia was being beaten by Eoxian. She could no longer raise her head in Purple Sand Island. Right now, he was in a bit of a state of qi deviation and had been relying on pills to support himself. Ningxu sighed helplessly. It was not easy for a powerhouse to be born. One's spiritual roots determined one's innate talent, and one's wisdom determined one's height. The path of cultivation was fraught with difficulties and dangers. Many people had perished. Do your best to mend your Dao heart. Ningxu pointed his finger and 2 water droplets appeared in the air. Although the suppression of the laws was still present, it was slightly weaker than before. Could it be that defeating Eoxian would fix his Dao heart? Or could it be that he could fix it from other aspects? The Dao heart was a firm pursuit of the great Dao. It included courage, tenacity, wisdom, spirit, and strength. However, with Eoxuan's excellence and arrogance, she was practically stepping on the shattered Dao heart and sprinting towards the top. Cultivation believed that every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. However, it could not be helped. She was too outstanding. There was nothing that could be done about her strength. Moreover, she was extremely powerful. She was angry and powerless because she was not strong enough. It must be said that this lass had destroyed the Dao hearts of many disciples on the Purple Sand Island, forming a strange phenomenon. They either had a deep hatred for her and clenched their teeth to fight to the death, or she had attracted a large wave of brainless fans, becoming her fangirls and worshipping her for no reason. The island master of Purple Sand Island felt that things were not right. Some of the young talents had been beaten to the point that they could not lift their spirits. What else could they do? These disciples were going to be the mainstays of Purple Sand Island in the future. The island master and the sect master found an expert and asked him to keep an eye on his disciples so that they would not run up to others and beat them up. However, the expert said that the path of immortal cultivation was filled with difficulties. If they could not overcome this, then what was the point of immortal cultivation? They should go home, get married, have children, and carry on the family line. Then, they should wait for death. What was the point of immortal cultivation? If their disciples were strong, then they would be proud. Did they want their disciples to hide their true strength? If they were weak, then they would blame their disciples for being strong. That was unreasonable. It did not mean that they were weak, but they were right. Even if they bullied the weak, they deserved it because they were not strong enough. The wounds from Eoxuan's beating would not heal in a short time. Recently, Xianxia had been staying on her own mountain and did not want to go out. After all, she had just embarrassed herself and was too embarrassed to go out. She did not want to go out of her own mountain. At this moment, the entire purple sand island was spreading the news that Fairy Xianxia had been beaten up by the new disciples. Ningxu did not want to go out and enjoy the gossip and weird looks. She was injured and had to recuperate. It was said that birds of a feather flocked together. He always felt that the expert was like his disciple, someone with a low EQ. Every day, he would come to his mountain to talk about the Tao. He did not even realize that this woman liked him. Even though the entire Purple Sand Island had spread the news that Fairy Xianxia was in love with Qiqing, the expert did not realize it. If all the experts had the same mentality and thought that if you were weak, then you deserved it, then all the retards in this world should be extinct. They should be helpless and waiting to be killed. How could it be easy to talk about opportunities? She had obtained the inheritance of an ancient divine Tao sect. Ordinary people would not have such luck. After eating the pill, Ningxu looked inside and saw a very small baby sitting cross-legged in his dantian. The baby's facial features were very delicate and lifelike. The baby's facial features were very similar to the face of the client. This should be the nascent soul of the client. However, this nascent soul looked a little dispirited. Xianxia's Tao heart was a little unstable after being injured and this sudden incident. Xianxia did not expect that the disciple of the person she loved would barge into her mountain and challenge her. This caused her to be in a difficult position, making her feel extremely awkward. If she won, it would not be a glorious thing. If she lost, especially to a junior, it would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, it was the disciple of the person she loved. What if their relationship soured? Even when they fought later, Xianxia did not use her full strength. She wanted to go easy on Yushan. In the end, she was slapped in the face. Yushan did not need her to be polite. She had beaten her up the moment she came. Even when Xianxia used all her strength, she was still beaten up. It was a sad thing. Ningxu cast a spell and set up a spirit gathering array. The spirit chi in the cultivation world was abundant. After the spirit gathering array was set up, Ningxu had not felt so refreshed and full of spirit chi for a long time. Why was the spirit chi rushing into her body? Ningxu absorbed the spirit chi and gathered it in her dantian. However, her body was uncomfortable and her meridians were twitching. Ningxu did not know if it was because of her injuries or psychological problems, but her cultivation was not smooth. Her chest was swollen and painful, and there was a faint feeling of irritation in her heart that was hard to get rid of. This feeling was that she was unhappy with everything she saw, and everything she saw was not pleasing to her eyes. Was her period coming? The nascent soul in her dantian was still dispirited and not crystal clear. There was a faint gray aura around it. Was there a problem with her Tao heart? Even though Xianxia had been very gentlemanly and suppressed the negative emotions in her heart, it still affected her Tao heart. Ordinary people would not be able to overcome this hurdle. They would be so affected that they doubted their life and became dispirited. They did not know what the *ck the use of their hard work and sweat was. Ningxu could only stop cultivating. She was very frustrated. Cultivating like this was not effective. Instead, it was counterproductive. What if she really went crazy? Ningxu prepared to go to the alchemy room to get some calming elixirs. After leaving the room, Ningxu walked out of the courtyard and met some disciples. These disciples hurriedly bowed to Ningxu. Elder Jiang. Ningxu nodded slightly. However, when she walked past them, some of them were whispering and sneaking glances at her. They were obviously talking about how she had been challenged by the new disciples. Ningxu looked around and realized that many people were staring and pointing at her. She felt a ball of fire burning in her heart, as if it was going to burn her rationality. Ningxu now understood why Xianxia kept challenging Yushan. It was because only by defeating Yushan could she face these gazes calmly and extinguish the fire in her heart. In other words, Xianxia and Yushan were entangled in karma. This karma would cause them to be entangled until one of them died to end this karma. Yushan was just cannon fodder. Most likely, after he died, people would say that he was narrow-minded and went crazy after being surpassed. These gazes made Ningxu feel very uncomfortable. He knew that he shouldn't care, but he still did. When had she ever been someone who cared about other people's opinions? But now, under the burning of her inner demon, she wanted to draw out all the darkness in her heart. Hatred, anger, jealousy, and hatred. Even though he knew that he shouldn't, his heart was still aching. He knew that he should let it go, but his heart just couldn't. Ningxu took a deep breath and chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart, activating the calm aura. It had been a long time since he felt so powerless and unable to control his body and emotions. Moreover, Ningxu always felt that there was a lingering spirit in this body. In fact, she could be considered to have taken over this body. His mind was not in his control, and his body was not in his control. Ningxu sealed off his sense of hearing and walked towards the alchemy room. He would greet the disciples he met. He only nodded his head slightly and ignored the rumors. Since he couldn't be indifferent, then he would just bury his head in the sand. When he reached the alchemy room, Ningxu walked in. An old man with a red nose was sitting on a recliner, swaying and drinking wine. He had a satisfied look on his face and was even humming. Ningxu walked over and called Uncle Duan. This old man was the alchemy master of the Purple Sand Island. The entire Purple Sand Island's supply of pills was refined by this old man. Old man Duan opened his eyes and sized up Ningxu. "Little girl, what's wrong with you? Is your Dao heart damaged?" Ningxu touched his face. "Is it that obvious? People like me who refine pills also know medical principles. A person's essence, energy, and spirit cannot be faked. Look at your gloomy face, it's like you've run into bad luck." Old man Duan stood up and took out a jade bottle from a box with his hands behind his back and gave it to Ningxu. "This kind of damaged Dao heart, you still have to rely on yourself. This pill can temporarily suppress it, but suppressing it is not a long-term solution. You still have to repair and perfect your Dao heart." Old man Duan said, "What's the point of competing with a junior?" Ningxu took the jade bottle and gave it a few point tokens. These point tokens were used by the sect to encourage disciples to do more sect missions and then earn points, then use these points to exchange for cultivation resources. Ningxu said helplessly, "So you know about it. How many people come and go in my alchemy room? What on this Purple Sand Island can I not know?" Old man Duan swayed and drank a mouthful of wine. "But that disciple of Qiqing doesn't know etiquette. If he can't stand being restrained, then don't come to the sect. Just be a rogue cultivator. The sect is one." Old man Duan said casually. "Don't spout nonsense. If you say that, you'll be labeled as a villain elder. A villain elder who doesn't respect himself and takes advantage of his seniority. When the time comes, he'll challenge you to alchemy. Don't cry at that time." Ningxu sincerely suggested. "You are old. Just focus on alchemy and enter the Tao with alchemy. Don't worry about these miscellaneous things." Yixian was really arrogant. She could fight with just a word of disagreement. She had the backing of an entire divine Tao sect. A sect had alchemy, refining, and all kinds of books. And if she really came to challenge old man Duan, he would definitely be hung up and beaten. Ancient sects had complete pill recipes. Some pill recipes had already disappeared. And in ancient times, the heaven and earth treasures of heaven and earth were the best. Unlike now, where immortal cultivators cut up the resources of heaven and earth like chives. And in Yoshuan's Senfu, there were all kinds of heaven and earth treasures everywhere. If she couldn't win, then she would have to deal with an entire divine Tao sect by herself. And what was even more awesome was that there were divine souls in these alchemy and refining tools. These divine souls didn't have consciousness and existed for the sake of alchemy and refining tools. Every time a Yuxian refined pills or refined tools, these divine souls would temporarily enter her body. She needed to operate, and these divine souls could complete the alchemy by themselves. And the alchemy pills refined were the best in the world. Old man Duan would really be hung up and beaten. Old man Duan waved his hand. "I don't have such thoughts. I won't bicker with a junior." Ningxu smiled. It would be best if he didn't provoke a Yuxian. If he couldn't win, he would hide. Once he was stained with karma, he would fight to the death. If he didn't kneel, he wouldn't die. Of course, Ningxu felt that both of these would damage one's Tao heart. When cultivators sought the Tao, they would get rid of the false and seek the truth. They sought the unity of heaven and earth and cultivated as if they were heaven and earth. Being under someone's shadow or kneeling brainlessly would affect one's Tao heart. When one's Tao heart was truly firm, nothing could beat it. It was just constantly correcting oneself. Not fearing any attacks, it wasn't easy to build, but it was easy to destroy with violence. Ningxu took the jade bottle and was about to leave when he met an expert who brought his disciple, Xianxia, to the alchemy room. The two sides bumped into each other and the atmosphere suddenly became silent. This was a bit awkward. "Junior sister, are your injuries healed?" Qiqing Ningxu asked. "I have some healing pills." Ningxu's mouth twitched. "Does this guy know how to talk?" "I'm fine. You can keep the healing pills for yourself. My disciple is too immature." "Junior sister, please don't take offense." Ningxu clasped his hands and said. He was wearing a deep robe with wide sleeves. His face was bright and clear. He was a good-looking man. "Of course I won't take offense. I'm not as good as her, so I have to accept my loss," Ningxu said indifferently. "Apologize to your martial uncle," Qiqing said to his disciple. Yoshuan's long hair was tied into a ponytail. She was wearing a neat sect uniform. "Master, you want me to apologize to a loser?" Since ancient times, the strong are respected. She still has the nerve to call herself an elder. If she's not strong enough, she can only rely on her age. Moreover, she's an old woman. She's eyeing you covetously and wants to eat you," Xianxia said coldly. Her tone was filled with disdain. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. She didn't even know if she was good enough for her master. Her master's wife couldn't be such a snitch. She said she didn't know how to be human. What did that have to do with her? Ningxu calmly adjusted her sleeves and said with a smile, "I'm interested in your master and want to pursue the Tao with him. I don't think there's anything wrong with my liking him. It's a heinous thing. If you think I'm not good enough for your master, then that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. If liking someone is an unforgivable thing, then I can take back my liking. As for what happened in front of your master." Before Ningxu could finish, Xianxia took out the Hui Bao and shot it at Ningxu. Moreover, she released a huge arrow qi. This arrow qi was incomparably sharp. Ningxu rushed over. Ningxu hurriedly dodged. The arrow was nailed to the ground by Ningxu's feet, and the arrow was swaying. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, can't you speak properly? You're blabbering on and on. Only people with no ability would be able to win a battle of words. I know you don't like me, but so what? I have strength, Xianxia said with disdain. She would kill him with just one word. Ningxu nodded. Yes, I'm not as skilled as others. Aren't you trying to attract my master's attention by saying so much in front of her? How pretentious and disgusting. Xianxia sneered. Ningxu. Alright, I was being unreasonable. Crazy, can't you say a few words calmly? Ningxu's anger rose. When a person's dignity was insulted, they would rise up. Even if it was an egg hitting a rock, they would do it without any hesitation. With a Xianxia like this, it was no wonder that wave after wave of people would swarm up to her. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Ningxu chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart, and prepared to leave. If this continued, Ningxu felt that his Tao heart would explode. Stay away from this kind of person who thinks she is the most important person in the world. If you say something wrong, she might chop you to death. Don't complain to my master in the future. If you want to complain, you have to see if you have the strength. Xianxia looked at Ningxu with disdain. Her face was full of "you lowly mortals." It was as if she was about to ascend. Ningxu said indifferently, "I'll say the same thing again. I feel that your mouth is stuffed with shit. I'm trying to please your master. I feel that your master cares about you. That's why I gave her a suggestion. I'm not trying to complain about you, and I'm not targeting you. You think too highly of yourself. In the end, you're still using me to get close to my master. You should know your place," Xianxia said disdainfully. Was the beating you received not as good as the beating? Ningxu said, "Then let me give you a word of advice. You have a fortuitous encounter, and it's a blessing from the heavens. Cherish it. Don't use it to bully others. Sometimes, a person without a temperament would be doted on by the heavens. If one wasn't noble, cold and arrogant, one wouldn't be able to show off one's strength. One had to be prettier and stronger than others. Others had to be uglier and weaker than her. It's my own business that I have a fortuitous encounter. If you can't get it, you're jealous. If you can't beat me, you're saying that I'm bullying the weak because I'm stronger. Only people without strength and ability would be so petty. What do you mean by humility? If you're not frivolous, you'll have no vigor at all. Yu Xian, don't be rude. Qiqing rubbed his brows. This disciple wasn't weak, but she was a little arrogant. But it was understandable that people with talent and strength in the world would have weird tempers. If one didn't have some pride, how could they improve? Although Qiqing was scolding his disciple, he was obviously protecting her. The person who asked him to do this was really smart. Even if he wanted to talk about the Tao, he would have it in his heart. Nothing. In the eyes of others, it was a huge joke. Ningxu felt that there was nothing wrong with liking someone. It was a beautiful feeling. Since the other party was trampling on this beautiful feeling, then he should just take it back. If someone liked someone, they should be grateful and not be insulted. Even liking someone could be divided into high and low. Old man Duan, Ningxu said, hurry up and go back. Treat your injuries well. Let go of what you need to let go. Ningxu bowed. I understand. Ningxu also knew that old man Duan was doing this for his own good. He didn't want to get entangled and end up being the one suffering. Old man Duan, is the gold marrow pill I asked you to refine? Qiqing asked old man Duan. It's done. Old man Duan took out a jade bottle. I spent a lot of effort to refine this. When Ningxu reached the door, he heard about the gold marrow pill. This gold marrow pill was used to form the core. Since Qiqing was already in the soul formation stage, he didn't need to form the core. It should be a pill for Yu Xian to form the core. Qiqing gave the pill to Yu Xian. Yu Xian opened the bottle and poured out the pill. She muttered softly, the quality of the pill isn't very good. Everyone present was a cultivator with sharp eyes and ears. Old man Duan's face immediately turned red in embarrassment. Qiqing slapped Yoxuan's back in annoyance. How can you say that? Apologize to old man Duan. The quality isn't very good to begin with. There are no pill veins and the pill fragrance isn't enough. Yu Xian said. The pills in Senfu were all of the best quality. There were cloud veins and the pill fragrance was still very strong. The reason she came here was because her master dragged her here. Some ancient alchemy techniques had already been lost, and these alchemists were painstakingly searching for the pill formulas and techniques of the past. Elder Duan's pills were definitely not comparable to the pills of the divine Tao sects, but if they were comparable, Elder Duan would be a prominent figure in the alchemy world. Elder Duan's self-restraint was good. My alchemy skills are not good, don't look for me next time. Yu Xian pouted, he was not good to begin with, and now he was flaunting his seniority. She might even take out the ancient pill formulas for reference. Ningxu turned and left. Whatever Yu Xian wanted to do was none of her business. The most important thing for her now was to mend her Tao heart. Ningxu returned to her own mountain, took out a medicine bag, filled it with some fasting pills, some clean clothes, some medicine, and spirit stones, ready to go out and explore. She might be able to find treasures to mend her Tao heart. There were also ways to mend her Tao heart. There was no point in staying on Purple Sand Island, let alone mend her Tao heart and meet Yu Xian. Purple Sand Island was not big, but it was not small either. She might be able to find the world's origin if she stayed in her room and wandered around. She could not beat Yu Xian, so she would not go near her. After checking everything, Ningxu was ready to leave, and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign at the door. Before leaving, he wanted to visit Elder Duan and get some pills. Yu Xian and Qiqing had already left, and Ningxu saw Elder Duan drinking non-stop. Get me some healing medicine, I'm going out to train. Look at you, are you going to explode? Elder Duan said speechlessly, I still have some self-restraint, I won't be angered by a junior, but in terms of bearing, you have to learn from me. Ningxu nodded, I should learn from you, I'm just too petty, now I'm going out to see the world. The outside world is not like Purple Sand Island, ask Oldly for a weapon, Elder Duan said. Ningxu nodded, I know, you don't have to be calculated with Qi-Cheng's disciple. You're still thinking about Qi-Cheng? Old Man Duan glanced at Ningxu. His disciple is the first obstacle. There are too many things to do. I don't have the time to think about these things. Take good care of yourself. I'm leaving, Ningxu said to Old Man Duan. Old Man Duan gave some medicine to Ningxu. It's good to go out for a walk. Recently, we've been in need of a lot of medicine to calm the heart and concentrate the mind. Qi-Cheng is a very capable disciple. This kind of competition, jealousy, and hatred will hurt his Tao heart. Ningxu shrugged. That's why I left. Out of sight, out of mind. Good for nothing. Don't compare yourself to others if you don't have anything to do. Immortal cultivation is like fighting against the heavens. Look further. Old Man Duan probably saw that Ningxu was about to leave, so he nagged a little more. Also, when you're outside, don't make enemies. Ningxu nodded. I got it. Ningxu arrived at the seaside. The purple sand island was surrounded by a purple color. It was because of the existence of the purple sand. The weapons refined by the purple sand island were very famous in the entire cultivation world. Ningxu took out a sword from the spatial ring at his waist, then leaped and flew away on the sword. Ningxu stood on the sword with one leg and clasped his hands behind his back. His ears were filled with the whistling of the wind. When he looked down, he saw the blue seawater and the sea demons jumping on the surface of the water, big and small. Ningxu smiled slightly. He felt that he had finally spat out the things that he had been holding in his heart. Ningxu opened his arms. The feeling of flying on the sword was much better than flying on a plane. The wind was incomparably refreshing. This sea area was very big. Ningxu switched from standing on the flying sword to sitting on the flying sword. Her two legs were swinging. He could vaguely hear a graceful singing voice. When he looked down, he saw the world's mermaid. Carved on the surface of the mermaid, the body of the painting was made of scales. It was a mermaid. Ningxu stared at the mermaid. It was covered in scales. It wasn't beautiful at all. It let out a gurgling sound and jumped on the water. Ningxu supported his chin with his hand and looked at the jumping mermaid. Ningxu pointed his finger and a drop of water appeared in front of him. Ningxu swallowed it and felt extremely cool. Ningxu closed his eyes slightly and used his telekinesis to control the flying sword. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Cultivating here was more comfortable than on the Purple Sand Island. His heart didn't feel that uncomfortable anymore. After flying for more than 2 days, Ningxu finally saw land. During this time, he was attacked by the sea demons. Especially the demons that spat out water, they directly squeezed out water pillars to attack him. Ningxu controlled the flying sword and pointed his finger calmly, using water to attack her. Although there was suppression in the plane, she was still the embodiment of the law of water. These water pillars couldn't hurt Ningxu at all. Instead, Ningxu hit these water pillars back, splashing the demons. Some demons were so scared that they sank to the bottom of the water. When he reached land, Ningxu kept his flying sword and turned into an ordinary-looking woman. He closed his eyes and randomly chose a path. It was all up to fate where he would go. Ningxu chose a path and walked slowly. The world of cultivation was extremely vast. Ningxu walked for a long time and didn't see any people. He didn't find a capital city or town. Occasionally, he would encounter some demons. However, these demons weren't strong and Ningxu was too lazy to fight. After walking for a few days, he finally came across a village. This village was full of ordinary people who rested at sunset. Ningxu wanted to find a place to rest. The villagers saw that Ningxu was a woman and refused to take Ningxu in. There were many demons in the mountains and the villagers were very cautious. Ningxu turned and left. When he reached the entrance of the village, a little boy in tattered clothes called out to Ningxu. Are you a vixen? The little boy was further away from Ningxu. He was probably afraid that Ningxu was a demon in the mountains. Ningxu turned and looked at the boy. He was barefoot and his clothes were patched up. Ningxu grimaced. Do you think there's such an ugly vixen? When a fox is 50 years old, it can transform into a woman. When it's 100 years old, it can become a beauty. When it's a divine shaman, it can know things from 1,000 miles away. It's good at bewitching people and making them lose their minds. When it's 1,000 years old, it can communicate with the heavens and become a heavenly fox. You should be 50 years old now. Otherwise, you'll be a beauty when you're 100 years old. The little boy said seriously. Ningxu was speechless. He was tricked by a little kid. Can you turn stone into gold? The little boy Ningxu asked. Ningxu stuck out his tongue and said fiercely, be careful or I'll swallow you. I'm willing to use myself as a trade. Can you give me some gold? The little boy Ningxu said and knelt on the ground. Please. Ningxu was speechless. Why was she thought of as a vixen? How am I a vixen? Ningxu asked. What do you want gold for? The child was dressed in tattered clothes and was about 12 or 13 years old. From the way he spoke, he should be a boy who had studied. Could it be that he had read some books about demons in the mountains and was hoping to see a vixen who could turn stone into gold? It was said that in ancient times, young men had two dreams. When they were poor, they dreamed of the vixen dream, hoping that an enchanting, infatuated, and able to turn stone into gold would save them. Once they achieved success, they would begin to dream of saving a prostitute, thinking that it was their duty to save a beautiful but unfortunate woman who had fallen into prostitution. The two things that men liked to do the most were to persuade prostitutes to turn over a new leaf, and to drag a good woman down with them. Ningxu expressionlessly looked at the little boy who was kneeling not far away, asking him if he was a vixen, if he could turn stone into gold, and if he could give him gold. Ningxu really did not know what to say. What do you want gold for? Ningxu had gold and spirit stones. To move around in the secular world, he certainly needed money. For a cultivator, gold and silver could at most be regarded as a kind of metal used for refining equipment. The most valuable thing was the spirit stones that contained spiritual energy. My sister is sick, I want money to invite a doctor. If you can save my sister, I am willing to let you dig out my heart and eat it. Ningxu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Eating a raw heart was disgusting. What kind of illness does your sister have? Ningxu asked. Actually, I am not a vixen, but coincidentally, I know a little bit of medical knowledge. Do you want me to take a look? Only a ghost would take out gold. The boy was skeptical, but then he carefully looked at Ningxu, and finally clenched his teeth and got up from the ground. Come with me, we will take a small path to my house. We can't let other people in the village see that I brought you into the village. Ningxu nodded and walked behind the boy, bypassing a small path full of thorns, to the end of the village, in front of a thatched hut. This thatched hut was very shabby, and the door was made of straw. Poor to this extent? Sister, I am back. The boy carefully pushed open the thatched door, fearing that the door would fall apart. Ningxu followed in, and found that the room was quite clean, and there were some books. As soon as he entered, he smelled something unpleasant. There was a little girl lying in the room. The little girl's face was a little dark, as if she had been poisoned. I don't care if you are a vixen or not. Please save my sister. Ever since she came back from the mountain, she has been sick, the boy said anxiously to Ningxu. Ningxu removed the blanket, and the stench of maggots gnawing on rotten meat rushed into his nose. Ningxu sealed his sense of smell so that he could not smell it. This girl was very young, about 8 years old at most. Her face was sallow and her body was emaciated. She looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old. Ningxu released his spiritual force and checked his internal organs. His internal organs were failing, and they were not bright red, but black and dark. It was as if she had been poisoned by miasma. In the deep mountains and wild forests, the miasma formed by the decay of various plants and animal corpses was poisonous. Moreover, the girl's body had begun to rot, which was contagious. The disease may be contagious. Ningxu reached out to feel the child's pulse, but when he felt the pulse, he felt that there was an extremely evil feeling in the child's body, and it was transmitted to her body through his hand. In other words, there was a ghost in this girl and she had provoked something unclean. In the world of cultivation, there were monsters in the mountains, immortal cultivation, Buddhist cultivation, devil cultivation, ghost cultivation, all kinds of strange creatures. It's an epidemic. What should we do? My sister will definitely be burned to death by the villagers. The boy was so anxious that he was about to cry. Ningxu shook his hand to get rid of the cold evil qi on his hand. You spend time with your sister every day. You haven't been infected, so you may not be infected. Ningxu said. No, it's not like that, because I have something attached to my body. This is what my mother left for me and my sister. My sister always ran to the mountains, so she lost it. The boy took out a sachet. The needlework on the sachet was very exquisite. Ningxu took it and sniffed it. It should be a Buddhist talisman. There was a lingering sandalwood fragrance on it. It should have been consecrated by a monk with some cultivation. Ningxu wanted to bring the sachet closer to the girl's body, but the boy immediately grabbed Ningxu's wrist. Ningxu looked at him, and the boy immediately let go of Ningxu's wrist and said, "Don't come close. My sister will feel very uncomfortable. I want the gold because I want to invite an immortal to exorcise the evil. Moreover, my sister doesn't let me get close to her. She will be in great pain. I can only say to find a doctor, because if the villagers know that my sister has something unclean on her body, they will definitely burn her to death." This time, the boy told the truth. The immortals are busy pursuing the great Tao. Why would they have time to care about you? The mortal world was meaningless to immortal cultivators. You really know about immortals. Are you really a vixen? Please save my sister. The boy knelt on the ground and knocked his head against the ground again and again. When he raised his head again, his forehead was already bruised. Ningxu's mouth twitched. Do you have rooster blood, cinnabar, or yellow paper? No, no. My family is really poor. Ever since my parents passed away, my family's livelihood has been cut off. Ningxu, without any tools, what do you want me to do? Ningxu thought for a moment. He formed an incantation and set up a huge yang gathering array. The yang qi would be able to wash away the yin qi in his body. It was probably some wandering ghost that bumped into the girl's body. Once the yang gathering array was set up, the girl clearly felt uncomfortable. She frowned and whimpered. In Ningxu's eyes, her body was emitting black qi. The boy saw his sister's body twitching in pain. He was so anxious that his eyes turned red. Ningxu stuffed the corner of the blanket into the girl's mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue. Give me some of your blood. The boy was still a virgin. In addition, he was young and vigorous. He was very suitable for writing incantations. The boy did not hesitate. He took a needle and pricked his finger. Ningxu dipped his finger in the blood and drew an incantation on the girl's forehead. As if the ghost in the body felt danger, a chilly wind blew. Ningxu drew a talisman and then fiercely slapped the talisman into the girl's forehead. But not long after, the talisman floated out. The wandering ghost was reluctant to leave the girl's body. Ningxu dipped his finger in blood again. He pulled open the girl's clothes and drew a huge talisman on her chest. The talisman ran from her heart to her abdomen. The girl's body trembled even more violently. The whole bed was about to fall apart. The girl roared in pain and whimpered incoherently for her brother. Ningxu frowned. It seemed that this ghost was not weak. It was attached to this body. The boy saw his sister in pain and wanted to say that he did not want to cure her. But seeing that Ningxu was able to draw talismans, he knew that he could not ask for it. If he missed this chance, his sister might really be beyond saving. This time, when Ningxu drew the talisman again, he injected spirit energy and the power of the fire sun, mixed it with the blood of the chicken, and drew it on the little girl's forehead. The little girl's eyes widened, and her body spasmed for a moment. Then, she suddenly collapsed. A black qi flew out of the little girl's body and flew away through the window. Ningxu planned to chase after it because the ghost was wearing something similar to armor. There must be some treasure land nearby, or an immortal cave, or a tomb, because some hidden places would be guarded by some living souls. These living souls would always guard these places. Vixen, what should I do about my sister's injuries? The boy shouted anxiously when he saw Ningxu running away. Ningxu took out a detoxification pill and threw it to the boy. Then, he shuttled through the mountains, chasing after the living soul in front of him. The living soul had escaped from the body, so it must return to its previous place. Ningxu felt that there should be something good there. Ningxu wrapped himself in a water barrier, blocking his figure and smell. This way, the other party would not be able to detect him. Furthermore, it could isolate the miasma. That little girl ran really far. It was amazing that she could run back and not get lost. If there was really some kind of opportunity, she would swallow it if she could. If she couldn't, she would tell the sect. At that time, she would also be able to get a share of the soup. This living soul directly passed through a stone wall. This was a mountain peak that stood tall in the forest. It was incomparably huge, and it was cut in half by something. The cut was very smooth, and it was estimated that this mountain peak should be even higher than it was now. Ningxu knocked on the stone wall with his hand. The stone wall was solid, so how did the living soul get in? Ningxu released his mental energy, wanting to invade the stone wall to see what was going on inside. In the end, his mental energy was swallowed up, and he couldn't see anything. Ningxu touched the stone wall. It was an ordinary stone wall, and there was nothing special about it. Ningxu walked around the entire huge mountain peak, but he didn't see any place to enter. When he flew up, he only saw that the place where the mountain peak was cut was also a flat stone. Did she really see a ghost just now? She had seen a ghost float into the stone peak with her own eyes. There must be something strange about this, but she hadn't found the key to it yet. Ningxu took out his flying sword, poured his spirit energy into it, and slashed with all his strength. In the end, it only left a white mark, which was completely useless. If it had been an ordinary rock, this sword strike would have definitely cut a deeper hole in it. Ningxu felt like he had found a treasure chest, but he didn't have the key to open it. There must be something strange about this mountain, but she didn't know what it was. Sure enough, nothing was too strange in this world. Perhaps there were treasures in front of her, but the problem was that she couldn't get them. Her heart felt stifled. Ningxu stuck out his butt and flew up and down to observe the huge mountain peak. Cultivation methods were endless. Ningxu really didn't know what to do. After observing for a while, she would send a message to the sect and have the Purple Sand Island send people over. She would follow behind and drink some soup. It was better than nothing. Ningxu went back the way he came and returned to the straw hut. The boy came out of the house and saw Ningxu, and his eyes immediately lit up. Ningxu said, "Immortal, you're back. It seems like you knew I would come back?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows. The boy scratched his head and said, "You left in a hurry, you must have chased after something, but you must have some questions to ask me." Ningxu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. This brat's brain was really active, and he was quite smart. Ningxu entered the house and sat on a chair. The boy poured tea for Ningxu, and Ningxu looked at him. One who had nothing to do was hiding evil intentions, especially a smart brat. "Immortal, please have some tea," the boy said. Ningxu nodded and took a sip. The water was unexpectedly sweet and delicious, and it also had a trace of spirit energy. Ningxu drank all the water in one gulp and asked, "How is your sister?" The boy immediately knelt down. "Immortal, please give me another immortal pill, my sister still hasn't woken up." Ningxu stood up and walked into the house. He saw the little girl lying on the bed with a black face. Although it was better than before, it was still unrecognizable. Ningxu took out an antidote pill and a fasting pill and stuffed it into her mouth. The fasting pill could ensure that the body had the nutrients it needed. After eating the 2 fasting pills, the little girl's face looked slightly better. The boy suddenly laughed. "Immortal, what do you want to ask? I will definitely tell you everything I know." "Ningxu, I like this kind of sensible kid. Your village has a bizarre legend." "Well, it's about that broken peak." Although some legends had been processed, there were definitely traces of self-cultivators in them. For such a huge mountain to be cut in half, it must be a powerful cultivator, or else ordinary people wouldn't be able to do it. Let's see what legend was left behind. The boy scratched his head. "You are the Sword Mountain. Actually, there isn't any legend, I only heard it from the elders in the village. This mountain wasn't originally here, I don't know who moved it here, I heard that there is a mass grave under it." "A mass grave? It shouldn't be a mass grave. If it was, it should be extremely gloomy. The surrounding magnetic field would be extremely chaotic, and people who walked into this magnetic field would either die or go crazy." Ningxu was sure that it wasn't a mass grave. This place was so desolate, other than a large-scale war, there wouldn't be so many people buried here. Other than this, is there anything else? Ningxu asked. The boy Ningxu asked, what do you want to hear? I'll listen to everything, Ningxu said. The boy thought for a moment and said, some villagers also said that in the past there was a mountain spirit, a demon beast, but this demon beast was extremely strong, it ate all the people nearby. An immortal came to subdue the demon beast, but the demon beast was too strong, so they could only suppress the demon beast under the Sword Mountain. Ningxu held his chin, listening to these legends, he thought in his heart. Not to mention other things, Ningxu felt that this mountain was a treasure. But this place was really desolate, the cultivation world was so big, there were many places that were uninhabited. Seeing Ningxu thinking, the boy didn't dare to disturb him, he took out the only few eggs in the house and prepared to give Ningxu a look. Ningxu glanced at one of the eggs, it wasn't small, it was like a goose egg. Let me see. Ningxu reached out to the boy and asked casually, what is your name? My name is Yi Heyu, my father used to be a teacher, he gave me the name Heyu. Yi Heyu gave the egg to Ningxu. Ningxu held the egg and looked back and forth, his spirit force invaded the eggshell, and then he looked a little surprised. Ningxu did not expect the egg to be a demonic beast's egg. The demonic beast inside was slowly taking shape. Ningxu injected some spiritual energy into the eggshell. The creature inside the eggshell moved a little, then returned the egg to Yi Heyu. Don't eat this egg. It's a demonic beast. If you can hatch it. Yi Heyu immediately said, since it's a demonic beast, then please accept it. This kid is only a mortal. It's not enough to make a demonic beast submit. This little rascal's mind was too active. Smart guy. Ningxu supported his chin with one hand and leisurely held the demonic beast egg with the other. He tapped the table from time to time. Yi Heyu's heart trembled. He was afraid that the other party would use a little force and break the eggshell, causing the demonic beast inside to burp. Ningxu asked, where did you find this egg? I found it in the forest. We didn't have any food at home, so we went to the mountains to eat. Yi Heyu honestly said. Ningxu nodded. Keep it well. Your luck is not bad. It should be L1. Yi Heyu took the egg. He was a little conflicted. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Although this thing is good, I don't have the ability to protect it. I offer this to the immortal to thank you for saving my sister's life. You're really willing to give it to me? Where did this one egg come from? Although there were wild beasts in this forest, there were no demonic beasts. Maybe there would be some further in. For a wild beast to become a demonic beast, it was the same as for a human to become an immortal cultivator. It was not possible for a normal wild beast. My sister and I are alone. If other immortals want this, we can't do anything. It was fine if he just asked for it, but if he tried to snatch it, he deserved to lose his life. Yi Heyu knelt down and held the egg with both hands. I want to use this thing to exchange for a chance. Please, immortal, bring this kid to the path of immortality. Ningxu almost could not help but roll his eyes. The path of immortality? The path of immortality? This was not a smooth path, but a path full of death and thorns. It was a path that fought with the heavens for longevity. A human could live for 100 years at most, but a cultivator could live for hundreds or thousands of years. Ningxu said, immortal cultivation is not something you can do just because you want to. First of all, you have to have the root bone, which is an opportunity given by God. Without the root bone, you can only be immortal for the rest of your life. Moreover, once you step onto the path of cultivation, you will have to bid farewell to the mortal world. You will be able to live longer than your sister, and you will be able to watch your loved ones leave one by one. Yi Heyu said, my parents are dead, and my sister and I depend on each other for survival. If I really embark on the path of cultivation, I will definitely make my sister happy. Life and death are predestined, and I will not live in vain. Ningxu looked at him. You're quite open-minded. Immortal, please accept me as your disciple. Yi Heyu Ningxu kowtowed. This kid was really good at seizing opportunities. Have you ever thought that maybe you don't have an immortal cultivation root bone, but your sister does? Ningxu said with a smile. That's good too. I can hitch a ride on my sister's coattails, and from then on, I will have a great career in the mortal world, Yi Heyu said. With a fairy sister, he would definitely have a strong backer. Ningxu, young man, is it really okay for you to be so honest? Master, please allow your disciple to serve you. Yi Heyu kowtowed to Ningxu, his body trembling slightly. It was obvious that he was also afraid. She did not have any disciples under her, and Lan Yuanfeng was also all alone. I can't accept you as my disciple, but if you are tested to have the potential, I can let you follow me, Ningxu said. Thank you, Master. Don't thank me yet. Let's see if you have the potential to become an immortal. Immortal cultivation starts with the spirit root, and goes through the golden core, nascent soul, return to void, Mahayana, and finally the saint realm. Your will is as firm as a rock, and your heart is extremely firm, unmoved by external factors, Ningxu said. Oh, then what should I do? Yi Heyu asked. Ningxu took out the spirit root testing Dharma artifact. Put your hand on it. Do I just have to put my hand on it? Yi Tianhe asked nervously. This concerned his future. Even Yi Tianhe, who always pretended to be mature and prudent, was nervous. Try it. Ningxu nodded. He propped up his chin and looked at Yi Tianhe, whose forehead was covered in sweat. Master, can we test it later? Yi Tianhe wiped the sweat from his palms on his body. Sure. Ningxu was about to put the Dharma artifact away. No, Master, I'll test it now. Yi Heyu was afraid that Ningxu would go back on his word. Ningxu looked at him silently. Yi Tianhe swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ningxu looked at the bright red flames in the Dharma artifact. Then, there was a hint of green in it. You can open your eyes now. Ningxu said. Yi Heyu looked at Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. You have the fire spirit root, but you also have the wood spirit root. You will focus on the fire spirit root in the future. Thank you, Master. Yi Heyu immediately knelt down. Ningxu gave an end sound and took out the cultivation jade piece. He knew that Yi Heyu did not know how to invade the spiritual consciousness into the jade piece, so he taught him little by little how to meditate and how to draw qi into the body. Being able to enter another world, Yi Heyu was very excited. He also respected his master, Ningxu. Ningxu gave the egg to Yi Heyu. When you cultivate, take this egg with you. You can inject some spiritual qi into it. Birds have their own nestlings. In the future, this one bird will follow you. It can also be used as a means of transportation. Yi Heyu quickly cupped his hands. Thank you, Master. You seem to know a lot about immortal cultivation. Ningxu looked at Yi Heyu. Yi Heyu said, Father has a lot of books. This disciple has read all of them. Ningxu gave an end sound and gave Yi Heyu a sword. I came out this time to travel. When the matter of the broken sword mountain is settled, I will bring you back to the sect. Yi Heyu took out a book and gave it to Ningxu. This is the information my father found. It is also about the broken sword mountain. Ningxu, sure enough, this was a slippery kid. Why didn't he take it out before? However, having a brain was better than not having one. A smart person would always have a better life than an idiot. Ningxu flipped through the book. The book was about the situation of the broken sword mountain. For example, the stone walls of the broken sword mountain were impenetrable. Moreover, there were signs of living creatures around the broken sword mountain. They all avoided the broken sword mountain. There were ghosts haunting it. Ningxu closed the book. Why did your father investigate this? He suddenly felt that this slippery kid's father was not an ordinary person. My father is an ordinary scholar. My mother passed away early. My father is a teacher in the village. He usually likes to study some mountain spirits and immortals. He is preparing to write a book. Yi Heyu said. Ningxu felt that this kid wanted to write about a peerless beauty that jumped out of a boulder. However, Yi Heyu's spiritual roots made Ningxu a little surprised. After all, for ordinary people, 1 in 100,000 would be considered not bad. Moreover, Yi Heyu's fire spiritual root was quite strong. Although Yi Heyu had dual spiritual roots, the fire spiritual root mixed with the wood spiritual root, the wood spiritual root was obviously not as strong as the fire spiritual root. Generally speaking, if a person with spiritual roots married another person with spiritual roots, the chances of their offspring having spiritual roots would be higher. My father likes to study these kinds of weird things. He always says that there are treasures in them. Yi Heyu said. If something was abnormal, there must be something fishy. Perhaps there were treasures. The little girl who had eaten the antidote woke up. Her face was pale without a trace of blood, and there was no flesh on her face. Her eyes were lifeless. Yi Heyu poured some water for her to drink. Little sister, Master saved you. Call him Master. Yi Heyu helped his little sister up and hurriedly said, Master, can you see if Meiyu can cultivate? Ningxu, let your little sister recuperate well. Ningxu took out a pill, let her eat it. The brother and sister's names were Heyu and Meiyu. Master, can you see if my little sister has spiritual roots? If she had spiritual roots, it would be great. This way, he would not have to be separated from his little sister in the future. Ningxu took out a magic tool, try it. Put your hand on it. Yi Heyu put his little sister's hand on the magic tool. Ningxu glanced at it, she has spiritual roots, but they are mixed spiritual roots. Pentaspiritual roots. As long as she has spiritual roots, as long as she has spiritual roots. Yi Heyu rubbed his hands excitedly. Master, please accept my little sister as your disciple. We siblings are lonely and have no one to rely on. We will definitely treat Master like a mother and serve you. Yi Heyu kowtowed to Ningxu. Ningxu reached out her hand and patted Yi Heyu's shoulder. You have a glib tongue. Scholars are indeed different. Disciple is speaking the truth. Yi Heyu said sincerely. Accepting a disciple is not so casual. The path of cultivation is not easy. We will talk about accepting a disciple in the future. Ningxu waved his hand and took out the magic tool used by the sect to send messages to the sect. With her ability, if she could not do anything about it, then she would use the sect's power. While waiting for the sect's people to come, Ningxu taught the siblings how to draw spiritual energy into their bodies. In the meantime, he went to Broken Sword Mountain to see if there was anything strange about it. Then, Ningxu studied it for a long time, but he didn't find anything. Ningxu suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. It was just an ordinary mountain. If it was really an ordinary mountain, why couldn't she split it open? Moreover, even his spiritual power and divine sense had been devoured, which meant that this was not an ordinary thing. Ningxu kicked the stone wall, and as a result, his leg bones cracked. However, in front of Yi Heyu, his expression did not change. Yi Heyu asked, Master, do you also believe that there are treasures inside? Ningxu put on a serious face and gently swung his legs. Of course I do. Ningxu had used all kinds of methods, but he still couldn't do anything to these things. Moreover, Ningxu's qi had sunk into his dantian. He wanted to move the entire mountain, but it was useless. Cultivators could split mountains, move mountains, and fill seas. But now, she couldn't even move a mountain. How embarrassing, Yi Heyu, Master, why don't we head back? Yi Heyu looked at Ningxu and said, what's the point of competing with a mountain? If there is no way, then there is no way. Ningxu grabbed Yi Heyu's collar, threw him behind him, and flew away on his sword. Meiyu's body was much better. She stood at the door and looked around. When she saw the person flying in the air, she let out a cry. Ningxu steadily stopped. Brother, Master. Meiyu was also obedient. Her brother told her to call him Master, so she called him Master. Ningxu put away his sword and said to the two of them. You two also have to quickly draw in qi into your body. When the time comes, the Purple Sand Island will send people over. If you have a bit of strength, then you can follow behind and pick up some good things. Thank you, Master. Yi Heyu immediately cupped his hands and said. It was good that he had recruited a talent for the Purple Sand Island. Moreover, although Yi Heyu was a scholar, he was not stupid. Ningxu waved his hand at Yi Meiyu. Your aptitude is not as good as your brother's. I will teach you a new set of secret manuals. A peerless martial art did not care about aptitude or spirit root. Yi Meiyu looked at her brother. Yi Heyu immediately nodded. Yi Meiyu said, "Thank you, master." Ningxu guided the two children in their cultivation. Then, he calmed down and cultivated. During this time, Ningxu did not take any pills to calm the heart and concentrate the spirit. The resentment in his heart seemed to have disappeared. Ningxu did not think that it had disappeared. Her Tao heart had not been repaired at all. It was just that he did not have time to think about these things. His mood was calm. After waiting for more than 10 days, Ningxu finally waited for the people from the Purple Sand Island to come. Ningxu waited at the door. In the end, he saw Qiqing. Qiqing also brought his disciple. Ningxu, did the other people from the Purple Sand Island not do it on purpose? They had actually sent Qiqing. Qiqing slowly descended from his flying sword. He cupped his fists at Ningxu. "Junior sister, the sect master sent me to check on the situation here." Ningxu returned the gesture. "Okay. This is Elder Qi." "Hurry up and greet him," the two children behind Ningxu said. "Elder Qi." The two children were obedient. They did whatever Ningxu asked them to do. "Junior sister, these two children?" Qiqing raised his eyebrows. Ningxu smiled and said, "These two children have spirit roots." Qiqing nodded and took out 2 Dharma artifacts. "This is the peacock plume. It is suitable for girls. This is the red silk soft rattan spear. Take it. This is a gift from your uncle master to the younger generation." Ningxu smiled at the two children. From the beginning to the end, Ningxu ignored Yu Xian, who was standing beside Qiqing. "I can't afford to offend you, so I'll ignore you." Qiqing took the initiative to introduce his disciple. "This is Yu Xian, your senior sister. Get along well." "Senior sister." The two children bowed. Yu Xian grunted in acknowledgement. She seemed a little arrogant. Yi Heyu was fine, but Yi Meiyu seemed a little reserved. Yu Xian was dazzling, but she was wearing tattered clothes. As a girl, she was much more sensitive in this kind of comparison. "Senior brother, let me tell you the details." Ningxu brought the two into the house. The house was not luxurious. Yu Xian frowned but did not say anything. She took out a cushion from her mesen space and placed it on a stool before sitting down. Ningxu rolled her eyes and told Qiqing the details. Qiqing thought for a moment and asked, "Do you think there's something inside Broken Sword Mountain?" "It's because living souls have entered it. Ghosts sometimes find places to stay." "Maybe that mountain is just a place for ghosts to stay," Yu Xian said indifferently. "I'm talking to your master." "Why are you interrupting?" Ningxu said. "You are just a loser who thinks that you have found some treasure. Xianxia, if I can beat you up once, I can beat you up again." Yu Xian looked at Ningxu as though she was a clown who was jumping up and down. Xuan's words were very rude, which shocked the two children. Yi Heyu frowned and looked at Yu Xian. Yi Meiyu shrank back a bit, probably because she had never seen such a strong girl. Due to the rejection and comparison between the same sex, Yi Meiyu was suppressed by Yu Xian. "Even in terms of strength, I have more authority than you. Don't talk about seniority. Seniority is just an illusory thing." Yu Xian said coldly. Ningxu smiled, "Okay, you say it, I won't say it." Qiqing was a bit helpless. "You child." Ningxu said, "Junior sister, tell us about the situation at Broken Sword Peak." "You say it." Ningxu said to Yi Heyu. Compared to his sister, Yi Heyu's performance was remarkable. Yi Heyu cupped her hands and told Qiqing about the situation at Broken Sword Peak. Yi Heyu followed Ningxu a while ago and learned about the situation from Ningxu. Yi Heyu didn't hide anything, because her master said that if there was really something good, they could follow behind and pick up some good stuff. Qiqing thought for a bit, that's a bit strange. But if there really is something strange, why hasn't anyone discovered it for so long? Qiqing said. According to the locust-like temperament of cultivators, if there really was something good, how could it be left behind until now? Elder, it's because we're remote and desolate here. Not a single person comes to the village all year round. Yi Heyu said. Okay, we should go take a look at the situation now. Qi flew on his sword and Yi Yuxian followed her master. Ningxu put the two children on his flying sword and followed the two in front of him, flying towards Broken Sword Peak. Broken Sword Peak was very obvious in the whole forest, standing tall in the forest. Everyone stopped around the Broken Sword Peak. Qi released his powerful divine sense, but his divine sense was absorbed by the stone wall, not even a little bit was taken back. Qi nodded in surprise and used his flying sword to hack at the mountain, only leaving a few shallow white marks. What kind of stone is this? Qi touched the stone wall and carefully felt the stone wall, feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy. There are no spiritual energy fluctuations. I don't think it is a magic artifact, Qi said, shaking his head. Brute force definitely won't be able to break through the stone walls. Ningxu looked at the broken mountain peak. There was actually someone who could break through the entire mountain peak. How strong was that person? Master, let me give it a try. Yi Yuxian took out her Hui Bao and floated in the air. Ningxu took the two children and retreated, waiting for Yi Yuxian to show her might. Yi Yuxian pulled her bow into a full moon shape. The arrow was very powerful, and the friction between the arrow and the air created a whistling sound. With a ding sound, the arrowhead sunk into the stone wall. However, it was only the arrowhead that had sunk into the wall. The body of the arrow continued to tremble. Yi Yuxian frowned. That shouldn't be the case. Her Hui Bao was extremely powerful. It should be able to pierce through the entire mountain. Moreover, she cultivated the Shinto Dao. Compared to ordinary cultivators, the Shinto Dao was much more powerful. Ningxu smacked his lips. She had already used all kinds of methods, but she was still unable to break through the sword peak. Yi Yuxian saw Ningxu's expression. He seemed to be very disdainful. She immediately aimed the arrow at Ningxu. She pulled the bow fully. If her fingers were to let go, the arrow would turn her into minced meat. The huge force would cause people to explode. Yi Yu stood in front of Ningxu and cupped his hands towards Yi Yuxian. Senior sister, what is the meaning of this? Ningxu looked at Yi Yu who was standing in front of him. He was not even as tall as her. Did he really think that he could block Yi Yuxian's arrow? Ningxu pushed Yi Yu behind him and looked at Yi Yuxian. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I can't break through the mountain peak. Then can you? Yi Yuxian looked down at Ningxu from above. When did I say I could break it? Ningxu was expressionless. He was simply speechless. Okay, stop messing around. Qi stood in between Yi Yuxian and Ningxu. He was afraid that the two would have a conflict. Ningxu was a bit speechless. Why was Yi Yuxian paying attention to him? They tried all kinds of methods, but seeing that the sky was already dark, they could only return home. Back at the thatched hut, everyone was silent. There were only a few benches in the house. Ningxu and Qi sat on them while the two children stood. Ningxu said, "Find a clean place to sit down." "Yes, master." Yi Yu nodded and sat down with his sister. Qi said, "Although this sword peak is rare, the world is big. There are many rare things. Even us cultivators are frogs at the bottom of the well. If we can't break it, others can't either." Yi Yuxian felt that this mountain peak was somewhat familiar. She felt that she had seen it somewhere before. Yi Yuxian frowned, trying to recall where she had seen this mountain peak before. That's right. Yi Yuxian slapped her thigh. She seemed to have this mountain peak in her senfu. Moreover, it seemed to be the upper part of this mountain peak that was cut off. It was in her senfu. No wonder it looked familiar. What was the connection between the two? Yi Yuxian decided to investigate the origin of this mountain in her senfu. She also wanted to know why the upper part of this mountain appeared in her senfu. Who moved it here? Ningxu looked at Yi Yuxian's expression and frowned. This opportunity couldn't be Yi Yuxian's, right? Looking at Yi Yuxian's expression, it must be related to Yi Yuxian. Anyway, Yi Yuxian must have the key to the treasure. Ningxu didn't say a word. It would be best if it could be opened. The thing that they found with great difficulty might fly away and become someone else's opportunity. Yi Yuxian said to Qi, "Master, I want to go out for a while." Qi wasn't worried. Yi Yuxian was very strong. He nodded and said, "Be careful." Come back early. If something happens, crush the jade pendant. I will rush over. Xianxia nodded and went out. She rode on her flying sword and disappeared into the darkness. Ningxu looked at the direction Xianxia disappeared. Xianxia couldn't have gone to Broken Sword Mountain, right? Did Xianxia find a solution? She was going to take the entire Broken Sword Mountain. If she followed behind, she wouldn't even get to eat dirt. If that was the case, Xianxia would be strong again. It didn't matter if she was strong. If she really took it all, Ningxu would curse in his heart. Ningxu couldn't sit still anymore. He prepared to go to Broken Sword Mountain to take a look. You two stay here. I will be back soon. Ningxu said to the two children. Yihayu immediately said, Master, be careful. Ningxu nodded and flew towards Broken Sword Peak. Seeing this, Qiqing also followed. Ningxu hurried to Broken Sword Mountain. In the end, Broken Sword Mountain was still gone. Ningxu jumped down from the sword and looked at Xianxia in bewilderment. Where did Broken Sword Peak go? Ningxu asked Xianxia. Such a huge mountain was taken away, Xianxia must be able to pierce through the sky. It just disappeared. Xianxia shrugged casually, but there was an unconcealable smile on her face. She was very confident and answered Ningxu's question half-heartedly. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu couldn't help but want to beat his chest. Oh my god, my inner demon is acting up. Soon after, Qiqing also arrived. He was very surprised as he looked at the disappeared Broken Sword Peak. Where is the mountain? Master, I don't know. When I arrived, the mountain was already gone. I suspect that someone moved it away. Ningxu's face was expressionless. He carried a huge mountain and disappeared in an instant. Are you kidding me? Obviously, Qiqing wasn't an idiot. This Broken Sword Peak wasn't that easy to carry away. With the strength of the three of them, they couldn't move it. Moreover, Qiqing believed that his strength wasn't weak, but he couldn't even move an inch of the mountain. Someone who suddenly appeared and ran away carrying a huge mountain? Really? Qiqing didn't believe it. Xianxia couldn't help but say, Master, don't you believe me? What do you think I can do to a mountain? Qiqing felt that although his disciple's strength was not bad, it was still impossible for her to make a mountain disappear. Ningxu really wanted to smash Qiqing's head with a hammer. It was obviously Xianxia. If it wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? Ningxu didn't feel good. Do you want to chase? Xianxia asked Qiqing. Qiqing looked at the dark surroundings. It was night time. Where could he find it? How could he explain to the sect master that the mountain disappeared? Ningxu was even more expressionless. Where could he find it? Xianxia was really interesting. There are no traces left, and it's not easy to follow. Do you have any clues? Qiqing asked Xianxia. Xianxia was the first to arrive. Xianxia shook her head. It disappeared when I came here. I don't know how it disappeared. Qiqing couldn't help but want to scratch his head. Even if he saw a ghost, it wouldn't be so bizarre. Ningxu clutched his chest. Io. My heart's devil is acting up. I didn't even see what was inside before it disappeared. Xianxia took it away. If this thing could be taken away by the ring, she would have done so long ago. This feeling of working for someone else and not even getting paid for it was really F***king annoying. Ningxu said, maybe someone took it away with a mess in space. Otherwise, there's no way to explain the sudden disappearance of the mountain and the fact that you were the only one there. You suspect that I took it away. Which eye of yours saw me take it away? You have to be responsible for what you say. Xianxia frowned. How can you say that I took it away just based on your assumption? Is there something wrong with your brain? If there's something wrong with your head, don't open your mouth and speak nonsense. Xianxia looked at Ningxu fearlessly. She had already kept the item in the senfu, and these people would not be able to find it. Forget it, stop messing around. Since there's no evidence, then stop messing around. Qiqing said. Ningxu just wanted to roll his eyes. Qiqing only knew how to say, forget it, stop messing around. Ningxu felt a little annoyed. I've already informed the sect. Now that the item is gone, and it disappeared after the two of you came. How are we going to explain this to the sect? the item is gone. What can we do? In the end, you're still suspecting that I took the mountain away. What a fool's dream. Why don't you just say that the item went to heaven? Xianxia said arrogantly. Since ancient times, treasures had always belonged to the capable. Ningxu looked at Xianxia silently. I think you're the one who went to heaven. Alright, stop messing around. Qiqing said again. Ningxu said directly, other than saying stop messing around, can't you say something else? Even if you're not annoyed, I'm annoyed. What's the use of this nonsense? What's the solution? Ningxu knew what Xianxia was planning. She was just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. She had nothing to do with Ningxu, so she could secretly get rich. But this item was reported to the sect by her, so it belonged to the sect. Most importantly, Xianxia didn't even want to let anyone else have a taste of it. She wanted to swallow everything by herself. Why are you messing around with my master? It's not like she took it away. If you suspect her, I suspect you. According to your logic, everyone here is a suspect. Xianxia protected her master. Ningxu just laughed. What's the use of being angry? Since we're all suspects, then let's go back to the sect and accept the sect's investigation. This item belongs to the sect now. I was the one who reported it. Whoever takes it is a thief. A thief who steals without asking. Look at you. You're saying that my master and I are thieves. Show me the evidence. Xianxia said coldly, if I can hit you once, I can hit you twice. Don't jump around like a clown. Io, this temper of mine. Ningxu put his hands on his waist, I'm jumping around. Now we're talking about Broken Sword Mountain. I suspect that Broken Sword Mountain is actually the ruins of an ancient Shinto sect. There wasn't only one ancient Shinto sect. Just like how there were many immortal sects now, it's just that no one knew why they declined. Some Shinto techniques weren't something that current immortal cultivators could break. One was an immortal cultivator, the other was a god cultivator. There was no comparison. When Ningxu said that Broken Sword Mountain was the ruins of a Shinto sect, Xianxia's face flashed with a hint of strangeness. But it disappeared in an instant. Ningxu had been paying attention to Xianxia. When he saw that fleeting expression, he was almost certain that Xianxia really took the item away. She couldn't be compared to someone with cheats. A Shinto sect? Qiqing's expression turned serious. If it was really a Shinto sect, then whether it was the secret manuals, pills, or weapons of the Shinto sect, they were all things that immortal cultivators of this era yearned for even in their dreams. Maybe a pill could change one's foundation. A secret manual could create an expert. Moreover, there were all kinds of treasures from ancient times. You can't be sure that it's something from an ancient Shinto sect. If it really was, would you even be able to find it? Xianxia sneered, don't exaggerate things too much. How big is this world? No one can pat their chest and guarantee that they know everything. Ningxu patted his chest. This was a classic example of acting innocent after getting a bargain. Did she think that others couldn't do anything to her? Did she think that the item was in her senfu and no one else could do anything about it? It was so frustrating to deal with such a person. He couldn't beat her and couldn't do anything to her. He was about to explode on the spot. Ningxu chanted the clear heart incantation in his heart to suppress the irritation in his heart. This feeling was due to the remnant thoughts entrusted to him. A cultivator's divine sense was strong. Even if he died, there would still be remnant thoughts in his body. Ningxu inhaled and exhaled again. I don't know if this mountain is the ruins of a Shinto sect, but it's never wrong to study such things. Now that it has disappeared, what do you think we should do? Ningxu spoke to Qiqing and didn't want to talk to Xianxia. I can't afford to offend you. I won't talk to you. What do I do? Qiqing almost fainted from Ningxu's words. How would he know what to do? Now that the thing was gone, he said, just say it directly. Oh, a mountain has disappeared. Do you think the sect master will believe it? Ningxu was expressionless. After all this talk, you just think that I took it. Xianxia drew her bow fully and pointed the arrow at Ningxu. Show me the evidence. Otherwise, I won't let you slander me like this. You just want to take revenge and push all the blame on me. My bad temper. Ningxu said directly, shoot if you have the ability. Shoot. Xuan's expression turned cold. She pulled the string of the Hui Bao to its fullest and shot an arrow at Ningxu. Ningxu spun his body and dodged the arrow. The arrow turned around and flew back at Ningxu. Ningxu's expression was serious. He took out his flying sword. The arrow and the sword collided. The flying sword was directly broken by the Hui Bao. The arrow went straight for Ningxu's forehead. Ningxu grabbed the arrow. His hand felt like it was splashed with hot oil. Ningxu was sent flying in the air by the arrow. The arrow was extremely fast. Ningxu's face was ferocious from the strong wind. Ningxu was speechless. Xian looked indifferently at Qiqing, who was flying around in the sky, and said helplessly, "You little girl, don't be naughty. She's still your martial aunt. Don't embarrass your elders like this." Qiqing ignored Ningxu, who was flying around in the sky, and lectured his disciple. Xian crossed her arms. She's acting like an elder. She's targeting me because I defeated her previously. That's why she's holding a grudge against me. She's trying to frame me. Don't tell me you won't allow her to hate you? Qiqing said helplessly. That's why I have to beat her until she's scared of me. In the future, she'll take a detour whenever she sees me. She won't dare to come and find trouble with me. As Xian spoke, she took out another arrow and aimed it at Ningxu, who was flying in the air. The corners of Xuan's mouth curled up slightly. She seemed to be very scheming. She had just gotten something good and was in a good mood. She was going to teach this talkative woman a lesson. She always wanted to splash dirty water on her. Today, she would teach this woman a lesson. She deserved to die because she was weak. She didn't want to spout nonsense. Ningxu turned around and saw Xian aiming at him. It seemed like she wanted to kill him. Ningxu grabbed the arrow with both hands and forced it to stop. Xian smiled. She loosened her grip on the bow and the arrow flew towards Ningxu. Ningxu's hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes reflected the arrow that was flying towards him. Ningxu took in a deep breath and threw the arrow in his hand towards the arrow that was flying towards him. The arrow was covered with the energy of a peerless martial art. The two arrows collided. With a ding sound, both arrows fell to the ground. Using one's own spear to attack one's shield. Xuan's expression didn't change. She took out another god equipment. It was a sword. The hilt of this sword was decorated with luxurious patterns. The moment the sword appeared, the air vibrated with sword sounds. It was filled with sword energy. How despicable. An endless stream of god equipment. Ningxu searched his body. He didn't find any good equipment. Of course, it couldn't be compared to Xuan's. Xuan's senfo had all sorts of weapons. She had all 18 types of weapons and all of them were god equipment. Damn it. How was he going to fight? But why not fight? Even if he had to die, he would fight. If he really couldn't, he would die together with her. Xian held her sword and faced Ningxu. Xian drew a beautiful sword flower. Ningxu attacked. Ningxu took down the red satin bell on his waist. It was a piece of red silk with 2 bells tied to each end. This was a pretty good equipment. The person who commissioned it was also looking for a destiny equipment. However, he didn't find a suitable one. The divine sword in Xuan's hand slashed out a sharp sword chi, directly cutting Ningxu's red silk bell in half. Ningxu, damn it. If it was a natal dharma artifact, it would definitely vomit blood if it was cut in half like this. Without a weapon to protect himself, Ningxu wanted to fight with Xuan's god equipment with his bare hands. He didn't feel good. Ningxu sank his chi into his dantian and released a stream of chi force. It was a dragon-shaped chi force. The dragon-shaped energy rose from Ningxu's back. A spiritual energy dragon roared towards the sky. It looked very lifelike and its eyes seemed to have spirituality. Xian frowned. She looked at the monster that was charging towards her. It looked like a dragon, but it also looked like a demonic beast. Xian didn't dare to be careless. She slashed out a strong sword energy and broke the spiritual energy water dragon in half. Ningxu pointed with his finger. The water dragon that was cut in half returned to its original form. It roared silently and charged towards Yushan. Yushan glanced at Ningxu, who was floating in the air. You are more capable than before. But it is still not enough. Yushan slashed out a few more sword energy and cut the energy dragon into pieces. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders and released more spiritual energy. The spiritual energy dragon that was cut in half recovered and was even bigger than before. Interesting. Yushan said calmly. She looked at the huge spiritual energy dragon and pursed her lips. She kept her sword and took out a bottle. She opened the bottle and a thick flame poured out. The moment the flame touched the dragon-shaped energy, it started to burn brightly. It wanted to burn the spiritual energy to nothing. This is the Xianxia true fire. It can burn everything in the world, including spiritual energy. Yushan said calmly. She took out another bottle. This is the Red Lotus karmic fire. It uses the 7 emotions and 6 desires of all living things as fuel. The more sins one commits, the stronger the fire will be. Yushan took out another bottle. This is the 9 heavens godly wind fire. It can burn everything. It is similar to wind, but it is also fire. It can burn everything. Everything that it blows past will turn into nothingness. Ningxu, wow, so powerful, so many treasures. Ningxu felt that the spiritual energy water dragon was about to be burned to nothing. Furthermore, she couldn't retract her spiritual energy. Otherwise, the fire would touch her body. This time, Ningxu was convinced. One type of fire was enough, but he even took out 3 types of fire. Moreover, the flames Yushan took out were stronger than the previous ones. Especially the 9 heavens godly wind fire, they were usually in the air. This bottle could combine the 9 heavens godly wind fire, it was also a treasure. Who knew if it was real? The spiritual energy in the air was being burned by the Xianxia true fire and was almost burnt to ashes. Ningxu and Yushan stood facing each other. Yushan played with the bottle in her hand, which contained all kinds of flames. If Ningxu casually touched any kind of flame, even her soul would be incinerated in the end. Ningxu let out a long breath. Yushan curled her lips, looking noble and cold. Do you feel powerless? No matter what you do, it will be useless. Yes, very powerless. It was not powerless against Yushan, but against a Shinto sex foundation. She was dealing with a Shinto sex foundation. Yushan had all kinds of cheats. What the F***ck, alright, stop messing around. Qiqing rubbed his forehead. Seeing that his disciple was strong and had treasures, he felt gratified but also speechless. This temper. But he could not do anything to her in the future. Only others would suffer, no one would bully her. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Stop messing around. Qiqing was online again. Every time, he would say stop messing around. This attitude was really annoying. It's useless even if you fight like this. Qiqing said. Since there are no more things, let's go back to the sect. Ningxu snorted and turned to leave. Qiqing looked at Yushan and said, don't take these things out in the future. It will attract people's attention and make them jealous. Master, are you jealous? Yushan asked. Although she was facing her master, Yushan was still a straightforward person. Qiqing choked and said helplessly, I am your master. I won't covet my disciples' things. Keep these things well. If you have the ability, I, as your master, will also be proud. Thank you, master. Although Yushan said this, she didn't take it to heart. She had a lot of pills and artifacts, so she didn't need to hide them. If she didn't use them, then they would lose their effect. Ningxu returned to the thatched cottage. Yihayu was waiting for Ningxu. Yimayu was already sleeping in the inner room. Yihayu hurriedly poured tea for Ningxu. Seeing that Ningxu's expression was not good, he asked, Master, did something happen? Ningxu drank a bowl of water and calmly said, Broken sword peak is gone. Oh. At first, Yihayu didn't react to what Ningxu said, and then asked, "What, Jian Duanfeng disappeared?" "Yes, they disappeared." Ningxu supported his chin and looked at the master and disciple who walked into the room. Qiqing said, "We'll return to the sect tomorrow morning." Ningxu didn't have any opinion. He originally came out to travel and found 2 disciples. It wasn't easy for him to have a fortuitous encounter, but in the end, it was all for someone else. Ningxu still didn't understand how Yixian took away such a big mountain. Yixian saw that Ningxu was staring at him and narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Do you want to fight?" Ningxu smiled, "Sure." Alright, stop messing around." Qiqing felt a headache. Stop messing around, this expert must be here to be a joke. However, Qiqing's strength was very strong, so he usually didn't fight. Every time, it's your disciple who fights first. I hope your disciple can defeat everyone in the world. Your disciple is the strongest, no one can defeat Yixian. Yixian sneered, appearing to be very disdainful, "Even if I can't defeat everyone, I can still defeat you." Ningxu smiled, "So what if you defeat me? I'm just a nobody." Yixian ignored Ningxu and looked at a corner of the room. She didn't even look at Ningxu. Yiheyu felt that the atmosphere was awkward and oppressive, so he said, "Master, do you want to take a rest?" Ningxu nodded and transmitted a message to Yiheyu, "Don't provoke Yixian." Yiheyu was still a rookie and hadn't matured yet. Yixian could kill Yiheyu with a single breath. Moreover, Yiheyu wasn't a cheater. When Yiheyu heard Ningxu's message, his expression didn't change as he said, "Master, you can go and squeeze with sister." Ningxu nodded. Yiheyu then said to Qiqing, "Disciple's family is poor. Elder Qi, please rest in disciple's room." "No need." The sun would rise after sitting down. There was no need to rest. Yiheyu didn't say anything else and diligently sat at the door. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Her dragon-shaped qi force was burned away by the fire, and she didn't manage to recover even a little bit of spirit qi. Now he needed to cultivate or he wouldn't be able to fight back against Yixian. What Yixian showed now was just a drop in the ocean. Who knew what else was coming? One moment it was a bow, the next it was a sword. Would it be a saber or some other god tool? The entire Purple Sand Island probably couldn't compare to Senfu's foundation. How could it compare to a Shinto sect, and now Yixian got Broken Sword Mountain? Who knew what other treasures there were inside? If Yixian were to obtain another Divine Tao sect's treasure trove, then Yixian would simply ascend to heaven. As Ningxu cultivated, she felt uneasy in her heart. She took out a pill that could calm her heart and spirit and ate it. He hadn't eaten this in a while. Now he had to eat it again. Even if he didn't want to, he had to be entangled. Ningxu felt that the heavens wanted to anger him to death. The things he found were directly taken away by Yixian. It was all Yoshuan's luck. He didn't even give you a mouthful of soup. Anger you to death, anger you to death. You can't beat him, so you want to steal his things. If you have the ability, then go and seek death. K, Ningxu smiled. I'm not angry at all, not angry. The next morning, everyone was ready to go back to Purple Sand Island. The 2 siblings were very nervous. They were about to start a new life and go to a strange place. Yiheyu held the bird egg and protected his sister. He stood behind Ningxu and soared in the sky. Below them, there was an unbroken chain of mountains. It was an eye-opener for them. Being an immortal, free and unfettered. Yixian glanced at the egg in Yiheyu's hand. Then, she retracted her gaze and looked back. Ningxu said, "Give the egg to Master. When we return to Orchid Mountain, Master will give it to you." Why was Yixian, who had countless treasures, looking at the egg? Yiheyu didn't say anything and gave the egg to Ningxu. Ningxu put the egg in his space. Yixian arrogantly looked away. What egg? She just felt that the egg was a bit strange and looked at it a bit more. Petty, afraid that someone would steal it. Yixian saw how stingy Ningxu was. She kept the egg as if someone wanted to snatch it from her. How stingy. She had everything she wanted except for an egg. She had a basket of such eggs in her senfu. It was just that after a long time, these eggs had spoiled. Thus, when she saw the egg that showed signs of movement, she took a second look and kept it. Xianxia was filled with disdain. She increased her speed and flew to the front. Ningxu ignored Xianxia's disdain. My disciples' things are always like this. I just don't want to show you. Why? It's not like I ran in front of you and opened your pocket to see what's inside. Master. Yihayu called out to Ningxu. Ningxu grunted, what's wrong? Yihayu wanted to say something, but she did not open her mouth. Ningxu focused on controlling the flying sword. The master and disciple in front ran very fast. Ningxu leisurely followed behind. This was the first time the two disciples flew so far. What if they fainted? They flew slowly. However, he could not let the two people in front run away. Ningxu arranged an enchantment around the two disciples to prevent them from falling down. After flying for more than 3 days, they finally reached the surface of the sea. This was the first time the two siblings saw such a vast sea. In an era where transportation was difficult, how many people could walk out of their houses and look at the scenery outside? It was time-consuming and dangerous, especially in a world with so many mountain spirits. Brother, there are so many fish. Huge fish. Yimayu pointed below and exclaimed. She was so excited that her face was red. Some of them are demonic beasts. They eat humans and attack people who pass by the sea. Ningxu said. Yihayu's eyes were dazzled. Looking at the vast sea, her heart was filled with pride. Master, in the future, can I go anywhere I want? As long as you have cultivation, you can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Your divine sense can roam the world and reach the void. There is no place in the world that you can't go. Ningxu said. Immortal cultivators looked at mortals as if they were snails. They were slow, had short lifespans, and were weak. How nice. Yihayu took a deep breath and exclaimed as if he could smell the salty and wet ocean. The world had suddenly become incomparably vast, and their destinies had also changed. They no longer needed to hide in a small ravine, and an even vaster world had appeared. Excitement, shock, and irrepressible. Yihayu looked at Ningxu, who was flying on his sword in front of her. It was her master who had changed her fate. Yihayu smiled. He would become a person with a long lifespan, an immortal who could fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. He would become one of those immortals who only existed in books. Seeing the purple sand island from afar, Yimayu asked, Master, is that where we live? What a beautiful color. That's right. In the future, you will be cultivating with me. There are many senior and junior brothers there, as well as dignified elders. There are many things to learn. Ningxu said, don't be nervous. There are like-minded people who pursue the immortal Tao. No matter what they do, it's all for the sake of strength. Greater strength. Scheming and scheming were all for the sake of strength. Understood, Master. Yimayu said with a smile. Ningxu directly flew back to his own orchid garden peak and said, this is where we will live in the future. You guys find a room to stay in. Later, there will be an attendant who will bring you the disciples' clothes. I am going to find the sect master to clarify the matter of Broken Sword Peak. If there is anything, just tell the attendant. If there is anything, just say it. You are now considered an immortal cultivator, so there is no need to feel inferior. Especially Mayu, don't be timid. The secret manual that Master gave you is not inferior to any other secret manual. Cultivate well, and you will be stronger than your brother. Ningxu patted Yimayu's shoulder. Yes, Master. Yimayu was confused. She seemed to understand Ningxu's words, but she also did not understand. Compared to Yihayu, Yimayu did not seem to feel that her fate had changed. Yihayu's spirit was different. Her eyes were shining, filled with fighting spirit. Master, you go. Yihayu said. Ningxu flew back to the main hall. When he arrived, Qiqing and Xianxia were already inside. Sect Master, Junior Sister is here. This matter is like this, you can ask Junior Sister. Qiqing said. I just came in, how would I know what you said, Senior Brother? Please repeat it again, Ningxu said indifferently. Xianxia suddenly frowned. Was this woman deliberately looking for trouble? Sect Master said. The mountain directly disappeared. Ningxu took out a jade slip and said, I have engraved the specific image in this jade slip. What the mountain looks like, it is all inside. The jade slip flew into the sect master's hand. His spirit sense entered the jade slip and checked it. Then, his expression became a bit speechless. Such a big mountain suddenly flew away? Qiqing also very helplessly said, in fact, it disappeared. Sigh, it seems that this thing should not be obtained by our Purple Sand Island. Sect Master also had no choice. Sometimes, things like opportunities really made people very helpless. Eoshuan's lips curled up. When she had time, she would study the sword Broken Mountain and see what it was. When she went to the Senfu to look for information, there would definitely be a way to solve it. Moreover, half of it was cut off in the Senfu. The previous Shinto sects would definitely have records of it. You guys have worked hard. Go back and rest. Sect Master took the lead to leave. He was going to cultivate. Qiqing and Ningxu said, it seems that we worked hard for nothing. Ningxu grinned, yes, nothing. Ningxu looked at Yuxian, you are glowing. Looking at you, it feels like a treasure has fallen from the sky. Yuxian indifferently looked at Ningxu, what do you want to say? Why do you have to provoke me? What's wrong with you? Ningxu took a deep breath, I am the cheap one, you are the cheap one. Stop fooling around. This is the main palace. Are you guys going to fight? Qiqing was really helpless. He patted the back of his disciple's head, let's go back. Only then did Yuxian leave. If this kind of flea kept jumping around, then she could only kill it. Ningxu left the main palace and flew back to Lanyuan Mountain. The two children had already cleaned up and looked like models. Ningxu told the two children some things to take note of when cultivating. Then, he introduced the situation of Purple Sand Island to them. Then, he let them cultivate and set up a spirit gathering array in each of their rooms. Ningxu said to the two children, soon, it will be the sect's young disciple competition. Every mountain will send out a strong disciple. This year, you two should participate as well. Take it as a chance to see the world. However, a mystic realm is about to open. If you get a good result in the competition, you can go to the mystic realm. This mystic realm can only be entered by cultivators below Golden Core. Yiheyu roughly understood what Ningxu meant and asked, Master, do you want me to win the sect competition and then go to the mystic realm? Every sect had a place for disciples to cultivate, fight monsters, and pick up treasures. Ningxu said, when did I ask you to go to the mystic realm? I just want you to see the world. You don't have to win. The mystic realm opens once every 10 years. At a certain time, the enchantment will weaken. Yiheyu was speechless. So what do you mean, Master? Yiheyu was a little confused. I just want to tell you some things. Cultivate well and get to know your fellow disciples. Ningxu said, you're just going through the motions. Just go up and join in the fun. Don't give yourself pressure. Yiheyu, yes, I understand. Yiheyu was looking forward to the sect competition. As for whether he could go to the mystic realm, Yiheyu could only hope. It would be best if he could go, but if he couldn't, then forget it. Ningxu also sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. His hand stroked his chin. Eoshuan's trump cards were endless. Just the 9 heavens divine wind fire could burn everything in the world. No matter what it was, it could burn everything. Moreover, it was like a gust of wind that could burn mountains and rivers. Ningxu didn't think that the bottle contained such a thing. Wasn't that bottle burned by the 9 heavens holy wind fire? This kind of fire couldn't be trapped. Or was there an array in the bottle? Any random object thrown out would be enough to blast her to smithereens. What would other mission enforcers do if they were in her shoes? Anyway, Ningxu was a little numb now. Wait for this mystic realm. Ningxu ate an elixir and began to cultivate. Ningxu also stopped running to Qiqing's mountain peak and didn't exchange any insights. Ningxu took a deep breath, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Why did he feel like he was going to give birth? Ningxu set up a spirit gathering array to absorb spirit chi and star energy, but she couldn't absorb the fiery sun energy, because the fiery sun energy was too violent. Right now, she already had a feeling of being possessed by the devil. If she absorbed the fiery sun energy, it would be like roasting herself on a fire. Ningxu was cultivating hard, and so were his two disciples. Yihayu was especially serious. Yimayu was young and ignorant. She did whatever her master and brother told her to do. However, life now was better than before. She had beautiful and luxurious disciple clothes, and she had enough to eat and wear warm clothes. However, this little lass was quite fond of her appearance. After returning to Purple Sand Island, Ningxu returned to her previous appearance. Cultivators rarely had ugly faces that could be slightly adjusted. Yimayu, this little girl, asked Ningxu, Master, can disciple grow to be as beautiful as you in the future? Cultivate well. When you are strong, don't talk about being as beautiful as me, even the #1 beauty in the cultivation world will do. However, you have to be very, very strong. Ningxu said directly. Since she liked to look pretty so much, he would use this as a goal. Yes, disciple will cultivate well. Yimayu lifted her skirt and jumped out of Ningxu's room. Yihayu cupped his hands in front of Ningxu, Master, sister is not sensible. Master, don't be angry. Everyone loves beauty. What is there to be angry about? However, beauty is just a surface. She will slowly understand in the future. Ningxu pointed to the praying mat, sit on it. Yihayu sat on the praying mat, and felt a strong spiritual qi from the praying mat rushing into his body. You can use this praying mat. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Ningxu said. Yihayu immediately stood up, thank you, Master. Ningxu checked Yihayu's cultivation situation again. Yihayu was now in the qi refining realm and had not built his foundation. With your talent, building your foundation is possible. You don't need to use any foundation building pills. Naturally, building your foundation is the best. Ningxu blessed Yihayu. Yihayu immediately nodded, I know, Master. Master, I have a question to ask. Ningxu nodded, go ahead. Yihayu thought for a moment and said, from the beginning of cultivation, disciple felt the spirit energy rush into disciple's body. When I am not cultivating, it is a bit slow. However, when I am cultivating, I absorb more spirit energy than sister. This disciple is a bit scared. Ningxu, I'm a bit scared too. Ningxu smiled and said, what's there to be scared of? People have all kinds of physiques. Some people's meridians are blocked and they can't cultivate for the rest of their lives. Some people's meridians are wider and smoother than ordinary people's. We cultivators also need to open up the blocked meridians in our bodies. Yihayu heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that something had happened to him. This is a special treatment given by the heavens. Cherish it and cherish it. Ningxu said with a smile, cultivation is to get rid of the false and retain the true. Don't get involved in karma easily. Don't wipe out an entire sect for no reason. The more vicious you are, the more difficult it will be to transcend the lightning tribulation. Ningxu accepted it with a smile. Master, who would wipe out an entire sect for no reason? Yihayu asked. Ningxu laughed, I'm just making an analogy. As for absorbing more spirit energy, don't go around telling others. You just have a few smoother meridians than others. It's nothing to be proud of. I'll remember. Yihayu heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a bad thing, it was good. Then can I reach foundation establishment before the sect competition? Yihayu asked Ningxu. Ningxu was expressionless. You don't have to deliberately reach foundation establishment. When it's time to break through, you'll break through. Be steady. I let you participate in the sect competition this time to let you broaden your horizons, not to be the champion. Don't underestimate anyone. The disciples in the sect cultivate longer than you, so relax. Let's go and watch the fun. Yihayu couldn't help but ask, Master, I'm the chief disciple of Orchid Mountain. Is this really okay? What's the problem? You can reach the heavens in one step. Master, you're joking. Yihayu's mouth twitched. Why are you so stressed? Don't compare yourself to others. A person's enemy is only themselves. Take your master for example. Wasn't he also beaten up by a junior? He admitted that he was inferior to others. Yi Heyu's mouth twitched even more. How should he respond to this? He suddenly felt that his master was a little sloppy. What he was most afraid of was the sudden silence. Yi Heyu cupped his hands. I'm going to cultivate now. Ningxu waved his hand. You may leave. The Great Sect competition proceeded as scheduled. Before the competition began, Ningxu bestowed 2 disciples with protective magic tools so that they wouldn't get injured as much as possible. Moreover, the other disciples participating in the competition would be given some Dharma artifacts by their masters. I won't let you down, master. Yi Heyu looked at the grand scene and couldn't help but feel his blood boil. What expectations? I don't have any expectations. Ningxu said, we're just here to watch the fun. Yi Heyu. What's wrong with my master? Does he not have any hope for me? Master, are you dissatisfied with me? Yi Heyu asked. Ningxu, where did that come from? What do you mean by dissatisfied with you? Back then, my father was a teacher. He requested that I read more books and know more than other children because I was the teacher's child, said Yi Heyu. Master, you didn't have any requests for me, so I felt uneasy. Ningxu, then you should learn more combat experience. Ningxu said. After the sect leader's grand and hot-blooded announcement, the competition began. There were several arenas, individual and group competitions. Ningxu had signed both children up, so Yi Heyu was a little conflicted. Master, I don't know anyone on Purple Sand Island, so I am unable to participate in this group competition. That's why you need to communicate with people. Go. Pikachu said. Yi Heyu felt that this master was a little deceitful. The competition began, and the elders of the various peaks sat on the high platform, watching the competition. This was to test the cultivation results of the disciples. Some elders talked to Ningxu, asking if Ningxu was looking for 2 disciples. Ningxu nodded, saying that he went out and found 2 disciples. The sect leader sat in the middle of the high platform excitedly, preparing to see the future pillars of the sect. The young disciples were the future of the sect, otherwise, the sect would definitely decline. Xianxia definitely had to participate in this competition, and she was basically defeated in one move. The sect leader on the high platform first praised, yeah, this disciple isn't weak, but then his face turned ugly. The disciples who went up were all defeated in one move. They were thrown down the moment they went up. After that, the sect leader and the elders of the various peaks all had faces like ashes. The disciples who went up against Xianxia all had the same fate. The sect leader supported his head with his hand, his elbow on the chair, tilting his head and looking at the arena expressionlessly. The elders couldn't bear to look at the competition on the arena. Ningxu was all smiles as he watched the match. He noticed that Yi Heyu had actually won 2 matches and was starting to feel rusty. However, he seemed to have entered the zone. However, the little girl, Yi Meiyu, didn't even last 1 round before she lost. She looked at Ningxu pitifully. Ningxu said directly, it's okay. Anyway, there were so many people who lost. Yi Heyu walked to Ningxu's side and called him master. Ningxu nodded. Not bad. You've exceeded my expectations. I have already browsed through the jade slips of Orchid Garden Peak. I have a rough idea of some of the sect's moves. My opponent used a move, but I knew how to counter it. I won by luck. Yi Heyu's face was covered in sweat as he smiled, revealing his teeth. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Not bad, not bad. For someone like Yi Heyu, even if he couldn't cultivate, he would probably have a great fortune in the secular world. A qilin is not a fish in a pond, it will transform into a dragon upon encountering a storm. Ningxu smiled and said, since that's the case, then work hard and try your best to increase the number of spots. That way, I will help you fight for more cultivation resources. Thank you, master. I will work hard. Yi Heyu's smile was brilliant. The youth was full of heroic spirit, like a young bamboo, growing strong and strong. Xianxia defeated several opponents in a row. This was the fastest competition. The other matches were in a stalemate. Xianxia stood on the stage, her hair tied into a ponytail that hung down to her waist. She was dressed in beautiful armor, outlining her beautiful curves. She was a proper goddess. She was valiant and had the beautiful curse of a woman. Yi Heyu whispered to Ningxu, senior apprentice Sister Yi is so strong. This was only the tip of the iceberg. Yixian still hadn't taken out her divine weapon. The sect leader said to Qiqing, your disciple is not bad. She was just a bit unruly and arrogant. Even the word a bit was used politely. Qiqing cupped his hands. Sect leader, this child's strength is not bad. However, her temper needs to be polished. Yes, it needs to be polished. The sect leader silently watched as Yixian kicked another disciple off the stage. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. This had almost become Yixian's personal show. It seemed that Yixian was aiming for the mystic realm. This mystic realm could only be entered by cultivators below the golden core realm. Those above the golden core realm would be expelled by the barrier. Ningxu silently looked at Yixian, who was the center of attention. No matter what, he had to trick this person. Yixian originally cultivated a divine Dao secret technique. Her strength wasn't weak. Although she hadn't formed her golden core yet, with the addition of her divine weapon and various methods and trump cards, early nascent soul realm cultivators might not be her match. Even if Yixian didn't use her divine weapon, none of these disciples would be her match. If they were at the same starting point, Yixian would have already led by a few rounds. She had left those at the same level far behind her. The group of disciples looked at the arrogant Yixian on the stage. They really couldn't do anything. They couldn't beat her, and she even made their senior brother vomit blood. It was really frustrating. Even Qiqing, as her master, couldn't stand it any longer. He said to Yixian, Yixian, take a break. Let the other disciples continue. Yixian was still respectful towards her master. She didn't even pant as she left the stage. She ignored the other disciples' disgusted, strange, and worshipful gazes. The competition continued. However, the elders on the stage didn't look good. They all looked like they were smeared with soot. Yi Heyu also participated in 2 matches. Luckily, he won. Ningxu couldn't help but ask, were you hiding your strength? This kid's strength couldn't be at the Foundation establishment realm, right? Plus, his meridians were unblocked. Ningxu thought about it carefully. It should be a trick. Yi Heyu attacked his opponent's weakness. Yi Heyu shook his head, Master, this is already my greatest strength. The future matches will get harder. I don't think I can continue. It's fine. You're not bad. Excluding those unlucky people who met Yixian at the beginning, you're still in the top 100. Ningxu relaxed his brows, let's do it step by step. Next match, Yixian from Changliang Palace Hall vs Yi Heyu from Lanyuan Peak. Yi Heyu had a helpless expression. It seemed like this was his last battle. Ningxu took out a jade pendant and let Yi Heyu hang it on his waist, there's a defensive array inside. Be careful. Don't be like your senior brothers and sisters. If you get injured, you'll have to be bedridden for half a month. It's not worth it. Yi Heyu hung the jade pendant on his waist and went up the stage. Ningxu looked at the 2 people on the stage. Ningxu was slightly worried that Yixian would kill Yi Heyu because of her. She was afraid that Yixian would destroy her cultivation path. The disciples below the stage shook their heads. Another person looking for death. He would be kicked off the stage again. Sigh, Yi Heyu was calm in front of Yixian. He even cupped his fists towards Yixian politely, Senior Sister Yi, please enlighten me. Yixian's expression was indifferent. Her movements were not slow and her aura was strong. In one move, Yi Heyu was knocked off the stage. Even the defensive array on Yi Heyu's body was broken. The jade pendant shattered. It was obvious how much strength Yixian used. With the protection array as a buffer, Yi Heyu spat out a mouthful of blood but was not seriously injured. He got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He cupped his hands and said, I lost. Then, he walked towards Ningxu. Brother, are you okay? Yi Meiyu hurriedly asked Yi Heyu. Yi Heyu shook his head. Yi Meiyu was about to look for Yixian angrily but was stopped by Yi Heyu. What are you doing? It's inevitable to lose in the arena. Furthermore, she beat up so many senior brothers and sisters. Those who fought with Xian all ended up the same. Xian did not expect Ji to be the one with the lightest injuries. It was probably because Xianxia stuffed all the good stuff into this disciple's hands. Master, I lost. Yi said. Ningxu said casually, it's okay. Against Xian, your master will also be beaten up. Yi was speechless. There was no suspense in the rest of the competition. Xian defeated all the opponents and won first place without any suspense. Ningxu transmitted a message to the sect master, who was expressionless. Sect master, don't let Xian enter the mystic realm. She was the one who took away the broken sword mountain. This person inherited an ancient divine Tao sect. If she controls the mystic realm, our Purple Sand Island's foundation will be destroyed. The sect master calmed himself down and looked at Ningxu. He transmitted a message to Ningxu and asked, have you investigated this thoroughly? She was definitely the one who took the broken sword mountain. It's best not to send her into the mystic realm. Ningxu said. Once she controlled the core jade token of the mystic realm would be hers. Although the mystic realm belonged to the Purple Sand Island on the surface, the island did not really control the mystic realm. They only let their disciples enter when the enchantment was weak to find treasures. People could not be lucky all the time, but there would be a rebound. Xian could not have no setbacks, but she could not die. The sect master was skeptical. Ningxu transmitted a message again, Sect master, please believe me. Xian did not cultivate the techniques of the Purple Sand Island. None of her moves are from the Purple Sand Island. She also has many divine weapons. The sect leader frowned, thinking hard, then why did she come to Purple Sand Island? Maybe it's because Purple Sand Island is a remote place, and it's in the middle of the sea, so it's looking for an opportunity to grow, Ningxu said. There had to be a transition. No matter how big this cheat was, Xian still needed to grow and cultivate. Otherwise, without strength, how could she wield a god equipment? How could she control a god equipment? The sect leader looked at Xian carefully, and realized that Xian had not used any of the moves of the Purple Sand Island, and his face turned ugly. The first place had been decided. The sect leader smiled. Not bad. The top 50 can all go to the mystic realm to cultivate. What you can bring out will depend on your luck. The first place will be rewarded with a magic artifact. You can choose whatever you want from the artifact refining room. The sect master said with a smile. It was impossible to tell that he had any complaints about Xian. Thank you, sect leader. Although Xian did not care about magic tools, the strength of this sect master made Xian feel a little pressured. However, as long as she had enough time, she would be able to defeat this sect master. The sect master was a person who had lived for hundreds of years. He would definitely be able to sense Xian's disdain. Moreover, Xian was the type of person who disdained to hide her emotions. Sect leader, this disciple was really unruly. Would she bring any trouble to the sect? The sect leader's heart was beating rapidly. He had a bad feeling. It must be that Xianxia from the Lan Yuan Peak had given him a psychological hint. Now that he saw Xian, he felt that Xian was developing in the direction of a jinx. The sect competition ended very quickly. Xian kicked one disciple after another, and the competition ended prematurely. Thinking back to the competition, there was only Xian, and nothing else. His heart ached for the disciples who were reduced to background characters. After the disciples left, the sect leader sent a message to Qiqing, asking him to bring Xian to the main hall. The sect leader sighed and said, this time, your disciple will not go to the mystic realm. Qiqing frowned. Why? As compensation, the sect will give some compensation. Heavenly treasures are fine. The sect leader said. Xian's face turned ugly. I am the first place. Why can't I go in alone? This is too unfair. She was the first place, but she was not allowed to go in. What kind of joke was this? Many thoughts flashed across Xian's mind. She felt like she was being targeted. In the entire Purple Sand Island, only that woman from Lan Yuan Peak had a grudge with her. She was definitely the one behind this and wanted to take revenge. I am the leader of Purple Sand Island. How can a junior be so rude to me and ask me why? Although I was annoyed, as an elder, I should show some magnanimity in front of a junior. You are strong and don't need to go to the mystic realm. Although your spot has been removed, you will still get what you deserve. The sect leader said nicely. She wasn't weak, and if she stayed on Purple Sand Island, she would be a pillar of Purple Sand Island in the future. Qiqing asked, Sect leader, why is it that only my disciple can't enter? There has to be a reason. You don't have to care about this. This is what the Grand Elder wants. The sect leader couldn't find a reason to drag in the Grand Elder, who was in secluded meditation. Qiqing frowned. Why would the Grand Elder pay attention to my disciple and not let her enter? Sect leader, you are being unfair. Moreover, my disciple is the first. What a random thing. Yixian also felt like the sect leader was finding an excuse to keep her here and not let her enter the mystic realm. Yixian asked sarcastically, then, who took my spot? Is it a disciple of Lan Yuan Peak? That woman pulled her down to pave the way for her disciple. Lan Yuan Peak didn't have a disciple in the top 50. The sect leader said coldly. Since when was it a junior's turn to point out the sect matters? She didn't care about her seniors. He watched Lan Yuan Peak's Xianxia grow up, and she was an elder. For a junior to look down on her like that, it made him feel really annoyed. This feeling was really King unpleasant, and it was obvious that this disciple was not on the same side as the Purple Sand Island. His own family was being bullied by an outsider. The barrier this year isn't stable and you are strong. If you enter, there will be problems. The sect leader said as he scanned the equipment on Yoshuan's body. With one look, the sect leader felt a little apprehensive. This set of clothes was clearly a Dharma artifact with extremely strong defensive capabilities. The shoes were also Dharma artifacts, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were very strong. The sect leader believed that this disciple wasn't simple. She might have really inherited a divine path sect. No matter what you say, you just won't let me enter the mystic realm. You are being unfair. Yixian felt like the sect leader was taking revenge for Xianxia and was making things difficult for her. Hitting the young caused the old to come. Both Qiqing and Yixian felt that something was amiss when the sect leader suddenly stopped Yixian from entering the secret territory. How could one not be allowed to enter just because they were strong? As for the Grand Elder, he was a person who rarely appeared. No one knew whether he had passed away or not. In any case, he rarely appeared. For such a small matter, he specially sent a message for a Foundation establishment disciple to enter the secret territory. Who was he trying to fool? In any case, Qiqing was an expert in the divine transformation realm. He was very unhappy that the sect treated his disciple like this for no reason. Sect leader, you can't do this. My disciple is clearly first place, but she can't enter the secret territory. How can she convince the others? At least, I'm not convinced now. The sect leader rubbed his brows. He was polite because of Qiqing, but Qiqing refused to budge. The sect leader even suspected that he was a useless sect leader. However, he knew that this reason couldn't stop Yixian from entering the secret territory. Up to you. If you want to go, then go. Restrain yourself inside. The boundary of the secret territory is fluctuating violently anyway. The sect leader waved his hand and dismissed the two. Yixian admitted that she was strong, but she wasn't strong enough to break the boundary of the secret territory. She could break the boundary of the secret territory with just a little bit of strength. Why couldn't she find a better reason? Qiqing brought Yixian out of the main hall and met Ningxu, who was leisurely walking over. In the blink of an eye, Ningxu flew in front of the two. What a coincidence, you guys are here too. Ningxu greeted with a smile. Yixian looked at Ningxu with disgust in her eyes. Ningxu was definitely behind this. Ningxu was still smiling. Yoshuan's appearance was as calm as the clouds and wind, but on the inside, she was filled with a vicious aura. Junior sister, why are you here? Qiqing asked with a bad expression. He obviously felt that Ningxu's appearance was too coincidental. It must be related to this matter. Junior sister, although my disciple's personality is a little spoiled, you can't do this because of principle. Qiqing said unhappily. You can even remove the first place spot. How can you not let her go just because you want to? you know that your disciple's personality is spoiled, Ningxu asked in confusion. What did I do? Please speak frankly. I'm a little stupid, so I can't guess what you want to say. Only your disciple is allowed to go to other people's mountains to provoke and beat them up. This is the same as going to other people's homes and giving them a big slap. You're talking to me about a matter of principle? What is a matter of principle? Elder Jiang, come in. The sect master's voice was loud and clear. Ningxu Qiqing cupped his hands. Sect master called for me. Yushan swallowed her anger. The most important thing now was to enter the secret realm. She would settle the score with this woman when she returned. Ningxu walked into the main hall and saw the sect master sitting on a chair. He asked, Yushan still wants to enter the secret realm. Ningxu knew that the sect master would compromise. After all, Qiqing was a spirit-severing stage expert, and he was also very famous on the Purple Sand Island. If Yushan really couldn't enter the secret territory, with her personality, she would have definitely fought with her at the entrance. She was strong and vengeful. Anyone who hurt her would have to pay back tenfold. Go. That Yushan is only a foundation establishment stage cultivator. What can she do? The sect master said. Ningxu sighed. Looks like your news is a little outdated. Don't you know that I was beaten up by Qiqing's disciple? The sect master, if he had some sense of shame, it would be easier to say such things. I'm worried about Qiqing. The sect master disappeared in a flash. Ningxu shrugged. What was going to happen would happen. Ningxu circled the entire Purple Sand Island and began to set up a formation. He was going to set it up when the battle started. No matter what, he couldn't let Yushan escape the Purple Sand Island. He wanted to get rid of Yushan completely before this calamity befell her. He told the sect master in advance so that he would know what to do. Breaking the mountain with his sword would only expose Yushan more thoroughly. When it was time to enter the mystic realm, the top 50 disciples entered the mystic realm. There were many good things in the mystic realm. Yiheyu looked at the entrance of the mystic realm with envy. Ningxu said, you'll definitely be able to enter next time. Yiheyu nodded. Ningxu said, Master, there's something I've always wanted to ask. Ningxu flicked his sleeves casually and turned to leave. Ask away. Yiheyu followed beside Ningxu. He glanced at Ningxu and asked, Master, you don't seem to get along well with senior sister Yi. Yiheyu was a person who took care of everything. Even now that Yushan had entered the mystic realm, Yiheyu still called her senior sister Yi and not her name. After the sect became big, many disciples, especially those who were kicked out of the arena by Yushan, were gritting their teeth. Ningxu was happy that Yiheyu was like this. No matter what he did, he would be in the right. Not only would he suffer a loss, but he would also gain a good reputation. Haven't you heard the other disciples talk about the matters between me and Yushan? Ningxu raised her eyebrows. Yiheyu touched the tip of his nose. But I've heard too many versions. I want to verify it with you. Ningxu nodded. So it's like this. I wanted to be her master's wife, but she looked down on me. I told her master to teach his disciple the ways of the world. Anyway, I angered her. She exploded and went to Lan Yuan Peak to beat me up. Yiheyu, Master, do you like men like Elder Qiqing? Yiheyu clicked his tongue. In the past, he had the halo of an expert and blinded me. Now, I don't like him that much. Ningxu said casually. My relationship with Yushan is basically impossible. It should be said that it's absolutely impossible. Yiheyu nodded. Ningxu looked at Yiheyu. Don't gossip about your master. Cultivate well and strive to enter the mystic realm next time. The premise was that the mystic realm was still there. During this period, Ningxu cultivated even harder. When he had nothing to do, he would strengthen the array formation. When Yushan came out, he would find a chance to attack her. This should be Yoshuan's biggest setback. Ningxu was prepared to hit her when she was down. Take your life when you're down. Endure it, almost the entire Purple Sand Island came out to deal with Yushan. She was an elder of Purple Sand Island. Of course, she had to do something for Purple Sand Island. Recently, Ningxu had been swallowing spirit energy like a whale. His dantian had formed a spirit energy lake. His dantian was divided into two. The lower part was the spirit energy lake, and the upper part was the vast starry sky. The starry sky was because he was absorbing the power of the stars. There was a lot of power of the stars in this world. After all, many demon beasts needed to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Yihayu and Yimayu would come over to ask about cultivation. Yihayu looked at Ningxu and asked, "Master, I feel that you've been serious and nervous recently. Did something happen? /html/book/39/39163/indextmal." Yihayu felt that his master seemed to have a lot of things on his mind. What happened? Yihayu asked Ningxu. Ningxu casually spread out his hands and said, "It's nothing big. People cultivate to communicate with heaven and earth, and can vaguely feel some things. In any case, something might happen to the sect recently." Could it be that something happened to the senior brothers and sisters who entered the secret realm? Yihayu thought for a moment and said, "I heard that the secret realm is the foundation of the sect. If something happened, the consequences would be very serious." That's right. Ningxu put his hand on his knee and tapped his fingertips. Cultivate well. If something really happened, it would be easier to deal with it. Ningxu let Yihayu cultivate. If something really happened, he hoped that Yihayu would be alive. Yihayu cupped his hands and left Ningxu's room. Ningxu thought for a moment, and flew to the main hall to find the sect master, and ask the sect master about the situation of the secret realm. "I sent people to guard the entrance of the secret realm. Nothing should happen. The Purple Sand Island has not been able to control the secret realm for so many years. She is just a foundation establishment stage cultivator, right? Did she snatch the secret realm?" In the end, the sect master did not have a direct experience of Yoshuan's strength. After all, the two of them had never fought. Ningxu just said, "I always pay attention to this disciple. This time I sent a message to the sect. I can basically confirm that the sword peak was taken away by a disciple, and she has an endless stream of spirit artifacts, all of which were refined by an ancient cultivation god. Do not underestimate her. I could not last more than 10 moves in her hands. She has a senfa that can take away a mountain, not to mention a secret realm's jade card." The secret realm had a jade card. Controlling the jade card was equivalent to controlling the entire secret realm. When one wanted to enter and leave, it was as easy as turning one's hand to kill someone in the secret realm. But the Purple Sand Island had not been able to control this thing for so many years, because only people with golden core stage cultivation and below could enter. If one's cultivation exceeded this level, they would be bounced out by the enchantment, so the sect could only rely on foundation establishment stage disciples to find the jade card, but the secret realm was full of dangers. To find the jade card, and relying on foundation establishment stage disciples, was basically impossible. But Yushian could do it. In any case, sect master, pay more attention to her. Ningxu flew around the entire Purple Sand Island. The Purple Sand Island had a sect protecting Grand Array. Together with her array formation, he hoped that they would be able to stop Yushian. When he returned to Lanyuan Peak, Yihayu was waiting at the door of Ningxu's room. He saw Ningxu land on the ground with a fleshy object in his hands. "Master, the eggshell broke and a chicken hatched." Ningxu looked at the bird in his hand. It had no feathers and was very ugly. It was crying out with its mouth open, waiting to be fed. Ningxu nodded and said, "Feed it some spirit fruits and give it some spirit chi when you're free." Disciple understands. "Master, is something the matter? You don't look too well." Yihayu asked. "Women, there are always 30 days a month when they don't like anything." Yihayu held the bird and left decisively. Ningxu returned to his room and cultivated slowly. The disciples had been in the mystic realm for a month and had encountered some opportunities. Many of them had been reborn. During this period, Ningxu hoped that his strength could increase so that he would be able to deal with the Yushin. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Ningxu and a group of elders stood behind the sect master, waiting for the mystic realm to open. But after waiting for a long time, the mystic realm slowly opened. In the end, only a dozen disciples came out. The sect master was dumbfounded. The elders behind him hurriedly searched for their disciples. 50 people went in and a dozen came out. Where were the rest? As soon as these disciples came out, those who were timid began to cry. Qiqing saw that Yuxian had returned. He heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "What happened?" "The mystic realm shook. Many people died," Yuxian said. The sect master's heart was bleeding. In the past, when they entered the mystic realm, they had never seen so many disciples die. Moreover, they didn't know what happened in the mystic realm. The sect master couldn't help but look at Ningxu. Ningxu asked Yuxian, "What happened in the mystic realm?" Yuxian, "I don't know either. In a daze, I was sent out of the mystic realm." Of course, Yuxian wasn't stupid enough to say that she took the jade token. Moreover, she had worked hard to get this jade token. "Sect master, I think we should inform the Grand Elder about this matter," Ningxu Chao said to the sect leader. "Out of the 50 disciples, only a dozen are left, and they are all the top disciples in the sect." Qiqing frowned. "We don't need to inform Grand Elder about this." Qiqing seriously suspected that Ningxu was going to drag Grand Elder out to avenge a personal grudge. Grand Elder's surname was Jiang and they came from the same family. Although they didn't like each other, they were still related. "This matter isn't serious?" Ningxu looked at Qiqing. "Don't tell me that in Grand Elder Qi's heart, those disciples who died are nothing?" Qiqing glanced at Ningxu. "I didn't mean that. You're the one who twisted my words. Some people can't be sure what they're thinking." "What do you mean what they're thinking? Just say what you want to say." Ningxu sneered. "Do you think that I called Grand Elder out to avenge a personal grudge? If Grand Elder was such a person, would he have become the Grand Elder of the sect? Some people live in the sect, but their hearts don't." Ningxu looked at Qiqing. "I'm talking about you. It's you. It's you. It's you who never cared about the sect." He picked up his bowl to eat, then put down his chopsticks to curse. Yuxian watched as Ningxu got into a conflict with her master. She wanted to pull out her sword and kill this clown. "Master, she was the one who took away the jade token of the mystic realm. Senior brother's soul was also taken away by the jade token." A disciple cried as he pointed at Yuxian. When this disciple said this, everyone looked at Yuxian in silence. Yuxian's face turned ugly. She looked at the complaining disciple with disgust. "Don't talk nonsense. What proof do you have that I took the jade token?" "You took it. In the mystic realm, senior brother who sent me a message and asked me to go to a cave. He said that there was a situation and that the jade token of the mystic realm had appeared. He asked me to go and help. When I arrived, those people were all dead. I hid at the side and saw you take the jade token." Although the disciple was scared and stuttering, he didn't look like he was lying. The sect leader and the elders of the various peaks looked at Yuxian. Even Qiqing asked Yuxian, "You really took the jade token?" Yuxian, /html/book/39/39163/indextmal. Yuxian thought that it was fine for her to take the jade token secretly, but she did not expect that there was a rat hiding at the side. "I didn't take it." Yuxian immediately acted shamelessly. After all, this item was in the Senfu, no one else could take it. Moreover, this secret realm was very big, and there were many treasures and even ancient beasts. There was no way she would take out the jade token. Qiqing said, "Since the establishment of Purple Sand Island, no one has taken out the jade token of the secret realm. Although my disciple has some strength, it is not enough for her to take it out." The jade token contained a map of the entire secret realm, and even the location of the herbs could be clearly found. So was this jade token precious? Very precious. To put it bluntly, this secret realm was equivalent to a senfu. This secret realm was more or less the foundation of Purple Sand Island. Back then, the founder of Purple Sand Island discovered this secret realm, and then established a sect on this island. But clearly, this was Yuxian's opportunity. "You are the one who took it. I can ask the sect leader to search your soul." That disciple was still crying. Searching the soul was a good idea, but the prerequisite was that the person being searched had to cooperate. If the consciousness violently resisted, it could very well cause the person's consciousness to go crazy. This method was like a lie detector in the cultivation world. It could directly find the memories in the mind, and clearly know the situation at that time. Yuxian's face instantly turned ugly. Searching the soul was an insulting thing, but if she was stripped naked, they could check her secrets without restraint. Private. If she really let them search her soul, then all her secrets would be exposed. Senfu, god equipment, pills, and this jade token and the broken sword mountain incident. Xian knew that the treasures on her would make people drool and go crazy. Not to mention these treasures, this kind of insulting soul search was different from raping her consciousness. It was very unbearable. You have no evidence that I took the item, and instead want to search my soul. What an ugly table manners. Xian had no qualms. At most, she would just leave this place. With her trump card, she could still leave this place. Disciple is willing to search her soul. She really took the jade token. That disciple clasped his hands towards the sect leader. Xian was speechless. What kind of enmity did this disciple have with her that he had to accuse her of taking the item? Why are you slandering me? Xian asked with a frown. My brother was beaten up by you to the point where he is recuperating in bed. Furthermore, you were the one who took the item. I can let Sect Master search his soul to find out the truth. The disciple gritted his teeth and said, Sect Master, this disciple is willing to accept the soul search. It's hard to avoid mistakes in the arena. You're not as strong as your opponent, so you play dirty tricks. How despicable. Xian felt that the atmosphere in Xianxia sect was really bad. They couldn't bear to see others doing well. Ningxu was speechless. That was a little overbearing. You didn't even allow him to be resentful after hitting him. What's wrong with accusing you? The disciple's face turned red from Xianxia's words. He gritted his teeth and said to the sect leader, this disciple is willing to accept the soul search. All right then, don't resist. The sect leader also wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. The jade plate was related to the foundation of the Purple Sand Island. While the sect leader searched her soul, the others waited quietly. Xianxia's face looked like it was smeared with soot. Calling me out, what's the matter? An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion appeared in the air, walking down step by step. Everyone present hurriedly bowed, Grand Elder. This old man looked ordinary. He didn't have any powerful aura around him. His face was ruddy, and he looked like a kind old man. The Grand Elder nodded. He swept his gaze over everyone present. Finally, his gaze landed on Ningxu. You're carrying bad luck, and your Dao heart is damaged. You haven't come out for a period of time. Little girl, you really know how to ruin yourself. The old man walked in front of Ningxu. He stretched out his hand to check Ningxu's pulse. Your meridians are a little twisted, but it's not serious. What happened? Did you get hurt in love? The Grand Elder looked at Qi. Did something happen between the two of you? Qi. There's nothing wrong. Xian looked warily at the Grand Elder who suddenly appeared. This old man looked weak, and he didn't have the aura of a powerful cultivator. However, Xianxia's heart was ringing with alarm. Her heart was acutely aware of the danger. Then what happened to you? The Grand Elder Ningxu asked. In any case, she was still a girl from the same family. It's a little complicated. I was beaten up, and I couldn't break through my Dao heart. I couldn't bear such a blow, and my body was temporarily damaged. Right now, I have something more important to do. The jade token for the mystic realm was brought out by a disciple. Ningxu changed the topic. She didn't want everyone to keep asking her about such trivial matters. The sect master also finished his soul search. The disciple's face was pale, and his soul was damaged. The sect master gave the disciple a pill and let him swallow it. Then, he told the disciple to recuperate. He said that he had done a great service this time, and would be rewarded in the future. The disciple whose soul was searched was helped away to rest. The sect master cupped his hands. The jade token was indeed brought out by someone. Oh, that's a good thing. This way, Purple Sand Island can control the mystic realm. The Grand Elder said gently. The sect master nodded, and said to the ugly Xian. Please hand over the jade token, but in exchange, our Purple Sand Island can satisfy any of your requests. No, this jade token is mine. Moreover, this jade token has no owner. Why should I hand it over? Xian retreated. Because you're a disciple of Purple Sand Island. Everything you do should be for the benefit of Purple Sand Island. The Grand Elder said. Moreover, we're not asking you to hand it over for no reason. We'll give you compensation and other things. Haha. Xian sneered. What a good plan. Using a small thing to exchange for the entire mystic realm. Shameless old man, asking for things from a disciple. This old thing's table manners are really ugly. Using your identity as a sect disciple to pressure me, shamelessly asking for things from a disciple. At most, I'll leave Purple Sand Island. Don't blame me for not being righteous. Xian said firmly. Being called an old thing, the Grand Elder's face twitched. He did not want to be known as a bully, so he said directly. The mystic realm originally belonged to Purple Sand Island. It was the ancestor of Purple Sand Island who discovered it, and founded Purple Sand Island as a sect. This thing belongs to Purple Sand Island. Xian rolled her eyes. What do you mean it belongs to your Purple Sand Island? Did you get the jade token? Now that I have it, all of you are jumping out and saying that it belongs to you. Don't you have any shame? /HTML/book/39/39163/indextmal. If you have the ability, then take out the jade token yourselves. Xian felt disgusted. She didn't have the ability to take it out, and now they were trying to snatch it away. It depended on whether or not she would give it to them. Taking advantage of her seniority had no effect on her at all. Grand Elder, this disciple was still wearing the sect uniform, but her words were so arrogant and unruly. The Grand Elder even suspected that he had been in seclusion for too long and the world had changed. How dare you speak to the Grand Elder like that? The sect leader shouted coldly. This person had no rules at all. Hand it over. If you have the ability, then go and find it yourselves. What is the point of snatching mine? There was no reason to hand over something that was already in her hands. Since ancient times, treasures have always belonged to the strong. The Grand Elder chuckled and looked very amiable. I agree with what you said. Did he snatch something from your hands? This thing is ours. After all, it belongs to the strong after all. Then you can snatch it from me. Xian took out the Hui Bao and pulled it to a full moon, aiming it at the Grand Elder. Qiqing, this is your disciple. It seems like she wants to become enemies with the entire sect. What do you think we should do? The sect leader looked at Qiqing unhappily. He should have insisted on not letting Xian enter the secret realm. Qiqing was the one who protected Xian. Qiqing was in a tough spot. Xian held the Hui Bao and looked at Qiqing, shouting, Master. Qiqing closed his eyes. When he opened them, his gaze was really firm. Forget it. The sect won't lose me, but I am your master. Qiqing's words meant that he wanted to betray Purple Sand Island. The sect leader's mouth twitched. First, the jade token was taken away, and now an expert wanted to betray Purple Sand Island. The sect leader was furious. He usually gave Qiqing a lot of cultivation resources, and now he wanted to betray Purple Sand Island with his disciple. You have to think about it carefully. The sect leader asked Qiqing once more. Thank you, sect leader. I have thought about it carefully. Qiqing cupped his hands. Master. Xian was very touched. Her heart was filled with courage. Ningxu looked at the sect master's pained expression and comforted him. Since he wants to leave Purple Sand Island, then let him leave. At least he's leaving now. This means that Purple Sand Island is just a place to stay in his heart. He doesn't have any feelings for it. Even if something happens to Purple Sand Island in the future, he won't live or die with it. It's better for him to leave now, to avoid being stabbed in the back. No matter how strong he is, we don't care. People didn't like fools, but they wanted to see someone persevering for something they needed to protect. That would be moving, and that kind of fools were likable. Xian sneered, this is moral coercion. What right do you have to ask my master to sacrifice herself for Purple Sand Island? What my master wants to do is her decision. He wants to scram. I didn't stop him. I didn't force him to sacrifice himself for Purple Sand Island. Ningxu rolled his eyes. The sect master was reluctant to let such an expert leave Purple Sand Island. He gave up and cupped his hands towards the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, please take back the jade token. This is related to the foundation of Purple Sand Island. Since they had already shed all pretenses, then let's fight. Xian directly shot an arrow at the Grand Elder. The arrow pierced through the Grand Elder's body. However, it only hit the Grand Elder's afterimage. The Grand Elder appeared behind Xian and sent a palm strike towards Xian. Xian hurriedly dodged. She took out her sword and slashed out a powerful sword chi. The sword chi seemed to be able to cut through space as it surged towards the Grand Elder. The sect master, Ning Shu, and a group of elders surrounded Xian and Qiqing. They had shed all pretenses and offended them to the end. Otherwise, they would come back for revenge in the future. This was because in the storyline, Purple Sand Island was really wiped out and disappeared. As for the details, no matter where Xian went, the treasures would run towards her. This time, Xian escaped. After that, Xian came back and killed everyone who bullied her. When Xian came back for revenge, the person who entrusted her with the mission was already crazy. When she saw that the person she wanted to defeat had escaped from the entire Purple Sand Island, she completely denied herself. When she came back for revenge, Xian did not kill her. It was not because she pitied her, but because Xianxia at that time made Xian lose interest in killing her. Because she was a lunatic, she became a lunatic under Xianxia's powerful attacks. She would continue to be jealous of Xianxia and live like a lunatic. This calamity was a major turning point in Xianxuan's life. After that, she became extremely powerful. Ningshu could not give up this opportunity. He had to kill Xian here. If he won, he would be killing two birds with one stone. From then on, Purple Sand Island would be able to control the mystic territory. Xian looked at the people surrounding her and snorted in her heart. Bandit sects, bullying people with numbers. Elder Tai's power had returned to its original state. Although one could not tell how powerful he was, he easily dodged Xianxuan's attack. Master, take this. Xian took out a divine weapon and heroically said, Master. Today, let us master and disciple rush out of Violet Sand Island and kill all of them. Qiqing took the divine weapon from his disciple and nodded, okay. Ningshu snorted and said loudly, Qiqing, I hope your Dao heart will be damaged forever and you will never become an immortal. Your Dao heart will be damaged forever and you will never become an immortal. Ningshu's voice echoed in the entire Purple Sand Island, causing Qiqing's heart to tighten. Master, don't bother. That woman wants to affect your Dao heart. Xian hurriedly said. Junior sister, you can't affect me. Qiqing looked at Ningshu. Ningshu said indifferently, I'm just cursing for fun. No, how about we make a bet? I'll bet my life's cultivation that you will never become an immortal. How about that? Qiqing's face could not help but darken. Probably because he found some inspiration from Ningshu, the sect head shouted loudly, Today, Purple Sand Island's 32nd generation disciple, Qiqing, is unrighteous. He wants to destroy Purple Sand Island's foundation and betrayed Purple Sand Island. Today, this unfilial disciple, Qiqing, is expelled from Purple Sand Island. From now on, Qiqing's descendants are not allowed to enter Purple Sand Island. Since you want to leave Purple Sand Island, then you will be directly expelled from the sect. Actively betraying and being expelled were two completely different things. The former still had a bit of glory, while the latter was a complete humiliation. Qiqing's face turned red. He groaned and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ningshu smiled. You really think the sect is your nanny? Nanny. Run away. The sect is fine without me, but I am your master. html/book/39/39163/indextml. End of chapter 1820. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.